Warning, the voices heard in this video are made synthetically using artificial intelligence. Nothing in this video reflects anything actually stated by the real-life individuals involved. This video is for entertainment purposes only, and serious political content will be avoided for that purpose. Enjoy!
Despite the despair, it's time to depart from the deep, boys.
Just one last look. We have been in Orzammar for almost half the series.
True, and we are never coming back here in game. Just give us one last look, Barack.
Well, actually, there's 2 more quests that can bring us back here.
Barack, can you let some tension sit for more than 2 seconds, you goddamn nerd?
Ogren is seeing the big old sky ceiling for the first time.
If we didn't install the restoration mod, this would be the only scene that even addresses Ogren's hesitation and feelings over leaving Orzammar.
I wish we got a scene like this with Duncan and our warden. But our warden sharing this feeling with Ogren still feels like great character building.
Peak Dwarven Noble strikes again. And speaking of peak companion writing, let's go catch up with the squad. It's been quite a few episodes since we caught up with them at camp.
Well, before we head to camp and play Companion Therapist Simulator, we should pick up the next part of Sten's side quest by shaking this dude down here. You'll appreciate this, Donald. We can make some extra money if we don't bring Sten here.
I was wondering why we didn't bring the big lug with us in order to shake this pasty-ass merchant. Good shit, Barack, making us money for once.
I'll take the compliment, I guess, big dog.
This dude actually has some pretty good pieces on him, too. He has a few gifts and unique items on him, too, including Knight Commander's armor if you're doing a full Templar build.
Hell yeah!
As well as a Grandmaster Silverite rune, which is one of 3 guaranteed spawns of the rune that does the most damage to Darkspawn in the game.
Yeah, of course we start getting them after the Orzammar quest line. That is all our skill issues. But the other 2 runes are gained by pickpocketing Reardon during the lands meet and sold by our big bro Gorham after completing 3 main quests.
Well, good job shaking the bitch down for his pocket change. Barack, now let's go deal with everyone's past trauma and horoscope predictions.
Sounds good to me, Donald. I'll let you have the honors of pulling up on Dwin next episode.
Redcliffe. The guy who bought it lives in Redcliffe. He's a collector. A dwarf named Dwin.
I lied to you, you know, about why I left Orlais.
Oh, you've been a bad girl, have you, Leliana? Well, I suppose I'll have to find a way to punish you for lying to Daddy.
Maybe it will affect
God damn it, Joe. I know I talk about my 13th reason, but that might genuinely reach the list.
I know I clown the fact we have a Leliana simp in our squad, and that we haven't started her personal quest, despite said simp, but thank God we didn't have Joe playing this part. I'm worried what kind of feelings would pour out, or what kind of romance he might try and initiate.
Donald, who do you take me for? You can't even start a romance with this confrontation double D. Well, here we have Leliana's backstory, probably the craziest origin story out of the original bunch, which is why we get to play it out in an hour-long DLC that I will be showcasing during my special episode. But first we should do her actual quest and taking care of Marjolaine, that way we can get a better picture as to what's going on.
Which you can take care of her during your episode, Joe. I might get the encounter to pick the quest up, but she's your favorite, so we can save it for when you're playing. Between catching up with all the companions that we have neglected since hitting the deep roads in the Warden's Keep DLC, we have a lot to get through today. Though now that we have talked to Leliana, we will likely have the quest trigger ambush this episode. It's hard to say, though, since there is so many random encounters we have to get through for the side quests.
Well, I am just happy that I won't be ganked for once from something you 2 Democrats did. I feel like I have been targeted again and again, like some kind of Simpsons couch gag.
It's funnier when it happens to you since you don't expect it, you damn casual.
No way Sleepy Joe of all people called me a casual. You can't even play League without icing your wrists. After keep your old man wrists. And opinions to yourself you only know when the world map ganks happen because you sneak Barack's notes during his episode.
You're really going to clown me, Donald, after what happened in New York last week? Thought you were going to grind your way out of prison there, preparing your cell as we speak, bozo.
That trial was a farce. The jury was clearly all mage players who run Arcane Warrior and Blood Mage every run, and the judge was a Harrowmont simp. I'm getting a recount soon.
Co-parter, big dog.
She admitted her guilt, but said it was in the past. That is why the documents had to be destroyed, she said. I believed her. I kept believing up till the moment they showed me the documents, altered by her
Damn,
hand.
if only I'd been there for you, sweetie.
You would have tried to save her, Joe?
The Orlesian
Seems
guards.
unlikely those dungeons were pretty heavily fortified.
Save her? Oh, I guess I would use my powers to save her, but not before I had some good old-fashioned all-American fun with my dog collar and...
Jesus Christ, Joe, I will give you 50 Bitcoin to shut up and jump off the nearest bridge.
Well, Leliana, you left a lot of details out of that story, but that's okay. We will have a special episode in all of Inquisition to delve further into that. Also, if you want to hear a more detailed version of Liliana's story, our editor did a video which you can find at the end of this shameless plug here.
So it's just confirmed that you and our editor are dating at this point the way you glaze him up?
It's Barry's nerdy version of a grind set, Donald. You got to respect it.
But what could I do?
No, I really don't, Joe. Anyways, let's go watch Obama cuck our editor by talking to Zevran next.
He gets to watch from the cuck chair, too, while editing it.
Okay, boys, enough meta jokes about our editor and his possible Hello Kitty cuck chair. I know you said Liliana had a tragic past, but Zevran might give Liliana a run for her money on the tragedy scale. He was born to a Dalish mother who left her clan to live with a woodcutter in the city. When the woodcutter died, Zevran's mother had to support herself and Zevran, and she did so through prostitution, but that only lasted a few years until she passed away as well. Zevran was left owing the brothel money and was therefore a indentured servant until a master from House Arani of the Antivan Crows paid off his debt when he was 7 in exchange for his life, which is basically indirect slavery, and why Zevran's last name is Aranier. He then worked with 2 other Antivian crows, Taliesin and Rinna, with Taliesin being the muscle, Rinna being the coordinator, and Zevran being the saboteur with poisons and seductions. This worked for a time, but eventually fell apart due to Antivan politics, but more on that in the future.
Holy shit, that might have tied for the Rukyab Barak.
I'm pretty sure I saw him salivate a few times, not going to lie.
You realize how obnoxious you two sound, right?
Yes. Either way, the fact he was essentially bought into slavery and then made to follow orders for all of his teen and adult life says a lot about why he clings to the idea of personal freedom and a friendship with us.
Well, that and he wants to bang us clearly. I still don't trust him. The Taliesin dude Barry mentions comes back and makes him stab us in the back, so Zevran is just waiting for round 2 and not in a fun way.
He doesn't betray you if you actually take the time to befriend him, Joe. It's not even hard. Just glaze him up a little and give him shiny bars and leather.
Sorry, you Barry, I'm not that good at glazing up dudes.
You're not a true homie if you don't glaze up the boys every now and then, Joe.
Heavy pause.
It's time for a change.
Yeah, I know Zevran is charming, but let's not go crazy now, boys. I'm going to dive a little further into him since he is the companion we know the least about so far, since Wynn and Ogren at least had main quests to complement their character arcs.
I'm sure that's your only reason for sure, Barry.
Eat a dick, Joe. Well, besides being forced in the assassin's lifestyle, Zevran enjoys it well enough, and would even be down to keep being one after leaving the Crows.
Once a snake, always a snake, bro. Really can't be more obvious about it.
Damn, Joe, you are positively seething right now.
You're one to talk, Donald. Look at your interactions with Sten.
He's got you there, Donald. Well, here Zevran can describe his apathetic approach to assassinations here. Zevran's morality sets him apart from other companions, where aside from Morrigan and Shale, he is far more amoral than others, preferring greed as his go-to policy.
Though sometimes his morality is downright confusing, he will be against killing the mages, and he has a bleeding heart for almost every elf in this game, though he still approves of sparing the anvil and other violent actions. He is really hard to pin down, unlike my beloved Morrigan, who you can always tell what choice she will take. Still, he is the other go-to member of an evil party along with Morrigan, Sten, and Ogren.
Honestly, just being nice to elves is the go-to method. I don't know why you would be mean to elves anyway. They got enough shit to deal with.
If it was that easy, Joe, why not just do it then? No one's stopping you. As for the morality, Donald, you are right, Zevran is one of the harder companions to predetermine what option he will choose as far as the main mission decisions go. I think that is more so a game design decision rather than a character writing choice. If you look at the approval distribution, typically they want to even split with companion approval, for example. When siding with Branka or Karadan, 3 companions approve and 3 companions disapprove depending on your choice. It was probably implemented that way, so your choices have more weight and debate to them. since unless you know everyone's approval, it's likely one party member will object to your choice.
That kind of breaks the magic of moral decisions, but that's a good point, Barack. I guess some companions get shafted with decisions just for the sake of balance.
There are some decisions that are so bad everyone disapproves of them, like siding with the Tevener slavers, for example.
Tevener can hold this L or hold my nut dealer's choice. But Zevran's dialogue is unbelievably horny. Every other dialogue choice gives you the option to flirt.
It is a defining character trait of his Donald. You two would get along great. Last thing we can talk to Zevran about is how he feels about Antiva City. Zevran calls Antiva City Antiva in the same way a New Yorker calls New York City, just New York. I kind of jumped the gun talking about Antiva a few episodes ago, so there's not too much new stuff to say, other than this conversation, like many others, is a hint at one of his special gifts that gives an insane approval boost. There's a pair of anti-van leather boots in the store at Haven, which I will show you when we reach that point.
God fucking damn it.
What? What's wrong?
You just reminded me I forgot to get Morrigan's golden mirror while we were at Orzamar's market. Now we have to go back.
No, don't worry about it. I picked it up for you during my episode.
Wait, really?
Yeah, consider it me making the peace with Morrigan's romance. I got you, bro. Who am I to stop Donald's feelings?
Holy shit, Joe, that's so wholesome.
Damn good looking out, Joe. I will remember that when you shoot your shot at Merrill.
Don't look too much into it. It's another new arc, and I'm trying something new.
Good on you, Joe. I am glad we can have each other's backs, and I'm sure you two will have my back in raising Zevran's approval. He doesn't have a quest like every other companion, so there is no easy path towards reaching maximum approval. We just have to be on point with gifts, especially the two unique gifts that give bonus dialogue, but I know my boys got my backs right.
I will think about it, Barry.
Yeah, I don't want to get you too excited over your twink assassin here.
Okay, assholes, I will just do it myself.
How could I have suspected I would?
Speaking of Zevran's getting thirsty over Barack, let's end our conversation here.
Y'all really couldn't trust me to reject Zevran on my own, could you?
Hell no.
Well, let's see how my baddie, Grandma Wynn, is doing. It's been a minute.
Wynn probably has the most amount of preset confrontations in the game. In fact, it's hard to actually ask her questions on your own, since every time you talk to her, she will have some question or comment to ask you. We will probably have 2 or 3 of these before we can actually ask her anything.
Wynn might actually be the biggest yapper in our party, and she's competing with a damn bard.
She's a worldly woman, Donald. She has a lot of great wisdom to give our little guy. Her abomination speech here gives good food for thought on Anders in Dragon Age 2, if you really think about it.
She has a lot of judgment and nothing to give us, Joe. She seriously just asked us if our dwarf has even seen the abomination before the Circle Tower. How would a dwarf even become the abomination, you bingo-loving simpleton?
Well, to be fair, Donald Aldred threatened to turn us into an abomination as well.
Aldred was just yapping. He was probably our easiest final boss. I'm not adhering to anything he says.
All right, Donald, we will let you have your moment, but Wynn has a point. Being a demon magnet and having the constant fear of possession looming over you is pretty terrifying.
That it is, Joe. And it's the reason so many people are pro-Templar. I'm surprised temporary fade blockers or wards aren't common in Thetis. You would think some mages would just want to go to bed without a naked demon trying to twerk and seduce them in their dreams.
First of all, I don't see why you wouldn't want that. Secondly, there are fade blockers. It just takes a small little surgery involving a screwdriver and your brain. You even get a cool sun tattoo afterwards.
I meant a blocker that didn't involve a full-on lobotomy, Donald.
Pussy.
I think Wynn is one of the 2 companions that ask the Warden about themselves and their origin, the other being our big bro, Alistair.
You're probably right. Zevran asked us where we are from, and Morrigan asks about our own mother. But Alistair and Wynn are the only 2 that get into the specifics, probably one of the reasons they become fast friends.
Well, the other reason is what Morrigan tells us through banter, that Alistair has mommy issues that he is working on by being friends with Wynn. That's a crazy bit of psycho-analyzing from my wife there.
Perhaps it was meant to
There's our goat Uncle Ogren again, crazy. He doesn't have any further dialogue about his family or Branka dying, but I guess he buried that shit deep.
You and I,
Plus he proves how much of a bro he is by being able to swap a sus joke or 2 with him.
Well, like everything with Ogren, he hasn't resolved his issue, but he is choosing to mask them with sarcasm and alcohol, That's
Keep
sort
your
of just
hands
his
where I can see
go-to,
'em.
but more on that later.
Definitely more of that later because we have to get Ogren laid on the surface. Let's go, boys. Probably the easiest companion quest out of the bunch. You don't have to do multiple random encounters or travel all around Ferelden. You just hit up his ex-girlfriend at the bar and hook him up.
Hell yeah, tackle his quest and help him get laid. That's a 2-for-1 special best and easiest side quest in the business. If only Mass Effect 2 had more loyalty missions where you're trying to up their Riz game instead of dealing with their daddy issues.
Would have been an easy clear towards game of the decade. Imagine losing Legion in the vents because you blew a shot at a hot and steamy exchange with the Epson printer.
Don't think I agree with how y'all horny bastards phrase that, but I do agree with the sentiment at least. The Mass Effect 2 loyalty missions could have been more varied since most of them seem to hang on the combat first. And story second, aside from like Thanes and Tally, that is, this game did the exact opposite. Really only Leliana and Morrigan's quests actually require combat, and even Morrigan's is technically optional. I guess Wynn has combat too, but that is more so for the setup rather than the actual quest. Personally, I prefer the method of focusing on a mystery or a dialogue-heavy companion quest rather than a full-on dungeon for a companion quest.
I could clown your cowardice, but I have to agree, Alistair and Sten's side quests are actually great additions to the game, quest-wise, and there is fuck-all combat to do there.
We didn't even really talk about Ogren's quest. We just went on a sidetrack about Mass Effect 2.
Well, the only thing I can really say about it is that it's another quest that is canon whether we do it or not, so we might as well, right, boys?
True enough, that's all the reason I need. We have to save some talking points for when we reach the quest, Joe. There's not much to say about it, other than trying to hook Ogren back up with his ex-girlfriend.
Anyway, let's go check on our big girl one last time.
Well, it looks like she actually wants to talk about what happened in the Deep Roads.
See, this is what I was looking for with Ogren. An actual reference to what happened in the Deep Roads and opinions on it, but at least our big girl got us.
Well, to be fair, Shale is much more direct with her feelings and doesn't ever hold anything back, since it's not like she is afraid of blowback or social graces. Keeping that in mind, if something bothers her, she is going to ask directly, unlike Ogren, who would try to drink it down till he can't remember.
This companion-centric episode may have pushed us over the edge. I feel like we are taking a college psychology course instead of playing the video game.
You know, now that you mention it, I am feeling more analytical than normal, almost like my neurons are activated because our editor needed to milk as much content out of this episode as possible.
All right, second meta joke of the episode. We are definitely not coming back from this one. Moving on, if we sided with Branka here and didn't bring Shale, this dialogue would be very different, and we would have to pass a persuasion check to lie to her about killing Caridin. Otherwise, she will permanently leave the party.
So we could have gotten a cool Golem army, but you two Democrats wanted to character build.
Cry about it, Donald, anyway. We have our closing conversation with Shale. Any final thoughts as she laments on our friendship?
Sure thing, Joe. Well, Shale's friendship certainly feels more earned and noticeable than other companions for a few reasons. Shale goes from referring to the Warden as an it to referring to them as you. She will also give us respect when we talk to them by now using the phrase, "I am listening." Shale goes from someone who couldn't be bothered to learn our name to someone who trusts you implicitly. She goes from someone who is just going along with us because she doesn't have better things to do to someone who has their own history and identity that they want to represent and explore. Most importantly, the cold distance she gives at first makes this friendship even more meaningful, and all of this makes her a top-tier Dragon Age companion.
Hell yeah, preach it, brother. Shale is a top-tier thick girl with an even thicker personality. While personally, I think she brings more to the table gameplay-wise than story-wise, since she has 4 different forms to choose from for combat, all of which bring something different to the party, making her the most versatile squad mate in this game. Her story is still great from the history she provides us, to the new lore on golems and Caridin, and finally the story of someone who had given up on humanity finding their own humanity. And sense of self, like Barack said, is amazing character design, and I love her. I can't wait to showcase Shale a few more times this playthrough.
Excellent points, boys. And with that, the companion section has been wrapped up. I think we could all use a break. So let's get back into the story, and more importantly, some combat.
You're starting to sound like Donald there, Joe, but I share your sentiment Let's move on to Levi to start up Soldier's Peak finally. A few facts about Levi off the bat. He was one of the vocal supporters that encouraged Merrick to meet with the Grey Wardens despite their exile. He apparently helped arrange the meeting that would spiral into the events of Dragon Age, the calling which would lead to Duncan becoming commander of the Grey, and the Wardens being welcomed into Ferelden again. But I saw no mention of Dryden in the actual book itself. Either way, Dryden, being a key player towards welcoming the Grey Wardens back to Ferelden, made him fast friends with Duncan himself.
That's totally goated of him, even if Levi himself is kind of mid. I always thought this dude just sort of name-dropped Duncan without having any importance himself. Any other facts, Barry?
Well, not so much about Levi, but this is the second time we have seen his voice actor this episode. He voiced the red-headed merchant that we shook down earlier for Sten's quests. However many people might recognize his voice roles in Mass Effect 2, where he voices Veter as well as engineer Ken Donnelly.
Oh shit, he voices Ken? I really couldn't tell without the thick Scottish accent. Dude has some vocal range.
It's too bad we are not a human noble for this quest. They actually have a lot of unique dialogue recognizing Dryden's last name immediately and tying the Coastland name into the history of Soldier's Peak.
That's true. Human Noble has one or two unique dialogues, as well as having a more personal attachment to this quest. I'm sure Donald will point them out when they come up. It's not a huge loss, though it's more of a small add-in as opposed to a story-changing impact.
Well, it's a good thing you are playing this segment, Barry, since this entire quest is all history, more or less.
True, I'm excited for the lore dumps this episode, but more than that, I'm excited to showcase our new Blade Top Sider's Honor. I equipped some Cold Iron runes, including the Grandmaster one we got from Ruck. Considering all the undead we are about to fight in the second half of this series, this blade is going to go crazy.
Well, 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 finally someone other than the Republican in the group gets the ambush. It only took us reaching halfway through the goddamn game to make it happen.
Yeah, looks like my math was right. The priority of Leliana's ambush shot up above some of the mages' collective's ambushes.
God, the Leliana quest is so close I can taste it in my mouth right now.
That's not all you want to taste in your mouth, you sick freak?
You know what, you're right. Get me my vinegar.
Joe, please calm down and peep this gameplay. So, fun fact for this ambush, you don't actually have to kill all the enemies. You just have to kill the ambush leader, which at Morrigan's level, now she can do passively with some blizzard damage. This fight is ass cheeks for melee fighters, since there is multiple traps you have to clear before killing the boss. So using Leliana and Morrigan is ideal.
Well, that was easy. Our little guy didn't even do anything, and the fight's already over.
Someone bit into a York peppermint patty during the fight, though. This blizzard is still hitting hard.
Yeah, spells don't end during cutscenes. It makes for some really derpy moments. I remember once in Awakening, after finishing the Black Marsh Justice was on fire, during the entire recruitment conversation from a spell during the final boss. It took my immersion out, but it was really funny.
This dude wants to threaten my girl? This uppity little bitch. Get me my damn pliers.
Pulling his teeth for threatening your waifu? Surprisingly tame for you, Joe?
Who said anything about teeth? I'm going for the family jewels.
Bruh. Well, Leliana asks us to spare him in exchange for information on who hired them. So that's the path I'm going down, big dog.
That's fine. I will remember his face and track him down later.
Joe, your old ass is not remembering what game you're playing, let alone some random NPC's face?
You know my Leona knowledge, Donald, firsthand. Don't test me.
All right, boys, moving on, viewers. I think it would be beneficial to go over all the steps it takes to get this ambush to occur. You have to explore Leliana's dialogue, asking her why she left Orlais, and asking about minstrels being spies, as well as getting her affinity with the player to warm or higher. Then you have to have the encounter at camp, which we had at the start of our episode, and then bring Leliana in your party while traveling around the world map to finally trigger the side quest.
Jesus, it's not as complicated as Wynn's quest, but it is needlessly complicated all the same.
True, but all the complicated parts are out of commission. Now we just have the fun part of confronting Marjolaine herself.
Which I can't wait to make her pay during my next episode.
Joe, what if we are still stuck in Redcliffe during your episode? You're going to drop everything to help Leliana.
Obviously I will. I don't care if my episode is 2 hours long, I'm finishing this, so I can do my special episode after.
You might not care, but our editor's hard drive and time will. Not to worry, though, if my calculations are correct, Redcliffe isn't that long. You or Donald should be able to finish it with plenty of time left over for side stuff and filler. But enough about filler stuff. Let's finally hit up Soldier's Peak.
The way people complain about the Ferelden cold, you would think the entire damn country looks like this.
It's only mentioned in passing, but Ferelden is actually super cold, like colder than any other country. Even the forest parts are decently chilly. Still, I'd rather live here than goddamn Florida.
Honestly, levy something visiting your dreams to show you the way isn't crazy at all. I don't know why he is reluctant to share that information. Between spirits, demons, and dreamers, there is plenty of things that can enter your dreams.
Jesus, between the threat of blights, undead, werewolves, and the fact you can't even be safe in your dreams, remind me to never sign up to be transported to the Dragon Age world.
Skill issue?
Enough of that. I'll follow you from a distance. This place has the stench of death. I expect there's trouble up ahead.
Soldier's Peak. Looks like it's seen better days. Better centuries, more like.
Once the wardens flourished, their ranks full, their caliber certain. Now they even accept people like you, Alistair.
Damn, Alistair, better upgrade your tier sub after that one Morrigan put her full force into stepping on you.
Joe, do you still have that vinegar?
Holy shit! Goodbye monetization. Anyways, boys, peep this flashback.
How nice of the ghost to give us a visual flashback.
Hold up like cowards. They have a damn keep. What do you want the wardens to do? March in a straight line into your meat grinder like they are the British? The whole point of a keep is to hold up in there so you have the advantage when they attack you.
Honestly, that thinking isn't surprising. Remember, this is pre-Ferelden occupation army. They are more or less still organized barbarians before Marek and Logain came along. Not much strategy, and it doesn't help their king was certifiably insane.
Hell yeah, that's my girl Leliana. Lay that lore on us.
Well, I was getting to that, but thanks for the assist, girl.
It's hotter when she does a berry.
Well, Levy seems to agree with that sentiment, Joe.
It's cool that we get some special dialogue since we went to the Circle Tower first and learned about the Fade and the Veil. Speaking of, that animation was a cool bit of foreshadowing for Inquisition's Fade energies. I like the green swirl before the dead rise up.
True. That's a nice piece of foreshadowing their good on the DLC designers. Anyways, peep this build right here. With cold iron runes and topsiders honor, we should be able to two-shot most of these enemies here.
That was definitely a overhype on your part, Obama. But seeing that many numbers pop up at once is pretty crazy. And the fact that we can get a second Grandmaster Cold Iron at the end of this quest is going to make Redcliffe goddamn easy mode. For once, your nerdy efficiency is a godsend.
Thanks, I guess.
So how old is this Fortress Barry? I know everything that happened with the Ghost Theater happened about 200 years ago, but how old is the fortress itself?
This fortress was built about 700 years ago, following the celebration of the end of the Second Blight during the Second Age. The Ferelden people were still pretty ingrained in the Alamari ways, and this was way before the Theron bloodline was established. Needless to say, they didn't help build the peak. The Warden Asturian did that himself. Speaking of, once we finish killing these undead boys, we can start a small side quest in Soldier's Peak to get a pretty good loot cache. It just involves finding all 4 codex entries, explaining the history of Soldier's Peak, the first one being this statue at the top of the hill to the left.
Oh God, it's definitely good. Our lore master handled this quest. He has plenty of yap material to dole out. I'm just here for the awesome loot and demon slaying we are about to do.
Speaking of loot though, Donald, we will finally be able to catch up on your luck from many episodes ago and finally get the strongest sword in the game, Starfang. While there's not as much lore on this sword as, say, Topsiders, Honor Starfang has a description in the tabletop Dragon Age game that, just like Vigilance, it is a masterwork sword often pursued by relic hunters and swordsmen alike, the first of 2 that are crafted by the hero of Ferelden to receive this title.
Hell yeah, Obama, I'm pumped as hell to see that sword.
You make it sound like the great swords from One Piece Barry.
That's kind of what it's like, Joe. Also again, don't forget to grab the first codex entry on the hill. Keep in mind the scenery around the fortress. It will change at the end of the quest.
Speech time, boys.
Maybe you will learn some pointers on how to give a proper speech, Joe.
Hey man, my speeches are fire.
Yeah, they're fire in the sense they make people pass out, you old bastard.
Our forces outnumbered, our bellies empty, and our hearts are sagging. But we are wardens. Darkspawn flee when they hear our horns. Archdemons die when they taste our blades. So are we to bend knee to a mere human despot? No! I, for one, will never give up. I, for one, will never surrender just to dance on Arlen's gallows. So I propose here and now...
So like who was King Arlen was, he a descendant of Kalian or someone different? What's this dude's deal?
Arlen is a Theron, and given the timeline, he was likely Kalian's and Alistair's great-great-great-grandfather, since this even happened 200 years ago. Arlen also had some kind of mental defect that made him particularly violent and paranoid, which is why this rebellion started in the first place.
Bro is not as goated as his descendants, Alistair and Merrick.
What about Kalian?
What about Kalian?
Is fair?
Well, that speech was pure hype. I could give her a few pointers, but she got the job done. Also, a quick note about the statement of defiance on the wall there. Some of the names are nicknames of the writing staff, but one name in particular is a reference to Greek mythology, the Argos and the Argonauts.
Thanks, nerd. So, Obama, I noticed you brought Alistair with us. It's the first time we've seen him since Shale's Quest. Really good to see our big bro again.
Well, not only does he have great dialogue in this mission, but thematically, there's no one else who would be as interested in the Grey Warden history like Alistair is, since he is a junior recruit, the same as us.
That's fair, and it's fulfilling Duncan's promise. It's something Alistair would want to do.
Well, viewers, I hope you can tell why we are skipping ahead some of these fights. They really just have the same demons and undead that we will see in the Circle Tower and other maps.
Yeah, you would think they would add some unique enemies since they had time to develop this map outside of the base game, but I guess BioWare was rushed by EA here.
Good points, Barack. I might love the Grey Wardens, but they really fumbled the bag. They challenged a whole country and not only lost the battle and got squad wiped, but lost their allies too.
That's true. A lot of that may be because of Sophia's overambition, which we will cover later, or maybe the nobles Sophia allied with were too careless, but one thing is for certain, the Warden Rebellion was poorly planned out and certainly went against every Warden principle of neutrality.
True, and it's crazy. Levi can compare what we are doing now against Logan to what Sophia did against Arlen. The key difference being we are in a blight right now, which is the main purpose of Wardens.
Yeah, true, and unlike Sophia, we are not trying to start a rebellion, we are finishing one.
Tough line, Donald, but you are both right. Stopping a blight is a Grey Warden's #1 concern, and we are definitely going about things better than Sophia did, and with better intentions. Also, don't forget to grab the codex in the library. It is the second history codex we need for the quest.
Make them pay for every inch, men! Hold the flank!
Well, it looks like the mages here took a few pages out of Dragon Age 2's playbook because their first and last plan involves summoning demons. Certainly nothing could go wrong here.
Yeah, and we know from the Circle Tower how goddamn well that goes.
Even 200 years ago, mages have been messing shit up and people have supported it. Yet we are supposed to glaze up the mages in every single Dragon Age game we play.
I mean, yes, summoning demons is bad, but Avernus definitely doesn't represent the average mage. He is a warden as well as a ruthless researcher.
Warden mages seem to incorporate a don't ask, don't tell policy with blood magic. It's accepted, but keep that shit to yourself.
Honestly, I don't know what's funnier, the fact they thought summoning demons would work, or the fact that the asshole who summoned all of them dipped out the second things went south and left everyone else to their fates.
True, and just like Dragon Age 2 blood mages, the reason they are doing this is out of pure desperation. The king's soldiers had already breached the depth of the keep, and this is after they had been starved for months.
Wait, hold on, this all feels familiar for some reason.
It's Abomination, 6406 older brother, Abomination 6407. He's out for revenge.
This is the same exact fight as the Circle Tower Abomination. It even has the same damn healing mechanic, except this time, we can actually stop the healing by killing the undead mages in the 4 circles.
Or alternative strat, if you're 200 IQ, you can slap a curse of mortality on the Abomination, then boom, easy money.
Well, since we got a boss fight, Obama, we have some time to kill. Do you have a comment question prepped for us?
I do. This one might seem more out of nowhere, so bear with me. The conflict at Soldier's Peak is referenced a few times in Dragon Age. The calling in the novel helps give context towards the Ferelden attitude towards Grey Wardens during the events of Origins. Without reading the novel, players might lack proper context to this. So on to my question, what do you boys think about leaving important side stories about game worlds in novels? This is something BioWare does often with both Dragon Age and Mass Effect. Personally, I love experiencing this world in any form of media, and I love having tie-ins for characters like Cole and Duncan. Without the novel, I wouldn't understand their backstories as deeply. While I'm not a fan of having to shell out money every time for every single side novel, I still think it helps expand the world and helps establish Dragon Age as a full franchise rather than just a video game.
Yeah, of course your poor ass doesn't like buying books. I'm not surprised. But as for my answer, all I can say is, I ain't reading all that. I'm a busy guy. Between being a businessman, hiding tax documents, and running for president, I don't have time to experience media that I can't play or listen to. Truthfully, while adding context is nice, and Dragon Age deserves to be a whole franchise outside of the games, that doesn't mean I want to have to read some books in order to understand the story. Writers should take it as a challenge in games to assume the players haven't read expanded material. And if they want to work in those aspects, they should find a compromise so players can understand what's going on, but maybe feel rewarded with some extra knowledge if they have read the books. Some gamers just want a game, you know?
Donald, that kind of mentality is why the attention span of generations is lowering and literacy is going down.
Well, you can turn your attention towards my nuts, Sleepy.
Oh wow, so original Donald. Well, here's my take, boys. Personally, I enjoy the expanded material, and it's good to experience side stories or extra lore from my game series like Dragon Age and Dark Souls. Sometimes a good book is just satisfying to read too. However, it should never be goddamn necessary to understand the story or world your game is trying to tell. Some people do want to just play a game. As cringe as Donald put it, he has a point. I encourage books on games, and anything that gets people off TikTok or Twitch for a little is a massive W butt. Please don't ever rely on an outside book to tell your game story, for you put enough context behind the game content so players can make an informed decision.
All right, boys, good points. I know extended stories are somewhat of a hot topic, so viewers, let us know your points in the comments below. And if you enjoy reading game novels about Dragon Age and other games, drop some suggestions of your favorite or even just your favorite Dragon Age novel. Our editor will respond to every comment as normal, and with the question asked Donald Mind, showing the featured comment from last episode.
Our featured comment comes from Private Penguin. While there were many awesome suggestions, from Kunari, Darkspawn, to even just female dwarfs, this one tickled my pickle the most, because it was made with the greatest American president in mind. Penguin suggested a mage hunter that upgrades his powers over time through more lyrium usage, in which he could even become more addicted the more he uses his upgrades, which creates an interesting moral quandary as well. Thank you for your comment, and we can't wait to see your opinions on today's comment question. Seriously, you guys all went hard as hell with last week's questions. We really love to see it.
Sorry about the yap, viewers. We should get back to the gameplay. Barry here has met Sophia now with 20% more demon and 100% more ghoul in her.
Good redirect, Joe. This is the major moral choice of the mission. We got a bit too engrossed in our viewers. We almost forgot to talk about this lovely demon here.
Damn, the big girl really let herself go, huh?
You could say she is dried and dirty.
Damn good one, Joe.
It's kind of pathetic, though, that a former warden commander got possessed by a hunger demon, one of the more weaker ones on spirit hierarchy.
Barack, I know you're engrossed in mage rights, like every other Democrat, but are you seriously siding with the damn demon that wants to feed on our souls?
Just bear with me, Donald. I got a plan for this.
Knowing Barry, it's to unlock more dialogue or lore, or both.
Oh shit, we can get paid for helping her too? I'm intrigued how much we talk in here as a businessman. We need to art of the deal her ass for the best possible outcome.
The switch up is insane.
I'm trying to see if I can get the most out of her as possible, but we will see. You can also use persuasion to convince her to seal the veil early, but it's one of the hardest speech checks, and it starts the final boss of this dungeon out of order, since you still have to go to Avernus's tower anyway, so there's not much reason to do so. But I appreciate being able to flip the script for once because of high coercion.
Time to go help ghoul demon mommy. Guess we are in our renegade era, after all.
Super important to use this vial in Avernus's tower here, It gives us 2 new class-specific powers.
Bro is doing some little shop of horrors experiments over here.
Oh, hell yeah. Now we are getting to the good shit in this DLC. Both these powers are high risk, high reward, just my style of play.
This might be the latest I've gotten these powers. I usually always do the quest early for the unique armor set on Alistair and unique powers along with Shale's recruitment. That way I am fully stocked up for the rest of the game.
That's the most efficient way, but Barack wanted us to pace things out for the viewers. Either way, both these powers are going to be a massive buff, and one particularly is going to be a great quality of life, since it allows us to move and attack faster, as well as increase crit chance, doubling our DPs and combat efficiency.
I think this makes the buff more noticeable, since we didn't have it at the start, boys. It's hard to say which buff is the best warriors or rogue. The warrior's bloodthirst is crazy strong, like Donald said, but the rogue gets a passive boost to dodge and movement speed at no cost, which is just as crazy.
Yeah, mages don't come out nearly as good with the blood abilities, but the ability Bloody Grasp does have a increased damage to Darkspawn, which is thematic as hell.
I know I'm the last one that should be talking about this, but the potion we take here is pretty morally unethical to use, right? I mean, he straight up learned this by experimenting on all his warden apprentices. And it cost all of their lives. We don't know how many lives he used, but it was definitely a dozen or more.
It's no worse than using Malin's data in Mass Effect 2. Just because someone else used evil methods doesn't necessarily mean someone else can't use the results for good. At least that's how I look at it.
Fair, honestly, I don't think about what it took to make this potion. I just down it anyway. I just wanted to start some drama.
Daring today, aren't we?
This dude is acting like a Starbucks barista when you're just trying to order your morning coffee.
You would think Bro would be more happy to see another human after being alone for a century or two. I'm surprised he hasn't gone crazy.
He probably consorted with demons and had his research to keep him preoccupied. This dude not succumbing to the calling or getting ghoulified is a crazy lore break, though we have no idea how he managed to do this, and he just hand waves this by saying he used blood magic to extend his life, which is the equivalent of a medical researcher saying, "Oh, I cured cancer with drugs." My brother in Christ, what drugs did you use?
It gets even worse, because this blanket result that Avernus presents is what causes the hero of Ferelden to go no contact with the world by the time of Inquisition. Only his lover can have a clue where they are at, because they are apparently so deep in the deep roads looking for a cure to the calling that they can't reach out to anyone except their lover.
Yeah, the fact that I would ever stop smashing Morrigan to go hunting in the deep roads for the obscure Grey Warden cure is crazy. Who would do that?
I mean, there is never going to be a perfect reason for the Warden being absent in Inquisition, while a rampaging ancient Darkspawn is on the loose. It really is. Just as simple as BioWare can't canonize a voice for the Warden, or even erase, so we got shafted.
It's kind of a lose-lose situation. Even if you spend a bunch of time canonizing 6 different models for every race and gender, and threw in a standard voice for everyone, people would still be annoyed by something or another.
That's fair, but beyond that, Avernus still pisses me off. Not only is he a blood mage that caused the Keep to be more haunted than a Scooby-Doo movie, but he's also really cowardly despite being a Grey Warden who took an oath.
A broken clock is right twice, because you're speaking some goddamn facts, Joe. I thought we got rid of the cowards after Jory and David kicked the bucket, but I guess this is just a goddamn pattern at this point.
Kind of harsh, but you two are on point. I don't know what Sophia expected, trusting a dude named after the plane of terror and desolation, as well as the entrance to hell. It's like trusting a guy named Malice, or Pain.
You got a point, Brobama. I'm about to descent Avernus into a nearby curb.
I'd love to see him bite the curb, but we do need someone to close this veil, since our Inquisitor is still in school or some shit.
The more I analyze this quest, the more I realize how many setups for Inquisition we got, from green fade energy to a closing the veil ritual, and even painting the Grey Wardens as something more than standard brave heroes.
Looks like Avernus has some missing history about Sophia, though. Honestly, he only speaks in broad terms. He doesn't have specific accounts or evidence on Sophia.
To correct the miscalculations of the past. Blood magic comes from demons. They could counter every bit of law I knew. But the Darkspawn taint, that is alien to them. and it has power.
This is where we can get the second piece of unique dialogue if we are a human noble. Apparently Arland exterminated Cowsland after Cowsland until they gave up on the rebellion.
It's surprising the Cowslands are still Terrans, despite how often they are kicked in the nuts.
Merrick proved firsthand that as long as one member of the Ferelden noble family is still alive, they can spin the block and come back.
You're goddamn right, and Nathaniel, as well as the human noble, cemented that fact.
I'm surprised you like Nathaniel Donald given your absolute hatred for Hal.
I didn't trust the kid at first, but he grew on me when he admitted he was short-sighted and stubborn. Only the bigger man would do that.
You're used to being the bigger man a lot, Donald. I'm sure you could relate.
Eat a dick.
No, thank you. Also looks like we can make Avernus feel a little sympathy for all the bullshit he did.
True, this speech check unlocks one of the endings to this quest, where we can pass judgment on Avernus without him fighting back, or we can order him to practice his research ethically.
Sophia's corpse may walk and talk, but she too...
The last problem I have with Avernus is the whole archdemon situation. Realistically, we should be having his old-ass climb Fort Drakon to last hit the archdemon, since he is far older than us in Rayordan.
I really don't think Avernus would be noble enough to sacrifice himself. He is pretty singularly focused on surviving.
No one's saying we ask him nicely. Marching his old ass up by sword point will do just fine by me.
The other problem with that is narratively it would be too boring to have Avernus solve the Blight himself. I agree Avernus is the optimal choice, but the optimal choice isn't always the most interesting. The four options we have are perfect as is, each having their own consequences. Avernus should have had some situation where he can't leave the keep itself without dying or something, so we wouldn't have this plot hole.
I imagine Avernus is a prime example why some people like Loghain wouldn't trust the Wardens. He's pretty cavalier about not caring about anyone but himself, as well as straight up being a legal blood mage that can act uninhibited, which I'm sure if the Chantry got wind of, they would be crying and throwing up right now.
Kind of a gray area, since blood magic is also part of the joining. And not all blood magic is directly bad. Some of it could be beneficial to fighting the Blight, but when there's human sacrifices and demon summoning, that's just textbook supervillain shit.
Another weird quirk about him is that he is one of the only two people who actually believes the Chantry lied about how Darkspawn are created, but we know as players that the Chantry's account is almost completely right.
I always hated this plot point because whenever Anders or this guy talk about the Chantry being wrong, they don't offer any reason for why Darkspawn or archdemons exist. They just flat out believe they were always there, which is such a nothing answer. It always just feels like characters beefing with the Chantry for no reason, and it makes me dislike Anders and Avernus more because of it.
Kind of harsh, but I see what you mean, Barry.
Not saying Anders is on my shit list as much as Avernus, but they both got beef with Big B Obama.
There, I will repair the damage I caused so long ago. There will be
Well, I don't see what you're cooking still, Barack, but now we have to escort this old asshole across the keep for 5 minutes.
Your patience will be rewarded soon, Donald. Also, viewers, don't forget to grab the last codex entry with the corpse on the wall in Avernus's lab. Now that you have 4, you can go to the main room with the veil tear to unlock a loot cache.
Well, this is awkward.
All right, I may not like the guy's views, but he does smug very well for a 200-year-old guy.
Almost every mage is sassy. It just depends how much edge you include in that sassiness.
I can't tell whose corpse is worse, Sophia, Avernus, or Joe.
That's a good joke, Donald. You should tell it to the biggest dude in your prison yard next month.
So you have to kill one of these assholes, but you can spare one, and they both can appear in a small side quest in Dragon Age 2. Sophia you fight as a mini-boss in the Wounded Coast, and Avernus will be seen coordinating with the Wardens in the Free Marches, where we can drink one of his new potions for a free skill point for Hawk.
So Avernus is the better option optimally, but you're siding with the demon. What gives Obama?
Just let me cook here, Donald.
Barack, you are letting the demon cook my nuggets, and they are pouring olive oil all over those bitches and burning the meal.
Interesting analogy, Donald, but Avernus seems pretty unfazed that we betrayed him, and looks like he's ready for the smoke. Oh, never mind.
Hey, why are you running? Why are you running?
He killed himself with his own fireball.
Easiest goddamn fight of my life. Time for the final fight and boss of the keep.
Gossamer strands only stand between this world and home.
Something tells me Sophia Demon would have got along great with Solus. Also a 4th Inquisition reference in this DLC. You may have a point, Barry.
Wait, hold on. Isn't that a Morrigan mirror?
Damn it, Donald's called a Luvian, not a Morrigan mirror.
So I noticed this earlier, and during Avernus's yapping session, I looked it up. I can't find any lore on why this would be here, so I think it is just set dressing like in the mage hideout. but the fact they used this to show the veil tear may be telling. Viewers let us know there is not a shred of lore on this thing, so everything would just be a flat guess.
So the final fight is some wave combat. I can't wait for this to be the entire gameplay in 2. I definitely think EA was testing wave combat in its DLCs to see if they could get away with it in a sequel.
You're probably right, good marketing test. Got to respect the hustle, even if I find wave combat boring. I'd even say this is a cinematic ending to the quest if we were fighting cooler enemies, or we had graphics equal to the N64.
Damn, these Ash Wraiths are actually giving you some problems, Barry.
I wouldn't say problems, Joe. More like they are just really tanky. We still have a Morrigan who has a plus like 60% cold damage, who just 2 shots any rage demon.
Hell yeah, that's my girl baby. She can Kona cold my Trump Tower anytime.
Phrasing, please.
Well, can you at least make sure my waifu doesn't die, please?
No worries, Joe. I'm still locked in. We really haven't had trouble with any fight today.
The last boss is seriously just another Desire Demon. This is the Circle Tower all over again. They really phoned in the combat for this DLC.
Time to kill our 10th stupid sexy demon.
Yeah, not the most original on the gameplay side, but the lore and loot drops make this well worth it to do.
God damn it, you filthy rat. Why did my wife die there?
You know, I actually don't know how she died. The Desire Demon didn't cast a spell, unless there was some tick damage going on. I swear this weird shit keeps happening during my episode. It's really weird.
The game probably saw you cheesing fights, Barry, and wanted to throw a little cheese of its own.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm sure an astute viewer could drop some math as to how she went down. Maybe she used the ability that didn't pop up on the screen.
This one has kept its word. Now this
I won't forget this betrayal anytime soon, Brobama.
Well, you can cope harder on your own time, Donald, because we finished the quest. Time to get this lore drop.
I fucking knew it. You just are fiending for unique dialogue again.
Good thing our strength and coercion are maxed out. We are guaranteed to get every intimidation check now without fail.
Okay, it makes sense. Now the rotting corpse has lore to drop that you're hard about.
It's important context for us and the viewers, too.
So wait, Sophia was Arlen's cousin. Does that mean Luvi and Alistair are related?
It's possible, but that many generations ago, it wouldn't really be noticeable genetically. Also, they could have been cousins by marriage instead.
How do we trust anything this demon is telling us is true, though?
What she's saying is more or less backed up by the codex entries around the fortress, as well as what Avernus was saying earlier. Realistically, Sophia was still doing the right thing. Arlen was a paranoid tyrant. However, she was doing the right thing for the wrong reasons. She wanted revenge and the crown for herself. An important lesson to learn in our own pursuit against Loghain.
Okay, we didn't bring you here for a therapy session. Barack, it's not that serious.
Livy and everyone definitely had the wrong idea about her great-grandmother. Glad we got that cleared up.
It's interesting that this demon still has the memories of Sophia. Normally, it's a toss-up if the possession just fully takes over the person or if there's fragments of the person left over.
Dragon Age possessions and origins at least seem to have the demon be in control, but sort of blend with the person they are possessing, usually amplifying the emotion the demon represents in the person. For example, here the hunger demon amplified Sophia's hunger for survival and freedom, and now those are the traits this new being represents.
We will see a more cookie-cutter example of this in Redcliffe next episode or two, where we can more clearly yap about it.
Ilk of this body. This one has nothing, only words lost.
Thanks for the lore drop, girl. Now give me the money you promised and we will be square.
Our business is at an end.
All right, have it your way then.
Oh, thank God, I was worried your liberal ass was about to let a demon out of here with her unique warden armor. I was about to snatch the damn keyboard from you, not going to lie.
I mean, if she gave me the money like I asked, we might have been cool.
Let's be real, the warden armor is the main reason people play this DLC at all. Not only is it one of the best designed armors, but its stats are top tier too. I think it's a no-brainer to slap it on Alistair.
Slap it on him till we get Kalian's armor? We got to manifest his future after all.
For the last fight, Sophia really got clapped up in 10 seconds flat. Once again, we proved we are top warden.
True. And now we have finished our second DLC story, boys. Now this is where the fun begins. We can get access to possibly one of the 2 best merchants in the game, Besides Gorham, if we are a dwarf noble, Levi not only is rich with top-tier runes and alchemical ingredients, but he will also upgrade any equipment we give him to top tier if it sits in his shop long enough. Also, best of all, we get the party storage locker to store any gear we don't want, but also don't want to sell.
Well, I'm glad we got to keep Duncan's word, and we got a new warden crib in the process.
It's a keep, not a crib, Joe.
If you ever want to talk again, I'll be here, and I'll have some of my wares to sell.
Looks like we're done here. A demonic invasion thwarted, a warden base safely rescued. We do good work.
Good, Yap. We also get the hidden treasure. Since you found all the codex entries, just gotta walk over to this portrait here. Recite the oath and boom, free gold and a low-tier sword.
Shadow Belt is pretty good on a dual-wield rogue, though. Anyways, peep this transition.
Good shit, Joe. So, huge credit to BioWare for changing the environment around Soldier's Peak by adding animals and removing the fog. They could have just as easily left the environment the same and just put people there, but they certainly went the extra mile in the camp design. Anyways, let's go, hit up Levi, and raid his shop.
Looks like Levy is going to give his family the fake news story, though. Honestly, I can't blame him. If believing their ancestor was a hero got them motivated to do their part and improve their grind set, I can't blame them, really.
Looks like they came to the same conclusion we did. Sophia did some messed up stuff for selfish reasons, but she was still trying to stop someone who was far worse.
I'm glad he found himself. Levy's a solid person. He gives us a nice home base and finds purpose despite not getting what he wanted out of this. One other thing to note is that this is one of the few maps with birds in them, which means that if you bring Shale, the birds will follow Shale around, being attracted to him since they think he is a statue. Again, a nice touch by BioWare.
I'm surprised the big girl doesn't just air this bitch out with all these birds.
One last thing, boys, and it's probably the other reason people do this DLC. The meteorite that Donald picked up in episode 5 can finally be used. Taking it to Michael and him alone, he can craft a star metal sword, either a two-hander or a one-handed sword. I know we use one-handers, but honestly, I plan on sticking with topsiders. Honor the rest of the game, I'm going with two-hander to give Ogren a good buff and damage.
Wasted a huge-ass opportunity, but whatever, I can't be too mad about a Uncle Ogren buff. Plus, can't lie, that sword is sexy as hell, and I'm glad my luck was rewarded.
Well, with that, we did everything in Soldier's Peak, and it's about time we sort through our inventory and make our way to the next main quest.
Hell yeah, get ready for me to tackle Red Cliff next episode. I know a few of you were waiting for this one.
Yeah, I will sort the inventory after I do my outro. Peep this hype sword as we close out, viewers. Thank you all so much for watching and making it to the end of the video. Don't forget to drop a like, to thumb my ass or whatever, as well as subscribe if you made it this far. It really helps us keep building a Dragon Age community, which helps push our editor towards making these videos.
Assemble, viewers, an amazing new arc arises around us.
Preach it, Donald. I, for one, am very excited to get to Red Cliff. Plenty of new lore drops and game choices to be had.
Looks like Donald needs to make a pit stop first.
I figured I would catch up with a few companions like last episode, starting with a brief rendezvous with my wife. Wait, what do you mean you don't want to see my Trump Tower performance?
I mentioned this earlier, Donald. Now that she is in love with you, she won't sleep with you until the dark ritual.
Oh, screw this bullshit. Let's just get to Red Cliff. I don't want to play anymore.
Bro's mood soured so hard he forgot about everyone else.
He takes his waifu devotion seriously, I guess.
Oh, goddammit, what nonsense did you Democrats sign me up for this time?
Just a quick Mages Collective side quest. Donald, they are trying to rat out a blood mage in the forest of Ferelden. We can persuade them or kill them.
Well, personally, I think we shouldn't be stopping these guys from doing an honorable Templar's work. But that being said, do they drop any good loot to make it worth my time?
So it's not really about the mages, it's all about the loot with you?
They have a unique ring, but other than that, just standard gear. It's really just extra experience if you fight them.
All right, screw that, you nerds pack up. I want the money, and I don't want Joe and Obama whining at me all episode. I'm tired of these Mage Collective ambushes that you two thrust onto me.
Damn, that dude's relatable. Got to get the experience grind somehow.
Definitely relatable protagonist energy.
Yeah, except for how fast he folded, but enough wasting energy on cowards onto the plot.
Look, can we
Props for remembering to bring Alistair here when we enter Red Cliff. Viewers, if you forget to bring him, this reveal doesn't come until you finish the Red Cliff quest line, and the Ashes questline.
I don't know.
Which for
I
us would be
doubt
the
it.
last thing before the
I'd
lands
like to
meet,
know
which would
for
cause
sure.
a huge
I told
load
you
of
before
narrative
how
whiplash.
Eamon raised me,
Pretty
right?
punishing,
That
but
my
all
mother was
signs
serving
should
at the
point to
castle
bringing
in
Alistair
Britain.
here anyway.
The reason
You're
he
missing
did
out
that
on a ton of
was
character moments
because-
otherwise.
If you are feeling renegade, you can
Because
tell him
my
to shut up and
father
press on without the yap.
I like how the game punishes you for that too. Redcliffe starting out good with the player agency.
Well, thanks for telling us you're heir to the throne months later, you royal
Yes, I guess
bastard.
it does it, that.
You know, this is actually
line
something that our Dwarven noble can relate to
would have
Alistair
told
about
you,
if
but-
you really think about it.
It never really meant
True,
anything
you would
to
think
me.
it would come up more in
I was
dialogue.
inconvenient.
Well, it's not like it could earlier since our big bro
they
kept it
kept me
from us
secret.
until now.
To be fair,
never
there
talked about
were
it to
very
anyone.
noticeable signs just
Everyone
from
who
the few
knew
conversations we
either
had with him.
resented me for it or they
It's
coddled
too
me.
bad he's so
Even
self-conscious
Duncan
about
kept me out
this.
of the fight
It
in
really
Basel.
was important information.
It is incredibly important, and Alistair is being way too optimistic at his position as not being heir. They told you there was no
You're
place
right.
on the
I
throne
should
because Kalian was still alive.
Brought me nothing
Now that
but
he's dead,
problems, to be honest.
all
But
those
anyway,
promises
that's it.
are off the
That's what I had
Theron
to tell you.
bloodlines,
I thought you
ruled
should
for
know about it.
centuries, as you just learned last week, bro. It's time to face the music.
Let's hope
Well, he's
not.
going to be dragging
The
into
son
his
of
role
Colin
kicking and
Grey
screaming,
Warden's boots.
though we
It
will
was
probably
made
put a
very
vote up
clear
when
to
we
me
reach the
early
lands
on that
meet.
there was
Also,
no
I forgot
room
to
for me
select the
raising any
option,
rebellions
but
or such
Logain is
nonsense.
super aware
And
of
that's
Alistair's
fine
relation
by
to
me.
Merrick, too.
Now,
Given
if there's an
Logain's
heir to be
indifference to
found,
Merrick's
it's
other
Earl
child,
Eamon
it doesn't
himself.
bode too well for Alistair's
He's not of
survival
royal
rate.
blood, but
I
he
mean,
is
Logain
Kaelin's
is a
uncle,
damn
and more
war criminal,
importantly,
you
very
simp.
popular with the
I'm
people.
sure killing your best
No.
friend's spawn is just
really
another
a
day on the
citizen.
job for that prick.
One of the few things I can't defend Logain on is his utter
there you have it.
disregard
Now
for
can we move
Merrick's
on?
children,
And I'll just
especially
pretend you
Kalian.
still think I'm
He was
some
completely
nobody
devoted to
who's
Merrick
too lucky to
and
die
would
with
die
us.
for him, no hesitation. But his kids, he could give less of a shit about.
The reason I think we have a chance of setting things right.
That line goes super hard. Reason number 25, Alistair is on top.
All right, peasant, move aside. Dwarven, Grey Warden nobility coming through here to talk to the lesser human nobility.
I think giving Donald Adekin status back was a huge mistake.
Thank God we aren't doing Human Noble. This is just how he would be role-playing every conversation.
Just getting into character, the viewers understand how important it is to roleplay. Anyway, looks like everyone got the message that a blight means the end of the world. So take me to your leader, Bozo.
So, how has your town been attacked by evil creatures up close, but you aren't able to describe them as walking dead?
Dude is more useless than a turn signal on a BMW. Please take us to someone competent.
Hearing the Arl might be dead, I'm surprised there isn't a cold option to be like, cool, if the Arl isn't here, I'm moving on.
Damn, that would be cold as hell. It wouldn't even be the most ruthless line in the series. I'm surprised they didn't include it, but I guess we got to hear them out at least.
Earl Eamon's brother. He's here.
It would be kind of funny, though. Anyways, peep that view, boys.
Damn, it's more crowded than an anime convention up in here.
Probably smells like one, too.
Oh, God, fa.
Cat got your tongue, Barry?
This is even more satisfying than I thought it would be.
He's doing tricks on it.
Oh, sorry, boys. There was a bee flying near me. I had to take care of that. Man, it sure is great to see a pivotal character like Tegan.
Barack, we are all sitting next to each other. Did you forget you're not in a Discord call?
Let's just move on, please.
We will get right on that after you clean yourself off.
It is you, isn't it? You're alive. This is wonderful news.
Still alive, yes. Though I'm just as surprised about that as you are, believe me.
Indeed. Logain would have us believe all Grey Wardens died along with my nephew, amongst other things.
Kinda crazy Tegan didn't recognize Alistair immediately, but I guess he has a lot going on. Also, Tegan has plenty of unique dialogue with a human noble. He will recognize your character, and a female human noble can even try to shack up with Tegan, though he will reject you.
Got to love the eye candy they give the girl gamers as well as the boys.
Yeah, I'm sure Barack is extra thankful for that himself.
Eat a dick, Donald. I'm not a horny gamer. I just have massive respect for Tegan and his position here. He immediately called out Logan after the Battle of Ostagar, and despite Redcliffe not being his home, he still stands up to defend it.
Surged from the castle. We drove them back, but many perished.
Tegan definitely has a good grind set. He's someone who isn't going to stand by when shit goes wrong, and it's probably why we see him so active in the Trespasser DLC.
That is one of the reasons. The other is the fact that ARL Eamon begins to take less and less of an active role in Redcliffe's rule in Tegan, becoming more popular with Redcliffe's people. After helping defend them, he begins to have influence in Redcliffe as a whole, not just one territory. This also elevates him to Ambassador of Orlais for the Ferelden people. Anyways, Donald, we have two paths in front of us. What's the moves?
Well, I'm glad I can finally make an important choice in this playthrough. I feel like you all have shafted me to combat and side quests. So I think it's only fair I play a more important role in the second half of this run.
Donald, quit your yapping. You got your romance choice. What's the decision?
As much as I want to be renegaded, rather be a beloved hero here and get the extra quests. Besides, I'm not a pussy who runs from a fight, so it's time to play some Left 4 Dead Redcliffe edition.
Props to Oberyn, who just wants to spin the block on anything he sees.
He's a simple man. He sees a problem, he fights it.
Thank God we have someone who can actually articulate what the hell we are fighting. That dude from earlier was useless. He couldn't even say they were corpses.
Education is important, kids stay in school.
Tegan is underselling himself here. When we see him later during the final battle, he puts in major work against the Darkspawn.
Tegan used to be devoted to dueling and jousting before he became a ban and settled down to noble duties. He used to go up to Starkhaven for tournaments and to visit some family in that area. He is a bit more worldly than other Ferelden nobles, which might explain why he eventually becomes the ambassador for Orlais.
Despite being worldly, Tegan ages harshly over the next 12 years. The job definitely gets to bro and his complexion.
You don't get to talk about aging poorly, you damn fossil.
So viewers, if you couldn't tell from earlier, there are two options for the first half of this quest. We can do the route Donald is doing, where we build up the Redcliffe militia and save the town, which gets us access to the proper town of Redcliffe, including merchants and additional side quests we wouldn't get otherwise. Or we can leave Redcliffe without fighting the undead horde, and the town will be destroyed and overrun by scavengers. Only Tegan will survive, and strangely enough, we can start the second half as normal, no matter which option we choose.
Okay, thanks for the yap, Obama. Anyways, viewers, if you remember my promise from episode 2, I promised to be a man of the people and return this dead guy's lockbox to his wife. Remember that during the election cycle, I keep my word always?
Donald, why did you glare directly at me when you said that?
Don't worry about it, Joe. You couldn't figure it out if you tried. I just hope you and the viewers are all excited about Dragon Age 2 in the future.
Donald, I still have my stand and a good right hook. I can tango, if that's how you want to play.
Name the place Sleepy.
It means a lot, Joe. Maker's blessings upon you.
Well, we better go check on the crying girl in the middle of the room. Always a classic RPG staple.
She kind of bad, definitely a smash.
Joe, you're just saying that because she has Leliana's hairstyle.
You know, I was just thinking she could use a color change first.
Joe, she has a kid brother and is giving orphan vibes. I'm pretty sure she's a teenager.
I said what I said, Barry. What are you going to do? Tell the authorities? I am the authorities.
Yeah, okay, you creepy bitch. Say that same shit during the impeachment trial.
Joe, you were never this bold till after you started your new meds. Since being president, you've been acting brand new. I'm not about the degenerate shit.
I'm going through what some of the kids might call a villain arc. The warden buff helps too. You have far less fear when you sleep with constant voices in your brain already. Anyways, go save the kid, Donald. We got to get the digits somehow.
I almost want to suplex the kid so your creepy ass can't get away with this, so let's just move on.
We just have to let this run its course, Donald. It's the best option.
Fine, but I can still give him shit the whole way through.
You were going to do that anyway.
Again, guys, couples counseling is vital, but moving on, here we have our mayor played by Robin Sachs, aka Zayed from Mass Effect 2.
Probably one of the most goated voice actors of all time, still not over his loss 10 years later. Rest in peace, Sachs.
Rest in peace. We can showcase Sachs a few times at Origins, thankfully. It's cool he can even voice the player character if you're playing a human. Thanks for the awesome memories, big guy.
Rest in peace, Sachs. Thank you as always for the memories. Well, passing the persuade check is important now that we have the restoration mod installed. There's actually a hidden morale system in Redcliffe that affects how well the militia fights. Doing the requests that Murdoch and Sir Perth give us increases their fighting capabilities, as well as changes the dialogue during the fight, since the mod is installed. Also, getting the tavern to serve free ale increases morale too. When Murdoch says the line that morale is as good as it could possibly be, When asked about it, that's when you know it's maxed out.
Oh, I intend to serve free ale. I have something fun planned for the tavern owner, too, from one shrewd businessman to another.
That sounded malicious as hell, but go off, Queen. Don't forget we have to go get the blacksmith and knights, too.
Not to mention there's a few other side quests we can tackle. Really, almost every building in Redcliffe is worth it to check out. Player agency is definitely the name of the game for this main quest.
Patience, boys. This village is our playground right now. First things first, since we are here, we might as well get this big lug his sword back, so let's hit up Dwin.
Good shit for remembering Donald, even though Sten isn't your favorite.
Well, y'all have done solids with Morrigan for me, so I'm just paying it forward.
Looks like no one's there.
He'll be courteous and give them a knock.
Nope, no one's home.
All right, I'm respecting your privacy by knocking, but asserting my authority as a warden by coming in anyway.
What's up, Brother Dwarf? Thanks for the invite.
He doesn't look too happy to see us.
You gonna do anything to stop us, bitch?
Yeah, at our level. I'm pretty sure our warden wouldn't need weapons to take him out.
Our little guy's conquerors hockey is all we need.
So a few facts about Dwin here, originally. He was going to be the main villain of the cut human commoner origin. In the origin, Dwin was a loan shark, and your family were farmers in Redcliffe who took a loan from Dwin. Likely, Dwin would have killed or threatened your family akin to Barat and Howe in their respective origins.
Damn so, you're telling me humans could have had 3 origins just like the elves do? We got severely gypped.
I'm sure you know why they cut it to Barry.
Right you are, Joe. The commoner origin was cut due to the story not fitting the tone of the game, as well as time constraints, it seems. The writers compared this origin to the story of Luke Skywalker going from a simple farmer but being called to action by the threat of a blight as well, the reveal of a chosen one prophecy, which would be weird if all the origins are supposed to be just as capable of being the warden but one gets a damn prophecy as the chosen one. Plus, the chosen one trope doesn't really fit in this game. The human commoner's dialogue for this origin can still be found in the game files, and as such there's a mod that restores this origin. However, it's still not a playable origin in this mod. If you selected a slideshow similar to the endgame slideshow plays showing the events of the origins.
Okay, if they did some chosen one nonsense, I'm kind of glad they cut it. It would make other origins feel like the wrong choice, plus I don't want to play any game with Donald, where he's the chosen special snowflake.
Oh please, I don't need a video game to know I'm the chosen one, bitch.
I honestly don't know which of us needs therapy more, but whatever. Another important thing to note about Dwin is his actual sword that he is wielding is pretty unique. It's apparently from Felhammer Teag that was lost during the first Blight. The Fellhammer house doesn't exist today, and its ancestors are all surface cast, and it's likely Dwin is a descendant from this house. The sword, while not great stat-wise, has the messy kills attribute, which is not a common attribute weapons have. Also, it shares the same model as Starfang, albeit not as cool since it doesn't glow.
Oh, so this dude is just one of those sword collectors that you were yapping about last episode then.
That checks out as to why he is Sten's sword too. It comes full circle.
My yapping always comes full circle. Good to see y'all catching on. Also good shit, getting the sword Donald.
Never a doubt, boys. Here you go, you big bitch. Now you don't need to have any more anxiety-fueled murder sprees.
Now we get the good ending with Sten, where he will return to his people, and upon his return, his renown will grow in Parvalen. Aiding the warden builds him plenty of clout among his people, and he is honored for his successful mission and eventually attains the rank of Arishok among his people.
Good work. Big Dog knew he had some leadership in him.
All of this is out of game, of course. In game, he will call us Kadan, which translates to where the heart lies.
Wait, hold on. Did I just do some kind of Kunari marriage proposal? Because I don't swing that way.
Kunari don't do romance, Donald. So, despite the translation, that's not what it means. It's more like a bromance comrade in arms type deal.
Sten loves his homies, confirmed.
All right, that's something I can get behind.
Heavy pause.
But viewers, don't forget to go to the general store and click on these oil barrels. This will let you set a fire trap, which makes the first wave of the fight even easier.
You got to go to the knights after you find the oil too, but we will get to that later.
Go away. This isn't your home.
A small human. I say burn it out.
Damn based as always, Sten. Please do burn it down so I don't have to deal with Sleepy Joe anymore.
Please, homie Sten, be a bro, and don't block me here.
Looks like he is coming out. Sten has that unintended max charisma. Wynn can also coax him out, grandma style. Otherwise, we have to coax him out ourselves. Anyways, Donald, I'm guessing you know about the sword here.
Yeah, I know about it. It's a cool-looking sword, but I don't really want to keep it since it's only tier 4. and it does bonus damage to beasts, which are some of the weakest enemies in this game. Like, oh boy, I can kill dogs slightly faster, finger my ass, and call me a elf.
I'm pretty sure that's not how the saying goes.
Funny you say that, Donald, because the blade has the appearance of an elven blade based on the shape and curve of the blade, which is strange because these kids are clearly human. So it's weird. They say it's their grandfather's blade.
Maybe they are half-elf Barry? Half-elves do tend to look fairly human-like and are almost indistinguishable from humans.
They are not listed as half-elf in the toolkit or wiki, so hard to say, but I guess it's possible. The other possibility is that their grandfather just found the blade in an ancient elven ruin and over time just claimed it as his own or told others it was his. There's also a timeline issue with his grandfather being a dragon slayer. Until about 30 years ago, dragons were thought to be extinct. We know from the Black Marsh dragons must have been around 100 years ago, but there was still a few decades before the Dragon Age where dragons were extinct.
If his grandfather was born close to 100 years ago, it's possible he was a dragon slayer, though.
That's true. We don't know the window where dragons were thought extinct. But this kid's grandfather would have had to be old compared to the average lifespan in Dragon Age, like born around 90 years ago or more. The other possibility is whoever wrote this dialogue made a mistake.
Okay, ladies, thanks for the yap. But we got the partially badass blade, and we have a few options. We can keep the blade and give them money for it, or we can pretend to use the blade in the battle, then give it to them so they get inspired. I'm gonna do that so that the kid becomes a badass adventurer in the future.
Good call, Donald. There's a few ways this can turn out, and it's important to note. This decision is in Dragon Age keep, so we might see this kid all grown up in Dreadwolf.
We have a better chance of Joe getting laid than that shit happening, but stay optimistic, Obama.
You should ask your mother if I have trouble getting laid, Lil D.
I can't hear you, Joe. I'm helping a different confused old man at the moment.
Man, that's 2 houses in a row we can break into.
If we break down 5 doors on our punch card, maybe we get a free dinner.
I'd rather not exert the energy if I can get him to open the door.
Misery.
This is just Ogren's natural state at this point.
Reminds me of home.
Somebody's been drinking.
Astute observation, Alistair.
So I'll let you in.
So do you have a lore manifesto on the town drunk too, Barack?
Not really, other than the fact it's kind of hard to keep this dude alive. The only way to keep him from committing not live is to accept his quest and then complete it by finding his daughter in the castle. We can kill him here or not find his daughter and tell him we couldn't find her, and we will find him hanging in his blacksmith shop with a note.
This game just loves referencing self-harm at every opportunity.
It's got to put the dark in dark fantasy somehow, Joe.
As dark as this outcome is, in terms of game mechanics, it is the most optimal since the new blacksmith that takes over at the end of this quest can sell the weapon Far Song, which is statistically the best bow in Origins. It's also the most expensive weapon in the game, costing 120 gold. But if you sell the Reaper's Cudgel, you still have plenty left over to buy the bow. So between that knowledge and easily missing his daughter during the Redcliffe Castle infiltration, I'm sure most players let this guy self-expire by the end of the Redcliffe mission.
Can't blame them. I just Googled that bow stats, they are actually insane.
Damn, you know it's tempting when even Paragon Sleepy Joe is considering it. The bow is tempting, but this feels kind of like getting the Sword of Aeons by killing your sister in Fable 1.
I mean, if I was playing a Warden Archer, this would be like a no-brainer. But as a father, I can relate to this guy on some level. Leliana already gets a really strong archer bow for doing her companion quest. She doesn't need to. I'm willing to part with it, though it hurts to say that.
No judgment here. I'm all about the role play. Reasons on decisions here, boys.
Bro does need to sober up and get his ass to work for the militia, though I'm not helping those that don't help themselves, kidnap daughter or no.
Bro should probably not just randomly bring up our race either. That comment felt kind of targeted.
Not good enough.
I don't even know why he did it, bro, as an alcoholic blacksmith. They should have re-rolled his race into a dwarf. It would have made perfect sense.
I feel like Dwarven Smiths are rare on the surface. Smith caste is a pretty good job, and they are imperative to the Dwarven military infrastructure. The only one I can think of is the unnamed Smith in Denerim that becomes Gorham's father-in-law.
Well, there was Dagna, but I guess she was still young. She didn't have a full career yet.
All right, boys, peep this shit. I am the hidden doormaster. There's free loot over to the right here that we can grab.
Good call, Donald. Yeah, viewers, don't forget to grab the free stuff. It's pretty low tier for our level to be useful. But if you are tackling Redcliffe first, it's definitely worthwhile.
I can't recommend doing Redcliffe first on my first ever playthrough on release. Alistair tricked me and told me to go here first, and I did. I spent 2 days trying to finish the night section to no avail. This game goes crazy hard when you're just starting out.
Sounds like a massive skill issue to me, Sleepy Joe. Imagine losing to base walkers.
Oh, right, I remember that. You were sleep-deprived, bent over your laptop. I thought we were losing in the Middle East with the way your face gave up. When you told me you were on your 46th try, I reloaded your save and marched your ass to the circle first myself.
And that was how I learned the gospel of Win.
So we have you to blame for Joe's massive mage simping Barack. I'm not surprised.
Speaking of who is this baddie here, perfect hair color, nice eyes, a pulse, this just spells Biden.
For once, I find myself agreeing with a Democrat. Bella is a true 10 out of 10, would tip her a Bitcoin.
So Donald, we can both agree, right? Smash.
Just don't tell the wife or waifu, Joe.
Oh God, I almost forgot how down horrendous you two are.
Barry, me, and Michelle are still mutuals. Do you want me to share this episode with her and see your Tegan reaction?
I will now respectfully dish out some lore and leave you two to it.
Score 1 for Team Degenerate.
So I mentioned a while ago that Shale and her quest used to take place in Redcliffe, as Wilhelm was historically a court mage of Redcliffe. Instead of Wilhelm's cellar, the tavern would be the primary spot for this quest, as you would need to purchase the control rod from Lloyd and then find the passphrase in Wilhelm's cottage, which would have been the building we see when we first enter the village before we reach the bridge. Shale, being a resident of Redcliffe, would recognize Bella here when we reanimate her, as apparently she had a lot of sex in front of Shale, thinking she was just a statue. Murdoch also had plenty of lore to dispense on Wilhelm.
Bella's based as hell for that.
Even big girl Shale can sit in the cuck chair.
Despite some of the revealing character interactions Shale would have offered, we definitely got the better outcome with Hanleaf and the Magic Dungeon.
They're not letting you have one last drink before you fight for your life. Unacceptable. Every real man deserves some liquid courage before they face the zombie apocalypse.
Let's go have a word with the manager, Karen style.
This does raise the morale, which improves how the militia fights even just a little, which means Dragon Age alcohol must work like Fallout alcohol in increasing stats.
Makes sense to me. I always have some scotch before my bench press session.
Donald, I know we all lie sometimes, but you have to make this a little more believable.
Well, let's see your moves here, Donald. Lots of ways this can go down.
There's only one option I'm accepting here, boys, and it's The Art of the Deal, penned and edited by yours truly.
Stranger to the village, I take it.
Here's a summary of step 1 for all you future grind setters watching. When the owner of the property is scared or distressed, he's more likely to sell to you and get a great deal.
Was that actually from your book? I'm surprised you read it or can even read at all without pictures, Donald.
Eat a dick, Joe. I wrote it because I am the most successful businessman in the world. Now I just have to flex my skills to Lloyd here.
Even with max coercion, I don't think any of the viewers bought that deception check, DT.
Now look here, big guy, you got 2 options. Give this tavern as a donation to my campaign, or I take you in the back rooms and mollywap you.
Did someone say the back rooms?
Joe, focus please. Donald is bullying people, not running from entities.
There's no need for any unpleasant.
Now, boys, this is how you produce what we businessmen call passive income. Now I get free profits, and this big guy keeps his life. Now, as the new CEO of Trump Taverns, give these hard-working boys some free beer.
Donald really is loving the role play today.
On one hand, it's good he's getting in the game, but on the other hand, the body count is going to rise significantly.
Only bodies rising are the ones that get in my way.
A few additional things about Lloyd here. You can change the outcome here a lot of ways, which fits the theme of player agency in Redcliffe. You can kill Lloyd outright and Bella takes over the tavern, where she will give the militia free ale. You can also force Lloyd into the militia yourself if you intimidate him. It's hard to keep him alive since he has no armor and weapons, so it's not recommended if you're going for the loot and XP bonus of keeping everyone alive. However, if you do keep him alive, he thanks you, saying you helped his reputation here, and he will give you a magical ring that gives increased strength at the cost of cunning.
Damn, I wish I knew that, but it's fine. I just wanted to own the place for passive income. Let's go check on this shifty elf over here.
Burrick himself isn't as interesting as how many ways you can bust him. Finding out his name from Lloyd or Bella causes his story to fall apart. Pickpocketing him can reveal his orders, and finally Zevran or Leliana recognizes him as a spy immediately based on his behavior, which makes sense. Zevran often did seductions and spy work during assassinations, and Leliana was obviously a bard who would do the same thing.
That's why my girl stays on top. Also, I always wish Burke had special dialogue with the city elf origin, like he was hired by Hal. So he must be from the Denerim alienage, which means a city elf warden would recognize him.
Good point, Joe. City Elf is in desperate need of more unique dialogue options, but maybe we will get to that in the near future.
This is the first sign that Howe or Loghain are responsible for the shit that went down in Redcliffe. I should probably kill him for working with that slimy shit-stain Howe, but I'm feeling generous, and we'll let him go if he fights some walkers with us.
I just thought I was serving the king and making a bit of coin on the side. You have to believe me.
Looks like Oghren wants all the smoke, though.
Oghren has beef with elves on principle. It's a callback to the early fantasy trope of dwarves and elves hating each other for no good reason. Early Dragon Age took a lot of inspiration from Lord of the Rings, after all.
Right, I'll do it.
Reason number 13, Uncle Oghren is based, honestly, I can't blame his beef with elves. Half the elves we meet in this game hate us or try to kill us.
Oh God, I wouldn't open that can of worms just yet. Let's just move on to the knights.
I always got weird vibes from Perth's first word out of his mouth, "If we are not human" is about our warden's race.
I agree it's a little sus, but bro, might genuinely just not want to offend someone, or get cancelled, both of which are valid.
Grey Warden it is then.
Hold on, how the hell is this guy wearing Kalian's armor? This random-ass knight has the armor of royalty before us of all people?
So his armor is Chevrolet armor, and its tier is dependent on our player level. If we came here earlier, it would be silver or red, but because we are considered high level at this point, it's at its max tier, which is the same gold design as Kalian's armor.
It still looks pretty crazy. I feel like it makes the king's armor less special to have this random NPC have it, even if it's not the exact same.
I ought to rip that shit off him, but we all have to work together for now.
Sir Perth can tell us a little more about the Urn of Sacred Ashes quest, but we already learned about it through Sir Donal and fake Waylon. He also has two quests for the fight, one being to tell him about the oil barrels in the shop for the fire trap, and the other being to grab some amulets of the Maker to increase morale.
Well, let's get him his Maker collectibles up in here.
Don't do it. Leliana's super against giving them the amulets.
Which I don't really get. Everyone should be allowed to reaffirm their beliefs their own way. You would think Leliana would respect that, considering she believes the Maker gave her a vision, despite that being sacrilegious as well.
Your basic bard is contradicting herself here, Joe.
If we wanted, we could ask for a blessing here from Mother Hannah. The only interesting thing about it is, several companions have unique animations for this section. Leliana will bow down in prayer. Sten will look around confused, and the dog will sit attentively.
Kind of cool, but I'm role-playing our guy as believing in the ancestors, not the Maker. He realistically wouldn't know what the Maker is for most of his life.
That's actually one of your more reasonable stances, Donald. I like it. Wish the game could lean harder in that direction.
So I'm noticing something kind of odd about Redcliffe's side quests here. There's multiple times you can flirt with NPCs, and even get kisses as rewards, which is sort of counteractive to how this game plays. It feels a little more horny than normal.
Oh shit, sorry guys, I didn't know you still had this room reserved. Oh hey, are you playing Dragon Age Origins, you know? I helped write Redcliffe, right?
Wow, what an incredibly forced cameo editor.
Donald, please.
Oh hey Bill, you really helped write Redcliffe. I had no idea you even knew about this game.
I needed a day job during Hillary's term of Secretary of State girl was getting on my nerves. I got a job with the creative team, and they started going over the Redcliffe Village choice and the consequences. I stood up from the table and said, why the hell should gamers care about your village? They started going over boring shit like morality, role-playing, experience, and new side quests. And I told them, no gamer is going to care about that. We need to offer them some eye candy and sex scenes. That's what the people want. So make every good-looking girl in the village bangable after saving the village.
Hell yeah.
They were cowards, though. So we compromised with kissing instead.
Bill, this was you? Why did you make this girl romanceable, though she's like a teenage orphan?
Don't be a bitch, Barack. If her age is on the clock, she can take
Jesus Christ. Bill, you're going to get us banned from YouTube. I can see why George doesn't let you play D&D with us. Please get out of here before this series gets canceled.
Whatever, I'll go hit up Lincoln's room for my naked sax session later, cowards.
All in favor of kicking Barack for Bill in this playthrough, say aye.
Aye.
Whatever good luck not having monetization and losing every single viewer who watches for my lore drops.
I'm sure we can make up for it with Bill's behind-the-scenes commentary also. Damn it, Donald, you're ruining our perfect Leliana affection over here.
Not my fault she wants to complain about playing optimally.
You're just being intolerant of her religious beliefs. Her feelings are valid.
Actually, Joe, she's being the intolerant one here. We already went through this. She can have admittedly opposing views on faith, but if someone else does it, she has a problem.
That's why she's doing your job on Lord dumping for you. Barry, you should be more thankful.
I am thankful for Leliana's Lord dumps, don't get me wrong, but I still have a problem with hypocrisy. Also, there's a contradiction with Seer Perth's story here that definitely is chalked up to a writing error. Early in the conversation, he says he came back to Redcliffe because he had heard strange rumors about the abandoned castle. Just now, though, when he was talking about the urn, he says, I only returned myself because I was passing by Redcliffe and heard the news of strange attacks. So like witches at Writers.
And just like that he had to reclimb on his lore throne.
I don't think we want to play that game Barack. If someone did the same continuity error with our writer, he would get cooked more than an egg on an Arizona sidewalk.
Eventually, perhaps.
Our viewers already do that, and our editor takes it with a smile. Honestly, you could learn something from him, Donald.
If I ever make a mistake, I will keep it in mind, but it's time for the final fight. Which, thank God for that, I think this may have been the longest stretch of conversations without combat for us in the entire series so far. My sword arm is getting flabby just sitting here.
That's not the only thing from the looks of it.
Don't think I didn't notice your ass drifting to sleep every other cutscene. Joe, don't high road me.
So I noticed you're not running a mage here, Donald. Kind of a risky move if you're trying to keep everyone alive for the experience and helmet reward.
I already know what you're talking about, Barack, and my response is that I have Shale with us, so let me cook here. Alistair is with us for roleplay reasons, and the B-tier bard is here for fire damage, since most of Morrigan's damage would be useless against the walkers anyway, since they are immune to cold. And if you think I'm using the annoying grandma, you're off your damn meds.
You of all people not using Morrigan is crazy. I'm here for it.
Shale's aura does buff the militia and makes the walkers slower, but not having even a heal spell is pretty crazy. One wrong step, and we lose the bonus. I guess you have beef with Wynn, but she trivializes this fight, especially if she has cleansing aura, which is one of the only ways to keep Lloyd alive.
That's the only way I finish this quest myself, but good luck, Donald.
Leaning back in my chair here, and I'm ready to lock in. Can't wait to add another boss counter to my tally. Here, Barack has almost caught up with me in boss kills, so I gotta put him back in place with at least one today.
Donald, you do realize there isn't...
Don't tell him, Barry, let him figure it out.
Were you two saying something? I'm over here admiring this cutscene. I feel like we haven't gotten a proper one in a while.
They're coming.
Oh no, it's a dust cloud, the fiercest of foes.
Someone ate the Suna no Mi?
So because we are using the fire trap, it's important to stop our party from advancing and aggro the undead to come to us.
2 steps ahead of you. It's why I brought the bard. I'm gonna plop Shale in the middle so the aura spreads out nice, and then just have them come to us. Since we upgraded our topsider's honor with 2 Grandmaster Cold Iron runes, our sword is going to cut through everything in this entire mission like butter. Truth be told, I'm kind of disappointed that the only combat I get this episode is going to be a cakewalk.
Topsider's honor is a goddamn crazy weapon. It's a shame you can't build OP beat sticks like this in future games.
Yeah, BioWare really took game balancing to a new level in 2 before starting to come around again in Inquisition with how strong the crafting system is in that game. Anyways, Donald, I know we are a bit late today, but we had so much lore to get through. We didn't get to go over a comment question yet. Do you have one prepped?
Didn't have one prepped, if I'm being honest. After 14 episodes, it gets more difficult to plan these. However, while just traveling all around town for 30 minutes, something did come to mind. Which Redcliffe village did you guys like more? The one in Origins or the time skip high definition Redcliffe village in Inquisition? Personally, for me, it's an easy clear for Inquisition's version of the village, even putting aside the next-gen graphics, which make the village actually look scenic as hell instead of a dirt hovel with a lake like in Origins, but they were actually able to pack the village with NPCs that make it feel like a robust village with a lot going on. The tavern in Redcliffe got a major upgrade as well, probably due to the increased economic wealth Redcliffe experienced after the 10-year time skip, and seeing the statue commemorating our warden's actions in saving the village is a great callback. Honestly, all the extra little details in Redcliffe really tie it all together more than the bare-bones basic village that is Origin's Redcliffe design.
Okay, honestly, that was a surprisingly good take, Donald. But just a L stance overall, if I'm being honest. Redcliffe from Origins has far more memorable NPCs that inhabit the village like Bella, Murdoch Owain, Dwinhelly Van Baven. Because of the ending slides, Redcliffe's only memorable NPCs in Inquisition is like Jimmy, who has the Lord Woolsey quest, where the ram is a demon, and maybe Connor. Where there's NPCs you can talk to, but most just offer Inquisition's assets. Their stories aren't that interesting. Overall, the whole village becomes victim to Inquisition's MMO quest style. You also have to consider not just the NPCs, but the emotional impact saving this town, and seeing it begin to return to life feels rewarding, and even if you don't care about the roleplay aspects, you still get rewarded mechanically through extra side quests. Also, for the finishing blow, you have more agency to shape Redcliffe in Origins. You can choose to save the village or abandon it and have it destroyed. Either choice leaves a noticeable lasting impact on the village. In Inquisition, nothing you do really affects the village in a meaningful way. Even abandoning it to the Venatori will still leave Redcliffe Village functioning normally.
Take Barak, did you even consider some people like that change in questing?
Yeah, it's the same TikTok victims that need Subway Surfers to watch TV now.
All right, boys, break it up, break it up. I guess I got to give my thoughts on the village to break this tie. Well, personally, I'm more so caught in the middle between the choices. I can see both sides. On one hand, we learned during Witch Hunt, if you hover over Redcliffe Village, it reveals that because of the RL and Tegan's rise in popularity, Redcliffe saw a economic rebirth that could rival Daenerys in the future. Inquisition does showcase Redcliffe as heavily populated grander, having more businesses. But on the other hand, original Redcliffe does have way more content, and Barry's right about having a personal connection through our choices. Here's my take, though, as much as having a bunch of romance options in Redcliffe tickles my pickle. I'm going to give it to the Inquisition version solely because the visual splendor and actual population boon feels like one of the only examples of continuous storytelling across the games. Also, I always side with you. Barry, it's time for a change.
Hell yeah, Sleepy. Welcome to the team, brother. Glad we can finally agree on something.
New Arc New Joe Double D, but I am sure we will be back to beefing momentarily.
Well, viewers, let us know which version of Redcliffe you prefer in the comments below. Our editor will read and respond to every comment as normal, and his favorite comment will be featured next episodes. He also looks for people who haven't been featured yet or new commenters, so if you're new here, you have a higher chance of the feature. Also, subscribe too. That doesn't change anything, but our editor's been working hard to get videos out faster and faster. So if you like this content, there's a better chance you'll be caught up on it. Now that I'm done whoring myself out to the viewers, Barak, mind sharing our featured comment from last episode?
Thanks for that, Donald. I feel like I haven't been able to feature anyone for a minute. Our featured comment comes from Sky Ranger, who said that they don't really mind side stories in the books, but took Joe's stance at not wanting them to be necessary, which was the most popular stance that people took, since most people don't want to feel forced into reading. Shout out to their Dragon Age Absolution recommendation too. That wasn't part of the question, but it is a dope mini-series that I would recommend any Dragon Age fan watch on Netflix. Thank you for your comment, Sky Ranger, and I can't wait to see your opinion on Redcliffe.
So we have been yapping for a while now. When does the boss, Undead or Abomination, show up? Feels like we have been in a loop.
All right, the battle is over. I guess we can tell him, Donald, this is the entire fight. There's no boss in this fight or in this quest.
God damn it.
No boss for you this episode, bozo.
So we cut ahead a little because the undead were all gone. But they still had us waiting an extra 2 minutes before we skipped to the next morning. But despite no boss fight, we saved the village, and Donald even did it deathless on Nightmare, with not a single healing spell. Good shit. DT.
I'm pissed off, but obviously our warden is built different, and we are a full-on man of the people, no doubt about it. Time to reap the item rewards, and Bella's sweet ass, the people's love.
Oh God, I should have known you were still on some horny shit. Well, the helmet is really good if we were earlier level, but as it is, we already have a better helmet equipped.
I was wondering if there was any in-game value to it. Oh well, the extra experience and roleplay reasons for the helmet are good enough for me.
If anyone dies during the night, Battle Mother Hannah here will mention their name and give them a small tribute.
I could pray with them, but as I already stated, our little guy doesn't swing that way.
Tegan stays being one of the most capable NPCs in this game, immediately getting down to business and pushing the advantage we created. Wish there were more characters like him, there would be far less problems that we would need to solve.
Ironically, even if you abandon Redcliffe, Tegan will be the only survivor, and he will head up to plan the castle infiltration regardless.
Even crazier is he will still say he owes his life to us and trust us with his life, despite us literally leaving him and everyone else to die.
Dude has some insane plot armor, though, somehow surviving the Redcliffe assault, whereas everyone else will be taken and killed. If you do abandon the village, this next section becomes a little more interesting and slightly more difficult. Every named NPC besides Dwin and Tegan will be killed and dragged back to the castle, where you will have to fight them as extra named undead.
So there's still some downside to not saving the village? I like that the game says if you're going to be a pussy, you're still going to have a harder time in the next dungeon.
Well, the other upside is all of the new side quests you can pick up. Speaking of which, Donald, make sure you go to the dock for the Mages Collective, and then grab the Chantry and Blackstone quests.
Fine, but only because it will mean you and Joe will get ganked during your episodes instead of me.
I know you're struggling to stay alive, so I understand Donald.
Oh, please, I blew through this entire fight deathless and carried a whole town on my back to victory.
Yeah, with a overpowered sword carrying you as well.
You saved us.
I would have been fine with the shitty orphan blade. Speaking of which, let's give it back to them. At least give them something good to have in their lives.
She just confirmed she is going to the orphanage too, and would be placed in a foster home. So yeah, weird as hell for a grown-ass warden to ask for a kiss.
It's just a kiss from a pretty girl, don't be lame, Barry.
If there's a way I can bring this up on the debate stand, I will.
Yeah, I won't be doing that. We've been bonding over this playthrough, and I don't want to wipe you too hard on the stand. Anyways, goodbye, beautiful. I got something special planned later for you in my own playthrough.
Joe creepy shit aside, you can't just not debate at all. There is etiquette to this game.
Yeah, well, we will see, won't we, for now on Big Chilling.
Well, we can say goodbye to the inappropriate waifu with the confidence that her brother will be a badass adventurer in the future. Now let's move on to a real NPC waifu, Bella.
Guess I can't stop you. She's age appropriate, and at least you're giving her something to help jumpstart her new life. Giving her the money has her start a pretty successful tavern in Denerim. Got to respect it. You can also have her work as Tegan's maid, though that is probably the least interesting of the two options. Also, don't forget to clear out Lloyd's stock. Now that you own the tavern, everything he has is free to you. You can also get some bonus silver.
Yeah, I'll get to that. But first, here's the scene.
So you're going to just cheat on Morgan?
It's just a little personal investment. What Goth Mommy doesn't know won't hurt her.
It's a canon event in all of his relationships, Joe. It can't be helped.
Satisfied big guy.
Not yet, but I can finish on my own time.
Jesus Christ, try not to gross out every viewer for one episode challenge impossible.
Well, now that you had your fun, can you pick me up Wynn and Morgan for next episode? Their dialogue is peak for the castle segment.
Sure, I've done all the dirty deeds I needed to do. Let's bring our main waifu back.
Damn, what a great view.
Yeah, even if Redcliffe is mostly dirt textures, that doesn't stop the castle view from being peak.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the castle.
Heavy pause.
No, I can't even.
Oh, hop off, I'm joking.
Something tells me you wouldn't want me to hop off Obama.
Oh, eat a dick.
And
no,
I couldn't
thank
abandon the people of the village. What if... Maker's breath.
She a runner, she a track star.
Tegan.
If Isolde has no haters, I'm dead.
She deserves the curb just for how she treated Alistair as a kid, but I can't fully blame her for Eamon being whipped into it.
Eamon was whipped into it, true, and they both deserve some flack, but Isolde starting beef with a teenage orphan still isn't a great look.
She gave in to rumors unsurprising from someone like her.
Alone. What? Who is this man, Tegan?
She said the line, boys, that's like the one thing everyone remembers. From her, those early memes still slap. I agree, Isolde isn't a great person, but she's more so a victim of society perspectives, rather than being a terrible person herself. She's still an idiot, but not a malicious one, if that makes sense. Even during childhood, Isolde kind of went with the flow. She came to Ferelden as a child during the Ferelden occupation, as her family was overseeing Redcliffe and dealing with rebellions. Despite being raised to think Fereldans were less than Orlesian, she still befriended Eamon, who was a rebel against her own family, and the bond they formed would lead to a relationship years later when they meet again.
That's cool, but she's still partially responsible for all of the bloodshed. She's still hiding shit now, so she isn't getting any pity from me.
I'm starting to worry about Joe doing this segment now.
I'm going to have to get Melania to heat up some popcorn for next episode. This should be the best live entertainment I've had since I left office.
All I will say is I will do what's fair for everyone in that castle.
Ominous.
This girl better back off our big bro here before we decide to pull up to her before the castle.
Now you're speaking my language, Donald.
So is there any reason why Isolde can't come clean about what's going on? Or why we didn't just use this hidden entrance yesterday? I feel like we are just delaying the inevitable outcome here. If Tegan gave us this passage yesterday, we could have killed all of the undead that were attacking the village anyway. And it would have been easier than having to save the villagers while fighting walkers.
I don't think Tegan expected our warden to be that built different. We could have done it, but I still don't think he would have believed we could.
I think Isolde can't share because of that menacing-looking guard over there is bewitched or possessed. Still, if she had some balls, she would have still tried to fill us in.
I almost forgot about Soldier Boy over there. He's so damn quiet. I guess she's worried Homie would snitch on her to the big bad demon.
The full truth would be a good start, girl.
I'm starting to wonder who wrote Redcliffe in Origins, because I'm starting to notice a lot of connections between the main quest in Origins and the main quest in Inquisition. Not only does Connor show back up if he survives this and reflects on all his actions that he helped cause in Redcliffe, but the tunnels we use also during this quest come back into play when the Inquisition infiltrates the castle.
There's no writing credits I could find, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out that some of the writers from Origins returned for In Hushed Whispers. Redcliffe did seem to have more lore consistency with Keep than most other areas or quests in the game.
Damn too bad we didn't bring Leliana here for this segment. It would have made sense from a lore perspective for her to go through these tunnels once during this quest, so it ties back when she suggests using the tunnels during Inquisition.
Good points, Joe, but I like to think everyone in camp and our party shares stories off screen, and that's how our party can react to events they were not physically aware of. It doesn't always stay consistent. Like, for example, Shale will have to ask what happened in the deep roads and can be tricked into believing the anvil was destroyed despite golems being a part of the army. But other times party members like Wynne and Leliana can hear about you defiling the urn of sacred ashes and will leave your party over your decision, so the party does talk about your actions even if they are not there.
That makes me feel a little better whenever we reach Inquisition then.
I'm surprised you didn't just take Leliana with you, Joe. She's not only your waifu, but she's our lockpicker.
Wynne and Morgan's dialogue is critical during the castle segment, and Alistair has a deep connection to Redcliffe, so he should be here too. Plus, unlike the anvil of the void, the castle is easier to explore, and we have to come back here a few times, so it will be easier to backtrack and loot later.
Well, looks like we are going to split up, gang. It will be easier to not have a fragile noble following us around the castle. Plus, it will mean Barack will be less distracted.
Perfect eye candy or no, you can still expect Big B to give you all plenty more lore drops next episode. Good job, Donald.
Next time, viewers, I'm going to fully save Redcliffe from these demon baddies, and then I will tackle Liana's personal quest and some Daenerys hijinks while I'm at it. So look forward to it, because it's going to be my most productive episode. Welcome back to MTV Cribs. No alliteration today, but we are over here visiting my boy Donald's new home for the next 2 years, looking nice and homey can't lie.
Damn, a straight fatality off the gate.
No, I will never go back. Oh, wait. Eat a dick, Joe. I will grind my way out with a small loan of a presidential pardon.
Donald, I am definitely not pardoning you. You made the supersized bed, you can sleep in it, but I will send you a Morgan plushie and prison big dog.
Oh, please, I can pardon myself after I clutch up in November sleepy anyways. Here's a dirty mage that doesn't have the circle to defend him. You already know how slow and fun this will end.
Yeah, if you were playing Donald, I'm sure you would find some way to violate the Geneva Convention, but I personally feel bad for him and want to give him a chance to do something right.
Feel bad for him? He's a blood mage who's working for Loghain, kicked off this whole catastrophe, and he's the worst origin story companion. And that's including Lesky and Saurus from the commoner origins.
Oh, you just poisoned the Arl, huh? Okay. But moving on, Donald Worst Companion is actually crazy. I know he betrays you, but Joanne is definitely a good-natured idiot, instead of outright malicious. He has a very childlike view on how the world works, and while he still made terrible choices, I can't outright hate him, because you can tell he doesn't think before he acts, and when he does, think he believes he can always make things right. Joe, you want to take it from here? You are our mage expert after all.
So Joan is the Circle Mage's best friend, unlike the Mage Warden. Joan is not a gifted mage, and felt like he could never complete the harrowing on his own. That childlike perspective probably wasn't helped, growing up sheltered in the Circle, but either way it was his major downfall, since he was easy to manipulate. Joanne turned to blood magic, or rather was approached by Uldred to be a part of his revolt, before Uldred betrayed him to keep his senior enchanter position, since he wasn't as powerful as Uldred believed. Joanne is yet another connection that proves Uldred and Loghain are working together, since Uldred probably helped set Joanne up with Loghain after Ostagar, and told Loghain just what to say to get him to go poison Aemon.
Bro really thought Loghain had the power to go over the Chantry and let Joan's blood magic crime be forgiven?
The robe is still a backstabbing bitch, though he tried to kill Aemon after the man let him in his home to tutor his son.
He deserves justice for that, but Robe is actually crazy from you, Donald.
Well, there was cut content that would have made Joanne undergo the rite of conscription and work off his crimes as a warden, same as Loghain.
Making a dude who can't even pass his harrowing a Grey Warden is actually insane.
I'd prefer that to the options we get, where we either send him to the Circle to be made tranquil or execute him ourselves.
We can also let him go and make him run away to be free. There was a cut-side quest where you could encounter him in a random encounter where he takes on a new identity helping refugees. You can find it by Dana Ducci, or you can install a restoration mod that adds it back into the game.
If you chose that option, I would genuinely flip this table over. So wait, can we go back to that revelation you dropped earlier, Obama, about Joan? I think it's insane that out of all the Origin companions, we got the backstabbing coward and weakling in the Wardens. Like, Loghain may be a coward, but at least he is a competent fighter.
That may genuinely be the nicest thing you or I say about Loghain, but more to your point, making Joanne a full-time companion would have given Circle Mage a crazy amount of dialogue, even more than they already have with Redcliffe, Broken Circle, and Wynn already. Not to mention, that means Joanne would have been included in the final Archdemon decision, as well as the Dark Ritual.
Oh, hell no, this cowardly bitch could have banged my wife and we left him unstabbed?
Well, it's okay, because the idea was scrapped very early on in development. Joanne was supposed to play a much larger role in the story, both in Redcliffe and beyond, but all that was lost to us now.
If Joanne was a companion that would put the Mage Origin to the absolute top tier, with special interaction, it might have actually made the Origin outclass. The other Origins, like To the Point players, might think, why should I play anything else?
It would still be even with my goated human noble, but I see your point.
I don't know. He is a blood mage.
Really good companion picks, all around Joe, Alistair, Wynn, and Morrigan, all have a mountain of special dialogue for this quest.
I do read a few of your notes from time to time, Barry. Still deciding on who to send into the Fade later, but I will get back to you on that one.
So I know he has good intention and wants to help, But I don't know if we can really consider anything Joan does as redeeming.
glad you think so.
He is trying to make up for hurting
So what
Eamon's
now?
family. But the only way he can do that
You're
is
letting me
sacrificing his wife
And what
with
then?
blood magic.
It's the thought that counts, Barry. I just want to give him one more chance to do something good
not
before
sure
he
that's a
dies
good
or is
idea.
made tranquil.
I'd like to help
Also,
out.
look, Morrigan
I'm not
approves
so
of
sure
letting
I
him
want to
out.
follow you into
Oh, I'm
danger.
sorry, Morrigan. I didn't realize I was a blind fool. Of course, you know what's best, my love.
I will
We
find
didn't
a
even
way
need
to
Jedi
fix
mind
this
tricks for
somehow.
that one.
Wow, great coordination, Joe. You're really impressing your fans with that one.
I'm sorry, Leliana. I know it's because I didn't bring you I'll Never Be Foolish again.
Bro got our warden knocked into La La Land.
The fights in here drop in difficulty like crazy, compared to the village siege portion, though. I suppose if we didn't save the village, these fights would be more of a roadblock.
I think we are just in our late game power spike at this point. Built different is a goddamn understatement.
True, but a stray mage could still wipe you. Donald, be careful. Also, hey, we found a lost waifu in the closet.
Girl is actually terrified to see you. Joe can't blame her. She's been running from corpses, and now a corpse finally opened the door.
Pretty crazy. She survived all the walkers. This long girl either has max luck or endurance.
She's smarter than half the main characters in The Walking Dead, except for her loud-ass scream, but still got to give her some credit.
Ugh, I hate this courtyard. This revenant comes out of nowhere. And it was my first time fighting one on my first playthrough. That thing pulled my mage warden to him faster than Scorpion and two-shot him.
Skill issue, Joe. Besides, weren't you yapping about how overpowered our sword is? Time to put your non-existent money where your mouth is?
As strong as revenants are, they aren't a match for us at our current build.
You got a point, Barry. Time to lock in right now.
One major update to our build is that we have our champion specialization fully upgraded. So our Warcry ability is incredibly powerful. Not only knocking everyone down in a wide circle, but debuffing their attack too.
Which means we can now run in, knock down, and debuff everyone, then clear house.
Late game Origins is so fun and broken.
There truly isn't anything as fun and as broken as Dragon Age Origins late game. While every entry in this series late game is powerful Origins and Awakening, cranked the overpowered mechanics to 11, thanks to how powerful crafting and runes are in this game.
I love it because you have to understand the mechanics and have a money grind set to get them. But honestly, I think Inquisition's late game power spike is more earned than Origins, even with that consideration.
On one hand, it's super fun, but on the other hand, it makes the ability to cheese most fights easy mode.
Viewers, let us know what you think.
Damn Tegan is showing his application to be put into Fortnite.
You do be sturdy with it, can't lie.
Barack, stop trying to appeal to the Gen Z crowd. They don't even make up the largest viewer rate.
Been checking our viewer demographics, have you, Donald?
You know, I am always on my grind set, Barack, that includes this channel.
Hey guys, we are kind of neglecting the plot here. This kid ain't acting right.
I blame violent video games and too many politically correct kid shows now.
What is it, Mother?
Well, personally, I blame social media. I'm going to show this at the next TikTok congressional meeting.
Literally a demon, you dumbasses, a desire one at that.
A desire demon approaching a preteen boy? Yeah, bro, was cooked the minute she came in.
Facts, if those things were real, this country and its secrets would be in trouble, is all I'm saying.
Presidents try to not be horny in dialogue, challenge impossible.
After last episode, all I can say is right back at you, Barack.
I beg you, don't hurt anyone.
Mother?
So Connor Demon seems pretty close to wanting to take out Isolde. I wonder if Connor specified keeping Isolde alive, or was it just keeping Eamon alive? If he didn't, I'm surprised she hasn't been taken out yet.
I like to think he did specify everyone in his family, but if not, she's probably being kept alive because Connor is still in there somewhere and doesn't want to kill his mom.
So we were saying something earlier, a few episodes ago, about how demons don't fully possess people. They tend to amplify the emotions in the persona that the demon represents. Well, your theory is proven right, Barry. We can see it clearly with Connor here.
Good shit bringing that back, Joe. A big reason I think like that is because of the conversation here. Connor talks about using Redcliffe's armies to conquer and rule, boldly stating he is in charge now and that it's his time to rule. Even making Tegan dance for him like a jester is all very juvenile. like a young boy's fantasy of how kings rule. This doesn't fully feel like the demon's plan on its own. Sure, the demon caused the attack on the village and the deaths, but a lot of their desires feel like Connor's being amplified by the demon.
In short, possession is goddamn terrifying.
Connor would agree, even 10 years later, bro is struggling with PTSD.
But when I support the Templars and preach the dangers of magic, I'm the problem.
It's more so your willingness to kill and lobotomize them. Donald, a lot of viewers were actually on your side during the Circle Tower, just not as intense.
Well, what you and so many viewers fail to realize is that tranquils are good for the economy as record keepers and enchanters.
Holy shit, can we go one episode, Donald, without you wanting to commit several war crimes on the mages?
Look, without Morrigan putting out there's no balance in my mood anymore. I've gone off the deep end.
Thankfully, by the time we reach Dragon Age 2, Donald will be more reset emotionally.
I wouldn't say that by any goddamn metric. I don't even get to see my goth mommy in 2. And we aren't romancing secondary mommy Isabella. Only reason I will even play that game with you two is I want to see how much I can get away with.
Well, that, and you love us, Donald.
I, in fact, still hate both of you, and I hope to reaffirm that very soon.
Bro is the biggest tsundere.
Yeah, whatever. Keep up the weeb shit. Well, it looks like the 10-year-old demon wants all the smoke still, so someone get me my belt.
No daddy, please.
Heavy pause.
The biggest pause? What the hell?
What did I say?
Okay, we are going to move past that. Well, moving back on track, we have sort of a mid-fight on our hand. Redcliffe might be my favorite main story quest of the first 5, but the combat, if you come here later, leaves a lot to be desired.
Nothing compares in gameplay difficulty to the deep roads. The sooner we accept that, the better. Even Joe can handle this.
I mean, I may not be struggling in this fight, but it feels good to fight something other than the walkers. If I don't see another one for the rest of the base game, it will be too soon. Also, I have a lot of new spells to play with in this fight, which is always fun. Maybe we shouldn't have brought the knights with us to make this easy fight easier, but I couldn't resist their reaction to Tegan dancing, honestly.
Yeah, seeing these combos we have now really makes me miss them in the later series. There's nothing more satisfying than shatters or grease fires.
Okay, Tegan tanking our hits and still getting up is a pretty good durability feat.
Not as crazy as Ogren's durability in the end slides of Awakening or most Mass Effect characters' durability, but the big guy did all right.
Isolde seems a bit too concerned with Tegan. Something you guys are hiding from Eamon, maybe?
I mean, they are family, but I have seen a few crazy fan theories that Isolde and Tegan may be having an affair. But there is not a scrap of evidence besides both of them being closer to age than Eamon.
Yes. I didn't tell you because I believed we could help him. I still do.
Joan came around the corner like he's a damn surprise guest on a daytime show.
He's no longer your son.
You! You did this to Connor!
I didn't summon
Okay,
any
I know we
demon.
don't like her,
told you.
but I could feel the
Please,
hate
if
for
you'll let
Joan
me
in that
help.
voice line props to her voice actor.
Damn, Joan, she got you there. Don't worry, I can guarantee he is not making it past next week, girl.
Good on you, Tegan, for bringing it back to her fault, too. Literally, both of you and Loghain all share the same slice of this shit pie.
Okay, Barack, Tegan is kind of based. I'm adding him to the homie love list. If your dumbass just followed the rules and sent Connor to mage school, we would have been fine. And we wouldn't have to play the Left 4 Dead Redcliffe mod.
There's a reason he's a well-respected Ferelden noble boys. Also, Eamon dying from killing the demon never comes up. After that one line of dialogue, I have an inkling the demon made Eamon worse, rather than better, even if he is alive.
Now we have that classic end of quest moral decision on us. There's always a lot of options to choose from.
If Veilguard doesn't have choices like this, I'm staging a riot on BioWare headquarters.
Valid on both points. Important to note, this is the only time we hear about Fade possession as opposed to physical possession. I'm wondering if it's because Connor is too young or weak to be made into a full abomination, so the demon had to go this route.
Either that or she fumbled hard during the deal process.
Damn tough choice we have here. On one hand, blood magic bad, but on the other hand, Isolde is the annoying asshole, and this would help bring some balance in the world.
You know it's bad when the human sacrifice is actually appealing.
Better than using the murder knife on a 10-year-old, I guess.
Okay, so I just had a thought. There is 11 people here, and Jalen says we need all the blood of one person. But if everyone donated a little blood, surely 11 of us could donate a non-fatal amount of blood to do the ritual.
Huh, I never thought about that.
Someone do some quick math to figure if he's bullshitting or not.
Okay, so there's about 5 to 6 quarts of blood in the human body. The average blood donation takes a little over half a quart. So if all 11 of us give that, we should have more than enough to do the ritual, albeit the mage running it would be lightheaded as hell.
When teachers said math is going to be used in everyday life, this is what they meant.
Too bad our little guy hits the gym too much to do math, so we don't know that.
Well, we don't need it anyway, since we have a much better option before us than Blood Drive Simulator.
It's why I brought Wynne, Morgan, and Alistair here. They all have the special dialogue to suggest the Circle Tower, which saves Connor, and I sold. Even though I don't care about her, Connor still deserves his mom, I guess.
Can I be honest? The Circle Tower is kind of a lame option. There's no downside to it, even if you haven't done the Circle Tower yet. You can do the whole quest, then bring them in Redcliffe with no consequence. Going to the Circle Tower should have triggered another attack that causes you to lose the town or some kind of cost, so there's no perfect ending.
Not everything has to be dark like that, Donald Jesus.
I kind of agree. I'm not always a fan of the perfect option being available. It ruins actual moral tests and debates like this when there's a clearly correct option. I will say they at least tried to make the best option earned, because you kind of have to go out of your way to do it, and if you fail to save the mages or side with the Templars, you are locked out of this option as Gregor tells you to fuck off, more or less.
So between losing the town by going to the tower, killing Connor, or doing the ritual, what's the right option?
Gun to my head, probably the ritual. Isolde is willing. Connor is innocent, and I buy the perspective. Blood magic is okay as long as you aren't summoning demons or mind-controlling people.
That's the opinion Alistair has too. He prefers the blood magic ritual to killing Connor. Speaking of, let's grab Big Bro's mommy amulet before we take our 25th trip to the Circle Tower.
Good point. We just have to fight a few tin men here first.
It does seem like a sensible choice.
This is a very classic D&D fight with animated objects summoned by magic. I wish more dungeons had these. It's always a cool use of magic.
Looks like the knights are ready to square up too, if only they were this helpful during the night assault last episode.
Damn, these suits of armor have low hit chance and a lot of CC. This is more annoying than I thought, even with the knights.
This and the Tegan fight are the first fights in this quest, not benefiting from Topsider's honor either, so we are on even terms with the enemy for once.
It's all for the Alistair approval, though, so I can't be too mad at this fight.
Hell yeah, Joe. I always liked this gift since it actually shows Eamon did care about Alistair to some degree. Like, even if he had to give him to the Chantry and he wasn't his biological kid, he still cared enough to understand his hurt and took the time to carefully repair his amulet to give back to him.
True, probably the only reason Alistair didn't get it back years ago was the fact he wouldn't talk to Eamon, or the fact the Grey Wardens recruited him before Eamon could repair and give the amulet back. Speaking of, I wonder if this is really Alistair's mother or just an amulet that someone told him was his mother's, since Alistair believes someone else is his mother, and the amulet doesn't feel like something Fiona would just have.
Probably not his actual mother's, but at the very least it's significant to him, so I'm glad he got it back and can have a better relationship with Eamon. Considering how the Landsmeet will play out, it would be a good idea to build a more solid relationship between Alistair and Eamon.
Granted, saving his life later should be all the relationship he needs, but sure, it can't hurt to put some icing on that cake. Well, we probably have a few important world encounters for Wynn's companion quest and the Chanter's board to get through before we can enter the Fade proper. So Joe, while we get the side stuff out of the way, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You bet I do, Barry. Ever since we watched the gameplay reveal for Veilguard, I have been more hyped than ever to play it. Let's say instead of new companions, you have to form a dream team of 9 party members from any of the previous games only. That includes Awakening Hell. Even one of the DLC companions, if you're feeling different, to tackle Veilguard. For my team, I got to give some love to the elves first.
Thanks again.
Meryl, Sarah, Talus, Fenris, and Valana are all on there. Can't really include Solace, for obvious reasons. And I don't want to include the elves like Sketch or Ariana, since I don't really know their capabilities. Then, of course, my girl Leliana has to join. After that, I guess I need some more muscle, so I would pick Aveline and Blackwall.
Your squad is trash. Fenris would tear apart every mage there in seconds.
Not when I'm a born leader. He won't, big dog.
Noticed you didn't include Zevran in the elf list, Joe.
Oh, I know. Fuck that guy.
All right then, Donald, you can go next. I still have to think about it.
With pleasure, so first off, I need my wife Morrigan with me, and that's the only mage I will need on this list. Next, give me all the big guys, Iron Bull, Shale, Alistair, Fenris, and Ogren. After that, I will take Nathaniel, Varric, and Isabella for some sarcasm and eye candy.
One mage in the whole game is crazy.
She's all I need, all right, Barack, lay your dudes on us.
Phrasing, please. But I have a theme for mine. I would make my squad up of people seeking redemption first. So let's go with Anders, Nathaniel, Zevran, Solace, Dorian, Sten, and Logain. All of them are people who were on the wrong path, but seeking something better. I think there could be a lot of good role play moments there, and it's something I could work with. After that, I would probably go with Sigrun and Cassandra, because those are my girls right there, and they add some muscle to the team.
Hilarious. I can't wait to see which member of the team stabs you in the kidneys first.
Well, all I will say is Team Elf for the win. But viewers, let us know your Dragon Age dream team in the comments below. Whether it be for roleplay reasons, personal preference, or just who you think the strongest team would be. We look forward to seeing all your suggestions. This should be a fun one. With the comment question, Ask Donald Mind, showing our featured comment from last episode.
Our featured comment comes from Daryl Walker, who sided with Obama and gave a vote towards Origins Red Cliff. Because of the thematic battle against the undead, I can get behind that, since I was the one who defended the village last episode. He also likes the idea that all the villagers united against the undead, including Lloyd, and that the NPCs in Red Cliff are top tier, which again, all three of us can get behind. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to see your dream team this episode.
Well, not too much story beats missed, but we did encounter the first random encounter to initiate Wynn's quest. Once you all see that scene where Wynn collapses after fighting some Darkspawn, you should go back to camp and confront her to start the next chain in the quest. I imagine you're going back to camp at some point, Joe, so we can tackle that later. But during next episode, I will finish up the rest of her quest, because it is rather complicated with all its triggers.
Sure thing, Barry, but I have to deal with this thing first, whatever the hell it is.
Apparently the thing has goddamn shadow clone jutsu. I wish more mages had unique quirks like this instead of the same teleport force shield bullshit that we fight in the later games.
Technically it's a demon, according to the toolkit. So I wonder if this is actually a demon of trickery, basically an early concept of what would be introduced in Inquisition, where they expanded from the 5 types of demons into almost any kind of emotion. There's a few demons such as Gaxkang that don't fit into the mold of the original 5 types. So it's likely that the trickster was another example of special demons.
Whatever the hell he is, he's a decently interesting boss that gives us 3 gold, a top tier mage boot, and another boss counter for me.
So now that we have all the robes in one room, when do we start airing this bitch out so we can get the Templars instead?
Donald, it's been like 2 months at this point. Can you get over the fact that this is our army choice?
I will get over it the second they stop breathing the same air as me with their dirty robe breath and stop summoning demons as soon as they are moderately inconvenienced.
I'm keeping hope alive. Anyway, Joe, who are you going to choose to go into the Fade? We technically have 4 choices, though on Nightmare I can't recommend 2 of them. We can do Morrigan, Wynn, Joanne, or with a persuasion check, we can do Irving. Though if we pick Irving or Joan, we won't have access to our inventory, so they will only have basic robes and a staff, no jewelry or potions.
Yeah, that sounds annoying as hell to do on Nightmare. It sucks because I wanted to use Jowan for narrative purposes, since this would really be his shot at redemption and saving Connor. But I know his move list is ass as well as his items. If we were playing on normal, I'd still do it, but on Nightmare I gotta pick someone in the squad.
The obvious choice is our wife. She can one-shot everything in the Fade sequence, and she's the only thing hot enough to beat the Desire Demon.
Donald Morrigan disapproves if you send her into the Fade.
Wait, I changed my mind. Morrigan is the idiotic choice. Who the hell would send her there? Absolutely do not do that.
Way ahead of you, Lil D. I'm going to do Grandma Wynn to clear out the demon baddie.
So are we going to ignore the obvious joke that Joe, of all people, is going into a child's dreams? I'm pretty sure he is the least qualified person to do so.
Donald, seriously, where the hell did you get this idea that I'm some kind of criminal? I admit I might be a degenerate, but I'm also a father. I have my limits, so where the hell did you get the idea that I do not?
Well, you see, Joe, it came from where I store all my greatest ideas, my nuts.
All right then, Donald, keep that energy up, I suppose. Anyway, here's the Jarl Eamon. I'll have to use Wynn's max charisma build to calm him down.
Wynn and Irving can essentially auto-calm Eamon down, which makes sense. They have both been teachers for decades. Morrigan and Joan automatically fail, whereas our mage warden has to pick the correct order of dialogue to calm him down, though as far as I'm aware, there is no benefit to doing so.
Well, we have a lot of solo combat to get through. I'm surprised people don't complain about this segment nearly as much as the Circle Tower fade sequence. They both have the annoying fade tint.
To be fair, this whole segment will take about 6 minutes, while the Circle Tower fade took us almost the entire episode to finish.
I found Connor, but why do I hear boss music?
Bro's about to tweak out.
Fun fact, this animation is the same as if you confront Connor in Redcliffe Castle. Someone must have been really proud of it.
Smash.
I hate you both.
Well, we're going to have a few rounds of this, so we might as well get comfortable. Barry, you have any lore on Redcliffe you can dish out while we wait?
Well, Eamon had a pretty interesting childhood, both personally and historically, since he was born around the Ferelden occupation, and even fought alongside Merrick and Loghain. This helped form a bond between him and Merrick, akin to King Endrin and Harrowmont from Orzammar, where Eamon was a trusted advisor, which explains why he was trusted to raise Alistair as well. Personally, however, his childhood must have been interesting, as his father was apparently openly bisexual and had a poly relationship with a man alongside his wife. This other man was a second father to Eamon and just so happened to be called Connor.
So wait, Eamon named his firstborn son after his dad's boyfriend?
Pretty much. He also named a fort after him.
Got to love that for him. Go off, big guy.
I think we can say Eamon is one of the characters of all time.
All right, well, we made it to the final boss after enough hijinks, and goddamn. Boys, I think I might fold here.
Can't blame you, Joe. Is it too late to side with the demon? She got that thing on her.
Wynn is jumping the gun on that lore drop about her. But yes, you two horny bastards, we are too late. We can't side with the demon. As anyone but our warden, if we are a mage ourselves, this can play out differently, and we can trade Connor's life in exchange for a boon, which includes companion approval, a bonus skill point, sex, or the blood mage specialization, which was the only way to get the specialization in the base game of Origins.
If I was a mage, Connor would be sold out for the demonacy.
Common Joel, you can also intimidate her with max coercion to get a reward and leave with her life if you got the art of the deal.
Intimidation to get some demon tail is crazy.
So like this demon not having boss health is pretty crazy. It literally has stages, a healing mechanic, and a broader spell list than other Desire demons having fire, electricity, glyph, and hex spells that other Desire demons don't have. And it's the last fight of the Redcliffe quest line, but it still doesn't have boss health, so we can count it.
That's a good point, Joe. This fight is definitely more unique than the average mini-boss, and it is the final fight of the main quest. What makes it even worse is she has boss health if you fight her outside of the Fade by killing Connor, and that fight has wave combat, making it one of the more difficult bosses in the game.
Damn, Barry, you really killed Connor.
I'm a seasoned player, Joe. I have seen all there is to see in this game.
While that yapping was nice, it doesn't change the fact that this stupid, sexy demon doesn't have a boss health bar, so it doesn't count Joe. You'll have to earn your tallies the old-fashioned way.
Honestly, it's kind of a gray area. On one hand, it doesn't have a boss health bar, but on the other hand, it is a unique fight. And unlike the spinning heads, it's supposed to be the final fight of the quest. Maybe we should put it to a viewer vote.
Sounds good. May the best president win, big guy.
Best president already won on facts alone, but your liberal ass wants to convey your feelings on what a boss should be, like that changes anything.
Careful Donald talk like that will summon Shenbapiro.
Well, I guess our little guy wants to see how fast people burn because there's no way he cares enough about Andraste to respectfully watch a Viking funeral.
Notice the fact Connor is here to watch all the bodies he killed be burned one by one. I've heard of Catholic guilt, but I think this might not be the best thing for the dude's psyche.
Hey, a little dead body's never hurt anyone.
Tegan looks stressed as hell.
I don't think the big guy has really slept much since the Red Cliff attacks. He's been having to handle everything solo.
Poor guy, maybe I can...
Pause.
Heavy pause.
I didn't even finish my sentence.
You didn't have to.
Well, Connor can't be doing too bad. He's running around playing like normal, and he can't remember anything that happened.
He might not remember, but seeing those bodies and finding out what he did over time causes a lot of mage guilt to develop within him. So much so that he votes against the Ferelden Circle Rebellion and Inquisition. Also, he was supposed to appear in Dragon Age 2 if we kept him alive and didn't keep him from a demon.
I've literally never heard of that. Why would Connor be in Dragon Age 2 if he is a mage in Ferelden Circle?
Apparently, Connor was considered a high-risk mage and was transferred to Kirkwall to be more heavily monitored. We would meet Connor in the gallows along with Tegan, where we could help him escape by bribing or killing some Templars, or we could leave him to his fate.
Well, I'd rather have traumatized Connor back in Redcliffe in Inquisition than a simple side quest where we break him out in two.
Hope the kid enjoys his last days in the castle because he's about to go to maximum security Hogwarts by the end of the month once Daddy gets out of his coma.
I'm going to put Jowan out of his misery.
Wait, hold on for once. I agree with Isolde and Sleepy Joe. What is going on here?
Well, since we don't have the option to make him a warden, our options now are execution or sending him back to the Circle where, as a convicted blood mage, they will make him tranquil and torture him, so Joe is giving him a little mercy.
Never mind, give him to the Templars.
Not giving you the chance, Donald M. taking care of him.
Moving on to that, what the hell is the deal with Aemon's poisoning? Like, what exactly is going on here? It's a poison that doesn't kill him, but is also incurable by all forms of healing and herbalism. What kind of secret poison did Loghain cook up?
Maybe the demon interfering caused Aemon to get worse? Like maybe he was ill beforehand, but it would have improved over time, but the demon shut him into a fade coma.
That's a nice theory, Joe. But they are talking about his illness, like he was unresponsive even before Connor made the deal. And that is why Isolde fucked over Redcliffe by sending 90% of her knights out on the Urn Quest. So I don't think it's accurate.
All right, time to bring back a call back. Welcome to the Railroad Boys Choo Choo. The writers wanted to talk about their pseudo-Christian organization for a bit and have us fight an actual dragon, so here we are.
Unfortunately, you are 100% right with that, Donald, because this poison doesn't make any damn sense.
Well, I guess we can't give them an update on how Brother Genitivi is missing and his home had a crazy cultist and a dead body, or even that we know where he is right now. That's surprising because there's so many other quests in this game where we can update them on major story beats. Well, we got everything we needed from Redcliffe Castle viewers. All that's left is to deal with Jowan. Honestly, even if he is lacking in smarts, I feel pretty bad for the guy. I think he really did love Lily and wanted to settle down with her, but made every poor decision along the way, and that's what ultimately led up to this moment.
Rest in peace, guy. You could have been an interesting addition to the squad. And if you hadn't been manipulated by Loghain and Uldred, you could have had a happy life with your girlfriend.
2 out of 10, death is too good for a filthy blood mage.
What about Morgan, Donald?
She's hot. She doesn't count Joseph.
As long as you admit it.
Time to end this. Very well.
I think that might be the only decision in the game that both Morgan and Alistair disapprove on.
Now that we're back at the camp, I want to talk about what happened.
Our big bro Alistair is here to glaze us up a little. Even if I think the best ending is lame, I'm happy we could give him a little bit of hope among all the loss he's had.
It's a massive approval boost if you use the Circle Tower to save Connor. Otherwise, you will get massive disapproval for using Jowan's ritual or killing Connor.
Well, you can gain some approval by doing Jowan's ritual. He can be convinced that sacrificing Isolde to save Connor was a fair decision. But still, we definitely got the best ending. And we have Alistair's friendship.
Good.
Let's go check in on how homie Sten is doing.
Oh God, we are checking on this big lug. Are we seriously going to have a therapy session with every single companion again?
First off, Donald, I think almost all the viewers want us to go through each companion's arc. Secondly, I think you'll find we are slowly wrapping up each companion. We won't have too many moments left with the party anymore. Plus, this Sten lore drop is good. This is the first reveal that the Qunari plan to conquer all of Thedas one day.
I did not take Sten seriously on this until we reached Dragon Age 2, to be honest. As soon as I saw how quickly the Kunari took over the city, every game since has left me on edge for when these guys invade.
With all the new Veilguard news at the time of this video, we still haven't heard much about the Kunari yet. We know we are getting a Kunari companion, but I wonder if the Kunari and Tevinter war will boil over in this game to the rest of the world, or it will be pushed to the side with all the Dreadwolf stuff.
Well, they did say we are going to explore more places than ever before. So seeing Sahiron or Parvalan is realistic. But I'm making a sweeping declaration now. If there's a choice to side with Tevinter or the Kunari in the war, I'm giving the W to the Horn guys, not the Society of Blood Mage Slavers all in favor.
It depends how much influence Dorian has in Tevinter, honestly, but I can get behind that.
I'm giving a hard no to that. I would rather have Tevinter mind their own business than the Kunar who actively want to conquer everything.
I knew us agreeing wouldn't last forever, Sleepy. Of course you want to side with the Blood Mage Society. I bet you're going to forgive their college loans too, you goddamn Democrat.
Okay, we are going to move on. Now that's enough Sten for now. Let's check on Uncle Oghren.
That's something I can get behind. I don't know why Bro is giving us such a piss-poor attitude, though.
Bro hasn't had enough happy juice today. My dad was the same way. It's okay, boys. We just have to make a beer run before he stomps on all my toys and calls me a bitch.
Joe, are you okay?
Of course, Barry, I am fine. What the hell are we doing here, though? I thought we were in the Fade.
Jesus Christ, has this bastard been dissociating for the last 10 minutes? I'm not even surprised, Joe. Just lock back into your pink Barbie laptop. You still have 20 minutes of this episode left.
Okay, but what were we doing?
We are talking to the squad. Let's just move on from Oghren. He is still masking his true feelings about missing Orzammar and Branka, saying he doesn't miss them, despite that being all he has known for his 40 years of life. Anyone who lost their family and status in society would feel shitty. Oghren, you're not fooling anyone.
Once we hook Bro up with his girl, he will open up and we can even share a drink with him, so we can look forward to that.
Well, he will be more open with us, true, but I don't think that's going to help him move on from Branka.
Despite the toxic relationship, Branka was really all Oghren knew, and it went horrible. It's understandable.
Look, getting some short stack might not solve all your problems, but it's a great band-aid.
Intertwined on the floor of the deep roads. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the tent for a moment. Excuse me.
Oh God, here comes the conversation with Wynne that makes everyone hate her.
I'm about to box this grandma out if she starts talking about my Morrigan.
I was trying to talk about her passing out and almost dying on the road this episode, but I guess she would rather talk about our relationship status like some aunt at a family gathering.
Unfortunately, it has to be a confrontation when we first enter camp. And Alistair's priority shot up above Wynne's, I suppose. It's a flaw in how they designed the confrontation. We can either leave camp, travel somewhere, and come back, or we can tackle it next episode.
I'll just let you handle it, Barry. I still have some side stuff in Daenerys I want to handle, and of course, Lelianas' quest.
This dementia victim needs to learn that I am fully okay with a goth girl using me, and I can be used by her and still kick the ass of everything standing in my way. Holy shit. I think Wynne just shot up to the bottom of my companion ranking, and that means she somehow beat out Sten and the Bard.
Let's just move on. I think Donald is about to burst a blood vessel.
The only thing I am going to be bursting is Wynne's face into a nearby Daenerys curb. She can join the egg there in the fall on God.
So I'm going to try to wrap up things in the market. Starting with the Slim Coldry crime wave, in order for this to appear, your warden has to have at least 1 point in the pickpocketing skill tree, or if you're a rogue, 1 point in the stealth skill tree.
Do we really have to help this guy? I have enough legal problems without dragging our warden into petty crime.
It has a small amount of significance in Dragon Age Awakening, so I would rather do the quests, plus they are worth a lot of money. We have a choice between pickpocket quests and stealth quests. The pickpocket quests are far more interesting to do, as some of the stealth ones just have you busting into a place and killing everyone.
That's the one I'm going to do. There are some fun options we can have in some of them.
Our Dwarven nobility warden is really stooping down to a life of crime.
Hey, if the Dova King can become the leader of the Thieves Guild, why not our little guy too? Honestly, I'm more so just surprised that it's petty crime we are doing. With how our guy is built, we should be walking into noble houses and boxing our way to the valuables.
Well, that will come up later with how, believe me. Also, I looked it up. These things give pretty good money, but do we really need to take everything that's nailed down still? We have almost all our late game items now. Don't get me wrong, I'm addicted to the grind too, but what do we need it for?
Next episode, we are going to be hitting up the Dalish camp with certainty. So we are going to spend almost 100 gold on crafting materials and the skill tunes. So yes, we do need that much. Also, before we finish the main story, I want a good nest egg for Awakening so we can fully deck out our party in new gear and new runes. I know we talked about our Awakening nest egg earlier, but it's about time we fully implement it since it will be happening soon.
Guess it doesn't hurt for our little guy to be fully stacked up.
One other interesting thing about Slim here, he is apparently a half-elf and lives in the alienage in Denerim. This is another example of how, even though half-elves look human, they are still segregated to the alienages due to elven prejudices.
Wait, if this guy lives in the alien age, why don't we meet him in the city elf origin?
Good question, Joe. I don't even think there's any unique dialogue for a city elf either. The only reason he lives in the alienage is for flavor and to give him a reason to hate nobility.
Given the unspeakable shit that happens in the city elf origin, I can't say I blame him.
None of us fought to play city elf either. I like how we all agreed to just avoid it.
It's one of the weaker origins in terms of interactions, and despite the role-play options to play a more ruthless character, I felt like it would be a pretty bleak way to start this series.
Fair take, Barry. Well, while we are here, we also have to give the Red Jenny painting to Sarah.
It's not confirmed that it's Sarah, but she does say she lived in Denerim during the Blight and she was a child, and we hear a child laughing behind the door, so it would make sense.
My headcanon is that it is, and nothing can stop me. I live for those kind of tie-ins.
Thank God Sarah doesn't swing that way, so you won't be as aggressively horny for her as you will be for Meryl in the next game.
Speaking of aggressively horny, let's go hit our next mark, shall we? Nothing suspicious to see here, just a normal cutscene with a perfectly normal way to get the sword.
Oh, Lord Joe, are you actually going to do what I think you're going to do?
Wait, I have never done this quest before. Why does this girl look familiar? Obama, is there any lore here?
You probably remember her from a certain YouTube video that got 2 million views, Donald. But if you don't remember what it was from, you will shortly.
Max coercion has its perks.
She keeps calling us a commoner. I feel like we should drop that we are a goddamn noble and probably outrank her on the importance scale.
Don't worry about her, Donald. She will get her just desserts in a moment.
Degeneracy aside, I have to applaud this quest. For the amount of options, you can resolve it. You can use 3 different speech paths to get the sword, or you can just use pickpocketing.
Dragon Age Origins really thought about player agency in almost every decision. Sure, there's some side quests that might be linear or straightforward, but there's so many good quests in between that you would be pressed to remember them.
We can only hope Veilguard has deeper choices than what they have shown already. Nice. Damn, maybe Crime Wave isn't a bad quest line after all. Good one, Joe.
Thanks, Double D. Let's see what other mischief we can get into.
Bless you, stranger. Bless you.
Why is every Denerim side quest either incredibly illegal or literally Law and Order Simulator? There's no morally neutral quest here.
I don't know, but this dude's quest line has some impact on the Landsmeet quest line, so we might as well take care of this.
Did we seriously just escalate from petty crime to contract assassination? We seriously are just playing Skyrim at this point.
Not far off. Albeit these quests aren't going to be nearly as interesting as Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood, they are still really easy, so I can wipe off the first few next episode.
This guy is using the same logic Thane uses in Mass Effect 2 on the assassin mindset. I wonder if that is where they get it from. Also, Donald, the first contract is some of Howe's henchmen. I'm sure you can get down with that.
Never mind, good sir. We will carry on with your cell-phone business and assist your grind.
It looks like next to Morrigan's opinion, the second best way to get Donald to do something is anything that fucks with Hal.
Can't blame him there. How is at the top of most people's shit list might be the top villain, honestly, in terms of player hatred. Also, despite what this crow says, there is no assistance he offers with the hit Logain put out, and there's no further information about future job opportunities the crows can offer. In fact, helping him here doesn't stop the crows from screwing with us multiple times in Awakening. So there's no lore reasons to help him. But this does give us an extra boost in the Landsmeet just in case, so we might as well.
The crows might be scumbags, but they never stop the grind, I can give them that. I still will have to kill them all later for stealing vigilance, but I still respect them for it.
Maybe we can get some get back for vigilance in Veilguard, since I would bet my left nut we are going to hit up Antiva City at some point in that game anyway. Last bit of side quests before I help my girl get some vengeance on her ex. Let's see what jobs the guard sergeant has for us.
Hell moves Joe.
This guy is the definition of they don't pay me enough to care. Most of the guards he has are soft nobles, who are too scared and green to fight in Ostagar, or housemen who are worse than criminals. And there's nothing in between. I mean, he literally has a wanted poster of us in his possession, and he can't be bothered to arrest us or care.
Yeah, hang on. That's the second time since we walked in here that someone mentioned a wanted poster. How did Loghain remember our appearance well enough to make an accurate wanted poster, and what is our bounty?
Very cultured One Piece reference, but honestly that means Loghain memorized our face, then sat down with the sketch artist for a few hours to make the poster. Which is crazy, he is thinking about us that hard.
I got nothing on that one, but he wants us to kick some scrubs out of the Pearl, so I will handle that next time, and even meet a very important future companion.
Oh God, my pirate queen, thank you, Lord Sandal, for this gift from above.
I will bring some towels while we are here too.
So we have one more crime wave quest to complete for now. But while I finish it, I have a quick yap to get through. So these crime wave quests fit Origins really well and add some more interaction to the city of Denerim. But I feel like the game that fits a Thieves Guild quest line like Crime Wave is Dragon Age 2. I mean, we see pickpocketers, smugglers, and even the Cutthroat Merchants Guild in Kirkwall, but there's no pickpocketing skill line or out-of-combat stealth. Not to mention the game takes place in a large city over the course of 10 years, which would offer the chance to build up a small, unnoticeable Thieves Guild to rise into a real criminal organization. I feel like quests like this could have really offered creative ways to interact with Kirkwall.
Holy crap, Joe, that was some Harvard-level yapping. I don't know whether to be skeptical or impressed.
Yeah, you cooked a goddamn gourmet meal with that one, Joe. One of the hidden mechanics of this game is if you fail pickpocketing someone in a major settlement, they could attack you in a random encounter in the world map. This is something they teach you as early as Ostagar with Duncan. If you pickpocket someone in camp, Duncan will confront you and tell you to be careful with your skills, but not judge you since Duncan was a pickpocket himself. It's really unfortunate Dragon Age 2 scrapped skill trees because pickpocketing in a city that you reside in for years could have had tons of interaction.
Varric and Isabella could have been great heist companions to bring with you too, but Dragon Age 2's development cycle was shorter than Joe's awake hours, so that was never going to happen.
Yeah, I can already tell that will be a heavy theme of our Dragon Age 2 run. Honestly, I think if we get to Dragon Age 2, we're going to have episodes where we will theory craft improvements like that, since we might run out of conversation topics, since there's only so much lore we can squeeze out of 2.
Well, we did everything we could with Crime Wave quests, but we will get one more when we hit the Lands Meet portion, so we have one more money-making opportunity in the future.
True, we've done all we can for now. Good shit, Joe. We wrapped up the Crime Wave quest in good time, so it's time to make our way to Marjolaine's house.
I served up plenty of good strikes for you with the side quests next episode, Barry, so let's go make this bitch bite the curb.
Looks like we have some big dudes we have to take care of first, Joe. How many dudes did this chick buy to guard her?
Well, I'm glad we can waste her money as well as end her life.
Marjolaine is a very influential bard master in Orlais. Even the Empress is aware of her influence and renown. Needless to say, because of this, she is probably loaded and has plenty of resources to hire guards.
Well, she might have money, but it looks like she can't hire very good help. These guys are an easy clear.
Knock, knock, bitch time to die.
This girl is the biggest gaslighter in the business. I don't know how she thinks she is going to pull off pretending that sending men to kill her was a good intentioned mistake.
She needs to learn the basics from Bellin on gaslighting, honestly.
Well, I was intercepted from killing Bellin, but this bitch isn't getting the same courtesy.
Joe, I can't tell if you want to kill her because she's trying to kill your bard or because she's your bard's ex and you're jealous.
Why not both, honestly?
Whatever the reason, it's the right decision. It's not even a moral argument letting her go is the flat-out wrong decision. She will threaten to come back while you are letting her go, and Leliana will pursue her in Orlais on her own time after the Blight, unless you encourage her to travel with you. No matter the outcome, it is all but assumed by the events of Inquisition that Marjoline is killed.
I don't see a reason to keep her alive, to be honest. Just seems like she is going to get in our way, as well as my girl's way.
I could see it if sparing her was the only way to keep her unhardened. But you have free control over her fate regardless of your decision here. Speaking of, are you going to be a badass and harden the bard, Joe?
I know she becomes hardened by Inquisition anyway, but as a wise commenter once said, the future game's choices shouldn't affect my decision-making, and I would rather she stay unhardened and tell her to choose her own path rather than guide her somewhere when she is vulnerable, which is exactly the same bullshit Marjolaine herself did to my girl. She met her when she was just a teen and pushed her towards that life. I'm not going to do the same.
Yep, all you want. I know you're not renegade enough to make the tough decisions.
And you're not a good enough paragon to avoid jail time, bozo.
All right, boys, break it up. Marjolaine might be an asshole, but she does have one point. Leliana does turn into Marjolaine to some degree over time. Probably because, like Joe said, she met and trained Leliana during her teenage years, which are some of the most forming times in someone's life. While she is not as treacherous as Marjolaine, she does become just as ruthless as her in Inquisition.
Don't worry, Barry, I can fix her.
It's a canon event in every man's life, got to let it play out.
Some plan for revenge? You are insane.
Time to show this rogue how a real mage player handles things. We're even on mages, but I'm higher on the plot armor scale time to die.
The amount of people trying to pull up to our warden, you would think there would occasionally be someone who would be like, shit, this dude with his spiked black armor doesn't look like he's going to die. Maybe I should just pull back. The smoke isn't worth it.
Awakening has a few moments like that, and it's honestly the best part of the entire series.
Good points, boys. I've been thinking about that. The Landsmeet through Awakening might be my favorite moments in this whole series, can't lie. It's just peak after peak with only a few negatives in between.
Good marketing tactic, Joe. I'm also really excited to get to the finish line. Lots of amazing moments, and we have a new squad of 6 to experience while we are at it.
This chick is really going to fight our high-level warden with just her hands and a Gucci dress. Is she high on her own supply?
Well, she's classified as the elite boss, so she actually has health more close to Flemeth, though obviously she takes more damage per hit. Her style of fighting is very fitting for a bard master. Instead of wanting to go blow for blow with us, she wants to stun, lock, and distract us, while she has the mages and henchmen take us out instead of doing the dirty work herself.
That's very similar to how she acts during Leliana's song. She doesn't do shit herself and has other people do her dirty work for her. But she's about to feel our entropy skill stocks before she gets the chance to do it back to us.
This playthrough has definitely made me reconsider how powerful entropy is. Maybe we can do a magic tree tier list sometime to explore the other trees and give people a guide on what to use and avoid.
We definitely could. That's a good segue. Donald Joe would have to take the reins on that one since he is our resident mage player.
I will cook with that tier list just as hard as I am cooking Leliana's X right now. We will have to do a main mission tier list too. I think the viewers would love to see them, and it might be a way to break through this damn YouTube algorithm.
Goddamn, Joe, you're actually breaking this Orlesian's ankles right now. Good shit.
I'm a gold medalist in breaking Orlesian ankles. Watch me finish cooking Barry.
That smooth-brained mage casted Earthquake in a small hovel and then proceeded to run into the earthquake he just casted. What kind of paid actors do you two find?
Not paid actors, just all skill. She's all alone now, no goons to save her. This is Joe Ever.
Yeah, her entire strategy has fallen apart and looks like we have scientific proof that a Gucci dress does not protect against magic and sword cuts.
I'm glad I took this chick down. Now my gorgeous Leliana doesn't have to worry about her evil ex anymore. And just like Morrigan's companion quest, we can get Leliana a late game tier 7, Beau Marjolaine's Recurve, which is exclusive to Leliana, and gives a +3 to cunning and damage. Definitely happy to see my girl fully built now, more or less.
Just like Morrigan's robes, we can get this item whether we kill the boss or not. But Morrigan's robes are hotter, so that automatically makes them way better.
It's over.
Guess we are wrapped up now with the Toxic X defeated. Next time we will enter one of our last filler arcs in the series. And while it won't be a beach episode, I'm sure it will still be hype.
Actually, Donald, while it's true, our next main episode will be me tackling Daenerys side quests and Wynn's companion quest. Our next released episode will be Joe's special episode where he will go through Leliana's song. It's going to be different from the mainline series, so look forward to something different, viewers.
Lovely viewers, let us regale you with the smell of lush lilies and live the lyrical landscape of Leliana's song.
Perfect alliteration. Joe, you really nailed the theme of this special episode.
Oh shit, let me try. Greetings, gorgeous gamers. It's your go-to-gym, George here.
Not bad for a first try, George, and viewers. Welcome our special guest for this special episode.
If you're wondering if Donald is gone or locked up, that's hilarious, but no. Unfortunately, he will be back next week. He just didn't want to watch me play this DLC.
His words when we called him and asked if he was coming today were, and I quote, "Fuck Joe and his boring bards. Special episode, if there's no goth. Mommy or our warden, I'm not playing it. But not to worry, because George just so happened to be nearby. And as a former president, he still meets the one and only criteria."
Yeah, even though I have never played this game, and my only experience was whatever the hell that inflated tentacle monster was buried here, yaps nonstop about it during our presidential Dungeon and Dragons sessions, and he tells me this game has huge inspiration from D&D, so I figured I'll see what it's about as our group's resident dungeon master.
And for that, we thank you, George. Anyways, this scene is straight out of Borderlands, and these will be our 3 party members for this story. It's kind of a benefit you being here, George, since usually people playing this story already know the entire plot, but you will be experiencing this blind. It's also a good way to get you started, since you don't need to know much, other than we are a spy organization known as Bards, doing a mission in a foreign country. And the main character of this story, Leliana, is the important companion in our main playthrough of Dragon Age.
Yeah, believe me, I know about the redhead. Joe always asked me to put a character with her exact likeness and French accent in our D&D campaign so we can date her.
Well, at least you're prepared for the degeneracy levels, at least.
So that chick is our boss. Why did she whisper in our ear like that? Is there a Bard HR department I can talk to about these working conditions?
Well, she's our Bard master, but she's also our current girlfriend, George.
If you ever mention that again, Barry, I will go DEFCON 1 in here.
Well, as Donald would probably say, Joe has to sit in the cuck chair today while playing. But our boss is our girlfriend. That one end, well, you should never shit where you eat.
Agreed, George. We will have to see how well this turns out, won't we?
Even though he's not here, Donald would have probably liked Tug. He's just the character for him.
I know you miss him, Joey, but I'm sure you'll see him soon.
Oh God, I hope not. Believe me, I'm fine without the basic Bard comments or the separate gravitational pull in the Oval Office when he enters.
Damn, Joe, I didn't know you've been practicing your full court shots.
It's really ironic that where we spawn in this DLC is the house where we start Leliana's companion quest in the base game.
Good catch off the bat, Joe. I can already tell I won't have to lore dump nearly as hard as I normally do if you're this locked in. We also visit that house later to restock halfway through the story.
Damn, Joey's stealing from a poor box. What a rebel.
Just role-playing the character properly, George. Plus this comes full circle later.
Good point, Joe. George, it will make sense at the end of this story. Also good shit grabbing this side quest, Joe. We just have to find 2 other notes. One right around the corner, and one is where we spawned in by Marjolaine's house.
Just to make sure the goal here is switch the items in the chests between the others, right?
That's one of 2 ways, yes, and the way that gives the most experience.
All right, bet. That's the way I'll go then.
Wait, so if we are bards, why aren't we whipping out our lute and drums to cast spells on these guards? Also, why didn't we roll initiative?
Oh, right. George, bards are not magical in this setting. They are normal musicians. However, bards can also refer to an individual who is a spy using their charismatic and performative skills to gain information, assassination, and other spy duties. Leliana, for example, is a storyteller and singer, but her in-game class is actually a rogue.
We don't have initiative in this game either, George. It's a real-time tactical game, not turn-based.
Oh, hey, right, okay, so we got a rogue wizard and a fighter, a pretty classic RPG group we have here. That's too bad they aren't a magical bard. I was really looking forward to some shatters and vicious mockeries.
We would have to play Baldur's Gate 3 to get those, George.
That game was great as a veteran D&D player. If y'all ever do a president's play of that game, I call being the 4th.
Well, we already have a full schedule, George, but if we ever have the free time, I will let you know.
Going on to that classic RPG group, George. It's funny you say that because a Dwarven warrior, human rogue, and a mage is basically our standard group in the base game anyway.
True makes it easier on you too, Joe. It's like riding a bike. Our party hasn't changed much at all.
So we're just doing some frame jobs, more or less, pretty standard stuff, though I feel like games don't pull those off well, usually. I saw my grandkids play the Elder Scrolls series, and the frame jobs there are so basic it's kind of sad.
That's a good point. Open world RPGs boast how much you can do in their games, but they rarely offer the complex mechanics needed to keep that promise. How cool would it be if in Skyrim, for example, you wanted to lock Nazim up so you steal from the blacksmith and plant the stolen goods in his house and then tip the guards off to get him arrested? Like not needing a quest to do that, just something you could do in your free time.
Until the Elder Scrolls offers fun like that, I will stick to Baldur's Gate and Dragon Age, thank you very much.
Wait, we are disgracing this guy by killing him and his friends. What kind of samurai code do we have going on here?
Apparently we are not killing him. We are just non-lethally shooting and stabbing him.
Good job getting the job done, I guess, though. Don't think you can shoot an arrow in someone's neck in my game and say you're doing it non-lethally, boys.
Aw, but that's part of the fun of D&D George. Well, these first few fights are pretty simple in nature since it's supposed to be a tutorial. Don't forget to steal his underwear. It will be a surprise tool that will help us later.
Your ass would be the one to remember to grab a dude's underwear.
Boom, get fucked, oh trauma.
Did you just call me Otrama?
So let's go see what this mage cache has in store for us.
Looks like it spawned a guy.
Holy shit, did that guy just teleport? That's like a 7th level spell slot right there. This dude means business.
It's not D&D, George, but yeah, we don't see much teleportation in the Dragon Age series. This dude means business, but he shouldn't be that difficult to handle.
Bro somehow has a golem too. Despite those being rare as hell, this is gonna be a long fight.
He must be loaded to have a damn stone golem that's like 80,000 gold right there, bro. It's the Jeff Bezos of this world.
Damn it, George. Again, this is not D&D. I assure you. Golems are actually free to make, they just cost a human life, since every golem is actually a person fused with stone magically and controlled through control rods.
So the price of a mortal life is about 80,000 gold. I will make sure to tell Withers that answer next time I do my next run.
Just let it go, Barry. He's already decided this in his head.
Yeah, something tells me so many people are going to be confused by the end of the day.
I'm not confused at all. I have a perfect understanding of Dragon's Gate Original Sin. I could probably show you too how it's done in a 1v1.
George, I love you, but you're blowing smoke out your ass faster than you blow smoke on the steel beams.
Holy shit. We are going to move on past this. Well, make sure to loot this guy once you take him down. He has some really good items, like items that would be almost broken in the base game of Origins.
It feels weird using Leliana as a two-hander instead of an archer. But at the start, she isn't built as a pure archer like she is in the base game. Her skills are sort of all over the place.
True, but you will find we get levels much faster than in the base game, so you will be able to build her up shortly.
Holy shit, a ring that gives plus 10 spell power. That's actually so overpowered. And the cache had a ring that gives plus 5 dexterity.
Plus 5 dexterity is insane. That basically makes you God in most RPGs.
Stats are not as impactful in this game as some other games like Fallout or D&D George. But yeah, this ring is not an Awakening or Origins, probably because of how much free eats that would be in Origins.
Now boys, y'all better not do what I think you're about to do with that unconscious man looking at you, Barry.
Why specifically me?
Donald showed me the first 10 minutes of that Redcliffe episode during his golf game with me and Poe.
Who the hell is Poe?
It's Maury Scrub, try to keep up.
Well, how the hell was I supposed to know that?
I don't know, not be a bitch would be a good first start anyways. Barry, dish out what we're supposed to do here. I know you're good at that.
All right, whatever. Well, we have to frame this guy for crimes because Marjolaine has beef with him for some reason. We actually have a lot of options to do this, but if you plant all the stolen goods on him from those chests earlier, then place the underwear. On this guy's dead body, you can get an achievement and some extra dialogue.
Well, I don't want to make her happy anyway, so I'll just put this dude's body next to him and keep it moving.
I noticed you put the ring on him, too. I would probably try and get that back, Joe. Even though you can place it on him, it doesn't actually help the quest or get the best ending.
Yeah, I placed it by accident. I'm going to go back also. This guy has the first armor piece for battle dress on him. You want to go over that, Barry?
Good call, Joe. So viewers, this is another achievement we can get in this DLC. There are 6 pieces, and once you collect all 6, you get an achievement and a chest piece, both in this campaign, as well as the base game, and Awakening for all future characters. We will point out where they are if anyone needs a guide of this DLC.
Well, looks like mission complete, boys. Time to grab our paycheck and go out for beers. Wait, what is happening? I smell some sus shit about to happen.
Oh God, boys,
Deep scissoring in the middle of Denerim streets is actually crazy.
Hey guys, did you know I helped co-write Leliana's song, and originally this scene was 100 minutes long and would be the extended version of 2 Girls, 1 Cup.
God damn it, what's Horny Bill doing here? I didn't sign up for this shit.
I have no idea. Bill, why are you back already? There's no way you needed another naked sax session this quickly.
Joe texted me you needed a third for your playthrough today, so here I am.
God damn it, Joe. I told you hours ago I got George for this.
Yes, and I texted Bill hours ago that we are good and don't show up because George is here.
I didn't get shit Bidenator.
Joe, I just checked my phone and you sent that text to me and even called me, Bill, how the hell are you president? And you can't use Messenger.
I usually get Camilla to do it. The small letters are difficult.
Jesus Christ.
Well, hey, I'm down to make this threesome a foursome if Greasy George is down to clown.
Call me that shit again, Billy Boy, and he'll put you over my knee so damn fast.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Georgie.
Okay, phrasing please, and fine, Bill, since you came all this way, you can stay, but don't instigate shit, and absolutely no using any phrase with age or clock again.
Fine, I'll lower my cool by about 20% Barack.
Oh boy, I can tell a good heist setup when I see it.
Seems like the Arl of Denerim is always away from his estate. First in this DLC, then in the City Elf origin. Bro should rent it out as an Airbnb at this rate.
Have you seen the dude's son? I would be making milk trips every goddamn week if I had him as my son.
That's a good observation, Bill. It's even thought that Vaughn had his father killed before he reached Ostagar in order for him to gain the Arlship early. Can't really blame him for wanting to stay away from that dude.
Wait, what makes this dude's son so bad, guys? Every boy needs his dad, right?
I'll be your daddy, Georgie.
Bill, please, but George, you'll see what we are talking about shortly. Trust me.
I assure you boys it was imperative to the plot to make Marjolaine seductive and hot.
Decide who to blame. We are just the enablers of the game.
That's it. Now we split to divide the girl.
I swear the game designers must love the Denerim estate. This is one of 3 times in this game we break into here.
Insurance premiums for the estate must be absolutely insane, especially with all the crime circles in Denerim.
I like to think Housefall came not from capturing Enora, but because he was holed up in Denerim's estate, where the place gets broken into every other week and there's 40 different openings to infiltrate from.
Well, looks like we already fucked up the stealth segment, boys. Time to run it back.
You didn't pay attention to what my girl just said, did you, bozo? My perfect angel said tonight is not about stealth.
Actually, George, despite this being a heist, there's no way to fully stealth this segment. BioWare never really figured out how to make a heist fully in stealth until like Dragon Age 2. Despite there being stealth mechanics in this game, they aren't fleshed out enough to have segments that you can clear without fighting enemies.
I might love Dragon Age 2, but that stealth segment is so bare bones, it's pretty boring. George, maybe we can show you what we mean when we get there.
Great, can't wait to see that like next year, given the editor's slow ass. That scrub really needs things like an income, and sleep sounds like a skill issue to me.
Actually, now that you mention it, Barack, I wonder if it is impossible to avoid major fights in the game with stealth. I know there is plenty of segments where you have to kill something to get the next quest chain, but it might be interesting to see how many fights are optional.
Good point, Bill. Maybe that's something I will try in my free time and let the viewers know. Could be an interesting video idea in the future.
So if stealth isn't supposed to be used to sneak past people, what is the point of having a stealth tree in this game, Obama?
Well, George, stealth in this game is used more tactically. You can use it to scout ahead and clear out traps, or get the jump on a fortified enemy group, and even reposition yourself in combat if your stealth skill is high enough. It has its uses, especially if your player character is a rogue.
Which is probably why we never do it in our own playthrough, being honest.
A full stealth segment is always a big plus in any RPG, but at least there is some use for it in this game.
A big use at that. George, I recommend anyone looking to mix up their next Origins playthrough to play a rogue who uses stealth and poisons as much as possible.
Kinky shit going on in the Denerim dungeons as per tradition.
So here is that ass wipe son that we were talking about, Georgie. Does he look like someone who needs pity?
Well, damn, we are just going to sit here and listen to that happen? Why don't we get in there and take out the garbage?
Unfortunately, we can't kill him here. It would mess with the timeline of Dragon Age, but keep watching our series. We will make sure that we get some get back later in the series.
Based as Hellboys, can't wait to see you bending him over.
I'm sure you would like that.
Good one, George. Anyway, viewers, the second piece of armor is in this iron chest here. Don't forget to grab it.
Come, Commander. Let's see your little dragon.
Damn, I wish that was me right now. Boys, my dragon could use a fresh dungeon if you catch my meaning.
First off, fuck you, Billy boy, I know that was targeted at me. Secondly, I'm sensing a theme here, boys. Joe was sitting in the cut chair earlier when Marjolaine scissored Leliana, and now Leliana is sitting in the cut chair since that guard's about to plow her girlfriend senseless. This is some cuckception right here.
Interesting way to put it, George.
She's on the rebound, boys. It's time to make my moves.
I can give you a few pickup lines, Joe, if you want.
Hell yeah, Bill, hook me up. That's why you're my favorite Democrat.
Wait, Joe, I got you into this party. How am I not your favorite?
You were like my third favorite, Barry.
Who the hell is the second?
Get fucked, Oblama.
Anyway, it's kind of crazy to see. So many mages in this DLC already. Aren't these guys supposed to be locked up in the towers? This is the second one we've seen. And I guarantee we are going to see more scattered about.
Why wouldn't they have mages, though? Aren't those guys, like, overpowered or something?
Well, hang on, boys. Uncle Bill has got you first off, George. If you weren't a casual, you would know that magic has severe society limitations that force mages to be observed in towers called circles, unless there is times of war or other specific circumstances, but something you might not know is that. Leliana's song takes place still during Ferelden's formative years, and they were experimenting with larger mage freedoms early on before succumbing to locking them in towers like everyone else.
Wait, that's what they were showing here? I have literally never heard of that, Bill. That's the amazing bit of lore.
Now, I just pulled that out of my ass. The game designer and EA just thought mages are cool and wanted to put a few in the mission to spice up gameplay. I had you all going there, though.
That bedroom chest looks pretty important, boys.
You would be right, George. The third armor piece is inside there.
Guys, I can't open it. I think this is Jover.
Not a big deal. We come back here shortly. And you should have an extra level or two. Just upgrade your locking more, and we will be set.
So can one of you explain what's going on here? Like, I know our girlfriend lied, but this girl looks really freaked out over what she is seeing, but on my end, all I see are blurry polygons.
So there's two countries you have to understand about here. George, Leliana, and Marjolaine are from Orlais, and we are currently in the neighboring country of Ferelden. Ferelden was previously occupied by Orlais before a rebellion that took place about 20 years ago. At the time of this story, gained Ferelden independence. Those documents were Orlesian troop movements sent by Marjolaine to a Ferelden noble, which meant she was selling troop movements to a non-allied country, aka treason.
Damn, so she's been a bad girl and not in the fun way, huh?
Exactly. Now you're speaking my language, Georgie. Also, we modeled this couple argument here after me and Hillary's fights.
Not surprising, Bill. If I had to deal with your under-the-desk ass, I'd be more stressed than you and Donald under oath.
Oh shit, that was ancient pull.
Okay, if I buy you two, your first couples therapy appointment, can we move on to the plot of this video game we are playing?
Why does that sound familiar, Barry?
Sure thing, Barack. I can move on from old Georgie here if he does the same. So we have a chance to talk to our high squad here. Do you plan on doing that, Joe?
Probably not, Bill. Sketch is kind of cool, but there's not anything terribly interesting about either. I know Sketch is in two, but that's the only interesting fact I have for either of them.
Yeah, I can kind of tell these guys are temporary companions meant for a one-shot and nothing more. All writers are guilty of that from time to time.
Right on the money, George. They are both outsiders who found themselves employed in the Bardic game because they didn't fit into Orlesian society. Tug was a dwarf born in the Dwarven capital, but had to leave for unknown reasons, and Sketch found himself in a life of crime because he was a mage who didn't want to live locked up in a tower, like what Bill was talking about earlier. Both Sketch and Tug bonded over being outsiders among Orlesian society, and that explains their camaraderie now.
Oh wow, that's so wholesome. It's good to see a simple bromance in games. I'm glad they can be good buddies.
Yeah, it sure is great, Georgie.
Let's move on, shall we? I got to go back to the estate and unsteal these documents now.
Why did y'all move on as soon as I mentioned the bromance that sus as hell?
We just have a lot to do, George, anyway. I put more points into lockpicking, so I have enough to open that chest to get the third piece.
Yeah, and we have a few fights we have to get through. We will skip through some of the uninteresting ones, as per usual, since a lot of these fights are just more armed guards that we have been fighting for the last half hour.
Yeah, George, we don't want Joe to have too big a skill issue. These next few segments can go pretty hard.
All right, fuck me, I guess so. Is it just me, or did our girlfriend run off super quick there?
Well, that Merc dude is still around. Maybe she wanted round two, George.
Careful, Bill, don't ruin the whole story too early.
Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, George. She just really had something not bad to take care of.
Oh no, who killed those hairless hamsters who could have done this dastardly deed?
They were dog chow, George. This was a kennel for guard dogs.
Oh, damn dogs, 1 hamster, 0. Press F for the hairless hamsters, boys.
Bro is really pressing F for some chicken nuggets.
Damn, Joe, you're really clearing through these guys easily for playing on the hardest difficulty.
My love for my waifu gives me strength.
If this girl is just one member of your core squad, y'all must have an easy time playing this game. She is definitely the carry of the team.
I think you just jinxed it, Georgie.
Hell yeah, George. Wait, why is my future sight going absolutely crazy right now about this door?
Your what?
Don't ask, it's a whole separate lore drop we have to get through, and I only have so much time in the day. We could skip this fight, but the armory does have the 4th armor piece for the battle dress. So let's see your moves here, Joe.
I'm glad I spent more money on bombs. I might have to use most of my supply here. Thankfully, we have my clutch queen Leliana here with us. So we can't fail, especially with a hot arrow of slaying for the mini-boss.
Nothing better than a badass waifu securing the win. It works here, and it works in Overwatch.
I don't know if that's the takeaway, Bill. I think the takeaway is how great rogues are in Origins, because of how much utility and abilities rogues have.
Nah, screw you, Barry. Put my waifu back on her pedestal.
Okay, big dog, feel your feelings, I guess.
Better clutch up here, Joe. Sketch is going down. If you don't get this W, you'll have to take back my praise I gave your waifu earlier.
Oh no, Joe, how will you ever finish without praise from Daddy George?
Phrasing, please. Also, if this isn't proof as to how butt-clenching Origins, gameplay is on Nightmare, I don't know what will.
Ass clencher or no, looks like I clutched this shit. Viewers, don't forget to loot the armor stand for the 4th piece and a really good heavy armor.
Time for Tug to get a upgrade right, boys.
Yeah, sure thing, George.
Yeah, he's gonna do great now.
Be more guards out here.
Well, it looks like we made it out safe and sound. Even that alarm stopped blaring. I'm glad these guards have GTA logic.
Our girlfriend made it out too. We are totally in the clear. What could possibly go wrong?
Y'all are being optimistic as hell on getting sis vibes from everyone here.
If I was Leliana, I would keep running right now. I don't know why she stopped to chit-chat with anyone.
Well, horny brain makes you do some crazy things, believe me.
Don't you mean love, Bill?
What the hell is that?
I'm sorry I brought us back here, Marjolaine.
Don't be. You were perfect.
Leliana, no!
See, this is why I maintain you don't shit where you eat.
This is not the kind of penetration I like.
Heavy pause.
The biggest pause, what the hell?
That's it, boys, get my belt.
I like where this is going, Georgie.
Bill, take a cold shower during this cutscene. But I know I clown Leliana a little for not being over her ex, but after seeing her get stabbed by her and then tortured by her ex's new man, I can kind of understand the trauma. I still wouldn't date her myself, but I understand it.
You just aren't committed to fixing her like I am Barry. True Leliana fans want to protect their mentally ill princess.
Leliana fans were the original Shadowheart fans, it looks like.
Honestly, not a terrible comparison. Even Geider compared a few Baldur's Gate companions with Dragon Age companions. I saw one last year where he compared Fenris to Astarion because of their shared trauma and hidden depth.
Yeah, also, they are both edgy elf twinks.
Facts.
Damn, it looks like Leliana spilled a lot of raspberry jam on the floor when trying to make some toast.
You all can lick my elder nuts, George. Leave my poor girl alone. She's struggling out here.
Joe, you literally said you were going to do some despicable shit while she was in chains just a few episodes ago.
I have no idea what you were talking about. I would never say anything lewd like that.
Jesus Christ. Well, thankfully, Dorothea is coming in clutch with the rescue.
A third French girl? Ominous, what's her deal, boys?
She is the Pope George.
Oh shit, her holiness. And here I am underdressed.
Well, actually, she's not the Pope yet, Bill. She's only a revered mother right now. She doesn't become the divine until the events of Dragon Age 2 begin, but we will meet her in a bit. George, first we got to do a prison break sequence.
Hell yet time to gather up our boys again.
I guarantee this will go as well for the party as it did when they broke out of Green Dolphin Street prison in Part 6.
Foreshadowing incoming.
Ominous or no, it's time to lock in, Joe. We have some big stakes.
It's literally a video game, you damn nerds. They are ones and zeros.
Now the roleplay reason is valid, Joe. You go right on with that shit. Bill, this is one of several reasons why I don't let you join in presidential D&D, because you metagame like crazy.
I don't want to play your dice rolling simulator unless I can bang some demons and dragons anyway. And not no fade to black, we are adults. I want that shit in detail.
So you're telling me they made Sketch change clothes, but not Liana, how gentlemanly of them.
That's not even the big question there, George. Sketch is a mage. He doesn't need armor or weapons to to do some serious damage. How hasn't he broke out himself? He could have just lit these guards on fire.
Bro isn't even helping us right now, and we are in the same room. How rude.
He clearly is having some stomach problems. Give him a minute to let it pass, boys.
The cope is insane right now.
Yeah, Sketch might have been useful in this party, but he's not exactly a badass main character who could solo these guards. As we have seen in this DLC, and later in Dragon Age 2, he's a bit cowardly.
Oh, look, it's John Humanson, the average human fighter in every RPG. Too bad he's built the same as my boy Tug. We won't be keeping him too long, I imagine.
For sure. Oh no, looks like there's more guards. Time to show off your mage skills, Joe.
Don't worry, Barry, I got this.
So you know you can equip everyone now that you have all our gear from that chest. Right, we don't have to go full unarmed monk in this fight.
Oh, yeah, I totally know I could do that, but where's the style in that, Bill?
Moving on, we are going to equip the squad and come right back to you, viewers.
All right, Barry, get ready with some deep breathing. Okay, we're gonna need it.
Wait, what happened?
I'm sorry, George, they killed Tug. He died, so Sketch wouldn't be tortured.
Those bitches killed Tug. He was my favorite Age of Dragons character.
Welcome to sentences that have never been said.
Boys, I have officially decided that Marjeline and everyone else from Fantasy France have oil and need some freedom. My fellow Americans who is with me.
Probably like half the player base, George, most people hate Orlesians.
I can loan you a good general for that crusade later on in this playthrough, depending on what happens, George.
Yeah, no, fuck that noise, Barry. You already know what our plan is for that guy in our playthrough anyway. Let's give John the human Tug's weapon for some get back. Kind of weird they give the item as a gift, but there's no approval or stat buff in this DLC, so there's no point in it being a gift. But moving on, viewers, right across from this room where we find Tug, we can find the 5th piece of the battle dress armor, so make sure you grab that.
Good shit taking point on that one, Joe. Honestly, everything in this room is pretty good to loot. We have a unique armor and plenty of money.
BioWare stays loyal to the loot fest nature of its DLC. You're welcome for that one, viewers.
We've been building up a good body count of these bitches, but it's not enough to avenge my boy Tug. Keep going, Joey.
Oh shit, this next fight looks annoying as hell. We are actually outnumbered, and they have a mage like 100 miles away from the entrance.
This is a difficult fight, but most of the difficult fights in this DLC have the same strategy. Just focus down the mage first, and the other low-tier scrubs will crumble shortly after.
Oh shit, crushing Prism. Even when Donald isn't here, his mage curse is still lingering around this game.
Skill issue at this point, and that's all she wrote for John Humanson. What's the moves, Joe?
Time to break more ankles and use more bombs. Hopefully Sketch can finish the 1v1 while I take on all these dudes at once.
I like where this is going, Joe. Take those dudes to the back rooms.
I'm not even going to say it anymore. Joe, just keep breaking ankles.
No worries with that. You still have one more safe zone with the shop before this DLC ends. I gotta say though, I think you fumbled making Leliana a archer instead of a dual-wield rogue in this expansion, at least Joe. Since you were given a tank and a mage whose primary specialization is healing as party members, you really need that extra bit of damage on higher difficulties. Dual-wield Leliana is great, especially since you have played most of this expansion controlling her anyway.
Yeah, but Leliana is already an archer in our main campaign. I wanted to keep that going.
Leave it to Bill to not want to respect the lore consistent reasons.
Leave it to George to stick to the inefficient traditions just because he doesn't want to expand his palette. If you went dual-wield rogue, this fight would have already been over, Joey boy.
Honestly, doing the math in my head and accounting for the symmetry of the enemies and the even fights, you're right on the money there, Bill Good cooking.
They don't call me Base Bill for nothing, Obama.
And no one among us was shocked to hear that. Apparently someone dropped a flashbang in this fantasy dungeon, oh Jesus Christ.
Well, that's the expansion, viewers. Thanks for watching, and we will catch you all on the next one. Oh, okay, never mind.
She's a runner, she a track star.
I already made that joke, Bill.
Oh, my bad, I'm not up to date on the lore.
Damn, you know my girl stays strapped no matter what.
Pulling a dagger on a priest is crazy work, but I got to respect it anyway, so this is the chick that saved us, right?
Right you are, George. Ironically, this conversation here is probably the most important reason to play through this DLC. While sure it's cool to highlight an important character, like Leliana, we didn't need to play through this story really, since Leliana painted a pretty clear picture of her origin before in the base game.
That is heresy. This is the best DLC in the business. And this story has details Leliana left out in the base game.
It also has the goat Tug.
Both true, but moving on to my point, this DLC is important for the lore of the later games as it introduces us to Dorothea, who will later become the next divine up to Inquisition. This is important because it highlights the relationship between Leliana and Dorothea, which explains why she becomes the right hand of the divine by the time of Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. Without this DLC, we would have no idea why Leliana became close with the divine and would have to fill in the gaps.
It also gives us a little bit of cope for why Leliana is hardened, regardless of your choice in origins. She owed Dorothea here so much that she was willing to do renegade actions here despite the encouragement of the Warden to do otherwise. Also, this shows us what person Dorothea is off the bat. She's not afraid to do the dirty deeds, but she isn't able to do those deeds herself.
Not to get too political here, but I think that might be something everyone in this room can relate to.
Facts. Not to say that Dorothea herself is completely useless. She definitely is one of the more proactive divines in the series. It's respectable that she tried to keep the mages under wraps before the Kirkwall Circle erupted in war, and she even calls a summit to try and stop the Mage Templar War from seeping into the lives of the common folk.
I suppose you think this gives us a common cause. In my profession, common cause...
Looks like she still fucks up sometimes by being down horrendous for Marjolein, though.
So wait, Marjolein stole those troop movement plans from Dorothea here by seducing her. Marjolein must have gotten a nat 20 on the persuasion check to pull that one off.
Seducing a priest is crazy work. I know we are trying to get some get back, but I have to give some props to Marjolein, for that piece of work girl has major league riz, as the kids say.
Glaze her up all you want, she's dead in our game anyway. And even the canon lore assumes the Warden made her bite the curb, so it's a moot point.
God damn, that's cold, Joe.
Just wait. I'm going to go frigid soon. Believe it, me and Bill have something cooked up anyway. Viewers, don't forget to snoop through Dorothea's desk here. She has the 6th and final piece for the battle dress. Now we are dripped out for the final fight.
Well, all that and we don't have enough strength to wear it.
God damn it.
I believe the phrase is massive skill issue.
No worries, I think Lem has a tomb or two that we can use to boost our levels a little so we can equip it. Otherwise, well, at least we gave a guide for our viewers.
That's my goat Lem always coming in clutch. He even says screw Marjolaine too, which is probably why he skips town to head to Kirkwall.
I like how they took the time to continue the story of a few of these guys.
Guess we are checking in on John Humanson too, bro. Doesn't look like he has much going on.
Wait, his voice sounds familiar. Barry, do that thing you do where you identify someone's voice.
I don't remember signing up for that job, Joe, but okay, Silas is voiced by Adam Howden, who also voices Anders in Dragon Age 2. He got a major upgrade from Origins, going from voicing very small side characters to a pivotal companion.
Old Anders and his Cullen voice is better, but this guy still did good work, got to respect it.
We can check on Sketch here too. As I mentioned earlier, he reveals that Tug was goading the commander's guards to focus on him so that Sketch wouldn't be tortured. Probably the darkest bit of information here, probably tied with how Leliana was betrayed by her girlfriend.
Poor Sketch here, we are going to get some major get back from this commander here, as well as any fantasy French people we meet.
George may be the first Dragon Age player to beef with Orleans over Tug. I guess if nothing else, it's a unique experience. Just leave me a few French beauties, big dog, as a presidential favor.
Yeah, you can shove that presidential favor up your ass, you kinky bitch. I don't owe you a favor after how you left the Oval Office like a frat house back in 2001. You could have cleaned up after yourself.
You're still on about that, Georgie? I guarantee none of us but Barack even remember what we were doing in 2001. You got to move on, man.
Yo, boys, I appreciate this lore drop, but can we get back on track, please?
Yeah, because before we proceed, Barry, can you explain why Dorothea is so hard over the treason documents? It's not like troop movements matter much when the Ferelden rebellion is over.
Oh, I can explain that one, can I, Barack?
Sure thing, Bill. You're on a roll today.
So while they are not at war actively, many Ferelden nobles, most notably Loghain, are looking for any opportunity to feud and have some get back over the occupation, so these documents could be one component towards the actual invasion of Orlais. Though obviously a all-out war would not go their way, and everyone knows that, but if they attack for purposes of revenge and to weaken the country, then they could be very successful.
Right on the money, good shit, Bill. And since we already have one war coming in with the Blight, we really don't need two.
Well, time to grab a boat and head for the Storm Coast for the first time in this series, but nowhere near the last.
I'm not sure if this is the Storm Coast, Joe, but it would make sense since the only direction we have is that Marjeline is heading for the waking sea.
Looks like we on a boat, boys.
There's these two clowns. Time to show them we mean business.
Love the confidence, Joe.
Bill, spin that shit.
Wait, what?
Love my waifu beaten and bloody. Now it's time to buy and blast, buddy. Love my waifu beaten and bloody. Now it's time for the buy and blast, buddy. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. That's a buy and blast, buddy. Archers, rhinos, mages, dragons, it don't matter, my boys got the passion. Shoot them with the arrows true. Last one coming straight for you. Buddy thought I'm done for good, but I came back shooting in his hood. When you're afraid, you send a card, but when I'm pissed, I'd go in hard. Stalkers, killers, demons, God, they're all gonna fall from the presidential squad. Obama, Clinton, and George Bush, we're not falling for the ambush. Obama drops important lore, yeah, he's a nerd straight to his core. Bill woke me up from a slumber when he said age is just a number. George was a dice, he is confused, but he wants revenge for the abused. Then there's Donald, he ain't here, and for that we pour a beer. We will do this for my girl, Lelianas, she's such a pearl. Torture, beaten, and survive, even if it's a bit contrived. Just like me, she's not alone, a group that helps her to atone. Let's sound off, boys. First there's Sketch, a runner and mage, flinging heels, he's all the rage. Then there's Tug, a loudmouth tank, a death that made my boys' heart sank. Then there's this dude, Human Sand, he's got the same look as everyone. Final bro is Bonnie Lamb, got much loot, he is a gem. Be it a buy and blast, be it a buy and blast. Be it a buy and blast, be it a buy and blast. You left my waifu beaten and bloody. Now it's time to buy and blast, buddy. You left my waifu beaten and bloody. Now it's time to buy and blast, buddy. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. You're afraid, I can smell it. Price of revenge, I can sell it. It's a buy and blast, buddy. Archers, rhinos, mages, dragons, it don't matter, my boy got the passion. Shoot them with the arrows true. Last one coming straight for you. Buddy thought I'm done for good, but I came back shooting in his hood. When you're afraid, you send a guard, but when I'm pissed, I'd go in hard. Stalkers, killers, demons, God, they're all gonna fall from the presidential squad. Obama, Clinton, and George Bush, we're not falling for the ambush.
Damn Joe, that was straight fire.
Bars.
Yeah, me and Joe cooked up a montage song with our editor before I arrived, just had to lay down the beat in Lincoln's room before I came in today.
Well, now that I've put the fear of God in both these two and cleared the grunts, it's time for the final fight.
Fun fact, that map we were just on and this one in the bridge are both used in Dragon Age. Awakening the former is used in a few random map encounters, and this one here is used in side quests.
Oh yeah, I remember that side quest. It's really fun. One of the better ones in Awakening.
Oh, holy shit, boys, it's the Origin Dragon itself. We're cooked.
The what?
Well, this game is called Dragon Age, and this is the first dragon we see, so it's the Origin Dragon or some shit, right?
No, George, the game is called Dragon Age because that is the current age we are in. Basically, every 100 years. The Divine, aka this setting's version of the Pope, names the next age as the expectation of things to come. The Divine names the current age the Dragon Age because of a high dragon rampaging through the streets of Orles after dragons were thought to be extinct before this moment.
Yeah, you noob, and it's called Origins because it's the first game in the series and because this game's main character can have 6 playable origins that greatly impact the story.
Oh, hey, kind of like D&D backstories, then that's kind of cool, I guess. I still like my headcanon better, though.
Big facts, also. I hate this dragon. It has the same annoying-ass mechanics as the Tide Crawler, where it flies up and becomes untargetable to stall the fight.
Well, either way, you took care of it, Joe. Good shit, final boss time.
Hey, buddy, that's no way to talk to a lady bro. Needs some manners.
I'm gonna take my time with this guy, boys. It's not even about the boss counter anymore. This shit is personal.
Well, once you do take care of this guy, Joe, you will be officially ahead in boss kills, even getting past Donald, so good job, man.
Thanks, Barry. I know it's only by one, though. And you both have the Dalish questline to get through, so I'm sure that will rack up plenty of bosses to the counter. Can't believe there is only one boss in this whole expansion I could have soared. There were 2 or 3 in this.
So what are you boys talking about with these boss counters anyway?
Oh, right, that's fair. It has been a few episodes since we brought it up. A refresher can't hurt. Basically, George, all 3 of the boys have different opinions on which Dragon Age game is the best. So we are settling it by seeing which of us can kill the most bosses like the one you see here. Right now I'm at 9, Donald's at 10, and Joe, once he beats this guy, will be at 11. Whoever wins gets to have the other 2 presidents admit their game is the best. I say Origins is the best, Joe says Dragon Age 2 is the best, and Donald says Inquisition is the best.
Oh shit, I like that. Is there a 4th game I could pick and represent Obama?
Well, there's Veilguard coming out this year, but it's not out yet.
Oh shit, Veilguard, let me look this shit up.
Well, if George wants to represent Veilguard, Bill, do you want to represent a game too?
No, I'm good. I'm Team Obama. I helped write the game, and Origins is the best anyway.
Based Bill strikes again.
Hey Barry, you were wrong. Veilguard is out. You just got to know where to look. See, I found it available here on eBay.
George, that's clearly a scam. It's just an Xbox case with the Veilguard logo printed on it. Also, the game is going to be $70, not $5,000.
Now you're just too poor to get it early, Obama. I'll have to dip into the oil fund for this one, but it will be worth it so I can rep a brand new game for the viewers adding to cart. Now let's go.
All right, George, enjoy your game, I guess. You'll probably have a better time than I am here. John Humanson got clapped up twice, and this commander dude does so much damn damage. I'm having to do running in circles simulator just to stay relevant in this fight. It doesn't help I had no potions either. This fight is crazy on Nightmare.
Skill issue, honestly, if you pick dual wield rogue, bro, would have already been packed up by now.
You might be right, Bill, but this boss fight is a pretty high steep in difficulty. Still, you have one more bomb to finish him off, Joe. You got this.
Yeah, even though this dude tears through my team in like 3 hits, this Dragon Age 2 soundtrack gives me strength, and I'm going to finish this off with an arrow to the dick, like I promised.
I don't remember you promising that, but either way, good shit, Joe, you avenged my boy Tug.
Bro is not aware of how screwed he is right now.
My girl doesn't have to get her hands dirty with this scumbag.
Oh shit, it's time for John Humanson to come in with the steel chair out of nowhere.
I won't kill you. I'm not that selfish.
I love how casual he is with that. That's tough, can't lie. And we will never see him again after this.
So like this is the part where we take her outright. There's no one guarding her and she's unarmed. Let's do this.
As much as I want to see some French cat fighting going on here to end out my day, unfortunately, George, we don't get that option.
What kind of railroading is it? She betrayed us. We did a whole song about revenge and we're not going to kick her ass here.
Unfortunately, yeah, George, she has to survive because we confront her again years later in the base game and have the option to kill her. If we killed her right now, it would screw with the timeline. Though I agree, that is kind of railroady.
You two just aren't aware of the bigger picture. She doesn't want to kill her because of what Marjolaine says here. She says that they are the same. And if she didn't betray her first, Leliana would have done the same to her. Leliana knows. That's not true. But the only way to prove she is different from Marjolaine is to walk away and let her go. Start a new life where she is a better person than she once was.
That's actually really profound, Joe. Good shit.
Damn, that was some high-quality Harvard-level yapping Joe. I can see the power of pure horniness has caused you to have a PhD, and Redhead Bard's very impressive.
That's one way to look at it, George. Here we have Marjolaine about to enter her full-power gaslighting phase. It isn't out of hand yet, but just give it a few years to marinate.
So Marjolaine views Bard Masters like they are all Sith Lords or something. Either the apprentice betrays the master, or the master kills the apprentice first.
Honestly, given BioWare's love of the Star Wars series, I can see that also up ahead, George. This is where that poor box came full circle.
Kind of a cheesy ending, but I kind of like it. I'd like to see y'all play more of these when I'm not teaching rodeo classes at the Texas YMCA.
I might pop back too. I have plenty more tracks I can lay down.
Honestly, I don't see why not. I think the main series will stay us three, but there's plenty more DLC that we have to go through. It will be good to have that extra distinction from the base episodes. Just please try couples therapy before our next special episode.
Yeah, hell no.
No promises. I have too many massage therapy sessions booked already, if you know what I mean.
Jesus Christ. All right, Joe, you want to close us out here?
Yeah, I got you, Barry. Viewers, thank you all so much for watching. This was something different we tried so that we can highlight how the DLC stories are told in their own separate narrative. We thought we would separate our own narrative in this playthrough. So let us know what you thought about it. If you made it this far, be sure to like and subscribe so that I can put out more dope tracks for you all too.
The original orders returned to the optimistic viewers' observing eyes, kicking it right off with the win encounter that we couldn't get last episode. How are we doing, boys?
Greetings, my lovely and adoring audience. I am back once again. I know you all missed me, but I'm back with the highballs gameplay and base takes. The law thought they could stop me from doing this series, but they simply forgot that I am built different and can't be stopped.
You're right, he didn't watch the special episode, Barry. Donald, we already ratted you out to the viewers that you skipped my episode because you'd rather go to a McDonald's convention than play a DLC without Morrigan.
You goddamn liberal rats, so I bought both of you McDonald's this morning, ensuring your silence for nothing.
Get outplayed, big dog?
Well, no matter what, it's good to be back with the OG squad while we check on the OG squad. Wynn is just telling us how she is only being kept alive by a spirit of faith. I have to admit, it's an interesting setup for a character's premise, someone being kept alive by something else without too much time left. I feel like we could have done something deeper with the execution than what we get.
So, Sleepy, does any of what Wynn is describing sound familiar? Because the way you struggle upstairs, I have to wonder what is keeping you alive, because it's definitely not your old-ass organs alone.
You caught me, Donald. I've been kept alive by a spirit of plowing your mother. If I don't take her to Pound Town every Sunday, my heart fails. It's really stressful.
Damn, Joe, if only you had this striking of blows on the debate stand, you might have actually made an impact.
Well, I don't know. I think I clutched when I pulled the felon card on you, Double D.
I missed the easy distractibility of you two idiots. It's really refreshing. Anyway, viewers, this is going to be a very heavy Wynn and Zevran episode today, based on all the places we are going to today. I'm going to the Pearl to wrap up a few Denerim quests. Then I will be tackling the second Wynn encounter before I head to the Dalish camp to start our next main quest, as well as Wynn's Regret companion quest.
As always, get a nice chilled cup of lean for this filler episode and put a thermometer in that shit to keep it at a cold 40 degrees or 5 Celsius if you're not a true freedom believer.
Jesus Christ, of course your ass would pull that again, but whatever talking to Wynn is like talking to a boring aunt at Thanksgiving dinner, it's best to be high as shit before you even begin.
Guys, Wynn is not that bad. Sure, she's long-winded, but she has a reason. Let's just move on to Uncle Ogren next.
Bro's still not opening up. He clearly needs his happy juice.
Well, he must already be drunk enough, because who in their right mind would prefer the surface to the glorious dungeon and sturdy, secure walls of Orzammar? Trust me, Ogren.
What about?
After these next two main quests we have to do, you are going to be hammering at the walls to get back into based Orzammar lands, believe me.
Important to note, he basically only focused on how the surface doesn't know who he is or judges him. It wasn't anything positive specifically about the surface.
Good therapy, Pullberry. Once we tackle his companion quest, we can finally achieve war buddy status with him, and we can get the full picture, so we have a good introduction to his character arc in Awakening.
Speaking of, I'm wondering if the dialogue restoration mod gives us the option to import Ogren's approval to Awakening. I'm not sure if it does, but it would be really nice if it did.
True that. I hate how Ogren acts brand new by the time of Awakening, despite it being 6 months after this game. Like, yeah, we were bros 6 months ago, but now I don't know you. I already deal with that with Pence. I don't need it in my video games.
Well, I guess Barry's going to hit up all 3 of the companions that still have arcs to explore.
Is that really surprising? Not only is Zevran Barak's type, but Obama always has to be a registered therapist in his episodes. He did the same in his last 2 episodes, and he's doing it now.
You know, you keep clowning me on Zevran, but I know damn well you're going to go off the deep end for like half of Dragon Age 2's cast.
I mean, there's Isabella, but I don't know who else. What do you mean?
He's referring to a certain lanky elf Donald.
I don't care about Meryl. That's all your department, Joe.
Don't bother, Joe. You'll see what we mean when we get there, Donald.
All right, keep your secrets anyways. Barack, I see what you're doing here. Asking about Zevran's adventures. He has two we can get through now. And the last one he's going to keep shut tight like Hillary's emails until we confront Taliesin at the end of the game.
Wait, did Donald just dispense lore? Who are you and what did you do with Double D?
Oh my God, have both of you started reading my notes finally? Are we about to level up our videos?
Don't get your panties in a twist, Obama. I'm not reading your goddamn binder with color-coded notes it took you 12 years to make. I've just been watching a few Gil videos between trials to finish up this series strong. Besides, you either die from hearing one to many yaps, or you live long enough to become a yapper yourself. And 6 months of this shit has definitely turned me into one.
I mean, I will take the small amount of character development for what it is. The first two stories, while not as dramatic as the last story, are still interesting. This story in particular shows that Zevran never was a cold-blooded killer and actually spared his first target, only for her to fall off the carriage and break her neck.
I may not like this guy, but he has some max luck Fallout build if he can just make his targets die like that without lifting a finger.
Bro got played by a girl who gave him some tail and tried to turn and run after. This is reason number 15 why you should never simp for a filthy mage. Unless, of course, she has purple eyeliner, a purple robe, and a goth dominatrix persona. Then, by all means, let her take you for everything you're worth.
I'm glad you said that exception. The viewers would have started to think you're a hypocrite.
Damn, we are getting really meta today, huh, boys? I feel like that always happens when we go through the companion section.
You know, hearing this story about how sparing a mage got him laid, I think I need to redirect our objection to Zevran, wanting to spare the mages in Broken Circle. Bro probably wanted round 2 this time, with the whole circle giving him a thankful mage orgy.
Zevran's secondary objective is probably to discover some kind of orgy in his journeys with the Warden. Thank God he doesn't ever have to interact with the desire demon. Bro would be more cooked than you two horny bastards are.
Oh, don't act like you aren't the first person to look up Desire Demon, ex-Zevran, fanfiction. Barack, you got your itches, same as everyone else.
No comment. Anyway, with both these stories, the main thing I like is how believable they both are. He doesn't overhype himself or embellish the stories he tells are interesting, but ultimately don't make him look very competent or cool, which is the best indicator that what he is telling is the full truth. It's the same logic that can be applied across the Dragon Age franchise, the main example being Corypheus, when he says, the Black City was already corrupt. We can figure that is true because it makes him look pathetic when he could have easily lied about how he succeeded.
I like how these stories give a really clear picture of how Antiva operates. If Veilguard doesn't take notes from how Zevran described Antiva, it's a massive fumble. This city sounds lively and chaotic.
True good shit on that one, Donald. Well, besides the 2 gifts we have for Zevran, that's all we can get out of him for a while. We can get both his companion-specific gifts in the next 2 main quests, though, so we still have some content to give him. Let's head to the Pearl.
Now, this is my kind of place. I can already tell Bill had huge influence on the Pearl.
They just don't make games like they used to. You can bang everything to your heart's content in this area, and there's a little something for everyone here.
I mean, not my cup of tea, but you're right. I'd rather they have places like this to match the setting than to outright remove them, plus the surprise me memes. In both this game and Dragon Age 2 Slap Hard, I already know these places went the way of the dodo bird, though, so rest in peace to you 2 horny bastards. Well, careful, Joe, because you're in the splash zone right now. Let's go talk to our future Dragon Age 2 companion, shall we?
Oh my God, my pirate queen, Jefkin Yohu and Fiddle Me Mommy.
That's a new one, but at least we didn't devolve into Swedish that time.
The circumstances surrounding Isabella's ex-husband's murder have 2 very plausible stories. Either Zevran had a contract and it was just a coincidence, and Isabella just got lucky, or she was about to be sold by her husband to be used by his friends. And when Zevran heard about this, it pushed him over the edge and caused him to intervene. The difference being, of course, how much Isabella's involvement was.
My glorious queen could do no wrong. And saving her was the best thing Zevran ever did in his goddamn career.
Honestly, for that, I can agree, Big Dog. I might hate him, but whatever his intention was, killing Isabella's ex was a massive W, both for the thirsty Dragon Age fans and our pirate girl here.
Well, looks like it's the 1% of the episode where you and I agree, Sleepy. Now, Obama, please tell me you're not going to be a bitch. And you're about to take Isabella to Pound Town, right? We can do it in front of Morrigan to assert dominance. And Isabella has special dialogue in 2 if we do it. So if the sexy pirate doesn't get you off, I'm sure that special dialogue will.
Actually, Donald, I brought Morrigan here to veto that decision, since I knew both of you degenerates would not be able to control yourselves on your own. Morrigan is the only romance that can't be convinced to let you sleep with Isabella or join in. I feel like most people do the threesome or foursome, so I want to showcase how to win the card game since it's the most mechanically interesting route.
Are you fucking serious? Obama, that is the most nerdy, 40-year-old virgin sentence I have ever heard in my goddamn life. You are legit probably the only player that doesn't leap at the chance to bang the queen of the pirates. I literally had to listen to Joe last week talk about how he thinks he is better for the economy than the literal king of the deal, and somehow that was less fucking annoying. Then you fumbling to bang the hottest tavern wench in the series. Viewers, please dislike the video and unsubscribe now for this goddamn nerd.
Barry, you're a total virgin, but please don't actually dislike the video, viewers. I will cry if I don't get enough thumbs up my ass. Fun fact though, if you propose a threesome as a female warden while romancing Leliana, and you have Ogren in the party, he will actually pass out because of how hot that is. That 3 girls are about to bone.
Holy W-based Uncle Oren strikes again.
All right, Donald. I'm glad you got all that shit out so now you can cry and goon about it on your own time. Plus, I'd rather roleplay my guy as being faithful in his relationship as well as not sleep with Isabella. And catch whatever it is she might have. We have a whole ass blight to stop, boys.
Viewers, please tell me Barack is the only one who is a big enough virgin to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh with the hot girl instead of taking her to the back room when trying to get the duelist specialization.
That's not good enough to be our comment question, but sure, let us know what you did, viewers. Anyway, there's a lot of ways to actually win here, though the check is pretty difficult on the first game. You can either use a dexterity check, a pickpocket check to get better cards, a stealth check to sneak a peek at her cards, or a cunning check allows you to figure out she's cheating. All of these checks get easier after the first game, and if you keep trying to duel her and loose eventually Leliana and Zevran will auto-help you win. Funny to note, all of these involve some rogue traits, so this is basically a competition to show her how much of a top-tier rogue you are. Even the 3-way involves a speech check based off cunning.
I like how the rogue specializations are the only ones that are all accessible in any playthrough without having to make an evil choice. All the rogue specializations you can get through books or training, regardless of character. Both warriors and mages had to make an evil choice of either selling out Connor or poisoning the ashes if they wanted their full choice of specialization. Thankfully, Awakening gave the free eats choice of buying manuals.
Typical Paragon, of course, you're afraid to drink the red slurp juice in Haven, as any true gamer should. Well, good job finishing this side quest in the most uncool way possible. Let's just go bully people. Now, I could use a distraction at the moment.
With pleasure, Donald. You know, this is the second time this quest that these guys bring up a cut bit of content. Apparently, when Howe took over Daenerys, he brought in a lot of his soldiers, which were likely former amoral mercenaries. They are so infamous that even small-time criminal groups like these guys are deathly afraid of them. It was a missed opportunity to bring this up in conversations, but not show us how bad Howe's soldiers are acting with a quest or interaction in the market. Something that shows how bad Howe is for wardens that haven't done the human noble origin. Sort of similar to how we saw the Carta shaking down stores in Orzammar before we actually fought the Carta.
Yeah, plus that would have given human noble a deeper interaction with the game, and it would have let us fuck with Howe more, which is a massive W for all players. I think Denerim was the area they had least fleshed out since it didn't have a main quest until the very end of the game. Sure, they have some good quests, like Slim Kuldry and the Anti-Vin quest line.
That's a good point. And speaking of both Arl Howe and the Anti-Vin Crow quest line, let's go. Hit up the first quest in that chain. Viewers in the back rooms of the Pearl is where the first assassination target is located, who are actually assassins hired by Howe to kill us. In order to get to them, you have to find a wanted poster in the Denerim market that talks about Grey Warden supporters, which will give you the passphrase to reach them.
I'm excited to kill more of Howe's men. I love wasting that snake's money. What is the point of that persuasion check, though? It never actually stops them from attacking you.
I have a feeling that was more cut content, something tells me, given Howe's importance during the land's meat portion. He was meant to play a bigger role in quests like these. Like maybe you could have convinced them to back off or give you some information on how to take down Howe. Would have been interesting, but sadly nothing more than a theory for cut content at this point.
You know, every time I see a Kunari mercenary after playing through Dragon Age 2, I like to think Sten would have called them a slur. Since Kunari do not think highly of Kunari, that leave the Kun. Too bad they don't have random banter during fights. I think that would have been a top-tier feature.
I can see it now, Sten berating Kunari mercenaries, calling them soulless, and Uncle Ogren could berate surface caste dwarfs and casteless. That would be top tier.
So since we kicked out the White Falcon bandits from the Pearl, we automatically get this random encounter in Denerim where their leader will attack us. Fun fact coming from our longtime viewer, believe it, Sergeant Kylon here actually shares the same voice actor with Sten, which I didn't know, because the dude clearly has some vocal range. Thanks for the fact, big dog.
That's true, good shit, finding a fact even Barry didn't know. Here's another one that the viewers might not realize too. The leader of these bandits, Kristoff, has a really powerful axe on his possession. This axe not only has a unique look, but it also has the passive ability of attracting spirits and demons around it because of its power and unique origin based on its codex entry.
Okay, that's a pretty dope fact for a unique weapon, but more importantly, Joe, since when can you explain shit like that in intricate detail? Your ass was doing the lead poisoning stare at the debate stand like you were a one charisma build New Vegas character.
Okay, I guess while we kill these dudes, we can put this debate shit to rest. I want to compliment you both from sounding less like an old married couple and not constantly talking over and insulting each other. So congrats on being grown men for once, but did you two really just challenge each other to a 1v1 golf match to settle the presidency? What the fuck is wrong with the both of you?
Obama, this dude really thinks he can out-golf the golfing master. I literally have spent the last 8 years honing my craft, and this old fossil who can't even walk upstairs thinks he can clutch up against me.
I like how you admitted to 4 years of presidency doing nothing but golf, but the funniest part is you still suck at it. Double D, you are the worst president on our presidential golf team. Me and Barry smoke you and George every damn game. And Barry even got one of George's oil fields because your ass was so in debt from losing hard.
Hey now, boys, I know you all think you're the shit, but don't forget that the top president in our golf team is Maury goddamn Povich, president of TV. I would have interjected your bickering during the debate if that wasn't the funniest and pettiest shit I've seen on national television.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Maury, you know, I got the championship tournament wins on my own. Don't be like that.
And the lie detector determined that was a lie, bozo. You know, you swapped our scores on the very last hole. You can lie to something small, like all of America, but don't lie on a small-time YouTube channel. Donald, you are classier than that.
I feel like these special guests get more contrived every episode. Maury, why are you here?
Sorry, former President Barack Obama. It's just Donald's yapping triggered my lie detector test senses, and I had to intervene.
Wouldn't that happen any time Donald lies Maury?
No, scrub, it only happens when someone lies while being filmed. Jesus, how are you this not caught up on the lore?
It's all good, Joey. I will take my leave. But remember, I'm always watching, boys. Let me know if you want me to DNA test someone, like maybe that Connor dude from last episode.
Boys, seriously, how do I get Maury to like me? Apparently even George and Bill are friends with him. It's literally only me.
We already went through this. Barry, stop being a bitch and get more interests. Speaking of, let's get our viewers' interest up by finally finishing up in Denerim.
Yeah, I finished the second Sergeant Kylon quest and picked up the other two anti-van quests. So let's move on to the main objective of this episode, Wynn's personal quest. Once you are confronted by Wynn in camp with the conversation we saw at the start of the episode, the next time you bring her in the party in the world map, you'll see this scene where Darkspawn will attack your party.
This scene has to be the biggest negative feat in all of Dragon Age Origins, because how did our level 19 Dwarf and my Queen Morrigan fall to a single goddamn fireball? Especially because we are a tank. We have shrugged off Dragon's fire. How did a Darkspawn hit us that hard?
Yeah, I got to admit this scene doesn't really hold up when you think about it. It would have been more interesting if Wynn was by herself and taken down before the warden could get to her. And instead of dying, she channels the spirit, because making the main player weak like that isn't a good look.
True that, but this encounter does give us one of the most overpowered abilities in the game Vessel of Spirit. Not only is it a free revive on Wynn, a healer, but it restores half her mana as well, and increases her spell power on top of being an area of effect stun against enemies. Once the Vessel is over, however, Wynn is susceptible to being one-shot since she is stunned, as well as lowering her movement speed and defense. This ability does get way better after the upgrade when we complete her quest, but we will cover that when we get there.
An overpowered ability for the goddamn queen of the mid-characters. Thanks a lot, BioWare. Even after reading all those buffs, I still see no reason to bring her over my beloved Morrigan.
Literally because she can auto-revive and heal Bozo. Without her, we would literally be forced to down every single health potion.
Skill issue, Joe just don't take damage. Also, I love the fact that once again the Darkspawn are back to remind everyone who the main enemy in this game is. I love fighting Darkspawn for the 50th time this playthrough.
Honestly, yeah, it's hard to miss Darkspawn in the later games, when Origins has them as literally every filler enemy. We have to have 2 Darkspawn ambushes for Wynn's quest alone. We still have a few areas that don't involve them, thankfully. Also, that's a new boss counter for me. We are all tied up now at 10.
Oh yeah, we should talk about that. So we did the poll from last episode, and after over 100 votes, the poll was basically dead even. So we won't count the Desire Demon fight as a boss counter, meaning we all now have 10. I just want to go on record, though, that I wasn't trying to wiggle my way out of the competition. I just wanted to ask if there should be an outlier for the 2 fights that literally have boss health, if you fight them in a different area, since it is gray, no matter how you look at it.
Yeah, whatever, you're fucking wrong, Joe, and the viewers called you out for it. I'm glad Dragon Age fans aren't as biased as the goddamn Electoral College. Maybe our viewers should handle this year's election cycle.
Bro just did a slurp with a twist on every viewer's schlong.
Well, now we have to get through one of the longest dialogue chains in this entire game. We have to ask Wynn how she was chose by the Spirit of Faith and what her true regret is. I have been holding this one in the reserves for just this moment, and now it's time to pull out one of my biggest yap sessions to date.
Oh shit, this may have been my fault. I remember all the way in episode 2 making a comment about the bore-off competition between Barry and Wynn. I future-sighted a little too close to the sun with this one, boys.
Jesus Christ, Joe, do you still have that lean? This is going to be a long-ass journey, and I don't think I want to experience whatever this is sober.
So Wynn's regret in Origins is essentially her first ever apprentice, who ran away after not fitting into the Circle Tower, which was brought on after an argument between Wynn and the apprentice, since as an elf, he was not adjusted to living together with humans. The apprentice Anarin fled the Circle and was hunted by the Templars and was believed to be killed, but the Templars never even told Wynn what happened to him. This greatly shaped Wynn's perspective on teaching her other apprentices, as well as being a mentor to us, realizing that you can't force someone to teach when they don't have the right attitude to learn. While she obviously has regrets over how she handled Anarin, in reality, that's not her true regret, or the reason her spirit is keeping her alive. Wynn's much bigger regret is that her son was taken from her at birth, and she never was able to be in his life, and as such, despite being a caretaker for the next generation, she couldn't really help her own son, the most important person of all.
Hold up, Wynn is an actual mother, not a surrogate grandma?
So she is literally a gilf, a grandma I'd like too.
Yes, Jesus Christ, boys. If you go through all the banter between Wynn and Alistair, and oddly enough, only if you aren't a mage yourself, there's 2 party banter scenes, where Wynn tells Alistair that she imagines her son grew up to be quite similar to Alistair. She reveals that she got pregnant while very young in the circle, and that the child was taken by the chantry as soon as she gave birth to him. She also admits she thinks about him all the time, so it's certainly something she does regret. The story of her son is detailed through Dragon Age Asunder novel, where Wynn's son Rhys and Wynn are primary characters.
Oh, Jesus Christ, more novel shit that wasn't included in the main games.
At least this is based off lore that was presented in the base game of Origins. It wasn't just spawned into existence. So how does this relate to Wynn's spirit, Barry?
Oh, God damn it, Joe, don't encourage him.
Well, spoilers for Dragon Age Asunder, if you don't mind, viewers, but Rhys and Wynn embark on a quest to cure a tranquil mage who has possessed something that on the surface should be impossible. After curing the possession, Rhys and Wynn learn from the tranquil that curing tranquility is entirely possible if the tranquil's mind is touched by a spirit. This is something we learn from Cassandra in Inquisition as well, from Lord Seeker Lambert. While on this quest, Rhys falls in love with a Templar Evangeline who gets into combat with the Lord Seeker and dies as the Lord Seeker is trying to secure the information of the tranquil cure from the public. Wynn transfers the spirit that she is carrying to Evangeline to save his son's lover, killing Wynn in the process, but bringing this spirit situation full circle, finally doing something for the son she couldn't raise her one true regret.
Holy shit, who is cutting onions in this goddamn Oval Office? There's no way in hell some old fossil is making me cry right now.
They really went the long con with that story arc. Do we know what happened to Wynn's son and his girlfriend Barry?
No, they do join the Inquisition as a small side quest, and we can assume Evangeline now is in the same state as Wynn, where the spirit is keeping her alive, but we don't have any more information than that. Rhys would have been a perfect narrative companion for the next installment, considering he is just as strong as Wynn, and he is spirit sensitive, which would have been very relevant for the whole Vale Tear situation in Valeguard, but I guess it just wasn't meant to be.
So wait, if that was the biggest regret in Wynn's life, then why does this whole quest with an Aaron actually improve the power of Vessel of Spirit and give Wynn a sense of peace, Barry?
Poor script writing. I'm sure our editor knows a thing or two about that.
That's Fair Spirit's work in pretty mysterious ways. Anyway, Barry, we still have a long way to go through this Wynn conversation, so I think this is the best time to ask if you have a comment question prepped for us.
Shoot, we haven't had a proper comment question in a while after our special episode, so let's start with a simple one today, but one that is certainly opinionated. Viewers, who is your absolute favorite companion in Dragon Age?
Wait, we've done almost 20 damn episodes of Dragon Age videos, and we haven't asked people who their favorite is yet. How the hell did we manage that?
I was saving it for a rainy day, Donald. But on to the question, I would have to give my favorite companion to Cassandra. She is someone who I actively didn't trust or liked because of how she was portrayed almost as antagonist in her introduction in 2. But over time, she really grew on me because of how real she is. She is someone who speaks her mind and challenges opposing ideas, essentially wearing her heart on her sleeve, which is ironic because there's an armor upgrade that actually gives her hearts on her armor, which shows her nerdy romantic side, which is absolutely my favorite aspect of her character because it's so simple but unexpected. Cassandra is someone who has no hidden agendas. She doesn't mince her words, and she's totally emotionally honest instead of someone who thrusts all her past trauma on the main character like so many other BioWare companions. She's not perfect by far, but she tries, and that's why she's my favorite.
Damn, that was beautiful, Barry. You're really hitting it home today. Well, my favorite companion is by far Leliana.
Shocker.
Fight me, Donald. Leliana is my favorite. Because despite having an absolute banger of a tragic origin story, she is still a good person, despite getting dealt a traumatic past. How many times in anime do characters have a rough life and a deep personal betrayal and turn into a villain? But Leliana overcomes this to still be a good person, even if you can harden her in both games, which is another reason she is my favorite. Hardening her still doesn't make her a bad person. She is still a morally good person. She just has a renegade streak about her, similar to Shepard in early Mass Effect games.
Yes, and not one viewer was shocked to hear that. Anyways, boys, my absolute goated choice for best companion is my beloved wife, Morrigan. Not only is she a 20 out of 10 in the looks department, and the absolute strongest mage companion, but she is just as pivotal to the story of Origins as Alistair and our warden are. She is one of the 2 OG squad mates after the tutorial ends, and she offers your warden the chance to live and become the hero of Ferelden without a sacrifice being needed, which is important because both Alistair and your warden become pivotal characters in the later series. Speaking of the later series, Morrigan's growth in Inquisition is amazing, as while she's still a badass Darwinist at heart, she grows to care for her lover and child deeply if you pushed her down that path. She's a smart, beautiful badass, and if she isn't in Veilguard, I am going to fucking overturn BioWare headquarters.
Wait, hold on. Did we seriously all pick our favorite romance options from the episode 7 comment question as our favorite companions as well?
Yeah, can't say I'm surprised with that. Joe Romance is a very good link to what character a player usually likes. I imagine some of our viewers will have the same reaction, but some might still have different opinions. So viewers, let us know in the comments below. As always, our editor will respond to every comment, and his favorite will be featured next episode. And with that, Joe Mind showing us the featured comment from last episode.
Our featured comment comes from Desi542, whose dream team is Alistair, Fenris, Blackwall, Morrigan, Dorian, Merrill, Cole, Varric, and Isabella, which has a great mix of all our personal presidential picks. But it wasn't just the team composition that had us feature this, because we had tons of goated teams last episode. Y'all are amazing, by the way. The reason we featured it is because Bro wrote an entire doctoral thesis on each of their team picks. Like, we couldn't even fit all of their comment on the screen. So we just clipped the first segment. But thank you for that level of detail. It got Barry and our editor absolutely bricked up, and we can't wait to see your opinion on your favorite companion, Big Dog.
Well, with the comment question done, let's move back to the plot. Interesting to note how, unlike every other main quest area where they give you the chance to run around a little before being sucked into the plot, the Dalish camp sucks you immediately into what's going on here.
That's a good point. The Circle Tower and Orzammar give you the docks and gates of Orzammar, respectively, to run around and explore freely before you get down to the plot, and even Redcliffe and Haven, which suck you in very early on arrival, still give your character some movement to run around first, but the Dalish camp just auto-warps you to plot immediately, kind of like they wanted to get it out of the way. Also, here we have another filthy apostate who just happens to be shaped like an elven egg. This will be excellent practice for what's going to happen in Veilguard, boys. Do you think I could find a curb in the middle of this forest?
Barry, I think we should switch the turn order. I don't like Donald's aura right now.
No, Joe, we can't keep changing the rules. The viewers already get on your case enough for that. Whatever choice Donald decides, we will just have to abide by, as we will still have our last army choice locked in.
Oh, absolutely, we will have that anyways. Werewolves are something we really only see in Origins, and I really wish we could see a next-gen variant of these guys in future games. But werewolves are sort of underrated in the Ferelden lore. They actually have huge tie-ins to Ferelden's early days, and they are the reasons the Kauslans are Terrans on equal status with Loghain. Since the Kauslans achieved that rank of nobility by uniting the lands against werewolves, as there was a lycanthrope plague hundreds of years ago in Ferelden.
Jesus Christ twice in one episode with the Donald lore drops what is happening.
Good shit, Donald. You're right on the money with that one. Realistically, werewolves being a plague or commonplace in Thedas makes sense, given the fact that all it takes is a spirit to take hold of a wolf in order to spread the werewolf curse. And just like the Darkspawn curse, it's very easy to spread in mortals, though obviously in-game we are immune to actual in-game effects of the disease, probably because that would be annoying. Werewolves also were able to take the form of humans to blend perfectly in society according to lore, but we don't see that in-game either. Moving further on to the Ferelden relevance of werewolves, the ability of normal dogs like Mabari to detect a werewolf, even when it is in human form, is what first led Fereldans to adopt dogs as indispensable companions in everyday society, and why the phrase Ferelden smells like wet dog becomes so common. The alliance between humans and regular wolves is also the subject of the popular Ferelden folktale Dane and the Werewolf.
Good yapping on both ends, boys. Also on the funnier side of things, if we brought Bo with us. When we first meet Zatharin, he gets annoyed at seeing more dogs in this forest. Too bad. We missed it. It's a really funny troll move.
God, you are such a child, Joe. Anyways, Barack, how much of this forest do you plan on doing? I want to prepare myself for next episode.
Right, good call. It always helps the boys out as well as the viewers to get our game plan laid out. So my main objective is to reach Anaryn in the forest, which means I will have to clear a pretty good portion of the forest. I would say I will tackle about 50% of the forest this episode. Then Donald, you can cover the other 50% of the forest and then finish the elven ruins to wrap up the rest of this quest.
Oh, I hate that goddamn ruin with every fiber of my gamer being. Thanks for that, Obama. But whatever, I will still make the most out of this shit sandwich and still be a man of the people. Speaking of as a man of the people, we're gonna have to find this dude's wife for him.
Good point. This side quest can have importance in Dragon Age 2, so we might as well start it up. Plus, Athras here is voiced by Mark Meir, one of his only 2 roles in Dragon Age. The other is coming up shortly.
Oh, shit. Well, now we definitely have to go help Commander Shepard's wife. Otherwise, how are we going to know what stores in the Citadel are his favorite?
I feel like these side quests are nowhere near as interesting as Orzammars or Redcliffe's, since there isn't that much player agency. There's usually only one option to complete the quest, or just the option to not complete it at all.
Yeah, I think the Dalish side quests are the weakest quests overall, because of little player agency in the quests. Still there's a few highlights here as always. Most notably, the Kamen quest has quite a few unique interactions, even options that vary by the Warden's gender. There's the Arcane Warrior specialization and the Mage's Treasure, which has us fighting multiple Revenant bosses for a top-tier armor, as well as a very interesting lore drop. Finally, the Merchant has the best supply of crafting materials in the game, including an unlimited supply of elf root.
Which means, of course, Obama is about to blow all our hard-earned money on it. At least we can be wasteful next episode with the potions.
Hey, now let's not get crazy. We still have plenty of difficult fights ahead of us. We are going to need those potions.
Sounds like a personal problem. I do what I want.
Okay, ladies, an interesting fact about the Dalish camp is that the camp itself has a hidden approval meter depending on race and your interactions with the camp. Not only will this change how NPCs in the camp greet you, but it also affects if Varathorn the Merchant will trade with you. And it also affects the easiness of speech checks around camp. How you gain these points is essentially just completing the side quests in this camp in a way that benefit the quest giver. Lose enough points, and you can't trade with them anymore. Humans, I believe, start at lower points than other races and can fall more easily into being locked out of trade.
Yeah, I had that happen once when I first came in. It was annoying as hell. Like, just give me the damn elf root, old man.
Skill issue. Well, I'm sure you appreciate that every Dalish camp has a lore keeper berry. That's the shit you like after all.
All right, I will roll with it. We have a few story times we have to get through before we can ask the storyteller about Anaryn to proceed Wynn's quest. So tell me, boys, how much do you know about Dalish history?
I know everything Merrill tells us about the Dreadwolf and Mythil, but that's about it.
I know enough to tell that they don't actually know shit about ancient elves, and that they're kind of just dicks for the sake of it.
All right, then. Well, the Dalish history is almost entirely tied up in the formation of the Andrastian religion. Shartan, along with Andrasta, rallied elven slaves in a war against Tevenor. This, of course, didn't end up well for Andraste, but her husband Mafarath persisted in the war after her death and eventually freed the slaves and granted them the land in the Dales in his wife's honor. They lived in the Dales for about 3 centuries without any issue, but when the Orlesian Empire formed under the banner of unifying a singular Andrastian religion among the lands, the Dalish were a primary target, being a land that still worshipped multiple gods. There was a major war, and the Dalish people even sacked Val Royale at one point, but obviously they did not have the numbers to take on the whole empire, and the Exalted March eventually destroyed the Dales, forcing the clans to disperse into now nomadic tribes, where the purpose is to hold on to any bit of ancient elven society they can. This Exalted March also led to the practice of pushing elves into alienages and forcing them to worship Andraste, as the original elves from alienages are elves that surrendered to the Exalted March and Orlesian Empire, probably why many Dalish clans have disdain for city elves, and even have a slur for them, which is flat ears.
Damn, so they really had all this death and destruction over gods that aren't even real. They should have just dropped the petty shit and worshiped the one true religion of enchantment.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
Well, I appreciate the yacht, Barry. Overall, though, I just like how the Dalish try to mimic their own ancient culture. And in doing so, they actually have formed their very own culture that is very distinct from the elves of Arlathan and the Dales. At least that's what we learn in the later games. Also, when Sten hears this story here that the lorekeeper's telling, he has a funny reaction, saying that the Qunari would have improved their people, the humans have done nothing.
Sten is super based as always. Also, Jesus Christ, we went through that whole Yap session, and this dude is still going on. What in the Yapception is this?
As I said, he has 2 whole stories to get through. In exchange for hearing about the Dales, he is going to tell us more about the Brazilian forest we are about to enter.
A yap for a yap. What kind of Obama currency do these elves have going on here?
Viewers drinking game take a shot every time someone says the word yap.
Please don't do that, viewers. You will actually die, and we can't encourage reckless drinking like that.
Pussy.
Well, the Cliff Notes version of the history of this forest is that during the time before Andraste, when Tevinter occupied Ferelden, there was a great war in this forest, likely between the ancient elves and Tevinter. So much death caused spirits to be attracted to the forest and tear the veil enough so that spirits could possess the trees and animals in the forest. We will learn more about this war during the Mage's treasure quest.
I'm just in it for the loot, but I know I have to hear about it to get the cool armor, so I guess it's the compromise I have to pay.
I appreciate you trying to find him, but what are the chances?
Well, we can finally ask him about Anna, and apparently the dude is still alive and just chilling in the woods.
Yeah, wait, how did that work? Did the Templars just fuck up hunting him again like they did? Joan, Ferelden Templars are really just making the rest of us look like shit.
Well, when you have a job that gives you authority over a group of people, it's only natural. Some will care more about torturing said people than actually the duty they are sworn into.
A little too real with that one, Joe.
Well, I guess there is only one way to find out. Peep this transition. Let's head into the woods, boys.
Look, Donald, it's dogs, your favorite.
These are not the kind of good boys I like. Also looks like I'm gonna have to take back that shit about the Redcliffe sword being trash, because I'm pretty sure half the things in here are considered beasts.
Well, Topsider's honor is still the better choice because almost everything in the ruins is actually undead, so our stocks are still safe as far as that is concerned. Also, it's an interesting lore touch that they paired regular wolves with werewolves. I wonder if some of these wolves are possessed by spirits, and that's why they are helping the werewolves.
They are probably just chill with the Lady of the Forest, and she asked them for help, but we will get to that later. I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Either way, it's overwhelmed city up in here, because every single beast has the same damn ability, regardless if it's a wolf, spider, or hentai tentacle. And at our level, it isn't so much lethal as it is just inconvenient.
Looks like the furries want more smoke.
What a scenic-ass place to square up. At least these doggos have good taste.
Oh shit, they are talking, boys. Maybe we should ask them if they want some nuggets.
Donald's first reaction to meeting new sentient life is to offer it McDonald's.
Look when the aliens arrive and I offer them a huge tray of cheeseburgers. You nerds can all thank me when they return with some hot blue alien girls and not the Death Star.
All right, boys. If we can get back on track here, this encounter is one of the multiple dozen that does address our warden's race. Right now, the werewolves are confused as hell at seeing a dwarf in the forests. However, they kind of spoil the plot a little if you are a human warden, since they will say it's really ironic the Dalish send a human to take out the werewolves.
They really put up a huge sign off the bat that shit is wrong here. Zathrin says they are mindless beasts, but they were able to organize an ambush, and now they are able to have better conversations with us than Joe on the debate stand.
Eat a dick.
It only gets more suspicious when we do one of the side quests for the camp in a moment involving Athras and his wife. We can skip this fight thanks to our coercion skill stocks, but it really isn't a tough fight. The wolves fuck off as soon as Swift Runner gets a few boo-boos.
The werewolves in this game still have better stocks than those pissant companions from Skyrim. Oh, I'm a leader of the inner circle and a trained combat veteran of over 40 years with a werewolf buff, but I still got clapped up by a few bandits with silver swords. Give me a damn break.
You fell back into the Skyrim rabbit hole again, didn't you, Donald?
It's a cozy game, and I've been going through a lot. There's only so much McNuggets, and it be like that sometimes as a man can use.
So Swift Runner's group didn't want to fight. But these werewolves 30 feet away are more than happy to run into the meat tenderizer that is our high-level warden. Well, go off, Kings.
POV, it's 2009, and you just said you're an Edward fan in 8th grade English class.
I could say a lot about your 60-something ass being in an 8th grade English class sleepy, but you actually got a dry chuckle out of me with that one. Also, hang on, did they include werewolves in this fantasy game to try and attract goddamn Twilight fans? This game came out the same time as New Moon.
This game came out before New Moon, so I think it's just a coincidence. Plus, I'm sure this quest was developed long before Twilight even plagued the United States. Now looking at Skyrim, and you might be onto something, boys. Anyways, I'm glad I can finally show the viewers how overpowered dual-wield rogues are. I think we haven't really been able to highlight that. Since this is only the second time this playthrough we've used Zevran. Just a tip for viewers getting back into Origins for the first time in forever because of our playthrough, a max dexterity dual wield rogue with stealth capabilities is a really strong build on even high difficulties. Get assassin and duelist and some high level poisons, and you might be able to solo even the toughest fights. It's really strong, and it's a little more engaging than certain mage playthroughs.
If I had a nickel for every bloody, mostly dead scout I found in the woods and had to heal up in this game, I would have 2 nickels. Viewers, you know the rest.
I don't remember that animation there. Is that something the restoration patch added, Barry?
I think so. I don't remember it either in base Origins. It looks like Spirit Healer was going to have a large impact on certain quests, which makes sense. Wynn is a strong enough healer that getting this guy stable enough to walk should be child's play.
We should have looted his Jordans first. They are pretty good, giving +2 to Constitution. He also has a figure we could use later on, but I guess we just don't want it.
I don't think stealing from their scouts is going to earn many brownie points from the Dalish Joe, so I'd rather just send him on his way and keep it pushing. Though I will say, it doesn't matter too much building up camp approval because it can be cheesed by simply giving them the iron bark up ahead without asking for a reward. Doing that guarantees Verathorn will trade with you regardless of every other quest decision you make, even if you're straight up assholes to them.
Well, before we get the iron bark, we have to deal with the Darkspawn reminding us they are the main villains for the 18th time this playthrough. Why are the Darkspawn even here? Theirs. Nothing for them to pillage except the Dalish.
Maybe they got lost on their way to Denerim. Honestly, that would be pretty relatable. Maybe the archdemon is bitching directions at them too, trying to get them back with the main horde.
Something tells me you're taking that more to heart than you realize, Joe, but honestly, I feel like they just sprinkled in Darkspawn in this area because it's the obvious enemy choice. And again, just to remind players, this is a blight. And these Darkspawn are spreading out while we gather our armies.
Got to build the tension somehow, I guess. Also, this gravesite is where one of the armor pieces for the mage's treasure quest, you're going to start those now, Barak. They have boss health, too.
Oh, actually, Donald, technically you can't start that quest with this gravesite. There is a specific one you need to disturb first to trigger the other 2. I think that will be the last thing I handle this episode, just to kick things off for you to finish the other gravesites easier.
That actually felt like such a nerd emoji moment, Barry.
Eat a dick, Joe.
Well, I'm thankful for your nerd knowledge, Barak, especially since it means I can get plenty of boss counters next episode. Ironbark for the quest up ahead, but here's the Sylvans, a very welcome sight.
Oh, absolutely. The Sylvans are probably top 5 on my bucket list for remastered enemies in Veilguard. They have a unique look and combat style, and they have a cool premise, pretending to be a regular tree lying in wait for ambush, like we see here. Unfortunately, the game doesn't really do this mechanic justice, since the Sylvans are so distinct from normal trees that a player can't be ambushed by them more than once, unless they're not paying attention.
I really like the way they fight too, rooting half our party and giving them a powerful back kick like they are Chuck Norris.
Damn, what an ancient throwback, Sleepy. But as much as I love the Goat Inquisition, I feel like it was a missed opportunity to not have Sylvans in the Hinterlands or Emerald Graves, especially since both those areas like this forest were sites of war and large battles which thinned the veil. Plus, having to dodge their root attacks would have worked really well with the new engine, sort of a rip-off, being honest.
Well, at least we get to see them plenty in Origins and Awakening. I have to say, though, BioWare really knows how to create fantasy forests from a design perspective. I feel like between the two forests in this game and the massive forest in the Hinterlands in Inquisition, some of the design team members must really have a passion for forests.
I wonder if it's the same dude who designed the Oblivion forests. They all just feel very vibrant and lush, like I'm exploring the woods as a kid again. The music really helps that feeling too, making it playful and foreboding.
Joe, I'm positive you plagiarized that shit from some other video, you sleepy fuck. That being said, you are strangely right about every ounce you just yapped about.
I just watched a few gameplay analysis videos while I practiced for the debate. Some of those videos really help get your feelings out in a more verbose manner. I swear, though, everything I just said was 100% original, boys.
Well, I'm stunned but impressed anyways. Looks like one of the dogs is willing to be chill with us. It's crazy how revealing this conversation is to the main plot, since she reveals that the werewolves are changed and that Witherfang leads them and is not what the Dalish think she is, but you can technically skip this cutscene and never encounter her while still finishing the main quest. Since there are technically two paths into this side of the forest, you can enter the next part of the forest while never encountering her.
Is there any way to save her berry? She isn't looking too good.
Well, by talking to her, we have essentially relegated her fate to being put down. Unfortunately, we either can agree to put her out of her misery, and if we don't, she will attack us seemingly because the curse takes over and forces her to, since she fled Witherfang's protection from the mental effects of the curse. Technically, there is a happy ending here. If you don't encounter her, if you cure the werewolf curse, then go back to Athras. He will say he is going into the forest to find his wife. Since she would be cured with everyone else, it's just possible she is lost in the woods now.
So basically, because we interfered, we made things worse for them. I like that it's the same thing as the Blackstone quests. Just mindlessly doing them is the wrong decision from the outside looking in.
Yeah, and now we have left some Dalish girl without her mom and seeking revenge in Dragon Age 2, depending on what her choices are later. I always found it weird that the main Dalish quest in Origins has 3 branching choices in Dragon Age 2. It definitely offers replayability, but it also makes every other import quest pale in comparison to this choice.
Careful Joe commenters are catching on that you're just plagiarizing our editor's Dragon Age 2 analysis video.
Democrats try not to shill for our editor's video challenge impossible. Also, rest in peace, Danelia, you deserve better.
We will tell your husband you died thinking of him, poor girl.
Barack Joe's son just teleported in front of us.
Hunter, what did I say about going into the forest when you're off the, shut up, Donald.
We must again ignore the mentally insane for the moment, Donald. We are on a mission just past the crazy guy. I guess Anarin must be roommates with him or something.
This reunion is pretty sweet, actually.
So wait, the Templars just stabbed him and left him bleeding out. What assholes just finished the job you're getting paid to do nothing worse than an inefficient Templar? This is why we have Tevinter still thriving in a steampunk future.
How is that the takeaway, Donald? Instead of maybe having an order that doesn't kill mages first and ask questions later. Sounds like these two were just Dark Urge players who wanted to act out on killing someone legally.
Skill issue, Joe. Most mages just need a good killing.
Anarin is a pretty chill guy. He just kind of blows off their past and wishes her well. He doesn't even seem that mad about being left for dead by the Templars. I think Bro has some kind of self-actualization going on, where he's reached his peak living among the forest as a wandering healer.
Why doesn't he just live with the Dalish?
Well, he simply just doesn't feel connected to the Dalish, which makes sense, given how most Dalish are not welcoming of outsiders, including elves raised alongside humans. Also, the token he gives us unlocks an upgrade for Vessel of the Spirit, where instead of restoring 50% of health and mana during the revive, the token restores 100% of health and mana. And also the stun is removed when the spell ends. So it's just an overall major buff to this ability. Best of all, you don't need to equip it on Wynn to get the buff. You just have to have the item in your inventory and not equip it on anyone else.
Again, a super overpowered ability for an incredibly mid character, at least her arc is finished with. And that conversation was super quick compared to Leliana's and Morrigan's side quest.
Wow, you're such a ray of sunshine, Donald, but I do agree that confrontation with Anarin was 2 minutes long, which is crazy since we spent like 20 minutes this episode doing the build-up for this quest, only for that to be the conclusion. I guess all we have left to do this episode is talk to the crazy guy. What lore do you got on this guy, Barry?
A question for a question, answer for answers. This dude acoustic or a politician?
I mean, both probably. But to answer your question, Joe, there's a lot to say about this guy, even though there's literally nothing we can get out of him personally. Zathrin tells us that he had a tower in the forest, but it mysteriously vanished. Considering we see him teleport out of a stump, we can assume he somehow transported his tower into the stump. Zathrin can also tell us that he is a Shemlin blood mage hiding from the Chantry, and we can see several Templar bodies littered around the forest, so we can assume that the they he is referring to is the Templars. Also, we can get 2 interesting items if we barter with him. We can get an elven helmet that gives 20% spirit resistance, really useful for fighting the archdemon and most mages. We can also trade him for a book, which gives us a codex entry on some Tevinter relics that are in game rings we can find. Also, everything we can use to trade with him are items we find around the forest doing side quests, such as the scarf Danelia gives us, Dagon's boots, or Halla carving, or 2 Dalish books we can get in camp.
This guy is also one of the 2 people we can side with to get past the forest barrier, guarding the werewolves. We can side with him or the rhyming tree, and knowing how these 2 operate, I can already tell they are going to help the blood mage, and probably forgive his student loans too.
Oh, hell no. I brought Zevran into the woods for a reason, Donald. I'm siding with my boy Rhyming Tree. Bro's been on SoundCloud for 15 years, and he still hasn't caught his big break. I gotta respect it.
I'm actually surprised you made the right decision for once. Also, oh, right, this scene I almost forgot.
Let's see. Oh, when was the last time I slipped my hand into some dark hole? I remember. Long story, that. And there we go.
I bet Barry wishes he was that tree stump right now.
I mean, don't we all?
Heavy pause.
Phrasing, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, I'm the master of phrasing. You can't Uno reverse card me, Joe. It was a joke.
Barry, not a damn viewer is going to believe that's a joke. Not after all the receipts we have in this playthrough.
I feel like Zevran and Wynn have just been carrying the content this episode, which is probably a good thing considering they have been more pushed to the side in this playthrough so far.
Well, that's a good thing, since I'm sure every companion has a few fans out there. Considering the last 2 characters who still have arcs are Zevran and Ogren, I'm sure we have at least one more companion-focused episode in us.
Well, I guess the crazy dude proved how much of a blood mage he is by immediately summoning demons off the bat. Also, this fight seems more intense than I remember it. I usually just meant to clash him and then Cone of Cold the demons.
My beloved Morrigan could have clutched up the W while everyone else took a break, but Barack has a massive skill issue.
Yeah, if I was being optimal, I would have grabbed Morrigan for this instead of Wynn, but we were already here, and content as king boys. Also, yes, for those confused, mana clash allows you to drain all the mana of an enemy, and then deal spirit damage proportionate to how much mana they lost. For spellcaster bosses, like the Mad Hermit, this makes them completely one-shottable. It, of course, is useless on any boss that doesn't use mana, though. Situations where, considering if the point investment is worth it, is one of the many reasons why I love Origins gameplay, and ever more excited for the magic skill tier list when we get to it.
Yeah, hurry up and do a mage playthrough so we can test out shit, Joe.
Yeah, this is the one and only time my mage love is useful to you, Donald, so I will get to it when I get to it. I got a lot to manage right now between this series, Sunday White House ice cream banquets, and this election too. I guess the importance, of course, being in that order.
Just hurry it up. I need to show them I am a man of the people before November. And tier lists seem to be the way to do it, considering the alternate realities where we do those blow up crazier than a McDonald's with Szechuan sauce.
Anyway, this puts me ahead 1 boss on the boss counter, so why don't we add 1 more to that total before we close this video out. The first grave site you have to disturb to start the Mage's Treasure Quest is right here in the corner of the forest, right down from the Hermit's Camp. Each of these have a Revenant boss fight, which if you're doing the Dalish quest line first can be a really difficult fight, considering how much damage Revenants do. but considering how much of a unit we are now. And with Topsider's honor, this should be a quick fight.
Jesus Christ, it's like a calculus equation every time you attack those undead with all those numbers popping up. Yeah, this will be Jova real quick.
Are you gonna yap about the history of the Juggernaut armor, Barack?
No, I need to save some of my material for next episode, boys. I'm sure you have just as long of an episode as I have Donald.
He used up too much of his yap energy. He needs to wait for the cooldowns to refresh now.
That's fair. Viewers get excited because I'm about to finally get a major main quest decision of my very own, so look out for it. Joe, before next week, you want to finally settle the golf 1v1?
Bring it, pussy.
Donald's digging deeper and drinking dirty with the Dalish. Welcome back, viewers. I'm back at the Dalish camp for a few hijinks that Barack missed last episode.
Yeah, I was admittedly half rushing because I knew it would be an hour by the time I reached Anaran, so I really only picked up the side quests I knew we would encounter on the path there. Though I also knew I wanted to leave some content for you, Donald, so take it how you will, boys.
Well, looks like you're starting off on the right path by adding more felony counts, Big Dog, and over a book, even though we know you can't read, Donald.
I read better than your father clearly did when he was reading the condom instructions, you accident baby bitch.
Damn shots fired?
Daddy, please.
Anyways, now that I got my lick in, I figured we would hear some more backstories from the C-tier NPCs. Although hearing this girl's voice, I am suddenly channeling an alternate version of myself, where I want to endlessly simp for her and protect her from an equally horny simp version of Joe. Also, why does it smell like nuclear fire in here?
You know, hearing her voice has me craving violence. And the color blue for some goddamn reason, I can't figure why.
All right, boys, that's probably 2 on the nose now. However, Lanaya is probably the strongest written character in the camp. And it also helps that Mass Effect fans can immediately recognize her voice actor. Lanaya was not born into the Dalish, and was instead born into a family that were servants to traveling merchants. These merchants were attacked by bandits, who captured Lanaya and used her in every sense of the word for years as a slave.
Jesus Christ, why is every human dude's first reaction to an elf girl S.A.? Someone get me the damn pliers.
Gotta put the dark in dark fantasy somehow. Still, I wouldn't mind bringing some freedom curb stomps to those pricks.
Well, no need. The bandits happened to pick a fight with Zatharin's clan and killed one of his scouts. He pulled up, wanting all the smoke, and killed every single bandit in that camp himself. When he saw Lanaya, he felt so bad for her that he took her back to the clan and raised her as Dalish. She faced a lot of prejudice, not being a natural-born Dalish herself, but she overcame this by working twice as hard as her clanmates and eventually became beloved by her new people. She is, in a sense, the perfect Dalish leader to bridge the gap between humans and Dalish, since she was born among humans and yearns for a sense of understanding between humans, but she is still respected by the Dalish in the same light. This reflects in the ending, where if Lanaya is appointed keeper, she helps keep the peace between the Dalish and neighboring human settlements.
Yeah, how nice. I'm sure Zatharin's bloodthirst against humans won't come back up later to bite us in the ass.
We can ask her about Zatharin's history, but it's a pretty high speech check. And we are going to hear about it further into the main quest anyway.
True, that speech check is also one of the several small effects that is impacted by the camp approval system I mentioned last episode. If we have high approval by helping everyone, this speech check can be incredibly easy.
Looks like we can have some fun with some cut content. Let's send her away for a moment, shall we?
Donald, why you gotta trick them for the book?
Because I don't want anyone telling me what I can or can't do. I'm the hero, damn it. And clearly our guy has mild kleptomania. What is this book anyway?
You stole it without knowing what it is, Donald.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Please enlighten me with your demented knowledge.
Man, I don't know. Who do I look like? Obama?
How did I get wrapped up into this? Anyway, yes, Donald, this is cut content added by the Restoration mod, link in the description, in the base game of Origins. The only way to get the songbook is to grab it in stealth or wait until the main quest of the Dalish camp is finished. The songbook adds a song in the Elvish tongue called In Uthanera. The basic translation gives the impression it's about an elven elder being laid to rest while their clan spends one more day with them before their passing. However, Uthanera has a very different meaning, as it's the Elvish word for immortal. The practice of Uthanera, as we learn later on in Trespasser, involved elves going into long periods of sleep to explore the Fade. While their bodies may eventually wither, they would not fully die, as they would be able to wander the Fade in search of knowledge. Some elves in Uthenera, however, were able to reach perfection and draw sustenance from the Fade, rather than dying in their sleep. This likely formed what the Dalish know as the Elven Pantheon. Obviously, Solis was in the state of Uthenera before we meet him in Inquisition, as we can tell how often he explored the Fade. However, when Solis created the Veil, Uthenera was no longer an effective way to put those to rest, as it required far more magical power and lyrium to perform this ritual. Still, there are examples of elves attempting this process, even at the time of the Tevinter Imperium, though its success is unknown.
So this songbook is like crazy relevant to the plot of Trespasser and Veilguard.
The power of retroactive continuity is strong with BioWare.
This is the first mention of Uthenera in the series, aside from a brief mention of it in the Dalish elf origin. Albeit, Donald, you have a point. There's no way they knew how relevant this was going to be at the time. But I hope you all learned something. The Elven lore is incredibly deep and fascinating, and we will have more yaps about it than most other lore facts.
Well, while you were yapping, I've been turning in all the side quests in camp, mainly just Commander Shepard and the Merchant. Hopefully they are more trusting of us now and not just passive-aggressive assholes.
That's one way to look at it. The other way is that the Dalish are not trusting and are going to be hesitant of you until you prove you're not a threat first.
Typical elf simp.
Well, speaking of simps, let's move on to one of the biggest ones with the most versatile quest in the camp, shall we?
Well, I'm trying too. I try to give Bro some solid advice on how to up his grind, and he's treating me like I killed his cat. Stop wanting to be a hunter and be a hunter. It's not that hard.
Sort of a visualize where you want to be, and you will already be there type of deal. I can respect it.
Okay, how has this dude not passed his hunter exam yet? You live in the woods where animals are everywhere, but somehow you haven't even killed one yourself. Either do it or pick a new job.
Well, to be fair, this forest is pretty dangerous for a non-warden, plenty of Sylvans, blood mages, and werewolves to worry about. That being said, how has Bro not killed a boar or a wolf? After all this time, he's definitely a grown-ass man.
I've seen rednecks in real life wrestle a boar down with their bare hands. You're telling me a fantasy dude who's trained all his life can do the same?
Well, let's see if he can explain why he has a lack of nuts.
I guess his mental has been boomed.
Oh, damn, boys, what an immaculate smell in front of us.
Joe, you're just saying that because she is a young redhead.
Degeneracy aside, Bro, really should just man up and step up to the plate. Either she accepts you or she doesn't. But sitting aside from afar doesn't get anything done, and isn't fair to either of you.
Yes, good advice, Obama. And of course, my good man, you and all the viewers watching should absolutely put your faith into 3 dudes who spend their free time making Dragon Age lore drops and gooning out to fantasy women.
Bro is maidenless.
Well, let's bring out our Major League Riz, shall we, boys?
To help him right, Donald?
Oh, of course, Barack, I have every intention to help myself. Camprin.
Donald, that wasn't even his name.
Excuse me, milady, but could you perhaps try on this chantry robe and sing me a tune? It's important presidential business.
Joe, do you just ask every redhead that question while sniffing them?
No comment.
Excuse me, young lady, but this level 1 crook called you cringe and that you could never be his little PogChamp. However, I would like to inform you that I not only have a Grey Warden Trust Fund, but I also have 10 million power.
First of all, what in the 2023 were those memes, Donald? And secondly, what the hell are you doing? You know Morrigan is right in front of you.
Well, you see, Morrigan's daily returns have been lacking recently, so I'm diversifying in some short-term stocks to create liquid assets for my Trump Tower.
Sounds perfect to me.
Just the 2 of us, you mean? You are not alone.
Banging in a cart in the middle of the camp in broad daylight is devilish work.
I suppose there's no harm in it. We could talk in one of the Aravels.
See, my beloved Morrigan was okay with it. As long as it was a short-term fling with chaotic results, she's into it. I thought Wynn was supposed to approve, though.
In this base game, there's a glitch that causes her to approve of sleeping with Gaina, for some reason leading to a few memes, but the restoration mod we have must have fixed that glitch. So yeah, we just took a massive approval hit there, but we can still recover, no worries. You're still a chaotic prick. Though, Donald, for messing with these guys.
Oh, bite me. I couldn't resist making an actual NPC. sit in the cuck chair. This was only going to end one way.
Where is bro going?
Running into the haunted forest because your crush got pounded by a random dude is crazy work.
Well, now that we had our humanity restored by blowing some backs, let's go do the next gravesite for the Mage's Treasure Quest. Viewers, make sure you look at last episode to see which grave you're supposed to go to first. And then you go back to the first area of the forest and tackle this gravestone next for those of you following along.
Well, while we have some combat left to get through, Donald, do you have a comment question prepped for us?
You bet I do. I was cooking this one up since last episode based on our conversation about the Sylvans. But considering we still have more to fight now, it's still relevant. So viewers, what enemy from any of the previous Dragon Age games do you think was forgotten about and that you would like returned in the next generation game? For me, I would really like to see the werewolves from this game return, but with updated animations and abilities would be really cool. Their overwhelm ability in Veilguard could work like a Warwick ult where they lunge at you and you have to block or dodge it or take heavy damage. Werewolves in lore would be very thematic for Veilguard, considering how many spirits are bound to flood into the world with the Veil Tear. It would be reasonable that some may take over animals, and that there would be heavy cases of lycanthropy hell. We could even bring it back to Ferelden and dive further into the tie between werewolves and Ferelden history. Plus, the more dogs, the better, am I right, boys?
Valid take. Donald werewolves would be really cool. However, I had a different direction in mind for my choice. I would have to give it to my beloved Sylvans. They are again a thematic choice, as many spirits are flooding into the world at the time of Veilguard. But we could not only see smaller spirits possessing the Sylvans, but we could see more powerful spirits take control of trees and have more interactions like the rhyming tree up ahead. Also, as we described from last episode, the Sylvans have a very unique form of combat in Origins, being able to root and knock back the team with ease and being immune to many forms of crowd control. And seeing these abilities in Veilguard, where we would have to dodge abilities from these hulking behemoths, would be really memorable, and their stealth capabilities would be improved, seeing how it would be easier to animate them as looking like normal trees before contorting out as the enemy. Might be a long shot, but that has been on my wish list since Dragon Age 2 came out, being honest.
Oh, hell yeah. I wanted the Sylvans to pop up in Sunder Mount, but they sadly didn't have enough time in the development cycle. Anyways, my choice for an enemy returning would have to be the Ghasts from Mark of the Assassins.
What the hell are Ghasts, is your old ass trying to say ghosts?
Oh, right. You never played any of the DLC in 2, Donald. They are goblin-like enemies from the second DLC in 2.
Oh, okay, lame choice, and you're a bitch for choosing that, Joe.
Whatever, eat my ass. Anyways, I want the Ghasts to come back because I feel like they were shown to us and then immediately forgotten about after they appeared. Not only do they look like silly little guys and attack in packs by coming out of the ground, but they also can possess magic, and their hierarchy appoints their mages as leaders, similar to shamans for goblins. I think diving a little deeper into how they can utilize magic would be a really cool lore point in the game, as unlike a lot of enemies, the Ghasts seem to possess some form of intelligence similar to the Darkspawn. Plus, they always give me Hope vibes from Fable, and that's just a massive W.
All right, well, except for Joe referencing that shit game, good choices, boys and viewers. Let us know what forgotten enemy you want to see in Veilguard. According to some interviews by the developers, they are promising plenty of diverse enemies. So if one of your suggestions gets added when we see it in the Veilguard playthrough, we could even shout out your comment from this episode when we see it. And speaking of shout-outs, Obama Mind, showing our featured comment from last episode.
With pleasure, Donald. Our featured comment comes from TidyGamer21, who gave us the most left field response, saying that the Darkspawn messenger sent by the Architect during the Amaranthian invasion is his favorite companion. Mainly just featured this one since it's so left field of an answer that I don't think any of us expected it. So props for creativity, and can't wait to see that creativity with today's question. Also, we just wanted to shout out that our viewer base seems to lean very heavily towards Morrigan and Varric as their favorite overall, which is probably good considering how we have a Tier 3 Morrigan simp among us.
Well, with the shout out made, let's turn our attention back to the wordsmith himself. And one of the top 5 people Eminem is afraid to diss my boy Rhyming Tree. Barack, I know you have plenty to say about his voice actor.
I could talk about his voice actor all day. Honestly, Donald, his voice actor Fred Tatasciore also voices Swift Runner in this game, but I guarantee viewers, if you have played almost any other video game besides just Dragon Age, you have heard his voice talent before. He voices Saren from Mass Effect, he voices the Brutes from Halo, the Tank from Left 4 Dead, and Mordekaiser from League of Legends that's just off the top of my head. There's plenty more. He is just everywhere and it's peak. He is super underrated.
Well, while it's disturbing that Saren, the spokesperson for the Reapers in Mass Effect, is now just chilling in the forest, spitting rhymes, I am glad we sided with him against the crazy old man. Now we can get his stick and get to the next part of the forest when we are ready. Also considering he isn't violent like every other Sylvan. I wonder if he is a spirit of rhyming or something quirky like that.
Reunited with my seed. This cannot pass without reward. I shall give what little I can afford. Keep this branch of mine with thee.
Yeah, the concept of the Grand Oak is definitely something ripped from a Sunday night D&D session, and it adds to the charm of Dragon Age overall.
Speaking of D&D, Barack, do we still have that special feature? We have one last thing before we should continue the plot.
You got it, Joe. We'll text him now. Viewers, get ready for something different.
Thy winter's kind, and thy roots be strong.
Welcome to Impromptu D&D with your Dungeon Master, George. Let's get it. This campsite appears remarkably intact. The tents and bedrolls are covered with leaves, but are dry and whole.
Oh, how welcoming.
Seems a little sus to me. Stay on guard.
Let's take a closer look.
The fire pit smokes and possesses embers enough to build into a small flame. There are no signs of any inhabitants.
How odd. A camp with no campers, complete with fire and warm blankets. Rather inviting, would you not?
Your dark-haired companion says with a gleam of suggestion in her eye.
I love you, baby, but this shit is dangerous.
You get no hint of danger, though it strikes you as odd that the camp is abandoned. Perhaps searching the camp will give more clues as to its nature.
Let's check out the bedroll.
You examine the bedroll. It looks clean and warm. You feel like you haven't slept in ages. It would be so nice to curl up and sleep.
I feel magic here, draining my strength. We must leave.
Your elderly healer says, exasperated, trying to catch her breath as some force draws her in.
This place doesn't pass the vibe check. I'm out.
You turn away from the bedroll, but only reluctantly. The lure of sleep is almost overpowering.
Damn boys, let's get out of here.
As you turn to leave, you find your steps growing leaden. Fatigue tugs at your limbs and you yawn. It has been a long journey. Perhaps it is safe to rest here?
Perhaps we're being too hasty in leaving. I'm too old for all this running around.
Your elderly healer speaks in a tired, dazed tone, but you find yourself comforted by the words all the same.
Fuck that, I ain't doing this shit.
Well, roll a willpower save, big dog. With a nat 20 on the wisdom save, you use all your strength to push through. As if it were a dream, the vision of the campground dissipates before you as a cold and long dead campsite filled with bones of the many travelers who have been lured here by a shade, which now angrily lunges towards you.
Thank you kindly for that, George. And viewers, hope you liked something a little different today, that Quest is half just reading and has a classic D&D feel to it. So I had to bring our Dungeon Master in to spice things up.
No problem, Obama Llama. Do you know mechanically what was going on there, though I feel like we may have got too engrossed to explain to the viewers?
Good call, George. So viewers, if you're wondering why this encounter didn't end without everyone but Wynn or Morrigan being knocked out, let me explain. This encounter has a hidden point system, like the Lands Meet, where every dialogue option adds or subtracts points. If you fall below 6 points, your party automatically succumbs to the spell and falls asleep, where only the party member with the highest willpower remains awake to fight the shade. However, if you bring Wynn and choose each dialogue option that is cautious and don't interact with more than one object in the campsite, or just leave the campsite after the first cutscene, you get the scene we just witnessed.
Damn, that's really elaborate for a small side quest.
Yeah, this and the Camperin side quest are top tier. Also, don't worry, Obama. I grabbed the Dalish gloves for the unique Zevran gift.
Thank you, Donald. Looks like we have one more errand to take care of before diving into the ruins.
Y'all are going to do a dungeon that sounds hype.
You're damn right, George, but first I have to kill some filthy blood mages. Probably the only mages collective quest I am happy to do in this game.
Anders is really trying to sound threatening here.
So were these dudes having a rave in the forest or some shit?
No, they were doing a forbidden ritual, it looks like. Also important to note for this side quest, that you have to kill the 2 ogres that spawn in this area first, then leave and re-enter this part of the forest for these mages to appear. The game doesn't tell you to do that, so we figured we would.
So George, are you going to be joining us now?
Well, Barry said this area was very D&D-like, so I kind of want to see this location through at least.
Good, it's about time we have another Republican to these debates.
Well, let's move back on to the werewolves, boys.
Werewolf. I don't know where's the wolf, Barry.
Good one, Joe. Very funny.
No, seriously, where are the wolves? I don't know what you mean.
No, Joe, not where as in location. I mean werewolf.
Wear this dick on your lips, bitch.
Oh.
Damn, get fucked, trauma.
Y'all only did that because, you know, I don't really care.
Yeah, sure thing, Bozo. Also, damn, these furries want some smoke just for once in this forest. I would like a speech check or something to calm them down.
Well, we could talk to them earlier, but sadly, not here we are too close to their base. And they got to stand on business and fight us.
Someone should have probably told Fred this didn't work out for Saren last game, and it's not going to work out with his fursona either.
Oddly specific, Byrne. Do you know something we don't, Obama?
Well, we could always ask Bill about that later, preferably one of you. I don't want to be within 10 feet.
What's your beef with Bill anyway, bro? Seems pretty based from my impression, and I never even see either of you interact.
George, you don't have to answer that. And Donald, it's best you don't get into it. It's a long, petty story. And we have to deal with the werewolves first.
I'm going to be real. The werewolf intrigue isn't exactly an amazing payoff for all this yapping Swift Runner does. We already can tell from the first conversation we had they are intelligent. So all this yapping he is doing doesn't have a payoff, really.
Good points, Joe. It also doesn't help that Swift Runner is the main provider of this story's lore, but he's sort of just a meathead that's too angry to convey what's going on. I also have to give some flack to the Lady of the Forest for not stepping in earlier and trying to make some peace.
Looks like we got a 4-on-4 fight now, boys.
Donald, you know, you can end the fight by just focusing Swift Runner, right? You don't have to kill the others?
Hey, if they want to start this fight, I'm for sure goddamn finishing it.
Holy shit, that wolf rolled a nat goddamn 20 to knock you back that hard.
How the hell did Witherfang knock us back that hard? Our dwarf is a full goddamn unit in plate armor.
Massive skill issue.
For real, our little guy has to start hitting the gym again if he's going to be knocked back that hard.
You're the last one that gets to tell our little guy to hit the gym, Donald.
Well, I guess we just have to eat shit for now. Let's just go grab the last piece of the mage's treasure.
The mage's treasure? That sounds sick as hell. What is it? Some spell scrolls, a magical staff, endless mana potions, or a GM to become a lich?
Actually, George, it's a set of heavy plate armor.
How the fuck is that a mage's treasure? Was he multiclassing or some shit?
God damn it, George, you got him started again.
All right, calm your tits. Donald, this lore is pretty interesting. So the tale of the Juggernaut is that it was made by a magister during the Alamari days of Ferelden. The magister Harak made this armor with blood magic for the leader of his armies and his best friend Alaric, which made him invincible in battle. Alaric only died because his lieutenants that were closest to him betrayed and killed him out of jealousy and to elevate their own status. When Harak heard of this betrayal, he killed all of the lieutenants and bound their bodies as revenants to protect the armor, the same revenants that are the bosses we killed. He buried his body with the last piece deep inside the temple out of respect for his friend.
That's what I like to see, always stand on business with your homies.
I love the brothers in arms business, but that story sounded just a little sus if you ask me.
Well, I don't know. I certainly would like my friends to have my back like that. It's sweet.
Shocker.
I got you, Barry.
Thank you, Joe.
Why must the dwarves go down first every fight? This game is rigged.
Because two-hander warriors in this game are massively weaker than the far superior sword and shield warriors. They don't tank nearly as well, and their damage is marginal compared to rogues or mages. However, despite those issues, Uncle Ogren is extremely based, and he's rocking literally the strongest sword in the game, so I had to bring him.
I feel like you're mainly saying that because you're a pallid main Donald, but go off queen.
Time for one of the longest slogs of nothing in this game.
Donald, you of all people complaining about a dungeon? I'm shocked. I'm sure there's plenty of fun bosses and puzzles before the epic boss fight and loot. Isn't that like your favorite thing to do? That's why you play Skyrim and Borderlands on repeat.
Well, in theory, George the Dungeon has all of those, but when compared to other dungeons in this game, it feels very lacking. There's really only 2 side quests in this dungeon, and both of which don't really tell much of a story. One has you performing an elven ritual, which is a puzzle to be fair, but it's only confusing if you don't read the codex first. The other is helping a lost elven spirit in exchange for an overpowered specialization, which would be cool if we could get lore out of it, but sadly there's almost nothing to say. Also, I think the icing on the cake is the complete lack of enemy variety. It's entirely undead, with 1 spider fight and 2 bosses, both of which are unimpressive.
Spiders.
Oh, right, the arachnophobia, I almost forgot.
Every day we miss an opportunity to laugh our asses off at seeing Joe struggle with spiders. Also, George, none of the viewers spoke up for this dungeon when we asked about their favorite dungeon, so I think that says a lot. But hey, feel free to let us know.
Well, you all certainly know how to make the content sound exciting, bravo.
Sorry, George, you have a point. It's just I feel as if some overseeing editor force and his illogical rage of this dungeon is seeping into the very words we are saying at this very moment.
You know it's meta because there's no goddamn way Donald just used all those big words in the same sentence.
Over to the left, Donald, you can find a secret passage if you give the wall a little tug.
Did someone say tug?
Barry, I told you not to use the T word.
Oh shit, my bad. George, rest in peace.
Don't even fret about that guy, George. We have 2 thicker and better dwarves right in front of us now. With twice the amount of base takes and alcoholism.
You take that back about my beloved goat Tug, bitch. You're not too big to get the old Texas belt either. Tug is the best Age of Dragons character, period. He's better than everyone in your mid-party here.
What did you just say, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in golfing, and I've been involved in numerous secret golf tournaments, and I have over 300 confirmed golfing wins.
What are you even yapping about?
He's pissed that you insulted his waifu, so he's doing a weird mismatch of that Navy SEALs copy pasta. Donald, you're going older on the memes, not younger.
I will murder you all, you maidenless sacks of shit.
Hey, Donald, did you know you're about to pass me on boss counters with this fight?
Oh shit, I am. Time to lock in.
And George, we are about to fight a dragon as well.
Oh shit, dragons, I love those things.
Good save, Barry. Also, Donald, you're using my clutch queen Leliana to make this fight easier. Good shit.
Just like you, she can have that 1% of the video where she is useful, and now's the time. This dragon is easy on the surface, but what makes him annoying is he has somehow discovered trap technology and has all 4 skill points in trap making.
Bro, is min-maxing dragon style?
Well, dragons in almost every series have intelligence higher than humans, so it would make sense they could use traps to lure their prey. Only issue is how they set it up without thumbs.
Well, we have no idea how intelligent dragons are in this series. George, considering the fact these dragons do not talk, and we have no record of one talking ever. We know the archdemon is intelligent, but he is not a dragon in the toolkit or in lore, so I don't think that counts hard to say if dragons are smart or not. They appear to act like angry beasts normally.
I think if they were intelligent, one of them would have showed it by now. Besides, we have enough creatures in this world that appear monstrous but are intelligent with the Darkspawn, werewolves, demons, titans, and so on. We don't really need more beasts coming up and revealing they can do calculus.
Fair enough. Also, George, in classic D&D fashion, we have a proper dragon horde that we can loot in this dungeon. Not the biggest dragon horde in this game, but certainly satisfying.
Epic gamer moment, let's go boys.
Looks like we are maxed out on inventory space. We should probably head back real quick and sell shit before moving on.
Wait, so we killed the dragon and got his horde. Shouldn't we be like almost done with this dungeon now? That was a boss after all?
You would think, George, but we are actually less than a third of the way through the dungeon right now.
Oh, fuck this. I thought we were winding down. Peace.
Well, I guess he showed he ain't a real one, boys.
Can't say I blame him. This map is hell. Hope you have plenty of yaps on the back burner, Obama.
Oh no, guys, it's the Star Child about to give us our writer-mandated 3 endings.
He seems pretty confused. That's something you have in common with him, Joe. The more important the situation, the easier it is for you to space out and ignore everything else time. for Barry to take you by the hand before you summon more of your walking corpse friends.
Eat a dick double D.
Well, looks like we got more corpses anyway. Better get used to it, Donald, since that's the only thing we are going to fight until we reach the werewolves.
I can see why you were so hard to get Topsider's honor, because ever since we left the deep roads, it's been nothing but undead for almost 4 episodes straight.
Right on the money, Donald. Y'all have future sight, and I have game knowledge.
Isn't this basically the hardest fight in this whole mission besides the Revenant's Berry?
It definitely can be. The fact you get teleported in the center by a cutscene and surrounded on all sides, which means your mages and range units get really screwed here, and if you're not tanky enough, you're screwed. Overall, though, the Dalish quest line is the most middle of the road in terms of difficulty. It's not set up to be your first stop like Redcliffe or the Circle, but it doesn't have a huge difficult dungeon like the Deep Roads or Urn quest line.
Wait, how is the Urn quest line difficult?
Those side passages in the cavern with arcane warriors and drakes go hard. Plus there's the high dragon fight, which even if it's optional, the quest line guides you right to the fight.
Skill issue, but besides that, I see what you mean, Barak. Also, viewers, don't forget to grab the tablet and the win gift in this sarcophagus.
Good shit, Donald. Do you know how to do the ritual?
No, that knowledge along with the 2020 votes are both missing.
All right then. Well, editor put this on the screen for those that need a refresher, but Donald, the order is grab the jug, fill it with water, bring it to the altar, pray to the altar after placing the jug, take a single sip, then bring the jug back to the pool and dump it. Then the ritual will be complete. Also make sure you grab the tablet in the prior room, or otherwise the quest will fail even if you do the steps correctly, because the tablet gives the warden the correct prayer to say so. If they don't have the tablet, they wouldn't know the correct words. All of this is to get the last piece of Juggernaut armor. Also, just to shout out everyone who learned something in these videos, and for those that are restarting Origins because of us, we greatly thank you, and hopefully these videos help you get the best loot in this game.
That's a good shout out, Barak. Viewers, if you're one of the cultured gamers that started playing again because of our playthrough, or even if you're playing along because of us, despite our episodes taking forever to make, just know you all have massive schlongs.
What if they're like the 5% of female viewers?
Especially if they are a female viewer, Joe. And moving on to my point, we are getting ever closer to the end of this series. And of course, the large 20-hour Dragon Age Origins movie, which means when that is posted, you all can have that playing while you do your own playthrough and maybe even follow how we play if you're goated.
I wouldn't go that far, but anything to boost some future viewer potential is a good idea. Thanks, Donald.
You know it, Barak?
Well, good shit, Donald. You did the ritual on your first try, and for once respected another culture in this game.
I don't give a shit about their made-up homeless elven egg gods. I just want that sweet, sweet chest plate.
I mean, fair enough, respect the hustle either way. Also, we got to level up from that. Why don't we go through it? I feel like it's been forever since we've done that.
All right, sure, for old time's sake. Well, we have maxed out strength for Origins, so we are putting 1 point of strength in every level. So we will have 52 strength come Awakening, where we will need it again for armor and abilities. Then 2 in dexterity for the added defense and hit chance. Then we are just going to keep putting skill points in the Templar specialization so we can get that Holy Smite at 1 point.
Masiranas Maithal Elganan bathroom?
Joe, did you just have a stroke?
I'm trying to talk to her in her native language.
Well, Joe, that's not going to work. Ignoring the fact you spoke straight gibberish, we don't even know if she's speaking Elvish, her model is actually human. And diving into the developer's tool, we can see an extended script describing not what she is saying, but that she is thousands of years old and calling out to a god long gone, and that she attacks out of confusion, not anger.
Well, wait, isn't she the mom of that elven kid from earlier?
That's a popular assumption, but there's only circumstantial evidence supporting it.
Well, simple ghost fight finished and last armor piece acquired. Who do we want to put it on? Because our little guy's armor is perfect, Ogren's is perfect, and Alistair is going to get Callian's armor, so that leaves Sten, right?
Actually, I had something else in mind. I think we can give Sten Wade's Dragonbone plate. Then what if we gave Wynn the Arcane Warrior specialization and throw the armor on her, since it's magical armor anyway? And I think it's perfect for an Arcane Warrior.
Ooh, I second that.
Fine, whatever. I don't even care about Wynn anyway. Let's just finish up the last side quest in this ruin.
So I never understood the logic here. This elf literally and willingly allowed himself to be captured into a phylactery. What the hell was the elf thinking?
Well, the elves and humans who were fighting each other were attacked by some sort of mysterious being that was not human or elven. I saw some theories that this may have been caused by the Titans, but no hard proof of that, so it could have just been demons. This spirit panicked and sealed themselves away in a phylactery, hoping a survivor would free them.
Unfortunately, all of his ancient elf buddies had a skill issue. Is there any lore on the arcane warriors themselves?
Not as much as you would think, considering how popular this specialization is. Most of what we learn is what the gem here tells us and what we see in game. Solace does elaborate further on the arcane warrior's power and role in society, with a convenient lore drop, however.
I'll only allow it because I will be able to vent my frustration out on the eggs shortly.
Dad, pick me up, I'm scared.
Well, Solace refers to the arcane warriors as a living embodiment of pure will. Using their connection to the Fade to make their body a weapon, the arcane warriors were elven elite guardsmen, serving as bodyguards or champions for ancient elven nobles. Likely, these nobles were the same ones who would go into periods of Uthanera, and the arcane warriors were tasked with guarding their sleeping bodies. We also know that the ancient battle of the elves and the Tevinter Imperium, fought at Sunder Mount, was fought with the arcane warriors making their last stand against the Imperium at the peak of the mountain, which is why the veil is so thin in Sunder Mount. Also, the Knight Enchanter specialization that the Circle teaches and offers in Inquisition is based entirely off arcane warriors.
Oh shit, I almost forgot about that specialization. I definitely would have that one tied with Rift Mage and Dragon Age 2 if I really thought about it. They are both extremely powerful and goated. Both of them have time abilities too.
I like how you can be a total dick and grab the specialization, then just be like, JK, nah, I ain't doing all that, and betray the spirit.
Y'all think he just goes into oblivion, or do you think he goes to the Fade since he had such a strong connection to the Fade as an arcane warrior?
Hard to say, but I like to think he can rejoin his former ancient elves in the Fade by placing him on that ancient elven altar. Something tells me we may never truly learn what happens to someone when they die in the Dragon Age series. Well, let's get through some of the last few slogs in this ruin.
Holy shit, this ruin is goddamn Trap City. There's more traps here than a Astolfo convention.
No one is gonna get that Astolfo reference, you damn weeb. Also, pro tip for the elite gamers among our viewers, you don't need to finish the trap disarm animation for every trap. As soon as your rogue bends down and starts the disarming animation, you can move on to do the same with another trap, which is what you're about to see me do for half this fight.
Oh God, please give me a content warning if you're going to talk about Leliana bending over. I'm completely bricked up right now.
You're not supposed to need a content warning, you predator-looking ass.
Jesus Christ. Well, good tip, Donald. I can't believe it took us that long to talk about it. We have been doing it all playthrough while we are on the topic of trap disarming. We should mention how it works build-wise. So every point of device mastery gives you +10 to trap disarming. And every point of cunning on a rogue gives you +1 to disarming. The highest level traps in the game need 70 points to disarm. So you need either all 4 points of device mastery and 30 cunning to disarm and unlock everything, or you need 60 cunning and 1 point of device mastery. For Origins, it's always worth it to just fully upgrade device mastery, since it's unlikely you will reach 60 cunning before you get to level 20, and by then the game is over and you will have to backtrack to every map to unlock everything you need.
All right, nerd, I will bite if cunning is key to disarming and unlocking. Which is better, high dex or high cunning on a rogue?
Are you actually considering expanding your class usage?
Silence, Mageling, I just want to know how best to build party members.
Well, both can be absolute beasts and can solo the game as long as you have enough poisons and salves. However, I would say for a dual-wield rogue, pure dexterity is better, as even if you do slightly less damage than pure cunning, the high dexterity gives you far more defense and higher hit chance, making you all around more solid. However, if you're a rogue archer, then high cunning and lethality is the way to go, since archers hit slower and don't have to worry about defense nearly as much, since you're ranged.
Well, there you go, viewers. Now you know how to build Zevran versus Leliana. Although why anyone would take Zevran over my Bardic Queen is beyond me.
Simp.
Well, always happy to educate the viewers Also, Jesus, I literally forgot about this boss here. We are now on boss 4. This episode, things are looking good on the Donald boss counter.
And I still have the final boss to go, which means I will be in the lead with 15 bosses this episode. Dominant Donald and Inquisition stays on top.
First off, just because one viewer called you Dominant Donald doesn't mean that's your new title. And secondly, we should all have about 2 episodes each left, so the final counter isn't over yet.
I will say, Donald, having 2 episodes where you got 5 bosses each is crazy work. I'm going to have to put in major work. My next 2 episodes, you're certainly making it competitive, big dog. Also, Donald, you're not supposed to fight this guy in melee range. He has a mechanic where if you hit him once in melee, he teleports to a different side of the map. Realistically, the ideal strat is for everyone to pull out ranged weapons and whittle him down.
I think you mean the strat for cowards, Barack. This bitch can fart as many electrical storms as he wants. Dwarves are immune to magic, but he's not immune to getting double-teamed.
Phrasing, please. Well, I think you might really like the gloves that this boss drops. The Ashen gloves give the user 20% more cold damage, which is the strongest pair of gloves you can have for cold damage. So I think us and all the viewers know who you are going to put it on.
Oh, my beloved wife, I have a present for you. Perhaps with this tier 3 gift, you will finally deem me worthy to put our Minecraft beds together once more.
Yet I'm the bad one, boys. Also, how much additional cold damage are we up to now? We have 2 rings, Morrigan's robes, the staff, and now the gloves.
Well, at the risk of being called Nerd Bama, we are up to 75% bonus cold damage, probably the highest amount of a single element damage we can get until awakening. Also, going to the side passage here, we can get a gift for Ogren.
Time to take a little dive, boys.
What even is this scene? Does every werewolf have to go down this weird pool before entering, and do we just kind of sink to the bottom and drown like we are entering? The shadow fell in Baldur's Gate 3.
I thought that scene in Baldur's Gate felt familiar also, Donald. I should warn you, this fight is pretty difficult. Topsider's honor isn't going to help us here, and the dogs now have.
Oh, what it's going to be difficult like that dumb boss from earlier? Settle down and let Daddy cook its just dogs, Barack. Even if they have stealth tactics, we already know. We have the perfect anti-stealth ability, Waking Nightmare. One throw of that, and these guys will tear each other apart, and then we can blizzard the other room to finish them off.
My future sight is detecting a death in your future, Donald. My stand-its Jover isn't even needed. These wolves are about to go absolutely ham.
Okay, our dwarves might be pinned, but I've learned from the mage hideout, our grenades are more than enough to take out hordes, and our spell list is still overpowered enough to handle this. I will drop a sleep to hold them off while we take them out one by one.
The second Ogren gets clapped up, and he will since he has more dogs on top of him. Then a white girl on TikTok, those not-so-good boys, are going to flood into the room and clap up Morrigan specifically.
Oh fuck, why are the dogs focusing my wife first?
Massive skill issue. You have been flinging high-level spell after high-level spell. Your aggro level has been raising higher than the price of rent. Your waifu's life view is over.
Does that count as political content? Either way, Donald, you're fine. You have the clutch queen Leliana herself, and as long as she has grenades, she can deal enough damage to finish this up.
Morrigan, no. This fight is more rigged than the goddamn election. Why is my waifu always the one who dies first? I'm positive Joe's stand is conspiring against me.
Again, magic generates a huge amount of threat. And aggro, don't go all recency bias on me, Donald.
Well, you can recency buy my ass in your mouth, bitch. I'm still gonna clutch this, only a few doggos left. And apparently max level Warcry can knock these assholes out of stealth too, so keep that high level gameplay in mind, viewers.
I guess he did it. Not the cleanest fight we have had, but at least he did it deathless good shit. Now what did we learn?
I learned these doggos have more numbers than I thought, and I think it's time we keep that in mind going forward.
Not what I was going for, but... Oh wait, why did that sound so ominous?
Don't worry about it, time to move on to the peak of this main quest.
Well, here we have the other Mark Meer voice. Of course, he is still voice acting in the same main quest, just for the other side. He really said, I will only voice act elves and nothing else.
These guys really said, oh, we didn't think you got it like that to get this far. Want to like talk now or something? Out of curiosity, what happens if we just kill this gatekeeper now? Does it lock us into killing all of them?
No, it just changes the start of the conversation with the Lady of the Forest. The next cutscene still plays out when we first enter the next room.
One of the rare moments our choice doesn't really matter. I feel like killing Commander Shepard here should lock us out of working with the werewolves.
On one hand, I agree that would have been impactful, but on the other side of things, the Lady of the Forest really wants to try to resolve things peacefully, so it makes sense.
I mean, this scene is literally the pivotal moment in the quest, just the same as the Cara Dinn scene, so it would be a massive loss to miss out on it if you went full murder hobo.
Devotion to his spirit goddess is so hard, he breaks the rules of the Fade and threatens to pull up as a ghost to beat our ass.
There's a lot of missed loot in the rooms next to the gatekeeper, but we can grab it after we are done with the reveal.
Viewers, what opinion do you have that has the internet coming at you like these furries here?
You know, realistically, this looks like a complete trap. The only reason our little guy shouldn't be turning around or airing this shit out is because we fought a larger horde of these guys in the previous room.
Mommy?
Sorry,
Mommy. Sorry, Mommy.
Y'all folded as fast as the furries did. All men really do be dogs.
I don't know about that, but I got that dog in him. She's literally a hot monster girl that's completely naked.
We should have gotten a few 18-plus mods for this scene. I mean, she's literally the Desire Demon model, but green and way hotter and more human-like.
You both need a freezing cold shower. Have you seen her hands? That is Splinter City. You're looking at surgery and thousands of dollars in the hospital.
Worth it?
Just give her some gloves, it would be perfect.
Y'all might actually be more down bad than the werewolves. And they are literally 2 steps away from being actual dogs.
Swift Runner stays being an op. He's going to use every sentence he can in this convo to threaten us and be a meathead.
I mean, it fits his character. Bro just loves his anime monster girlfriend. Can't say I blame him.
Okay, valid. Carry on, big dog.
Nice pun, Joe. Very cool.
So this is where we all drop our weapons and give a friendship speech, right?
I apologize on Swift Runner's behalf. He struggles.
They struggle with the nature of the beast?
Good line drop, Barry.
You can't trust the homeless egg boys. We should have learned our lesson in this game, so we had the option to curb Stomp Solace in the tutorial.
Well, time for our daily reminder that this is a dark fantasy game.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I'm starting to see what you were talking about earlier this episode. What is the deal with every human's first instinct seeing an elf woman is doing that?
Dragon Age tried to not have an apostate lie to us about crucial information. Challenge impossible.
Apostates and lies go together like egg-shaped elves and wolves, I guess.
Just like dwarves and beer or elves and oppression.
A tribe of humans live close to this forest.
Perfect view, cameraman.
Donald, please.
Sorry, trying to ease the tension here. This story's pretty messed up.
He had a son and daughter he loved greatly. And while out hunting, the human tribe captured them both.
The humans tortured the boy, killed him. The girl they raped and left for dead. The Dalish found her, but she learned later she was with child. She killed herself.
All right, I'm going to start off by saying what we are all thinking. All 3 of us are fathers of daughters here, and if some piece of trash did that to her, what we would have done would have made what Zathrin did seem like a mercy. He's 100% in the right for that.
Absolutely.
Now that being said, cursing the pieces of trash and making it so their great-grandchildren and random bystanders are also bearing a painful, life-changing curse is absolutely insane. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. He should have just put all of the original bandits in a death loop from part 5 of JoJo.
Yeah, if what they are saying is true. Everyone who did that to his family died from the curse centuries ago. So now he just has a curse that affects everyone it comes in contact with. Like it's not even just the descendants Danelia proved, it's anyone who gets attacked by a werewolf.
Important to note, she is lying here about not summoning Witherfang. In case it wasn't obvious, she is Witherfang herself. It's just she can change forms.
I like a girl with multiple personalities.
That's blatantly obvious by your romance choices, Joe, also. I wonder how many people auto-side with the Lady of the Forest because of her apparent charms. I mean, I know she's the good option, but I wonder if people care about the morality or they care about helping the baddie over the balding old man.
I mean, it's BioWare fans we are talking about. I think we know the answer to that one already.
I just realized that the spirit of the forest is another spirit that doesn't fall into the normal categories that Origins set up. Honestly, given what we learn about spirits and rituals from the Solace Quest and Inquisition, I think it's more than likely she became the spirit of the forest because of Zathrin's ritual.
I know you're all about peace and love, girl, but you are putting way too much faith in Zathrin here, especially for someone who has lived hundreds of years and has never changed his mind about this decision.
Well, it's time for the classic end of quest moral decision again, boys. How are we going to play this?
Surely he will agree to end the curse.
These damn elves need to learn how to get better at the cycle of revenge. I have made up my mind on this.
So what's the end game decision, Donald? You going to bring Zathrin here to negotiate a cure?
Barack, I made it very clear I don't negotiate with terrorists. We need a show of force.
Wait, you're going to side with Zathrin?
Why the hell would I side with a filthy egg-shaped apostate? Just because he has better drip than Solace doesn't mean I hate him any less. It's time to show how a renegade negotiates.
Oh, shit.
Donald, you can't be serious, Linnea. Commander Shepard and Gaina don't deserve this.
I'm taking the fight to the Dalish, every single one of them, and not just the men, but the women and children, too.
Calm down, Hayden Christensen.
Donald, this is a top-tier hate crime. I hope you know that.
It's not a hate crime. I have elven friends.
The elven friend in question.
Joe, how the hell did you summon Fenris on the screen?
Don't worry about it, Barry. I got people for that.
Well, this decision is going to leave a bad taste in my mouth, but it's certainly the road less traveled.
They are weak with the curse. Let us leave him no choice but to break it. Break it or die.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
How many Star Wars references are we going to shove into this video, and how haven't we done an Ewok joke yet? It's perfect for this quest.
Zathrin will be our greatest foe. Leave him to me.
And we attack!
All right, if I could give some roleplay reasons to defend myself here, I would like to.
I assume your fat ass just assumes renegade options are candy. But go off, Queen.
Hurtful anyway. If you look at things logically here, we did not come to this camp to solve a centuries-old dispute between humans and elves. We came here for an army choice. And when we showed up, the werewolves were clearly winning this fight. If the Dalish could have beaten the werewolves on their own, they would have done it already. So why not grab the stronger choice? Also, why should we politely ask someone who lied to us and treated us like shit to cure the curse? We are giving him one chance to end it, or watch his entire clan that he is supposed to protect get wiped out.
All right, that's a pretty good point. Yeah, curing the curse is better for everyone and is a pretty good scene, but you made a good point. Also, Zathrin looks pretty bad here. He's supposed to protect his clan above all else, and he could have easily ended the curse himself here and saved everyone, but he didn't either, because he doesn't want to die, or because he truly hates humans more than he loves his clan.
That might have been a good point, but I still hate everything we are doing here. Even if Zathrin sucks, everyone else here deserves to live, and the werewolves could have been free from this curse.
They can be free after the furries get a few good bites out of the Archdemon Joe anyways. This is where the fun begins.
Well, as little sense as it makes, this is the easier of the two ways to fight Zathrin, while he has the same spells as if we fought him in the werewolf lair. In the lair, he has two Sylvans instead of the Dalish that are far tankier and have crowd control. The most the Dalish in this camp can do is cast a scatter shot before they die, since every single one of them can be taken out in 2 hits besides Zathrin, and a lot of them don't fight back. Also, in the camp fight, we get to fight with a large werewolf squad, including Swiftrunner and Witherfang, who can't be killed, where, as in the werewolf lair, we have to fight entirely by ourselves.
Zathrin can be taken out with a single mana clash, though just like the Hermit, so it's not an insanely hard fight either way. Also, did you seriously take Gainus first time only to come back a few hours later and slaughter her and all her family? What kind of Ted Bundy grind are you on, Donald?
On the bright side, Morrigan doesn't have to be jealous of her anymore, so I see that as a win.
Well, Zathrin didn't get to do much thanks to the Templar specialization. Now we just have to run out and finish the innocent bystanders. Doesn't look like Linnea would have made such a great keeper after all, if she can't even try to fight back when her clan's attacked.
I noticed there's no music playing. Is that a glitch?
Could be, but honestly, the no music is fitting. It's leaving us alone to contemplate our renegade actions, instead of jamming out to some orchestra.
I regret nothing.
I like to think they filled this camp with so many weak units, so that it's more impactful running up and killing them all one by one, like they aren't even fighting back anymore. No music here is appropriate.
Well, there's definitely an important lesson here about how the cycle of revenge benefits no one in the end.
A terrible tragedy has befallen all of elvenkind.
Hey, look at the bright side, Joe. At least the Lady of the Forest stays around, and we can look at her anytime we want.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the werewolf ending might be the good ending.
Well, we can't go back now, so the only path is forward. The Dalish are wiped out. And we now have our last army recruited. Sure, we still have to cure Aemon, but our army is still guaranteed. We are now just 2 steps away from killing the archdemon and ending the blight.
Bars.
Werewolves, dwarves, humans, and mages. If you 2 liberals weren't cowards, we could have had Templars and golems to create the biggest back army to ever exist.
Amazing. All it would take is 1 ranged unit and that army would be cooked.
You just don't see the vision like I do.
Well, either way, I'm certain that spreading the werewolf curse around to create an army will have no negative consequences down the line. I'm sure we are going to be just fine.
Exactly. Don't worry about it, Barack. I'm sure everything will be fine.
The cope is insane.
Also with this choice, our allies for the final battle with the archdemon are locked in. On the PC version, at least, we can recruit certain allies by making certain decisions throughout the main quest. These allies will appear at the top of Fort Drakon when we fight the archdemon to make the battle seem more grand in scale. Arl Eamon always joins the fight. Either Irving or Gregor will join, depending on what army you chose. Cardall joins if you persuade the Legion of the Dead to join the fight, and finally Zathrin or Swift Runner will join, depending on who you side with. If you choose to cure the curse, then neither will obviously join, since they both would not be able to fight.
Wait, hang on, who is this girl? She looks familiar.
She was the camp guard who stopped our warden when we first arrived in the forest, Joe.
Well, how the hell was she not in the attack if she's the damn entrance guard?
I guess she was on a smoke break. I'll let this one go. We got our army either way.
I'll let this one go is crazy work.
Yes, and be sure to tell all the Dalish that it was the egg-shaped mage's fault. That ought to delay any of them from trusting Solace a few years later.
Well, with the Dalish wiped out, I guess it's time to wrap this episode up. Genocide aside, good gameplay today, Donald.
Next time, viewers, I'm going to hit up our last DLC, Return to Ostagar. It's time for some get back against the Darkspawn, like I mentioned in episode 3.
Time to prove that the Tower of Ishal Ogre was just a fluke.
Felicitations, fabulous fans. We return with filler content featuring our fantasy friends first.
Joe, you mage-loving freak, what the hell did you do to your portrait? Wait, what the hell did you do to my portrait? What is happening?
Donald, that was not Joe. Our editor noticed after almost 20 episodes that our portraits would always take up so much room on the screen. So he drew up some portrait frames for us that would not only be a more aesthetically balanced way to show our portraits, but it would be thematically appropriate since we are a Dragon Age channel. If you noticed, our portraits now look similar to the Dragon Age party portraits.
All right, after some deep breathing, I think it is kind of cool that we stand out more and look like we belong in Dragon Age. But viewers, let us know what you think. Our editor isn't an artist by any means, so I'm sure this took him a while. But he could always revert them next episode if you're not a fan of the style difference.
Yeah, plus your fat ass doesn't block the entire spell list. Now, Donald, so it's a win-win. Anyways, as the intro implied, we have a lot of filler content to get through today.
Good point, Joe. Also, we totally forgot to ask both Zevran and Leliana about these gifts before just handing it to them, but we still get that big approval bonus either way, so a win is a win. I'm surprised you're giving Zevran a gift, Joe, considering your disdain.
Probably the last episode I will have to talk to him, so I might as well do something nice. Just keep what I'm doing in mind for Dragon Age 2, Barry.
Unsurprising, Sleepy, you forgot to check back in with the basic bard after her quest to decide if you're going to harden her or not.
Oh, God. Phew, Donald, please give a content warning before talking about hardening and Leliana.
Well, the priority is going to skip past the hardening section and go straight to her song. This is actually the song in Uthanara that we stole from the songbook last episode, but we did not have to steal it for this scene to play. Leliana already knew the song, and will play it as soon as you finish the Dalish Elf questline, regardless of which side you chose as well. So I guess she really does just like elves.
Oh God, the basic bard is going to sing for us?
Oh my God, this is just like my dreams, boys. Christmas came early.
She do got some pipes on her.
I've heard better.
Boys, I can't hold it in any longer.
Heavy pause.
This is the cringiest shit I have ever heard in all my years.
I don't know, Donald. It's kind of a vibe. I feel it coming over me, too.
Wait, what? Never been more thankful to be missing half my ear. Joe, your mic is bugging. Please stop. Holy shit, they're harmonizing. Congratulations, you three combined your total virgin energies to create a one-hit wonder. Now, if you ever do that shit again, I will actually rip Joe's Barbie laptop in half.
Total hater energy over here, Double D, you know we killed it.
That brought me back to our 2010s. Joe, good shit, been a while since we harmonized.
You can be my wingman anytime, Barry.
I can't believe I'm the one to say this, but can we stop the liberal stroke fest and get back to the game, Joe? What choice are you going to make concerning Leliana?
Right, this is our first of the two companions that we can choose to harden or leave unhardened viewers. In Leliana's case, this affects how roguish she is and makes her a little less moral, but not by much, since she's still a good person at the end of the day. Hardening her affects her reaction to poisoning the ashes. It affects her ending attire and her end game choice. And most importantly, if you're romancing her and she's hardened, you can have a threesome with her and Isabella.
That's definitely not the most important aspect of hardening, but truthfully, I've always been under the belief that companions don't need to be hardened in order for their arcs to progress. This is more so true with Alistair because it affects his willingness to rule, but I also believe that just because Leliana is hardened by the time of Inquisition, she doesn't need to be hardened here for her story to make sense.
You liberals are just playing too close to the Paragon beliefs with this one. It's literally the canon choice to harden her.
Well, I already mentioned I'm going to keep her unhardened, even if she is hardened still by the time of Inquisition. That's more so on Divine Victoria, not on the writing of this game. Plus, it will be thematic for both our Warden and Inquisitor to work towards unhardening her from the outside influence of others. Also, I love the dialogue option, telling her that she can choose who she is herself, just like Marjolaine chose who she was. It not only gives Leliana the power that was taken from her by Marjolaine, but it runs counteractive to the end of Leliana's song, where Marjolaine tells her that they are the same. Now she can choose to be different and take back the power.
That was the biggest yap session Joe has ever mustered and probably will ever muster, so I hope you all found that impressive.
Goddamn, Joe, very impressive. You are trying to rival me with the analysis yaps today, I see. We will let Leliana marinate on that one. Let's check in on the rest of the squad.
It's definitely been a while since Alistair has gotten the spotlight. It also goes without saying that he is the other companion that we still have a side quest for. But we had a special plan for that. Tell him the plan, Barack.
Right, so we think it's fair for Donald to tackle Alistair's companion quest, not only because Alistair is his big bro, as he calls it, but also because that way we are all tied up with two companion quests each. We also figured since Alistair's companion quest is most impactful during the Lands meet, that we will tackle it right at the start of the Land's Meat portion, which just so happens to tie into Donald's next episode. So it all works out.
Can't wait to help Alistair meet his fake family and get bullied into supporting them harder. Then a simp supports a e-girl.
Fake or no, this is super important to Alistair personally. If we take Alistair into the Fade during Broken Circle, his Fade dream is him simply spending quality time with Goldana and her children. That means his ideal world is one where he can have family and be a normal guy.
I always have a special place in my heart for characters that don't want a grand design or an anime-style revenge plan on the world, but simply want a quaint and happy life, and to do their job and go home. It's what makes characters like Alistair and Ogren real brothers in arms. They are down to earth in a sense.
Even if Alistair is a tad too optimistic about what his birthright means, and that for some reason Aemon will take the throne and not him.
Oh, right, that's a good point. Since we are doing the Urn of Sacred Ashes, last Alistair is going to have massive whiplash about the events of the Land's Meat. He still thinks right now that Aemon will step up and inherit the throne, but we know that as soon as he wakes up, Aemon will have different plans, and by the time those plans are revealed, we will be at the Land's Meat petitioning Alistair for the throne.
Well, possibly that's a whole different conversation we will have with the viewers, since we plan on putting it to a vote like with the Orzammar election.
Normally I would be concerned with the both of you rigging votes, but the last 2 votes among our viewers have gone completely my way, so I trust that this last vote will be no different.
Well, a broken clock is right twice, Donald. I think the votes will show that.
Well, then you must be the most broken clock on the planet, because you're never right, Joe.
Okay, ladies, calm down. Do y'all think Alistair was valid for hiding his birthright? He's making a pretty big assumption here, based on the experience of what 2 people coddling him. Only Aemon and Duncan knew about his birthright. That isn't exactly an extensive list of people coddling him.
I said it once, I will say it again. It was a massive fumble to not let us know that he was the king's son. Not only could we have related to our big bro on a deeper level, being the son of a king ourselves, but we needed to know at the bare minimum to keep a lookout for Logain's assassination attempts, since he knows Alistair is Marek's son. We know that the rat is fiending to finish the regicide that he started at Ostagar.
So much.
Well, let's move on to Wynn, shall we?
Good call. We can see how relieved she is now that her much smaller regret is behind her, and her arc is coming to a close, at least as far as Origins is concerned. Anyway, we will probably be wrapping up the last of the companions' arcs this episode, being honest, as I want to finish up Ogren's quest before I do return to Ostagar.
That armor looks so goddamn goofy on Wynn, it's probably twice the weight of Wynn herself. I can't believe we wasted one of the coolest armors on this annoying grandma here.
I think it looks good on her, and like we said, it's thematically appropriate for a mage to wear it, since it was made by a magister using blood magic.
Well, Wynn certainly went through a strong personal arc, not only trusting our warden completely now, since we helped her tackle one of her greatest regrets in finding Aneurin, but she also received a pretty potent anime power of not only receiving the improved Vessel of Spirit ability, but also receiving an ancient armor fused with Tevinter magics that resist all elemental damage. Now that she's had such substantial growth, let's see if she feels any differently towards our relationship with Morrigan now.
If she says anything about my wife, she's getting suplexed into the nearest curb in the middle of camp. I don't care how many tons of plate armor she has on.
Well, no worries, Donald. She actually approves of our relationship now and apologizes for her rude remarks from earlier. That's reason number 15, that Wynn is the GOAT.
All right, I guess I can call a truce on Mage Grandma if she's willing to admit she's wrong.
Thank God for that, because if both me and Joe are going to bring Wynn in the party during our episodes, I would rather not have you beefing with her for over 2 hours straight, just because me and Joe want some heals. Well, let's check in on Sten one last time.
God, you guys are really trying to test my patience today with these companion choices.
Donald, just like Zevran, this is likely going to be the last time we talk to Sten or Wynn about anything.
Fine. I'll try to be positive about this big ball of murderous anxiety.
So, Barry, I know we should save some yaps about the Qunari for Dragon Age 2, but do you have any information on the Tamasran Sten mentions here?
Yeah, that should be a good wrap-up for Origins. The Tamasrans are part of the priesthood of the Qunari. They are very similar to real-life Catholic nuns in the fact that they help raise children and care for Qunari, that are not physically or mentally able to care for themselves.
Why do you hesitate?
These nuns raise all the children of the Kunari and give them their general education. When the Kunari children reach the age of 12, the nuns then evaluate them and officially assign their roles that they will carry out for the rest of their lives.
That's definitely way more important than what real-life nuns do for children. These guys sound like they control the very foundation of their society if they decide what jobs everyone does.
Well, finally, let's see a few scenes with Bo. We really haven't checked in on him for most of the series, and I know some of the viewers really do love the Mabari companions.
Finally, we are checking in on our best boy again. This is seriously the best companion we have talked to so far today.
Besides Leliana, I can agree wholeheartedly with that.
No, Bo is definitely better than that cursed duet you did earlier. Joe, don't even remotely compare the two.
Well, for you, Mabari lovers, out there among our viewers, we can promise that they will be a frequent companion in the Dragon Age 2 playthrough. We can also promise that we will exhaust more of the unique companion dialogue with the Mabari in 2 that we neglected in Origins. So stay with us. We see you in The President's Got Your Back.
Kind of cringe, but based Mabari claim Barak.
I think seeing Sten bond with Bo over both being warriors who respect each other is the perfect way to end both of their character arcs, boys.
Joe, what are we doing back here? We literally had to jog for like 10 minutes with haste just to get back to the lair.
Well, Donald, like I said last episode, there is a ton of loot in the rooms beside the gatekeeper that we never got because you decided to warp your ass immediately to the Dalish camp last episode.
I still regret nothing, Joe. Also, you ran all the way back here for loot. We are literally rich and fully built. We didn't need it that bad.
Well, Donald, not only is there loot here, but there is also a scroll of Banastor for the Mage's Collective quest in these side passages. And the main reason Joe probably went back is because there is another Revenant boss in these rooms.
Right? Again, Barak, that's another boss counter for me.
Oh, God damn it. I was so close to getting a 6th boss last episode.
Skill issue, but while I clear out the loot and fight this boss, I want to dive a little deeper to close one of the companions' arcs.
Oh boy, here we go.
I want to point out the small character growth we see in Wynn to wrap things up with her. She started out lecturing us to no end about morality and our responsibility as a warden, and even admitted to losing an apprentice because she was so insistent that her way was correct and that it's her responsibility to force change in others. But now we have her here, admitting she was wrong about our relationship and admitting that she can trust that the future is in good hands with our warden leading the charge. I think that's subtle, but a really nice touch to wrap up her character.
That was beautiful, Joe. Nothing else really needs to be said there.
Thanks for not being absolutely insufferable, Grandma.
Well, I'm glad we can all agree, boys, now we shouldn't have any issue bringing Wynn around these next 2 episodes, because I need to bring Wynn for the unique dialogue, and Barry wants to bring Wynn to the Urn quest for the High Dragon fight.
Well, you all still have a massive skill issue for needing Wynn. My beloved Morrigan should be all you need to get through this game. Why use status effects and heals when you have hot, beautiful damage from a goth mommy?
Well, I guess we know where you stand when we make the tier list, Donald.
Why are all these dogs just standing in the room? Shouldn't they be at camp preparing for war?
I feel uncomfortable.
Well, it looks like we interrupted something. Either that, or no one told them that they are on our side now. Either way, they feel like they all have the menacing JoJo symbols over their heads right now.
Joe, just grab the rest of the loot and get the hell out of here. This is the most nervous I've been in this entire series.
I'm on it, Donald. This is freaky.
What's up, President Bitch Boy?
Oh, hey, Themey, it's been a while.
I really liked your song earlier.
Oh, thanks, man. I worked hard on it.
It will be the perfect thing for the Darkspawn to blast when we march on Daenerys. It will fill the mortals with what you know as despair.
Hey, man, that's rude.
Blog about it, bitch. Anyway, get ganked. Now, Kay, thanks, bye.
Joe, who the hell were you talking to? You just had that lead paint stare again.
I was talking to Themey. He called me a bitch and said something about blog about it.
Oh, shit. I almost forgot about that plot point. Yeah, we definitely need to kill the Archdemon pronto.
Just focus up on killing the screaming Darkspawn.
I really don't think I need to focus up that hard. This might go down as the easiest fight in Dragon Age Origins. Besides, maybe Abomination 6406. It's just basic shrieks against not only our warden, but our entire damn party camp, which are all fully stacked out and built at this point. Honestly, it's almost like we are ambushing them.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Well, I see we have already discarded the important plot that the archdemon is growing more and more aware and is even updating his lingo. But moving on to this fight, you're right on the money, Joe. This fight is just another example of the Darkspawn reminding us that they are the main villain of this game. I think most people remember this fight for two reasons. One, because it's the first time we fight as a whole squad, not just a four-man. Even if it's an easy fight, it still feels thematic. And two, because if we are a Dalish elf, this normal ambush becomes one of the saddest scenes in the series.
Oh, right. R.I.P. to our bro Tamlin.
So during the Dalish elf origin, our hunting companion Tamlin finds a alluvian, corrupted by the taint. And upon inspecting it, the mirror released some kind of energy that knocks our Dalish warden out. And when we wake up, Tamlin is gone. We search for him, but there is no sign of him by the alluvian or the chamber deeper in. We then go through the game as normal, never finding him until this ambush here. After we kill the Shrieks, Tamlin will be among them now, corrupted by the Blight, and will apologize to us before attacking us, and we will have to kill him, ending the mystery as to his disappearance when we least expected it.
Also, if we are a female Dalish warden, he will say he always loved us.
God damn, that does make this scene way more impactful. Rest in peace too, bro. Ah, my beloved walled city, it's so nice to be back now, getting the respect we deserve as Prince of Orzammar again. Wait, why the hell are we back again? Did we want to check how our bro Belen's grind is going?
No, actually, there's two quick side quests I wanted to tackle while we are here. First things first, there's an anti-van assassination target that we have to take care of. Once we take them down, we only have the last target available back in Denerim. Since that is considered Landsmeet prep work, just like Alistair, we can toss that over to you, Donald, during your episode.
Fair enough, I guess. That means this is one of the few side quests that we all made contributions on, because Barack, you took on the first two contracts, Joe tackled this one, and I'll finish things up with the last contract.
Love it when a plan comes together. Also, why does this room feel so familiar?
This was actually our little guy's room. I guess Belin is renting it out as ambassador guest quarters now.
Normally I would be pissed at this, but I already know our bro is probably charging crazy high rent prices, so I have to respect the grind.
This is actually where we started the journey of our warden. With our original bro, Gorium, it's crazy how much we have done and how far we have come 18 episodes later.
Yeah, nothing like committing an easy murder all the way back where we started our journey. Feels like home again. Well, one last errand to take care of. This is less so important to us and more so just a good tip for the viewers. If you leave Orzammar and come back after making Orda a noble again by completing her quest, the next time you talk to her, she will reveal that she funded an expedition to Ortan Tay and that she thinks it's only fair to give you some of the proceeds she recovered. Even if you asked her for money before this, she will still give you more if you come back to check on her.
10 gold for an easy side quest, not bad. Good grind tip, Barack.
Last errand to handle is getting our bro Ogren his girl back.
Getting Uncle Ogren laid. Now this is a side quest worthy of a BioWare game. I'm glad this trend stayed around in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition.
Well, I'm just thankful there isn't an option for our warden to bang Felsi ourselves. Given both your track records and the fact she has red hair, I don't think Joe would be able to control himself.
Whoa, Barry, who do you take me for? I would never do that. This is Ogren's girl after all.
Yeah, you Tegan-loving pervert. Who do you think we are? There's something called bro code. We would never stoop so low as to break it.
Yeah, Barack, that's really fucked up. You don't do your homies like that. You know how many secretaries I passed on before Monica? Because my bro Al Gore had eyes for them first, you just don't do that.
Bill, how could you possibly know what we are talking about? And also, hi, what are you doing here?
These Oval Office walls are pretty thin, unlike mine.
Phrasing, please.
Integrity, and also Joe texted me he was doing Ogred's quest and wanted support from the Seduction Master as well as some cut content, because you already know a quest about hooking a man back up with a mistress while said man was unhappily married has base Bill written all over it.
Well, I do know this quest wasn't given much time, mostly because the writers thought they already gave Ogren plenty of spotlight in the Orzammar quest line already, so they didn't want to devote too much time on him here, since he already got plenty of screen time in the main quest.
Well, listen up here, boys. Talking about you, Donald, I know you are missing half your ear. You see, when I was writing this quest originally, it was a lot more elaborate. Ogren had several mistresses in Orzammar that he pursued while being married to Branka. This came to light and his caste was at stake, so he had to hold an interview with the chosen king of Orzammar to clear his name against insulting a paragon, which was his wife. The warden would have helped him with this through a series of persuasion checks, and Ogre's punishment would fit how persuasive the warden was. You could also choose from several romance options for Oberon, all of which would have appeared in Awakening. The writer said that I was too close to this quest for some reason, and that it was too elaborate for a companion that already got screen time in the main quest, like you said. So I had to make it a simple bar pickup quest.
Massive BioWare L. We could have had a whole scandal with multiple choices and multiple romance options for Uncle Ogren. That sounds super based.
Cheating on his wife with multiple women, no wonder Donald's rooting for him.
And just when we were getting along, Joe, Ogren is based for that Branca was cheating too with his own cousin.
Exactly, Donald. And remember, viewers, if you cheat on your girl 3 times a month, then that means you're still loyal 329 days in the year, which is still a 90%, which means you're an A+ tier boyfriend. This has been Base Takes with Bill.
What kind of goddamn life advice is that?
The best kind, obviously.
Well, all we have to do is make Ogren seem like a total badass to get the good ending here. It's kind of crazy that we don't even need a persuasion check with these lies. They just work regardless.
That definitely means she's into him and sees him for the badass he is.
Nothing like glazing up your boys in front of the ladies. Thanks for letting me borrow your Lambo last week, Ogren.
Well, good shit, gentlemen. We got our boy hooked up.
Now Uncle Ogren can become Daddy Ogren later on, after we defeat this minor annoyance that is the Blight. Anyway, time for the real meat of this episode. Boys, let's return to Ostagar.
All right, well, Emma, dip this sax won't play itself, and return to Ostagar isn't my speed later, boys.
Ah, yes, let's go see the giant mess that can be blamed almost entirely on Barak's regicidal boyfriend, Loghain.
Okay, we already agreed all the way back in episode 4 that the situation was gray, and even if Loghain used his troops, he likely would not have won Ostagar.
Yes, the blatant cowardice and regicide of your boyfriend was morally gray. How could we forget?
Loghain is probably sitting in his throne, gooning at the thought of how he can fuck up the kingdom more by killing another king candidate.
Okay, Loghain is not that bad. Calm down.
Joe, did you hear something?
Not sure, Donald, but it sounded like someone is choking on some war criminal schlong.
Fuck you both.
I feel like the combat this episode has been some of the easiest combat we have faced so far. Like it's mostly just been regular Darkspawn and humans, and we toss them up so quickly that the enemies can't really keep up.
I mean, that's more so just a symptom of late-game Dragon Age origins being honest. Normal enemies, regardless of the symmetry, can't really compete with us because of all the extra gear we now have. However, I guarantee that when we hit up the Ancient Temple next episode, we are going to have at least a small challenge in that dungeon given all the dragons and powerful mages.
Good thing Donald isn't playing that section, then Bro's death counter would be in the double digits.
Jesus Christ, what an ancient goddamn pool, Joe. First off, fuck you. Secondly, we are probably going too hard on the callbacks this episode.
Well, the entire point of Return to Ostagar is a callback, Donald. So if you think about it, we are kind of fitting the theme here.
I mean, fair enough, I suppose. Anyway, was this guy someone we actually met at Ostagar? Was he Marek's tent guard or something?
No, we didn't actually meet this guy at Ostagar, though. Having him be the tent guard, and maybe give the tent guard a name besides Kingsguard, would have been more impactful to the quest overall. Unfortunately, though, they just kind of added this guy after the fact, and we are all playing pretend that we recognize him.
Oh, that's pretty easy. I do it all the time. When I'm talking to these NPCs being honest, there's just way too many faces and names to be bothered with.
I don't think anyone is surprised to hear that fact, Joe, considering I'm sure you struggle remembering mine and Barak's name. Vice President Trump, was it?
Okay, mister. I was there at the 7-Eleven. Trump like you never flubbed a line during a speech.
Ladies, please. Also, the fact that the Darkspawn haven't just brute forced the chest with the documents open is beating my suspension of disbelief. Even though they wouldn't care about the documents inside, you would think they would loot the chest just to see if there were valuable supplies in there.
They must have made that chest out of vibranium or dragon bone. Also, it's super ironic that when we first entered Ostagar, we had to retrieve some documents. And now we are going back to Ostagar to once again get some documents.
BioWare is definitely being original with this one, boys, but get some documents and collect some armor and weapons. Sounds like a basic plot to a DLC expansion to me. At least the armor is dope.
I mean, this quest might not be overall the most interesting or original story-wise, but there are a few things of interest to note. There's a lot of unique character interactions between Alistair and Wynne, and even some background politics of Ferelden and Orlais theirs, some good lore yaps we can get out of this DLC. But Donald's right, the loot in this side quest is top tier and is the biggest appeal.
It also helps as a reminder about the loss that caused our story to begin, and gives us something to fight for against Loghain. Not to sound too much like an overly dramatic nerd, but we saved this DLC for last. Not just because it is the last in the release order, but it's the most relevant for the upcoming Landsmeet we are about to fight through.
Brave words, Joe. Now let's go see the shitstorm that is Ostagar.
It's not going to be pretty, and we are going to have to wade through a lot of spawn too. But let's get some.
Events at Ostagar still haunt my thoughts, Warden. If that is where we are headed, I would like to accompany.
God damn, it's an average day in Alaska up in here.
Every BioWare DLC really said, hey, let's add some snow. That will help it stand out from the base game.
Time for our 69th Darkspawn fight this playthrough, boys.
The DLC didn't really justify its price with enemy variety, that's for damn sure. Since besides a few Darkspawn with unique spells, everything here is what we have already fought dozens of times before. However, this is going to be the last time we fight Darkspawn until we reach the end of the game with the Battle of Denerim.
Yeah, cool. Then after Denerim, we get to battle a few thousand more Darkspawn in the Awakening DLC. Who's going to be tackling the final battle? Should we split it up or take it all in one go?
Pretty sure the Landsmeet is going to be handled by you and Joe. And then I will take the final battle of Denerim. I think that's fair. We all got different segments of the end, and it doesn't really make sense for us to switch mid-episode. We never did that before. Why do it now?
Hey, I guess that's fair. Besides, you started this whole playthrough, and this is your favorite game in the series, so we might as well let you tackle the end.
Thank you for being agreeable with this, Donald.
Well, I figure it's fine, because even if you're ending out Origins, that doesn't mean you will be ending out Awakening, and it means I get to start us out fresh with Awakening, and that's a massive W.
Plus, you both still have your episode specials, and Donald, at the very least, you have to show up for your Witch Hunt episode special. You can't skip out on that one, like you did mine.
Get over it, Joe. No one cared about Lelianas' song. They are far more pumped to see an hour-long special of me banging Morrigan or whatever the story of that DLC goes. I honestly forget everything other than the confrontation at the end with my wife.
Yeah, whatever. Well, we got the joining chalice for Alistair, though I kind of wish it's something we could hold on to ourselves. It is the chalice that we used after all. Plus, I might as well give Wynne the wine. Just like a Facebook aunt, that's her preferred gift. Anyways, first King armor inbound, boys.
Wait, the armor's only tier 5? We are like level 19 at this point. Why isn't the armor max level? That makes no sense.
That's definitely a glitch, but no worries. We can use another glitch ourselves to guarantee the armor is max level. If we take our armor over to Levi in Soldier's Peak and sell it to him, then leave and re-enter the peak, we can buy back the armor now at max level.
That's good. If the game is going to cheat, we might as well cheat ourselves.
Important to note that the game is cheating here. That's not us exaggerating. Level 18 is the minimum level for Callion's armor to be tier 7.
This DLC is off to a great start.
Well, say what you will about this DLC, but there is one thing very peak about Return to Ostagar specifically. The party banter between Wynne and Alistair has amazing character moments between the two, and is some of the most memorable banter in the series, especially Alistair's lines. If this doesn't get our boy pumped for some get back against Loghain and the Darkspawn, I don't know what will. Also, as much as I dislike Loghain, the fact that there is an entirely different set of banter between Loghain and Wynne, if he is recruited instead of Alistair, is really good work by BioWare, especially for a relatively small DLC.
Good points, Joe, but there's two things good about this DLC. The other being the badass armor and weapons it offers.
Goddamn, Joe, you really are putting in good work today with the game knowledge. I'm proud of you. Bringing Loghain to this DLC has some of my favorite moments of his. The sheer mix of emotions Loghain has is a real treat, and he makes some pretty valid defenses for his decision, while Wynne has some equally good clapbacks. Also, Loghain's reaction to seeing the contents of the chest are a real treat. It's some of Simon Templeman's best work.
Bro goes harder on Loghain's schlong than a LeBron Glazer anyways. Barack, I know you are just itching to tell us about the tea on the contents of that chest, so go off while we are just killing more spawn.
Well, first things first, we learn a different side of Aemon from those letters. It turns out, just because Bro is on our side against Loghain, doesn't mean he's exactly a great person. Aemon is traditional to his core, which is why he is so driven to put Alistair on the throne. That same traditional point of view causes Aemon to have beef with Honora. We can find a letter between Aemon and Callian saying Callian should put Honora to the side because she is 30 and hasn't produced a child. Aemon is so against Honora, and it's actually shown in game, he will not attend the coronation at the end of the game if Honora is ruling alone.
Aemon sounds like one of those girl moms the second their daughter hits their late 20s.
All right, well now I just don't know what to think about him. Is he an asshole or a good person?
He's morally gray, just like most people in this game, Joe, but that's not the biggest reveal that these documents show.
All right, he's a tier 3 Orlesian simp. I remember now something, it's about how you cheat on your wife, not if you cheat on your wife.
Thank you for the setup, Donald, but yes, the other important note, and the reason the documents were so important to recover, is because 2 of the letters are exchanges between the Empress of Orlais and Callian. Not only does the Empress offer Orlesian Grey Wardens and their own elite soldiers, but the tone of the writing is noticeably familiar compared to what you would expect 2 rulers whose countries have had so much history and conflicts. Compared with the fact that there's a letter in between where Aemon mentions leaving Honora because she hasn't produced an heir, and it paints a pretty clear picture of what Callian was planning here.
Wait, that's it? It doesn't directly confirm the cheating, it just implies they are a little too close?
I mean, yeah, they're not sexting letters or raunchy 50 Shades of Grey poems. Is that what you were expecting?
Yes.
Y'all are idiots. Why would they even include that in this game?
Because BioWare is based as hell, and it would make sense. Now, I don't know if Callian was just a simp or if he was pulling...
Well, Callian was definitely cheating. Honora even alludes to that. If you become Alistair's mistress and still marry the 2 to rule, she mentions that she was used to Callian having a wandering eye with women.
Well, at least we have our answer. Also on a lighter note, if you forgot to recruit the dog in the tutorial part of Ostagar, you can find a Mabari over by the kennels that somehow survived Ostagar, and you can recruit your Mabari companion as normal. There is nothing different about this Mabari compared to the one you saved, so it is just a 1-for-1 copy.
Yeah, but that means you didn't give the Mabari the cure in Ostagar, and he died to Dovid-19, so that's a massive L. None of our viewers would ever do that.
Hey guys, the king's not looking so good.
Damn, he owed me $10. Promised to buy everyone beers after the battle and was 2 days to retirement. Too soon.
All right, let's not recycle too many jokes now, boys. Interesting to note how Callian's body is posed. Not only is he the only person posed so prominently, which means that the Darkspawn know this is the king and wanted to humiliate him, but the way he is posed on a totem is almost ceremonial, like it's some kind of religious offering. It could be a sign that the Darkspawn are tied to some ancient religion like the old gods or maybe the elven pantheon, perhaps.
You're probably reaching with that theory, Barack, but it might be interesting food for thought for our viewers. Also, did this necromancer really summon undead against us? Bro does not realize that is the equivalent of sending out paras against a goddamn Charizard.
The Darkspawn are smooth-brained enough to actually do that if you really think about it.
Well, while we have a few more Darkspawn slogs to get through, Joe, we might as well pass the time with a comment question. Do you have one prepped for us?
Well, let's keep it relevant to our mission for today. Donald did have a point. The main appeal of Return to Ostagar is the loot, particularly collecting the king's armor, which is probably why gathering that armor is part of the main quest here. So keeping this awesome armor in mind, viewers, what is your favorite armor set in Dragon Age? It doesn't have to be warrior armor either. Just let us know your overall favorite in any game. For me, it's an easy W for the champion armor from Dragon Age 2. Not only are there 3 variations depending on Hawk's class, but each of them has little details that make it feel like it was tailor-made for Hawk. Just the same way Shepard has N7 armor, Hawkeye has champion armor. And truthfully, I think Hawks has much more style as far as protagonist armor goes.
Good one, Joe. Well, as for me, I would say my favorite armor is Sentinel armor from Dragon Age Awakening. Not only does the armor look like a demonic variant of Grey Warden armor, which fits the theme of the Black Marsh, which is a corrupted hellscape with a thin veil, but the armor's lore also goes incredibly hard and has a story to tell. The Sentinel armor is the armor worn by the Grey Warden, who killed the first archdemon Dumat, which explains why the armor looks like a more corrupted version of Grey Warden armor, considering that the armor is 1,200 years old and was likely corrupted by the blight, age, and the fade, but still it is preserved. Also, the armor is amazing to stick on the companion Justice, that you also recruit in the Black Marsh. Just a very thematically appropriate armor overall, in addition to being cool looking.
All right, pretty solid picks, boys. I would have to give my favorite armor to the Defender armor from the Descent DLC. I know Inquisition has far less unique armors than previous games, but something about crafting your own overpowered armor in Inquisition just feels far more satisfying to me. And this armor is the closest thing to religious armor the dwarves get. I think what sells me on this armor is the sleek black aesthetic of it, similar to the Sentinel armor, but also the armor has lyrium crystals baked into the armor itself, which is really sick. And I wish more armor had features like that, considering how many unique sets in lore, like Juggernaut armor, were made using magic anyway. So finally having an armor that has raw lyrium crystals is sick as hell.
All right, good picks, boys. Those are all pretty dope armors. I'm surprised two of us picked heavy armors, so just a reminder to the viewers that light armor or mage's robes are also appropriate answers, so just have fun with it. Our editor will respond to every single one as normal, and with that, Donald, mind showing our featured comment from last episode?
Our featured comment comes from Believe It. There's so much to talk about this comment that we just had to. First off, hell yeah, brother, we need more bodacious desire demons with high-def graphics that are transported right from Bill's mind to the game. So hopefully with all the demons leaking out of the Fade, we can see them again. And hell, even some hot dude desire demons for the ladies and barracks out there. Secondly, a lot of people wanted brood mothers to return, which is a very valid choice. But sadly, they are shadow banned currently from the writing team. So sadly, we won't see one of our favorite enemies from a lore perspective anytime soon.
Also, we wanted to shout out our first ever 3 super thanks that we got. Thank you, Desi, Emery, and Captain Hammer. We would never expect financial support like this from you guys, but the fact that you went out of your way to do this is amazing. And we all thank you. A comment and a like is all we really ask. But you guys are an amazing community, and we try to shout that out any chance we get.
Speaking of super thanks, Joe, I almost forgot. I wanted to thank you for handing me the easy W this election cycle by dropping out.
Donald, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, then you shouldn't have announced it. I'm back now twice in 1 week. I knew we were bonding over this game, but I didn't think you would glaze me this hard.
Look, y'all wanted the mage tier list, and I just want to play Veilguard, uninterrupted by Kamala asking me about foreign affairs. It has nothing to do with the fact I wouldn't clutch up, because I would.
Quitter talk. That's why I'm a man of the people.
Well, just get ready for even heavier lore drops from me now that I'm done with this job and can enjoy my free time.
Joe, you're not done yet. You still have the rest of your term.
Oh, right. Well, on to lore. I have a hypothetical question for you all. Do you think the Orlesians were genuinely being interested in forming an alliance with Ferelden in the hopes of stopping the Blight? Or do you think they were using the Blight as an excuse to enter Ferelden, and then once the Blight was ended, start war again or annex territory like what Loghain feared?
I don't think the Orlesians would plan an invasion right after the Blight. There's no telling how weakened their troops would be after the Blight. And it still wouldn't end well for them, since they would be cut off from the rest of Orlais. I think that offer from Selene was more of a honeypot, a kind gesture to start an alliance that eventually ends with Callian in Selene's pocket. Selene is definitely the type of person who uses politics and seductions rather than cutthroat brute force methods, but we will see more of that in Inquisition.
That's what I was thinking too, Barry. Loghain is obviously traumatized from the Ferelden occupation, and that is painting his perspective. And Selene is not a very brute force leader. She is more so a master of the game.
Cool lore drop, nerd, but now let's move on to what the viewers really wanted to see, putting the king's armor on our future King Alistair.
Possible future King Donald, again, it's in the viewers' hands. The armor is sick as hell on him. Looks far better on Alistair than it did on Kalian.
Well, this scene is already unrealistic because as we already showed this episode, our little guy just runs into fireballs and tanks them. He doesn't dodge them, especially because our little guy is packing a few 100 pounds of plate armor, bro. Is definitely not that agile.
Cutscenes stay giving our warden negative feats, I suppose. Well, here we have our first introduction to the Darkspawn grunts. These grunts are actually part of their own enemy rank that is even lower than Critter. Their rank is one-hit kill, which as you can see is literally their HP. They die in one hit to anything we throw at them.
Wow, they have as much creativity as our editor naming shit. Good work, BioWare. Also, I just figured these Darkspawn grunts were low level to hype us up. I didn't think they were literally one-shot kills. Kinda killing our hype, they're Barak.
Well, this ogre must be part of that rank too, since he went down in basically one hit too. It's been a while since we had an ogre kill animation. This shit still does it for me.
These animations used to get me absolutely bricked up, but I'm still not over the goddamn Tower of Ishael fight, so now the animation just re-traumatizes me.
Well, maybe this next segment will restore your humanity, Donald.
Wait, why?
All right, viewers, so we ended up going into some tunnels that had spiders. Joe freaked the hell out and yeeted his pink laptop across the Oval Office, which fucked with the recording, so we lost that segment with the spiders, but it was literally just Obama fighting spiders for a few minutes, while Joe has anxiety, which was hilarious for me but terrible for the content. Final battle time, you ready, Joe?
Barry guided me with some deep breathing, so I'm ready to re-kill the ogre that killed the king. In even quicker time than Duncan did.
The final boss of this DLC is a pretty cool concept. The ogre that killed the king and that Duncan slew is revived by a necromancer with Duncan's blades still sticking out of the ogre, all while a necromancer summons the dead killed at Ostagar.
It's a cool idea, but I feel like the boss should have been the necromancer, not the ogre. I mean, that's who we have been chasing all this time. He's also the person you should obviously focus. He'll leave the ogre to the rest of the party while I finish this.
Bro has some next level dodging mechanics apparently. Also, the idea is cool in theory, Barak, but all those undead are doing is biting our heels.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this fight. Being honest, thematically, on paper, this is a cool idea, but I think it might just be limited by the mechanics of Origins. One of the few times a battle might have been improved if this was in Dragon Age 2's Wave Combat. Also, I think the Necromancer has high dodge because peep what happens when he dies.
I maybe overhyped it because it looks like the battle's already over.
Wait, what the hell?
Well, the Necromancer was the one summoning them, so obviously when he died, the spell ended too.
That is the most anticlimactic battle we have fought. No way that counts as a boss counter.
Well, Donald, last I checked, the boss health dropped to 0, so it definitely counts. The viewers have made it very clear this is the literal rule. So that's a second boss counter for Joe.
Why does Joe always get the most controversial bosses?
I swear it's not intentional.
Well, let's close up with some banter to end off the DLC.
You appear to be getting younger by the day.
Be careful who you flirt with, young man. When you wake up beside me tomorrow morning, I'll be back to reminding you of your grandmother.
Beside you?
You heard what I said. It would not be the first
Damn,
time
Grandma Wynn got it like that.
Wait, didn't we say just a few episodes ago that Alistair reminds Wynn of her son? That banter definitely paints a different tone now.
Wynn 4 will be like one of those thirsty Facebook soccer moms who comments on her son's friends' workout pics.
So small choice here that doesn't really matter. I always just do the pyre because it's a nice cutscene. But we can also leave him hanging here or feed him to the wolves. None of these choices affect anything, though, and that is kind of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, honestly, something in this DLC could have tied back to the Landsmeet, either by giving you extra points for being respectful to the king's body, or losing points if you were disrespectful to it, or just showing the documents during the Landsmeet for extra dialogue or points as well. As it is, this DLC just feels like a side story in a vacuum outside the main story.
I think we can safely say with that anticlimactic boss fight, this is easily the worst of the 3 base game DLC.
Very safe statement to make, honestly. Shale is a top-tier companion with unique mechanics, and Soldier's Peak had far more interesting lore and decisions to it. We played Return to Ostagar basically just for the loot and the party banner.
I do think this is a good setup for the Landsmeet thematically, but as it stands, if I had to pay actual money for this DLC, I would feel like I was ripped off. It's easily the shortest of the 3, and it doesn't even feature any unique locations.
Well, we still have some time left. What's the plan, Joe?
Well, we are finished with side quests, and we have already devoted plenty of time to all the companions. So nothing left to do but to start the last main quest. I think I will play through the Haven section, then pass the temple portion over to you, Barry.
Thank you, Joe. I'm cool with that.
Long as your ass isn't going to attempt the High Dragon fight, Joe, you can do whatever. Seeing you run into the High Dragon, while hilarious, would add an extra hour of you dying to this episode, and I don't have time for all that.
Oh, please, I'm scared of a dragon. You do remember this is my favorite boss for a reason, Donald. It does suck. I can't fight my favorite boss in Origins, but don't act like I couldn't do it.
Yeah, whatever.
I have to say, the Haven quest line definitely gives H.P. Lovecraft vibes at the start. A recluse town not trusting of outsiders, but filled with dark secrets behind every door, and even a clear cult. Unfortunately, all this mystery and dark tones ends rather abruptly in favor of another dungeon exploration.
Well, before we uncover some mysteries, I brought Sten with us for probably his most iconic scene.
This is like the second time we have brought him in the party all playthrough.
This is Sten's most impactful moment in the story overall. We all know he is hesitant of our warden's ability to lead and stop the Blight. However, this quest is the only quest that doesn't directly grant an army. So to him, recovering the urn is not aiding our goal of ending the Blight. We either have to persuade him here, or if we don't pass the persuasion check, Sten will challenge us to a duel to assume control of the party. Even if he wins, however, the rest of the party will intervene and say they still won't follow him. However, because we completed his personal quest already, nothing we say will cause him to fight you, since he still considers us a brother in arms now. This moment really helps Sten stand out in the party, as he's someone who wants you to succeed, but is vocal about his beliefs and won't simply roll over and take it like other companions. Makes him feel more like a real person by standing up.
As much backtalk as this giant lug of anxiety gives us, actually squaring up with the warden takes some major balls. I kind of respect that.
Well, if that isn't the best way to end Sten's arc with that line and Donald's acknowledgement, I don't know what is. Well, before things get freaky, let's buy up the shopkeeper's stock.
Might as well add some extra potions since Donald killed our infinite supply of elf root.
I still regret nothing.
He has some unique arrows, too.
Who the hell does everyone in Haven think they are? We are the player character, and this is America. We go wherever the hell we want, end of story.
To be fair, this is the equivalent of walking into a Best Buy and immediately heading to the back rooms.
Well, according to the internet, it's people mine and Donald's age passion to harass store owners like we own the place, so we might as well stay in character.
If smartphones existed in the Dragon Age world, you would already be trending, Joe, with the caption, "Boomer attacks." Store owner also, "Hey, look, a dead knight." What does that make Isolde's kill count now? Because this is 100% her fault.
You know, maybe we should track down another blood mage. I think we should enter Connor's mind again, just to make extra sure he's demon-free before Eamon wakes up.
Considering how long it's been since the knights got sent out, this store probably smells absolutely awful. Also, the chest by the entrance has the unique Zevran gift, if that wasn't obvious.
Holy crap, these guards are fast-acting. How do they even know I did anything wrong?
POV, you just killed a chicken in Skyrim, and now every guard in the hold is ready to die in glorious combat to capture you.
You know, with the amount of mages this cult has, you would think someone in the real Chantry would have taken notice of Haven and tried to put a stop to them.
You would think, but we already know that the Ferelden Templars can't put down a mage even with a geolocator and superior numbers. So it's not surprising this dragon cult can have a whole circle quantity of mages.
How the hell does Morrigan know that's human blood just by spotting it?
That definitely is a red flag.
Every flag she has is green when you look like that, boys.
We've lost Donald, boys. It's all Jover. Let's just handle this cult.
Looks like we interrupted prayer time.
Well, let's see how much prayer helps them when we start curb stomping all their dudes.
You know, say what you will about this quest, but it does have some top-tier companion banter. Zevran will mention how he thought the cult would be having an orgy when we enter here, and of course Ogren's unique dialogue with Colgrim later is top tier.
Origin's party banter is always top tier, but I do remember the companions being more chatty in this quest than others.
I feel like the fact they have a revered father, while really odd, is kind of lost on players this game. The Chantry takes a huge backseat in Origins, especially when compared to Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition. So it's easy for players to not even realize that this is odd.
Yeah, even the first time I played this quest, I didn't realize how different the religion of Haven was, it's actually surprising that these guys were able to keep their beliefs and hide from the Orlesian occupation for over 60 years, considering how hard Orlais is about unifying under one single Andrastian faith. I mean, we just learned that's why they exterminated the Dales. But somehow these guys are better at hiding than the Dales?
Human superiority at its finest. Also, last fight of the episode. Joe, let's see your moves.
You know, I thought, considering this guy is the leader of the village and he got his own cutscene, that he would be a boss fight.
Skill issue.
Surprisingly, Joe, despite this being one of the more difficult dungeons in the game, there's only one mandatory boss fight in this entire main quest. That's either Colgrim or the Guardian, depending on who you side with. Technically, there's 3 if you fight Colgrim, the Guardian and the High Dragon, but 2 of those are optional. Definitely far less bosses needed to progress when compared with the Dalish and the Circle Tower quests.
And that doesn't even compare to the amount of required bosses in the Orzammar quest line. Anyway, looks like we found the old man we were looking for. How the hell is he not dead after all this time?
Hey, now Donald put some respect on Brother Genetivi's name. He is probably the deepest scholar and lore keeper in the series and is tied with Varric on published books. Plus, he is one of the most open and accepting members of the Chantry while still being critical of some of its more popular but extreme viewpoints. He also butts heads with the Chantry over the fact that what he has learned contradicts what the Chantry teaches. However, he is still a member in good standing because of how beneficial his research is to the Chantry.
My bad, bro. I was unfamiliar with your game.
Oh, he's a lore keeper like the Shaper 8 in Orzammar. That's why you're glazing him this hard. Let me guess, bro has significance from other media beyond the games, and that's why you're so quick to defend him.
Right on the money, Genetivi is featured in one of the Tevinter Nights, short stories, same as Nev Gallus from Veilguard. In the story, Genetivi leads a small expedition funded by the Inquisition's Inner Circle to gather more knowledge on the ancient elves. He finds a library detailing the elven pantheon and how this pantheon contradicts the very faith of the Maker. However, he regains his faith when he is captured by the Qunari and manages to get one member of the expedition back to Varric to tell him what they learned, while Genetivi seemingly did not make it back. However, Genetivi did make it out safely and has simply faked his death to hide from the Qunari.
Okay, the old man has some fight in him, even if he doesn't show that in this game.
I mean, he has a little fight in him. Even if he isn't a fighter himself, bro was absolutely determined to guide us to the urn and do his part, even though he was starved and tortured for weeks before this.
All right, fine, you 2 won me over. Even if he is a dirty maker simp, he gets his tasks done, and that's the most I can expect out of any NPC. So he's a solid A-tier guy.
Well, looks like the reason they were able to hide from Orlais is because they constantly take out any witnesses of their village and even move the village around the mountains. Still, the fact that Orlais never found this place during the occupation is hard to believe.
You ever notice how many small Andrasti cults Ferelden has? There's this one, and there's Blades of Hessarian and Inquisition. What's the deal with that?
Well, Ferelden is the birthplace of Andrasti, and Ferelden is still less unified than Orlais or Tevinter, so it makes sense. There would be tribes hiding out here and there.
I take it we are going to have plenty of Chantry history apps during your episode, Barak.
I mean, absolutely. It's the only time in Origins the Chantry is relevant, and it will be a good refresher for the viewers before we go into Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, where the Chantry decides to become a massive governing force again.
That's true. Besides my gorgeous Leliana, we really don't hear about the Maker much in this game, though. Granted, some of that is our fault, too, if you think about it.
Wait, how is it our fault?
Well, we picked a dwarf origin where obviously the Chantry doesn't exist in our society. If we picked Circle Mage, Human Noble, or City Elf, we could have had opportunities off the bat. We ignored the Priest in Ostagar, and then we also insulted Brother Burkle in Redcliffe. While this is the only main quest that focuses on the Chantry, there are plenty of NPCs that do offer lore on Andrasti and the Maker.
Joe, I feel like you only know all that because your B-tier bard is the biggest Andrasti enjoyer in the business. Also, don't dispense lore about Human Noble. That's my territory. You don't see me over here yapping about the Circle of Magi parties or what Leliana's toenails smell like.
Okay, again, I need a content warning before you mention her toenails. Donald, for the love of God,
Joe, you're really not supposed to need a content warning, Jesus. We have really gotten off track. I know what to do. Joe, do you remember the unique party banter with Leliana here?
Why, yes, of course, Barry. If you bring Leliana here and refuse to take Brother Genetivi with you to the temple, Leliana will offer to walk him there herself, since she's just sweet like that.
And with that, let's head to the temple ourselves, boys.
The right combination, it just feels right.
You know, closing your eyes while hearing this scene gives the entirely different context.
Donald, please.
Well, we made it to the temple, Joe, so I think it's about time we call it for this episode and let Barack handle the dragons.
Good call. Viewers, next time I will beat this cult like I'm a Far Cry 5 protagonist, and I will slay a dragon like I'm a Skyrim protagonist, so look forward to it.
See you next time, you beautiful snow-covered dungeon. I'm sorry I didn't get to explore you myself.
Fellow fantasy fans, our final feat is flying fast as we face the frostbacks.
Oh, but first Barack had to get the last bit of dialogue with the squad, because despite what we said last episode, of course, Barack's nerdy ass couldn't let go.
That's on me, too. I said we would be wrapping up, but then I did things that gave them more dialogue. Also, Alistair, obviously this is a blight. You were at Ostagar, and we saw the damn archdemon, you know that.
Well, to be fair, Alistair didn't have a whole-ass conversation with the archdemon like you did, Joe, so you have to give him some slack.
Honestly, I was just admiring his new armor. I didn't even pick up what he said.
I get like that with Zevran. Don't worry, Donald, I feel you. Speaking of, let's give him his other unique gift, shall we?
We cannot be this sus off the bat, boys. Also, I was wrong again because everyone's character arc isn't finished. Zevran still has a small arc, and Alistair and Morrigan have major ones. So don't take what I said last episode too seriously. The meds were tripping.
Speaking of, I don't think the quest for the urn will take the whole episode, so I'm going to head to Daenerys with Aemon to tackle Zevran's confrontation and finish the Unbound quest.
I'm sure your goal is your twink assassin story and not to try to scrap together one final boss ahead of me.
Well, the most important camp interaction is we can finally unlock a drink with our big bro since we hooked him up.
Time to grow some dwarven chest hair, boys. Let's show them that dwarven resilience.
Honestly, it's mostly the blood-gorged amulet. Amping us up enough we didn't put that many points in con because Dex is far better for defense.
In case you're wondering what we are talking about, this is actually a con check. You need around 30 con to survive the drink without getting knocked on your ass. So not to be too gross, but important to note, party banter with Zevran reveals that he's never seen Oghren fill a cask with water for his brew, which means he's likely using some other liquid besides water to brew his ale, implying it's human waste, like sweat or something worse.
It wouldn't be the worst thing our warden has put in his body looking at you joining Chalice.
If it's a dare between the boys, Barry, it's all good. We don't want to not seem cool.
All right, well, if you two don't care, I will just put it from my mind, and viewers, you should probably do the same. Let's finish up by hearing Ogren's true feelings on what happened with Branka.
Pretty sure this is one of Ogren's first acknowledgments that he is hurt that his family died. Considering the whole Deep Roads quest, Oghren was solely focused on Branka.
I mean, that's valid. She was his wife, but we still don't hear the whole story until Awakening.
Ogren's character is completely defined by an inferiority complex that he masks with alcohol and crass jokes. This makes him intolerable to most people, and hell, even intolerable to most players. But if you persist enough to see beyond the mask, you can find one of the best and most goated characters in Dragon Age. And we can definitely showcase that this episode...
I feel bad for the players that never gave Oghren enough of a chance to reach friendship in both games.
Hell yeah, time for some based Uncle Oghren appreciation. He is surprisingly peak in the Earn quest line.
Well, I guess we are going to check on Sten, too.
All good things come to an end.
Wanted to highlight a little more about Qunari society before we reach Dragon Age 2, Donald. There's really no one-to-one example of Qunari society in real life, but you can usually take a few real-world comparisons to get a decent idea as to what the Qunari are about. The Tamassarans determine everyone's jobs, not only because they raise the children during their formative years, but the Qunari religion is the foundation of their entire society, so the religious branch of the Qunari hold the most power by importance.
So basically, the Qunari are really organized and super religious with everything they do.
Pretty accurate in that statement, Joe. Well, I may dislike the big lug on principle, but I will say Sten is the perfect first companion to introduce us to the Qunari. He is the information factory about their society, even if he is too much of a tsundere to just talk about it outright.
Let's head on to the meat of the episode, boys. First things first, let's hit up this side room to unlock the Unbound boss for later.
Well, I'm excited to finally hit up this temple. Can't wait to see how you handle my favorite dungeon, Barry.
You're even higher than normal, Sleepy. If this dungeon is your favorite, although maybe you like this dungeon because it's more linear than the deep roads, so your ass can't get lost as easily. Also, the cold must help your decrepit ass.
You must like the deep roads because you fit right in with the brood mothers, Donald. You didn't see me bitching during your favorite dungeon. Don't do the same here.
To be fair, both of your default settings is bitching, so Joe, feel free to keep gooning out to this dungeon, and Donald, feel free to keep bitching. It's all good either way.
Damn, Barack, you seem more zen than normal. Is Michelle making you sit on the couch again?
That sounds more like a reward rather than a punishment, Donald.
Eat a dick, Joe, but no, Donald, I'm not zen because of personal stuff. I'm just locked in today because we have a lot to get through. To go through the task list today, I have to clear out this dungeon filled with mages and dragons, fight the high dragon boss, and then fight one of the secret bosses, Gax Kang. So I definitely have to be locked in today, boys.
Don't forget you have to complete all the urn puzzles, Barry. Those go pretty hard.
Nah, I'm not too worried about them. I remember all the riddle answers by heart. The shadow fight is easy, and the leap of faith puzzle I have a solution for.
Not surprising you forgot about the 1,000 steam hours, Joe. He remembers every single dialogue, choice and outcome by memory, like he's getting paid for it.
Hey, being out of the presidency for 8 years has its perks, what can I say? Speaking of, let's start off with some lore, shall we? So we just got the taper, which is one of the 2 components we need for a small ritual in this dungeon. Further in there is a brazier that we can light up if we have the taper and a black pearl. This ritual is an ancient Tevinter ritual that was likely introduced by the original disciples of Andraste that brought her urn here. This ritual involves a still alive person being lit on fire in the brazier while holding a black pearl in their mouth. The pearl keeps the person's soul from passing into the veil, and the pearl could then be used to create an ash wraith, which is why we see these unique wraiths primarily in this temple. This was so the followers of Andraste could guard her temple even in death.
Damn, they light themselves on fire while alive? That's metal as fuck.
So wait, if that ritual is the only thing that can make ash wraiths, then why have we seen ash wraiths in the Stone Prisoner and Soldiers peak DLCs?
That is absolutely a writing and lore break, because we learn deeper into the temple that the only reason the ash wraiths exist is through this ritual. So Wilhelm and the Wardens knowing this ritual seems really unlikely.
I mean, we have already gone really hard about how much the DLC recycled enemies, so I don't think we need to keep harping about it.
Now, honestly, we might as well keep harping about it. We have a lot of dungeon to get through and plenty of tanky fights.
With apparently a shit ton of mages, we need to send Meredith and her base Kirkwall mage-hating squad to clear out these filthy apostates. This many free mages cannot stand.
Wait until she hears that they all drink blood, which is blood magic. She might actually implode out of anger, and that means Hawk won't have to deal with her bullshit in 2.
I think you mean her glorious grind set, Joe, not bullshit. It's okay, I know spelling is hard.
At this point, maybe I ought to have Bo 1v1 the High Dragon a few hundred times to see if he can do it. If the peanut gallery is going to go this hard on the Mages and Templars debate.
Bo could do it 100%. You're not dealing with the average Mabari warrior anymore.
Honestly, with the right build and buffs, he could probably do it on normal, but not Nightmare. Maybe that's a short we could make sometime.
Well, damn, I guess that is something we could try then, boys. Well, some fun facts about this quest from the cut content perspective. Originally, the cult of Andraste was originally meant to be an ancient Avar clan that was simply trying to protect the urn. These Avar would have also been involved with the cut Avar origin. This was all changed very early in development because the designers did not have enough resources to create the Avar, like how they later did in Inquisition.
So basically, the only reason there wasn't more content or interactions in this quest is lack of money.
That explains the whole Reaver specialization and focus on blood. These guys were originally supposed to be ancient barbarians.
I wonder if the Avar would have been more or less open to working with the Warden.
I would imagine more so. If they were originally tied to an origin, it's likely we could have found some common ground.
Considering Inquisition proved some tribes are accepting of outsiders, it's definitely possible.
Well, if I knew they were going to add the Avar, I would have thrown some pocket change BioWare's way, because the Avar drip would have been worth it. Especially if we could have had a Warden Avar barbarian in full Avar gear.
Do we know anything about the cut origin, Barry?
No, the Avar were barely touched on in Origin, so it was more so just a spitball idea someone had. I think once they couldn't get the designs to work, They didn't bother writing anything deeper on the origin.
Anyone else find it sus that the old man says he hasn't seen any cultists? When we just fought cultists like 10 feet in front of him, is he part of the Biden Dementia Club? Or is Bro just in with the cultists the whole time?
Shove it, Donald. He could just be lying to us. You know all about lying. I'm surprised you couldn't pick up on that.
Hate to burst your bubble, ladies, but the developers who place enemy layouts are different from the people who write NPC dialogue conversations. This is just a confirmed oversight. Albeit, even if the dialogue is wonky, Bro must have a max stealth build going on to flat out avoid the cultists. Also, don't forget to grab everything in this massive library to your right. The one and only side quest to pick up in this main quest, Forgotten Verses, is right inside the library for some free gold.
Right, I can turn it in during my episode. I know how to get the maximum reward. But this is seriously the only side quest in this whole area? That means this mission has the least side quests out of all 5 locations.
I mean, yeah, there's not side quests, but that doesn't mean there's not stuff to do here. There's the side passages, the optional high dragon fight, and diverging paths. Not to mention all the unique dialogue. Even if there's less side quests, I still think this dungeon clears most other dungeons in this game.
You might be coping a little too hard, Joe, but I don't think anyone will argue this dungeon is better than the Fade or Elven Temple. Okay, maybe I would, and another one of our viewers would, but that's about it.
Whatever, y'all just don't appreciate this map like I do. I'm a real fan.
He's doing tricks on it.
Well, almost through the first half of this dungeon, we can pick either path like Joe mentioned, but the only difference is slightly different enemies and a different chantry statue.
Hey, Barack, don't forget to loot all those chests.
Donald, I really shouldn't.
Don't be a bitch, Barack. You need to get on that loot grind.
All right, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
This is Dragon Age's version of a Mimic Bozo. Here, let me show you another one in case you didn't know.
Did someone say Mimic? Are y'all playing D&D without me, boys?
No, George. It's just Dragon Age's version of a Mimic.
Oh, okay, speaking of mimics, for all you dungeon masters out there, remember anything can be a mimic if you try hard enough the door into the tavern. Mimic the ale they ordered. Mimic the hot tavern keeper your paladin keeps trying to bang. Mimic...
Fuck you again for that, Georgie.
Yeah, love you too, buddy. Anyways, Obama, that's a cool mimic reference, but I got to bounce. I just came because my D&D senses were tingling. Let me know if y'all are ever going to do Baldur's Gate 3, though I want to lead the charge in that. All right, I got to get back to playing college football 25. Longhorns aren't going to dynasty themselves, and Oklahoma isn't going to peg itself.
I didn't even get a chance to say phrasing thanks a lot, editor. Well, now that we got our guest cameo and I proved my point to Donald, we can progress. This statue over here is of Mafarath, the husband of Andraste, who led Andraste's armies against the Imperium before he eventually betrayed her to the Imperium in order to keep the land they had won. He is commonly known as the Betrayer. The other statue on the opposite side of the room is of Archon Hessarian. Each companion will have unique dialogue for the statue, but the 2 companions who give the most lore is naturally Wynn and Leliana, who are well versed in chantry teachings.
My girl Morrigan doesn't know who any of these people are, so I don't care to know about them either.
Finally, we got some dragons in this Dragon Age game. Unfortunately, they still use the same tactics as spiders and wolves, but they do look cooler at least.
Careful, Joe, complaining too hard about that is what leads to Dragon Age Inquisition putting a high dragon in every single map. Like it's Skyrim, Origins has the perfect dragon ratio to it.
Nah, fuck that lore-accurate shit. Give me dragons that spread faster than cicadas. That shit is literal peak. I love my 52 flavors of dragons.
Donald, you are far too Inquisition-pilled even after 18 hours of us playing Dragon Age Origins. You are too far gone at this point, homie. There's no coming back. Barack, do you have a comment question prepped for us while you clear through this dungeon?
You bet I do. This one's going out to the creative viewers among our fan base, since this one is going to require you to think outside the box. So obviously the main plot of Origins is recruiting an army to stop the Blight. So going off that theme, what army opportunities do you think were missing in Origins that you think would have been obvious or just a really good narrative choice to recruit? Let me give you my answer as the example, since this is what made me think of this question. Since there's the opportunity to side with the cultists here, there should have been an option to have the Andraste cultists join your army. Not only would that make it more appealing roleplay-wise to side with the cultists, since you could argue that a more amoral warden would be willing to do anything to end the Blight, but it would also expand the lore on these cultists, just like the werewolves, as fighting with the army would have revealed their presence and maybe even gave them the opportunity to have more influence in the Ferelden Chantry, causing political turmoil among Orlays. It would have been an interesting possibility, but now that I gave my example, what ideas did you two have?
All right, I see what you're asking now, and I've come up with my own, but I'm going to need a big hear me out here from everyone. The Tevinter slavers from the land's meet.
Oh, here we fucking go.
I said hear me out, damn it. So that quest always felt similar to the Carta hideout in Orzammar. It wasn't terribly relevant to the overall main quest of the land's meet, but was wedged in there, because there was a whole origin which needed its own spotlight. The documents you get there don't even help you win the lands meet all that much, especially compared to a Norse support. So instead of just going there for the documents, what if you could possibly side with the slavers and help them gather up more elves in the alienage in exchange for the slavers, sending troops and magisters to help defeat the Blight? Like, essentially, an evil warden could do what Logan was doing, but even more beneficial to the defense of Ferelden. It would make that whole quest feel more relevant to the main plot too, and make siding with the slavers that much more evil if you were a city elf.
Honestly, that's a creative answer, Joe, and it would bump the city elf origin up a few tiers if this was implemented.
Of course, the Democrats want to side with slavers and their dirty apostate slave city.
Donald, after what you did to the Dalish, you have no room to talk, being honest, so what's your answer?
Well, I think we are all forgetting about the guilds that we can help in this game, but one that would be a really interesting addition to our army would be the anti-van crows. Even a few crows could make a huge addition to any army. Maybe they would not be a full army, but an addition to the human army, like the Legion of the Dead for the dwarves. It could have helped give the anti-van crows more relevance in the story, and it might have created conflict with Zevran as well, to give this choice some moral ambiguity.
All right, valid choices all around, boys, and now I pass it to you, viewers. What army choice should have been included in Origins? Our editor will respond to everyone, and we are expecting some creative answers with how goated our community is. Speaking of goated, Donald, mind showing our featured comment from last episode?
Our featured comment comes from Willigy1090. He is a relatively new viewer of our series, but he caught up and has been on a comment storm of our older episodes, which, as a heads up, our editor reads and responds to every comment, even if it is of an older episode. His favorite armor is the Grey Warden armor sets from 2, and Inquisition, which is a goated choice. I can't believe none of us listed it, but we agree with your take that giving the Grey Wardens a unified look was a better call, especially when that unified look is based like that. Thank you for your comment and can't wait to hear your take on today's question.
Well, with the featured comment done, I feel like we handled some really important side content, boys. We got the Drake scales that we can turn into Wade in Denerim so he can eventually make the best dragon bone plate possible. We also straight up fought a arcane warrior that is randomly a member of the cult of Andraste, despite this ruin being confirmed, Alamari ruin.
Well, now we have to have a sit-down with the cult leader.
Colgrim is one of the toughest choices in this game because on one hand, his axe is dope as hell, and I want to wield it despite it being a lame two-hander, and I want to kill the High Dragon. But on the other hand, poisoning the urn is hilarious, especially with Leliana and Wynn in the party, and I want the dragon slurp juice.
It's not a tough choice at all. The only thing Colgrim gives you is the Reaver specialization, which we don't need, and already have anyway, since specializations are account-wide. And if you kill Leliana and win for pointless reasons, Dragon Age 2 is going to be a very cold game for you, like colder than your prison cell.
Is that a challenge from Sleepy Joe over here because I know enough to make every single game in this series hell for you?
Hi, Mediator Obama here. Neither of you is doing that because I still have a goddamn say in this game too. So let's put the dick measuring tape away, shall we? Because you both are breathing more copium. Then Colgrim here. The only reason bro thinks their normal High Dragon is stronger than an old god or the Tevinter Imperium is because he has clearly never met either.
Yeah, don't let the Inquisitor or Iron Bull anywhere near these guys. They would be fiending to add another High Dragon to their punch card.
Well, we still have Uncle Ogren here, don't forget.
Speaking of Donald, I'm definitely not helping Colgrim. I want that High Dragon fight, but I do want to exhaust his dialogue for a special scene. If you actually want me to poison the ashes, you better think of a damn good roleplay reason for me to do so, because Joe, my homie for real, and there's no in-game benefit.
Well, first off, I don't really care about siding with Colgrim other than taking the dragon's blood can be seen as a thematic boost in our power. However, to give you a lore reason, we could have the opportunity to see Leliana as a lyrium ghost, something not many viewers have seen, and explore the lyrium ghost and spirit ending that not many viewers have probably witnessed before. Shouldn't we think about offering a unique experience to our lovely viewers?
Your unique experience always seemed to involve killing everyone, Donald. And this time you're killing a fan-favorite character. Leliana fans can find your address, Donald.
Nah, I'd win.
We didn't even set up that Kaizen reference, Donald, that doesn't work, but you do make an interesting argument. I will take it under consideration for now, since going the path less traveled can be interesting.
Yes, let the hate flow through you.
Well, Leliana can feel us talking about her, and she does not like the outcome. Plus, we have some devoted Leliana fans among our viewers, and this means we don't get Wynn and Leliana's goodbyes during the final battle.
Counterpoint, it's funny as hell.
All right, I've already decided against this already, so why don't I go over some strategy in this fight for the viewers? So the make or break of this fight is how quickly you can kill both the mages that are placed inconveniently in the way back of the room. Both of them have fireballs and crushing prisms that can take out your whole party. If you let them live long enough, that's why I'm going to send Ogren and our warden to rush over there immediately.
Think of the glory.
You would hunt Our Lady for
Ogren really said, Colgrim, I'll let you finish, but I want all the smoke with your god first.
Ogren's got a point. I do want that organic dragon armor. Guess I got to pop off here, sorry.
Your axe is too cool to pass up too, and you're allied with some filthy mages, I guess, so time to put an end to your silly little blood cult.
Did bro just thrust at us? I'm getting mixed signals now.
You know, it's kind of crazy that our healer is being put into the tank position, while our two tanks deal damage to the mages now. Sort of an inverse on the class roles there.
True, but with the Juggernaut armor and arcane warrior specialization, as well as the upgraded Vessel of Spirit, Wynn is actually our second best tank in the squad, besides our warden, obviously.
Yeah, she's not going down anytime soon, especially with the crowd control. And built-in heals, she has. Wynn is basically the cleric class from D&D at this point, now that I think about it, since D&D clerics get access to heavy armor as well as insane heals.
It still looks goofy as hell on her, but I can't argue with the absolute tankiness she has. Now she has been taking Colgrim hits as good as our tank warden does. Also looks like Colgrim is all alone now.
Yeah, without his mages to carry him, bro is cooked, to be honest. Donald yaps a lot of bullshit in this series, but two-handers being kind of trash isn't one of them. Bro couldn't even damage our healer or Leliana with his attacks.
Time for the ultimate fraud test, Barack.
Damn, our team looks so good being this decked out. It's been a while since we had a cutscene highlight our style.
Our team might look cool, but we are losing aura hard right now, ducking away and hiding from the High Dragon.
Every cutscene has our warden doing things I know he would never do when we are in control of them. Bro is a walking embodiment of chaos. You can't tell what he's gonna do next.
Well, looks like the dragon's gonna take a little nap. Honestly, I relate to this girl now. Running people is tiring. Do we have to put her down?
Joe, wasn't this your favorite boss fight?
It is, but now that I look at her from a different angle, I see myself in her.
Joe, I'm not missing my opportunity to take on the second hardest boss in the game, in front of the viewers no less. Plus, I want that Wade Dragonbone armor on Sten, so we are gonna do this. First, a little bit of setup. I'm going to get warmth bombs on Ogren and our warden, since they are going to be taking 95% of the aggro. I could put one on Wynn, but I think she will be okay with her armor. Next, going to equip frost arrows on Leliana and spread our two ranged units so they have social distance farther than even the CDC would recommend.
Barack probably has the same game plan every run, as well as 32 backup contingencies. Whatever happened to fuck it, we ball?
Well, our potion usage has not been stellar. We are completely out of potions now for some reason, so I have to be optimal here. I think one of you must have put in a tactic on our warden that has us using them way too frequently.
Looking at you, Joe.
Donald, you're the wasteful one here. I at least know how to be cautious and frugal. Focus on yourself, little guy. Anyways, Barry, You have any good strategy tips for the viewers? I already know this is going to be a long fight.
I really don't care who it is, I'm just making a note about it so that we can fix it next episode. Well, there are only a handful of spells that the High Dragon isn't immune to. This isn't relevant since we don't have Morrigan, but for the viewers, the High Dragon actually isn't immune to sleep, being frozen or hexes. So all of those can really help a clutch pause to save a dying team member. In terms of party setup, we already covered this with Flemeth. But if I was being 100% optimal, I would swap out Ogren for Shale here to put up a stone aura for increased resistance.
Good ideas, but say you wanted to cheese the High Dragon. What's the best method, Barak?
Yeah, there's two main strategies if you wanted to make this fight brain dead easy, which is not what I'm doing if you see how much damage our little guys are taking right now. The first is simple if you use your tank to kite the dragon, while 3 range units pelt it with cold damage. The AI likely will just keep running around just trying to hurt the tank, which if you have high enough armor is easy money. The second strategy is if you hide behind the tower to our right. Editor put it on the screen. You can be immune to almost any damage the dragon deals as long as you kite around the opposite end that the dragon lands on. Also, if you run far enough away from the dragon, there's a glitch that lets you disengage and causes your party to revive.
Did you take notes, Joe?
Please, 2 mages with force fields and cold spells make this fight brain dead easy. I don't need exploits. I could solo this shit with an arcane warrior mage with enough bombs and potions.
The fact you think that's a flex tells me everything I need to sleepy. Also, Barak, you said this is the second hardest fight. What is the third and first hardest fight then?
Well, that's very subjective depending on your class and playstyle, but I would say based on pure stats, Sir Cawthoryn is the hardest fight because her pure attack damage is way higher than any other boss. While her health is still equal to the archdemons and high dragons, plus Cawthoryn has all the soldiers with her, I would say the third hardest fight is Flemeth. Honestly, Flemeth is practically tied with the high dragon, but she technically has lower health and resistances, so I would put her at third.
That's a fair list. I don't even want to know where Theme makes it on that list.
He might barely reach top 10. The problem with the archdemon is you can call up so many allies to help out, while Flemeth and the high dragon has similar stats, but you fight them solo. Enjoy this peak kill animation and say it with me for old time's sake.
Boom, easy money. Okay, doing the high dragon without anyone dropping is good work, Barak.
Thank you, Donald. Now peep this horde, boys.
Oh God, that's the shit I like.
Biggest loot in the whole game right there. I'm gonna head back to camp to sell shit and let's go get these ashes now.
This part isn't nearly as fun as the Ruined Temple, but I can appreciate a section of the game that gives puzzles instead of combat. The trials are cool. It just feels tedious on subsequent playthroughs, since they always have the same solution.
This shit is just boring. I know BioWare loves to include non-combat main missions like Thane's and Samara's loyalty mission, but this shit isn't for me, especially because there's really only one way to finish it.
I'm in the middle with this one, boys. They should have included more nuanced ways to solve the puzzles, but also this section is a nice break from the standard combat, just like the Fade, so I'm here for it. Also, the companion scene with the Guardian are absolute peak, boys.
What exactly is the Guardian? Is he a spirit, or is he a dude just huffing that dank raw lyrium pack?
We don't have a confirmation either way, but I think given what happens with Leliana in Inquisition, if she returns as a lyrium ghost, it's safe to say this isn't a human being kept alive by lyrium, though. Given that he oversees what is known as the Test of Faith, has a codex entry behind him about spirits, and is in a religious temple dedicated to Andraste and her ashes, it would be a very safe assumption that this was a spirit of faith that was drawn here by all the raw lyrium and possessed a dead boy, similar to Justice from Awakening. His body likely being maintained by all the lyrium in this area, keeping the spirit healthy. This would also explain how he is able to see into people and know their past, as we know Cole has a similar ability himself in Inquisition.
This is probably where George gets it from when he has the devil Raphael NPC know each of our backstories. Bro has everyone's lore in a goddamn catalog like his name's Obama.
I'd rather just duel this guy, but I guess he's going to give us a psychology test first.
Yeah, speaking of his tests, how have the disciples of Andraste not killed this guy and forced their way to grab the urn? Does the Guardian just lock them out and not let them enter the door? Does he actually just kick their ass and this Guardian has single-handedly beat the cult. Because if that's the case, why couldn't they get someone from the cult to do what we do and pretend to be a pilgrim, or does that not work for some reason?
Well, the Guardian is the elite boss, so while unlikely, it is possible he just kicked everyone's ass, or he was just seen as difficult to kill, since he is stronger than any one member of the cult. However, I think it's just as likely that he locked the cult out so they could never reach the urn.
Bro basically told the entire cult to stay in the corner, and they listened. Still, if this guy's strong enough to repel a cult, I kind of want to fight him myself now. Like, this dude is rocking a Grey Warden helmet, he's just asking to fight.
What are you, Goku? I suppose I could battle him, but I'm siding against it. Bro is literally just minding his own business.
Well, looks like they are about to test you, Barry.
There is something I must ask. I see that the path that led you here was not easy.
All right, I know I'm not usually the negative one, but how the hell is Trian's death my fault in anyway? Pelin killed him in our playthrough. I'd understand the question if I was the one to do it, but what could we have actually done to save Trian besides drowning Pelin at birth?
Yeah, some of these. Flat out don't make sense, while others do. The Circle Mage makes sense because you can literally betray Joan and feel guilty for that. The human noble I could see. Because you could have fought and defended your parents. But us being responsible for Trian makes no sense. Also, the city elf where he implies we could have stopped Shiani from being SA'd before we even got to her also makes no sense.
This is why my wife made the base choice of not playing his question game, and it's the only choice I ever make myself. What the hell does a non-human know about these situations anyway?
Well, looks like he's going on win next round.
Never mind, good shit, my spirit brother. Mage Grandma deserves to be taken down a notch or two. This is how it should be.
Wynn's question is kind of obvious, and we don't really learn much about Wynn here, other than she agrees she might just be indoctrinated by the Chantry. But that doesn't really matter to her, because she believes the Chantry is right, and things are the way they are for a reason. What's more interesting here is how she can immediately observe that he is making statements in the form of a question, because he already knows how everyone will answer.
It would have been more juicy if he brought up her son and asked if she failed her child like how we failed Trian.
Shit, I would have gotten the popcorn for that one. It would have been interesting.
Well, looks like Leliana's up next. I think you're going to find his interrogation with her far more interesting, Joe.
You'll back the fuck off my girl, Fadehead, before I have my boy Cole pull up and shank you in the spirit kidneys. I know plenty of elven gems I can shove your bitch ass into for a few centuries.
I take back my earlier criticisms. This quest is amazing and worthy of S tier. This is just the roast of everyone, but my favorite characters, since Morrigan doesn't answer, he simply glazes shale and he ignores Bo because he is just a good boy.
Joe, I know you're fuming right now, but this does answer a question that we have had for a long time now, which is whether or not Leliana's maker dream was just her making it up, or it actually was the maker, or a spirit reaching out. I'm sure the signs she was given are real, but she made the leap that the maker was talking to her herself, since there's no reason the Guardian would be making all this up.
This guy's a bitch. Leliana's maker dream is real. I'll always believe you, baby.
Bruh.
Hold up, Peak Ogren line incoming.
Some time. Yes, I wish I could have saved my family from Bronca. I wish I'd been a better mate. Maybe she'd have stayed home with a belly full of baby Ogren and never gone for the anvil. Maybe I failed her. And yes, I came to the surface because I'm barely a dwarf anymore. My family is dead. My honor as a warrior long gone. I've lost my caste and my house, and I have nothing else.
Anyone who says Ogren is just a joke character with no depth needs to shut the fuck up and watch this scene here. Even though other characters own up to their failures, none of them state them with this much depth and self-awareness. This scene is one of the many that show that Ogren has a large inferiority complex that follows him behind his every decision, and why he has so many masks, such as his alcoholism and crass humor.
Looks like our man Ogren left the Guardian literally speechless, so he's finally going to let us in his club.
Oh God, riddle time. Barack permission to watch George play CFAA 25 for 20 minutes while you answer these monotone-ass spirits riddles?
Nope, you are going to stay right here. I'm going to need all hands on deck. This section is long-winded to say the least, and we need as much content as possible. We're going to post the answer to all these riddles, as well as the upcoming bridge puzzle, since we have already made the expectation of doing that for you all.
And by we of course mean our editor. We're just here to entertain you all. We don't know shit about video editing.
Joe, you don't even know what button to push for recording this game. And you're the only one of us to ever get a corrupted file while recording.
It was the spider's fault, not mine, I swear.
No, that's a skill issue, Joe. Anyways, a few mechanical notes about the riddle section. You can get more XP by solving the riddles, as opposed to fighting the spirits that turn into ash wraiths. The experience is also dependent on level. The higher the level, the more XP per correct riddle you get. Half of the answers to these riddles, as you can probably tell by the answers we posted, are I don't know, which means even if you just blindly click I don't know, or play your warden as a smooth brain, you can still get half of the answers correct.
I'm glad Dragon Age still allows support for the max strength low and Unga Bunga strategy.
Perfect fit for you, Donald, but Barry, if these spirits are also ash wraiths, does that mean they went through the same ritual with the fire and the black pearls as the cultists?
Good catch, Joe. Most likely they did, but I believe they were likely one of the first to ever go through the ritual, which might explain why they are able to assume a human-like form and communicate with us, rather than just be outright violent like the other ash wraiths. The ritual they went through may have been more precise than the ones that came after because they were the first to do it. They might have even been the first to ever do the rituals. Either way, there's no way in hell. They are the actual spirits of Mafarath or Hessarian, or Hessarian's wife. That would make no damn sense.
If the Maker is real, it's entirely possible, though.
Well, he's not, and so they are not the real ones either. As always, all things are possible only through the one true religion of enchantment. Even all this test nonsense is probably just lyrium enchanting a room because our Lord Sandal allows it.
Interesting take, Donald. Well, as Ogrin is going to show shortly, the lyrium is doing something to everything in this room, which gives the entire different possibility to what everything here is. Possibly one of my favorite aspects of the lore of Dragon Age is the fact the primary religion of the setting is never confirmed to be real or not, despite other ancient deities like the Elven Pantheon, and old gods are very real. So players can decide for themselves whether or not the Maker is real, since there's no direct answer one way or the other. One of the most consistent aspects of this game that I pray is never confirmed one way or the other, because this world needs some mystery still, and this has been up in the air since day one.
I don't know what you mean about other gods being real, because every god is either an overhyped dragon or an overhyped homeless mage.
I have always been under the impression the Maker is some kind of overseer for the spirits, or maybe the oldest spirit. Now that I think about it, is the Maker real could have been a goated comment question, too.
Damn, that would have been a heavily debated one. Oh, well, not a big deal. There's always next episode.
No, Donald, we have been over this next episode. We really need to ask the viewers their king choice. We want the people supporting us to feel involved in this series after all.
Man, give the viewers top faster, Barack.
Well, excuse me for giving enough of a shit about our viewers enough to include them in this series, Donald. I feel like Orzammar was really hyped for viewer engagement, and we should finish strong by giving them round 2.
And so were we.
I like the idea too, Barry, don't worry. Also, looks like you finished the last riddle good shit.
Yeah, it's super easy. When you remember everything about this game, it only took like 10 goddamn minutes to get past this first puzzle.
Is swept away by dawning light. Of what do I speak? A dream came upon me as my daughter slumbered beneath my heart. It told of her life, and of her betrayal and death.
Wait, who the hell is this dude?
It's our other brother that Bellin killed Joe. Are you okay?
Don't remember him, but I have the strangest feeling he is a total prick.
Your Alzheimer's assumption would be correct, Joe. I don't know why the lyrium ghosts want us to remember Tryon, unless they are trying to wonder what it feels like when a human bites the curb.
I thought you would be more pro-Tryon here, Donald. He is gassing up Balin's grind here, probably a sign that these ghosts have no idea how our actual brother would act. Also, because we answered the question, we get the necklace reflection. However, the amulet reflection is just a worse version of Warden's Oath that we got all the way back in Ostagar, because the percentage healing effect is glitched and doesn't work. So this is just merchant fuel.
Time for my kind of puzzle, fighting a mirrored version of our party. Now this is the classic shit I like.
I do really like this because the strat is to think about your own weaknesses and use them against the enemy you're fighting. It lets you think differently, and now you know what weaknesses your own party has if you were not already aware of them.
In our case, kill the backline first, then deal with our tanks last. I do like this, but I have to say Baldur's Gate 3 definitely improved on this mechanic because they made the fight more of a 1 versus 1 with a consequence if you break the rules of the duel, as opposed to a battle royal. I think it's more thematic to battle yourself as opposed to taking advantage of your own weakness in a battle royale. Because see, even now we've already won. Even if they put Oghren down, they won't have enough damage to take out our team. Also, these shadows have different abilities from our team, which isn't supposed to happen. Wynn had Glyph of Repulsion and our Warden had Assault, despite our squad having neither of those abilities.
As always, our little guy is the last one up, even in the shadow duels. That 500 HP we have is going to take a while to chip away since we're so thick. But yeah, this is already over. You can't copy the OG after all.
Wish we could have kept Shadow Leliana around even for just a few minutes.
Joe, please.
Actually, good idea, Joe. Obama, reload this save and do all those puzzles again and bring Morrigan in the party again.
Okay, I don't know what you two perverts are thinking, but I'm vetoing this right now. I'm not going to do the entire first section again that took 10 minutes out of the episode, and I still have plenty of episode left to get through with the puzzle and the Denerim content. I think this might be the longest episode we have had to date.
Oh God, now here's a puzzle that is going to take a while. Can we just skip ahead while I go watch George or something, Obama?
No, stop trying to watch football during our Dragon Age series. I got this, don't worry. And our editor can put up the solution for this too, so we can once again guide the viewers.
Okay, do you want me to look up the puzzle solution on YouTube or something? There's no way you remember this by heart, and we don't have time for trial and error.
Nope, we are going old-fashioned with this. Joe, third drawer in your office. Grab me the Prima Guide for Origins.
Holy shit, goddamn Prima Guides. This is like seeing Ancient Hieroglyphics editor put this on screen. Wait, Joe, did you move it into the Oval Office?
No, that's been in here since my term, Donald. I'm surprised you never noticed it before.
Too many golf trips probably, Barry, anyway, editor. Make sure you got the full list on screen for our viewers.
Well, either way, I'm glad Donald didn't damage it, and the old girl is still intact after all this time anyways. Fun fact, the bridge puzzle is 100% easier on the console version of this game, as when you complete a bridge portion and have a character step on it in console, that bridge portion will stay permanently solid, which means at no point do you have to restart the puzzle. However, on PC, basically every tile you have to step off at the right moment. Otherwise, you have to redo the whole thing, which is really, really annoying. So always follow some kind of guide with the leap of faith. Viewers.
Hold on, that's it. I'm calling bullshit on something. So we just had a shadow duplicate fight, and now we have a tedious leap of faith puzzle featuring a ghost bridge. All of this having religious undertones.
Correct, what are you yapping about, Donald?
Y'all don't even see it? The Shard trials in Baldur's Gate 3 obviously were ripped straight from the Andraste Trials of Faith. If the Shard trials had some damn riddles, it would have been a 1-for-1 copy. The only unique puzzle in the Shard trials is the damn stealth segment.
Oh, that's a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, Donald, but I do see what you mean. That's sort of everything coming full circle if you think about it. Dragon Age took heavy inspiration from the original Baldur's Gate, and now Baldur's Gate 3 took heavy inspiration from Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age is still more peak at the end of the day, but both are absolutely goated fantasy franchises that hopefully both will have healthy revivals for years to come. I will say, Baldur's Gate probably improved both the puzzles it took ideas from, though they aren't 1-for-1 exact copies.
Anyway, good job, Barry. We tossed our dwarf across the ledge.
You know, this puzzle loses a lot of its weight in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh, shit.
When you find out Morrigan could transform into a bird at any point, and could have just flown over to the urn right here and grabbed a pouch of ashes, saving us like 10 more minutes.
Thank God we put our clothes back on immediately after this scene, so Joe didn't notice what we both did.
God damn it, can we go back again? I didn't get to see Leliana's dogs out.
No, now focus on the peak scene ahead.
I never dreamed I would ever lay my eyes on the urn of sacred ashes. I have no words to express.
Ah, don't get your knickers in a twist, sweet cheeks. I don't know how mystical this urn really is. The lyrium veins in these walls are richer and purer than any I've sensed in a while.
And here's the final reason I brought Ogren here, because he directly challenges why the ashes even work.
Doesn't seem like Wynn or Leliana care, though they are still hyped to see the ashes.
Well, even if you're not doing it the certified renegade way, we still finished our last main quest, and that is hype as hell. We are basically at the Archdemon's doorstep now.
Oh shit, I hope not Themey is going to be pissed if I don't give him a heads up that I'm coming over first.
And we are one step closer to freeing Joe from the Darkspawn consensus.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Well, with the ashes uncovered and Brother Genetivi informed, we can guarantee another small side quest in Dragon Age 2 where we find out the Carta is peddling fake miracle ashes to every bum on the corner of Kirkwall.
Or alternatively, we can kill him here.
Why the hell would we kill him? He helped us.
Because it's funny and a really derpy death. Bro keeps walking and turns around after being stabbed in the head like he thought he was Courier 6 or something.
I kind of see why hiding the ashes might be a good idea. These really aren't something that should be used on every single person in the world. But at the same time, how can we say Eamon is the only one that should get them? Just because he's important to us doesn't mean someone else is less important and unworthy. Truthfully, I think the Guardian protecting the ashes is a good litmus test to keep out the rabble. But if you can pass the test, you deserve some ashes for yourself.
This ends up not mattering because Corey ends up blowing the temple in the ashes anyway, so let's let the people enjoy them for a few years.
Also, I know Genetivi has some kind of reward in Denarum for us. I'll pick that up next episode.
Good shit. Thank you, Donald. Well, before we head to Redcliffe and Eamon, we have one last bit of lore to drop on Haven. So when you come back after finishing the main quest, you can find the village inhabited once again, and holding a funeral for all their guys that we killed.
Where were these guys when I tore through Haven and ran through everyone's homes? Are they mole people?
Probably hiding in some shelter because they didn't want the smoke.
Well, looks like they want the smoke now, though.
You would think they would want the smoke with that line, but no, they are just passive-aggressive. The Chantry ends up wiping them out, throughout the time between now and Inquisition, which is why the Haven people are so different in that game. One last change is a cart that was previously blocking the graveyard is moved. This graveyard is an Easter egg from the developers that gravestones have several references to cut content they couldn't implement, and even some of the lead writers' inside jokes, like calling Jennifer Hepler the Queen of the Dwarves since she wrote all of Orzammar.
Rest in peace, multiplayer mode and Building 7.
Well, let's move on. Now the Arl is not getting any less in a coma.
Now control yourself here, Barak deep breathing.
I'm fine, Joe.
All right, I'm sure this joke has been made, but how do the ashes work? Do they slather it on his face? Do they make a tea out of it? Does he just eat the ashes raw?
It's simple. They use the ashes as a spell component.
Are spell components a real thing? I thought that was only D&D.
I don't know. Probably it would make sense.
I think how the ashes work is far less important to the story as opposed to why they work. Do the ashes work because the maker is real? Or do they work because the lyrium in the temple is special? Can the ashes cure everything? Or do they specifically help Eamon because he is in a fade-like coma?
Who cares? They got the task done. That's all that matters.
Donald, you're not thinking of all the possibilities here.
What do you mean, sleepy?
Donald, if the ashes are only special because of all the lyrium in the chamber, and if the ashes are a cure-all, then we have permanent renewable health care for all of Thetis specifically controlled by the Chantry and located in Ferelden. Think of the implications of that alone.
Oh shit, the Chantry and Ferelden could become even greater superpowers. And we would be able to thrust society forward a few hundred years, and that's just off the top of my head.
Right on the money? The possibilities are endless. We could have been great if Corey didn't blow our shit up and corrupt all the lyrium, too.
We are going to have to pull up for that alone, but I'm sure we are going to have a much longer list by the end of the game.
How dare a Darkspawn mess up our Ferelden level-up grind set?
I wonder if the Temple of Sacred Ashes was destroyed because the writers didn't really know how to handle the idea that there is free and possible renewable health care in the world that would have been accessible by the time of Inquisition. Either they wanted to get rid of that, or the writers just picked a familiar place to start the story at random.
Probably a good mix of both. Also, I almost forgot that we get the champion specialization from this quest. I mean, we already have it, but I guess that's one reason to do the earn quest line early. You get access to 2 really strong warrior specializations that way.
Just think, if we didn't already have the specialization unlocked, we could have settled our loithering debate much more civilly by picking Templar at the start and then grabbing champion at the end of the game.
Donald, that would have been terrible. Champion has really helped us in a lot of fights since we fully upgraded it, and even the viewers clowned you because picking Templar first wasn't optimal.
20 episodes later, and even after we have both specializations, you two can't agree on anything.
Exactly, because he's wrong. Well, whatever, bozo, haven't we heard Eamon's voice actor from somewhere else in this game?
Right on the money, Joe. Eamon's voice actor also plays Vartag, who was our brother Balin's second. A pretty random person to voice act compared to a pivotal character like Eamon, but I guess John Curry did the same voicing a random knight as well as Zevran. Eamon's voice actor, Graham McTavish, is most well known, however, for his role as Dwalin in The Hobbit.
With how peak both the fantasy series are, and considering the fact there's a few references to Lord of the Ring in this game, like with the description of Ring of the Warrior, I'm surprised more actors didn't play roles in this game from Lord of the Rings.
Missed opportunity, but the voice acting in this game is literal peak, especially coming up with the Lands meet. We have 2 really goated voice actors, as well as Eamon's during this mission.
Are you referring to Alistair?
Well, there must be something in the water at Redcliffe, because between Murdoch, Tegan, and Eamon, they are some of the most competent leaders in this game in getting shit done.
Bro just got out of a coma and he's already mobilizing the troops and calling a lands meet. I don't even want to sign my signature when I first wake up from my nap.
Total skill issue, you comatose bitch.
And what about me? Does anyone care what I want? You have a responsibility, Alistair. Without you, Loghain wins.
Well, it's time for our boy Alistair to step up to his role as the deuteragonist.
Deuteragonist? What kind of nerdy Harvard term is that? No one knows what the fuck you mean, Barack.
I'm sure some people know.
We do care about what you want, Alistair, but we kind of have to take out Logan without a whole civil war breaking out.
Our boy will step up to the plate in time and get his task done, don't worry.
Well, he might get the task done, but he's not exactly going to be happy about it, depending on how we handle his personal quest.
Don't worry, I have that covered too. Also, Eamon is taking after his nephew and glazing us up a little.
I guess he is traditional in both the bad sense and the respectful sense of giving proper gratitude to the people who saved him.
Well, are we going straight to the lands meet, Barry?
In just a moment, yes, but I want to showcase one more detail first. Now that Eamon is awake, let's check on our full army. This is our first chance to see the entire Blight Squad.
Sounds good. It's a big reminder at how far we've come.
So we got the base dwarves and the equally based humans in the courtyard. We could have had golems here, but Joe and Barack are total cowards.
Over in the bedrooms, we have some of the furries because Donald hates elves.
Cope-hearted. Joe, look at my boys. They are striking fear into the hearts of men. Already, let's see your forest elves that survive on a vegan diet of elf fruit and twigs. Do that. This is a big back army only.
I don't think the Darkspawn can feel fear, but it's a nice idea. Also, we can feed him a whole nug if we grab one from Orzammar and bring it to him.
That's a good boy. He eats a healthy diet of only the finest nuggets.
It's crazy Eamon even let the werewolves inside the castle, but I guess it was nice of him.
I'm sure he regrets it because the werewolves are tearing everything up in his castle now.
Good boys, keep the staff working hard.
Finally, we got our heaviest hitters, the Circle Mages.
Which should not be there instead of the heavy-plated mage killing Templars.
Cope harder, Donald. We need a ranged army when we face the Archdemon, and the mages bring the biggest damage.
Templars' holy smites give just as much damage, Joe, believe me. Speaking of viewers, we just finished our Templar tree with the level up we got from waking up IRL Eamon. So now I can divine smite every single enemy between me and Loghain.
Looks like they are also here to keep Redcliffe demon free. I imagine they are going to pick Connor up too, if they haven't already. Well, boys, let's hit up our end game and start the meeting of the lands.
Denerim is the heart and soul of Ferelden. It was the city of King Calenhad, the birthplace of Andraste.
Crazy we are at the end of the game, and we are just now getting an introduction cutscene about Denerim. We've been here a dozen times this playthrough already.
The cutscenes in this game might be dated, but they have a very beautiful style to them.
Oh, we are going to deal the first and last blow on Loghain, don't worry. We are going to show the meaning of land's meat when his ass meets the land and his old ass chin meets the curb.
Big facts and big bars, Donald. Also, just as I compliment the cutscenes, the game immediately switches back to base graphics. That was so sudden it's kind of jarring. They didn't smooth that out better.
Pretty bold of all our enemies meeting in one room within fireball distance.
If this was our D&D campaign, the level 9 Fireball and Smite would have already been thrown out. No hesitation.
We don't have to get all fancy with our smoke now, boys. Our little guy's at perfect level to their privates. Just a quick knife to the family jewels is enough to wipe them out one at a time.
Donald, one of them, is a girl.
It still works. Bro thinks he's leading the armies. A level 1 thug could have done more damage to the Blight, and pretty sure Bro hasn't even touched a Darkspawn. He just keeps retreating away from them and saying he's won.
The renegade option from you, Barry, I'm surprised.
Given how I know how the both of you are going to roleplay this, I might as well just start it up myself for some consistency.
Loghain is talking a big game here, but we know by the side quests and even dialogue during the lands meet, not many people believe that the Grey Wardens actually betrayed the king, so he probably shouldn't open with that.
Not to mention he is playing it cool here, but internally, he is probably freaking out that the poison didn't work and is just staring at Eamon thinking, how the hell did he not die?
He probably double-checked with Howe if he's getting a refund on those anti-Van Crows and whatever poison he gave Joe on.
Good clapback, Eamon. Well, it's about time we meet some of the key players in this lands meet, shall we?
Joe, brace yourself. You're in the splash zone again.
I smell the biggest bitch in the business. Gruff, bark, bark.
You all can't see it, but Donald is literally barking and pawing at Howe through the screen.
I'm sure our other human noble mains can relate.
Just give me 5 minutes.
The Regent has been generous to those who prove loyal.
Don't worry, boys. I will give them all the shade.
My betters, bitch, you are the least ranked person in this room. I am heir to the Orzammar throne, and beside me is the true heir of the Ferelden throne. I'm going to take that overpowered sword and shove it up both these snakes' asses.
That involves using a two-hander, though, Donald.
Just this one time, it's appropriate. Barack, just leave them both for me next episode.
With pleasure, Donald, but I'm going to finish some of Howe's unfinished business on my way to Gax Kang.
Loghain has taken us to Yap City with the old war stories. I don't even know how accurate they all are, but I know he's just saying shit to sound confident. It doesn't have substance.
Loghain is a good orator, but the content of his speeches, while it sounds inspiring, is entirely wrong and filled with nothing but paranoia. Funny of him to mention Queen Rowan, though. Let's get into that. Loghain during the Ferelden Uprising had a one-sided crush on Rowan. However, King Marek did too. And since Rowan was a Arl's daughter, Loghain encouraged their relationship for the better of the country. However, he never did stop loving her, and likely was really resentful of the fact Marek ended up with the girl.
So Bro killed his homie's son possibly out of a little jealousy. Bro is breaking the bro code and is a little bitch about it.
Even your traditional side is showing here.
I'm sure the Orlesian Emperor didn't kill 2 dragons and thousands of Darkspawn before facing you, Loghain. I doubt you actually faced the Emperor himself.
The future is now, old man.
Donald, all 3 of us are older than Loghain.
Just let the meme sit for a moment, Joe. It still works.
So with the lands meet started, our side quest book is going to be loaded up once again, so I take it me and Donald are going to have tons of errands to do the next 2 episodes.
You would be right, Joe. Between the last Anti-Van quest, the last Slim Coldry quest, Alistair's companion quest, and all the votes we have to acquire in the lands meet, you and Donald are going to be busy. I'm going to take out a few small errands around the city to clear up our quest log, but since we are all veterans of this game and politicians ourselves, why don't we make things interesting, boys?
What are you cooking, Barack?
Well, siding with Honora basically ensures that you auto-win the lands meet, and you can still elect her or persuade her to marry Alistair, even at the lands meet itself, without talking to her prior. So let's show the viewers how to win the lands meet without her support.
Well, I'm down, but you realize Joe will be handling the actual lands meet, right? I don't know if you noticed, but his speech skill is like 1.
Eat a dick, I got this, boys. I don't need Loghain's daughter to win my battles for me.
Who have arrived for the lands meet. Test the waters.
See how many will support us.
Oh shit, it's this guy. Hope you said your goodbyes with your elven assassin, Twinkberry.
Joe, I know you have room temperature IQ and even lower social intelligence, but have you seen Zevran's approval? It's completely maxed out.
So, as Joe alludes to, if Zevran's approval is neutral, he will betray us here and we have to kill him. If it's low warm approval, he will refuse to fight Taliesin but will not betray us after. The reason he is hesitant to fight Taliesin is because he is Zevran's original squad mate who grew up with him and passed the Anti-Van Crow trials with him. However, since Taliesin encouraged him to kill Zevran's lover and their other squad mate, he's hesitant to go back to the Crows or trust him again. So he really only betrays you if you don't give him purpose or a better direction than mindlessly giving his life away to others.
I actually thought both of you were shitting me. You can actually spare Zevran in this encounter. I assumed the only way to keep him alive for Dragon Age 2 was to send him away.
Well, I'm glad we can show the viewers you're just as inept in this game as the rest of us, because some people were getting really sus about how you're almost as knowledgeable about this game as Barack. But when you try to give a speech about policies, you can't even remember the person's name.
Look, I'm just a bit nervous around crowds. My knowledge on most things is about 90%, and that includes Dragon Age.
Once again, you forgot to invert the numbers. They're sleepy, but whatever, is it just me, or did Zevran do a better job at ambushing us at the start of this game than Taliesin did at the end of the game?
No, you have a point. Zevran had his ambushers spread around the map in a defensible position with multiple traps, whereas Taliesin throws everyone at us at once with only a few simple traps. Also, Zevran had a mage with him, which is always a huge buff. This makes sense, though, as Zevran often used deception and cunning to take out his targets, while Taliesin was considered the muscle. This shows in how they ambush, since Taliesin is doing a full frontal attack without the element of surprise, while Zevran used deceit and a trap to lure us.
Just another reminder that Warcry is a goated ability, since it knocks anyone it comes in contact with out of stealth. Also, they might be up front, but they all seemed really focused on win, so they aren't brain dead.
These enemies can focus win all they want, but our cleric build still comes in clutch. We haven't even needed to use Vessel of Spirit since we got it.
Well, this was the most disappointing display of the Anti-Van Crow's strength. I'm glad Hal wasted his money on these bozos.
Just wait until we see their negative feats in Awakening and in Dragon Age 2. Albeit by the time of Dragon Age 2, the Crows are getting wiped out one by Zevran himself.
Well, now Zevran's free to do whatever the hell he wants.
Well, we took out your boy Zevran. If you're not in a romance with him, he will want to leave here, as we can see. But we can either persuade him or ask him to stay. And as long as he has a high enough approval with the Warden, it's easy to get him to join back up.
Well, I guess you get to keep one of your boyfriends around during the lands meet, Barry. Suppose it's a fair trade considering what we are going to do to Logain.
Well, I'm glad, because Zevran's dialogue is absolute peak.
It definitely is top tier. Hopefully this dialogue restoration mod restores his final goodbye in Denerim, along with Morrigan and Ogren's. This is probably my favorite.
Oh, absolutely. Here's hoping it actually goes through this time. It's one of the glitchiest of the goodbyes in the final battle. Also, Donald, I would appreciate it if you ask Zevran about his last mission next episode, now that we have finished his small side quest.
Sure thing, I got you.
Well, thanks for not stabbing us with a rusty fork in the back, Zevran.
There is still much to be done, yes?
Wait, we never took care of the other thugs in Denerim?
No, the last person who took care of any of the fights was you in episode 5. Don't worry, that's one of the things I will finish up off screen, Donald. Going to skip past because this fight is free. Now it's time to deal with this story demon.
Final challenge, stay focused, Barack.
Believe me, that's all I know, Donald. Well, Gaxgang, just like Trickster Wilhelm and the Lady of the Forest, is a demon that doesn't really fit into the normal hierarchy established in Origins. He's also a part of a trio of powerful demons that first gave blood magic to mages. We fight a different member of the trio in every single Dragon Age entry. We fight Zebanink in Dragon Age 2 and Imshel in Inquisition. I'm sure there will be a leader in Veilguard, or maybe we will fight all three of them. Who knows?
So wait, we are killing one of the CEOs of blood magic?
Basically, yes.
Based.
I didn't know this dude was related to the Hidden Desire Demon or Choice Spirit. That's pretty dope. Also, isn't this fight considered one of the hardest by some metric?
He has some of the strongest spells and lowest cooldowns in the game, so his arcane warrior form can be really deadly, but we have a few things going for us. For one, our Templar specialization is messing with his spells. Two, we have a momentum duel, wield rogue spamming paralyzed runes at him. And three, we are just dealing way too much damage with Topsider's armor that it's only a matter of time before he's cooked. He also drops two really good items, the Keening Blade and Fade Wall, both of which we might want to equip on our Warden since we are practically done with Undead now, so this will be a good upgrade going forward for the final battle.
I'll consider it anyways. Good shit ending it up with a boss kill Barak. Next time I'll wrap up our boy Alistair's arc while also making Howe and Cawthron bite the curb. Look forward to it.
Cawthron fight is going to be hilarious. Viewers don't miss out.
The boss counter competition is going to be close. Viewers don't miss out as we wrap up the last 3 episodes before Awakening. Thank you so much for making it to the end of the episode. This was our longest one yet, so hats off to you for sticking with us. Don't forget to drop a like, to thumb my ass or whatever, as well as subscribe. If you made it this far, it really helps us keep building a Dragon Age community.
Viewers, someone missed, and now I'm pissed. I got a Daenerys hit list, and on the top is an egotist.
I'm pretty sure Donald's been waiting all week for this upcoming boss fight.
Week? I have been waiting for this moment since we first entered character creation. I've won the presidential election, became a billionaire, got platinum on Bloodborne, and still there's no more satisfying feeling than killing Howe and watching his snake-filled bitch mouth slowly choke on his own blood.
Well, viewers, get ready for a jam-packed episode as well as a bloody episode, since we are not only killing Howe, but it's Donald's last episode. So you know our own team is going down as much as the enemy's.
Oh, please, I might have to go through 20 minutes of yapping, but I am locked in today. Believe me, the viewers are going to have a new expert on Dragon Age after today, so get ready to be dethroned. Barak.
The one cope is real.
Huh, well, you're talking a big game, but I'm here for it if you can back it up, Donald. Also, viewers, as you saw, I went around Daenerys finishing a lot of side quests from the Chanter's board, favors for interested parties, Blackstone and Mages Collective, to get us plenty of gold for Awakening and experience for the Landsmeet. While I was there, I encountered a Revenant, and just so Donald doesn't feel like I stole Gaxkang from him, I let him fight the Revenant as a trade-off, which we will show in a moment.
Is there any lore on this quest, Barry?
No, none. This quest isn't in Dragon Age Keep, and there is no impact on Dragon Age 2 or Inquisition, but it may elaborate on why Maferath betrayed Andraste, or why he gave the elves the Dales after his war with Tevinter. There is a small side quest in Awakening that does deal with Maferath. The Canticle of Maferath is located in the Wending Woods, and this canticle is part of the dissonant verses, which are not spoken of by the Chant of Light. This is similar to the Apocrypha texts in Christianity for reference. This chant tells Maferath's perspective on betraying Andraste but being forgiven since his actions led Andraste back to the Maker's side. It's understandable why this was left out of the Chant of Light, since the common belief is to hate Maferath for his betrayal and view it as black and white.
It's good we covered the Chantry a little towards the end before we get to Dragon Age 2, when we are going to have to be caught up on the lore.
Well, here we have that Revenant boss fight from earlier. This one is found just by traveling around Daenerys until you get a random encounter. This Revenant also has a Legion of the Dead shield, which is really thematic for our Warden. That doesn't matter, though, since we are going to keep the Edgicon shield for thematic purposes, as well as for the Darkspawn damage bonus.
This might be the last Revenant in this game, but we are going to have just as many in Dragon Age 2, so get ready, boys.
Now that the Landsmeet has started, we can quickly finish the last of the Slim Kuldry quests. Again, we are doing this not just because the money is good, but because this quest has some small relevance in Dragon Age Awakening.
Barak just has to fuel his addiction to special dialogue every episode, whether it's his own or not. I'm still not thrilled about having you two Democrats add my felony count, even if it is in a game.
I think you will like this last crime wave quest, Donald. We get to harass and kill not only Logain's guards, but his seneschal, and take Logain's regency crown. While this doesn't technically affect the Landsmeet, It does lower his position in Denerim thematically, and it is some good get-back.
Well, it's not how, but I'm into practice on Loghain's men before we reach him anyways. Let's go reunite Alistair with his fake family.
I guess we might as well cover the controversy with this quest, since it's a long conversation with not much important interaction until the end.
Barakai can tackle the impacts of this quest. Why don't you handle the background from the extended media?
Good teamwork. Donald, that's what I like to see. So as we are about to learn here, Goldana's mother was a servant in the castle. Goldana believes King Marek forced himself on her mother and produced a child, but was told the child died along with her mother. However, the novel The Calling throws a wench into that belief for two major reasons. One is that Marek was in a depression spiral over the loss of his wife, and he wasn't really interested in extra activities with servants. And secondly, the bigger reason why this story doesn't hold up is Marek falls for a Grey Warden companion of Duncan named Fiona, and they end up conceiving a child during their Deep Roads expedition. This makes Alistair a half-elf, technically, but human genetics overpower elven genetics. So there is no physical difference in Alistair because of this.
So who is this child that Goldana is talking about?
Probably was just a misunderstanding. The castle guards send her away, not Eamon or Marek. The guards wouldn't likely know who Alistair's mother was, since Fiona leaves to rejoin the circle after giving birth. So they maybe just assumed he was Goldana's mom and didn't want the drama. There is plenty of lore problems with this, since Alistair's mother, being Fiona, wasn't written into the canon until after Origins was released. Also, the amulet we grabbed in the Arl study wasn't likely Fiona's, and was likely just an amulet Eamon gave Alistair to comfort him.
Some people don't really like this rewrite, since there are holes in the storyline like the Goldana situation, and it's not like Fiona does anything with being Alistair's mom in Inquisition. Also, thankfully, Alistair lucked out on being a mage, since his mom was one. Bro hit the genetical lottery and got the better role of Templar instead.
I think that's most likely because Marek's genes are really, really strong with the dragon blood and all.
Well, now that we got the background lore problems taken care of, let's go over the in-game impacts of this quest, which are way more important. First of Goldana herself, as you can see, is just an overall terrible and selfish person. To quote my former brother from another mother, Yi, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. We can give her a shit ton of money ourselves, or have Alistair support her, but there is literally no reason for him or us to do so. Goldana despises Alistair, and as we just covered, he is not even related to her.
I guess he helps her kids. They are innocents, even if their mom is a piece of work.
To quote Michael Jordan, fuck them kids. The end result of this quest can help us guide Alistair towards being hardened just like Leliana, if we pick the dialogue saying that everyone is out for themselves, and you should be too. Hardening him makes him agree with renegade decisions like killing Joanne or having a three-way with Isabella, and most importantly has him approving of taking the throne, since he realizes he needs to look out for himself more and prepares him for the difficulties of leadership. When we appoint him as king, he will not be as upset with us, and we won't suffer a approval hit.
That was not what I expected, to put it lightly. I lived up to my promise.
Important to note that in order for hardening to take effect for both Alistair and Leliana, you have to pick the right dialogue option here and then confront them again at camp to confirm the option to harden them.
Well, I guess we are 1 for 1 on hardening versus unhardening in this game. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. But we have not decided on appointing Alistair to the throne yet. That is for the viewers to decide. Let's go and turn in a small side quest to get some top-tier armor.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I should.
Being honest to the viewers from the outside perspective, we waited to do this quest to the end so that these characters are more relevant when we start Dragon Age Awakening, since Wade and Heron give like a fifth of the side quests in that game.
Of course, this is another quest that gives unique awakening dialogue, but I don't mind this side quest as much, since this gives us some really good armor, like one of the top 3 armors in this game.
Wade and Heron will become key players towards rebuilding the Grey Wardens and reestablishing a strong soldier presence against the Darkspawn and beyond in Amaranthine. Wade will also create 3 legendary pieces for our Warden. That is some of the best gear in the game. All of this is first set up because of Wade's work with the Drake and Dragon scales here.
You giving them the extra gold, Donald?
10 and 20 gold is chump change for us now, so we might as well. I think it helps make the dragon bone plate armor stronger anyway.
We get more experience for the superior Drake scale anyway. Also, we only need Wade to create 1 Drake scale armor to get him to create dragon bone armor. But we might as well create both the Drake scales first. The quest flows better that way.
Well, damn, Genevieve has been really busy. We went straight from Haven to Redcliffe, then straight from Redcliffe to Denerim. And Bro is already back himself and is organizing an expedition to the Urn.
Dropping by here because the old man promised us a reward. What is it, Barak?
It's a Grandmaster Dweemore rune, pretty good loot, and something we should consider slotting on someone before the final fight.
Fair enough, and not too bad loot either. Good luck with your fake religion pilgrimage towards free healthcare. Anyways, it's time for some fun.
Bro telling us to stop like he doesn't know who he's talking to.
Looks like he does know who he is talking to after all. That might be the first person to actually respect who the Warden is.
And who he is a goddamn monster. Finally, our absolute unit gets a little respect over here. Now it's time to get our mark.
Well, that was probably the quickest mugging known to man.
Now, I might have spared the soldiers, they are just grunts. But I am not about to spare Logain's advisor. This dude is going to keep wiping Logain's and Howe's asses in hell, where they all belong.
Bro isn't even fighting back, he is just running away.
Well, after a quick homicide, let's check on our order, shall we?
Goddamn, they got our armor out faster than it takes McDonald's to pour a damn drink. That's what I call service.
It's basically the same logic as the Pokemon games, where you just leave the building and come back and the fossil is ready for you.
Well, it was so nice. Let's do it twice, shall we? Might as well make 2 sets so we get the best one. I'm thinking we can equip this next one on Zevran. It's probably better than the current armor he has on, at least.
That's probably fine. I don't think we are going to use Zevran again, but he will be on the B team during the Denerim battle, so we might as well suit him up. Just don't replace Leliana's armor, the barred dancing shoes, and the battle dress are already peak on her thematically.
Don't worry, Joe. I will leave your waifu as she is. Important to note that we sort of did things out of order from how the developer intended. It looks like the intention was to do the Urn quest line earlier and then come back to Denerim to make the superior Drake scale armor, then return to the top of the mountain with the armor to fight the High Dragon. Since the superior Drake scale armor gives the maximum amount of fire resistance a armor can give, which just so happens to be perfect for the High Dragon fight.
True, but you can also just bring greater warmth bombs to deal with the fire issues.
Or just use shale if you're not a coward with a skill issue. Well, it looks like the secret to getting our armor faster is some good old-fashioned American homicide, so let's keep up the pace, boys. But first, he'll toss back to old Slim.
Well, Logain was successfully sent a message, and we got paid. Not a bad set of quests.
Dark Wolf is a really cool title to add to our collection, but keep that title in mind. It will come up in Awakening viewers.
They certainly will. All our viewers have high IQ, Barak, anyways. We can collect our rewards for the other 2 missions you guys completed, 10 gold, and some unique items for 2 kills is easy goddamn money.
Good shit for remembering the Anti-Van Crow quest, Donald. It's been a while since we talked about it. Just one more fight, and then we can have 1 vote for the Landsmeet already earned.
Well, for one thing, I can appreciate a quest that has enough tasks that lets all of us participate in one quest. We rarely get to do that, so thanks BioWare for making this quest more spread out. But truthfully, I could once again care less about the Landsmeet implications of this quest. I am doing this to hurt Howe's pockets and send him another clear message that his days are goddamn numbered. I'm making sure every last person who has ever taken a paycheck from Howe will personally bite the curb.
If that's the case, you probably should have taken out Logain's soldiers back at the Nod Noble Tavern.
Now, those are Logain's men. I got beef with him, but my beef with Howe goes much deeper. Logain is more a passing beef, like the beef I have with you 2. But Howe, that is a seething rage that nothing could extinguish.
Bro is beefing harder with Howe than Kendrick did with Drake. Guess you lucked out that you got to deal with him during your last Origins episode.
Oh, that definitely was not luck. I would have made sure Howe was dead before I stopped playing, even if I ended up playing for 3 hours.
Well, I would have vetoed that shit around 1.5 hours max. That's the rule, my guy.
Nothing can stop me, Barack. I thought you two would have learned that playing this game with me for over half a year. Also, goddamn, I'm trying to get the basic bard to use her new ability to get some CC, but they keep doing it back to me first.
Skill issue.
You know what? You're right. My mistake was using the bard. When I have Goth Mommy right here, we just got blood wound on her, so we might as well pop off a little and show how broken blood magic is.
I know you all are waiting patiently, but spoiler warning for the tier list: Blood Magic and Arcane Warrior both go into the top of S tier. They are so goddamn crazy and easy to use that this could only go one way.
We got another upgrade for Zevran here. The Red Jenny Seeker's giving 15% backstab damage. That's the best gloves you can get on a dual-wield rogue until awakening.
All these upgrades for your boyfriend, and he doesn't get a chance to shine, really. Kind of funny, because it's not me going through it, but still kind of a bummer.
Well, now the Crows aren't going to put any new contracts on us for like 6 months at least.
They are also going to fade into minor pests now until we reach Veilguard and get that amazing mage killer companion.
I swear, if we see a contract that lists our warden when we visit Anti-Van Crow headquarters, though it's on site, I don't like being lied to, even if I like your style.
Personally, I always just kill this guy after I get the Landsmeet vote, just to send a clear message.
Unexpectedly renegade and based from you, Joe, I would do the same. But this guy really helped me get some get back at house, so I will let him go. Also, since apparently we can't have this conversation with Alistair and Eamon's estate, so we had to go back to camp to get it.
Alistair hardening is definitely far less dark than Leliana's route. He just becomes a bit jaded and assertive. But I still stand by the belief that he can be a good king without being hardened.
You do take a decent approval hit, though.
I have the firm belief that you have to have the proper acceptance and mentality to lead if you want to truly succeed. Sure, you can land a job with help, but without the proper mentality or willingness, you are not getting far.
Ain't no way Donald just gave actual life advice.
What can I say? My big bro brings the best out in me. Speaking of the best out of me, let's finish up this armor quest line.
We actually traveled around long enough this time that it makes sense he actually finished the armor.
Nah, it was definitely the homicide that fueled its completion. That's my head canon.
Well, now Zevran can be fully built if for nothing else than my own satisfaction.
Banning us from the store in this situation is absolutely crazy work. I understand banning us if we didn't pay for the armor since Wade slowed down business doing our set, but we have given them 30 gold for 2 custom jobs. That is an insanely good amount of business, and you now have 2 custom pieces that you can use for free advertising.
Heron is a pragmatist in all his business dealings, even if it's illogical. We learned that from his deal with the Crown in Awakening and his deal with the Inquisition, trading Wade's schematics for dragon scales in exchange for dragon scales of our own.
But why is Bro so goddamn pressed that he bans a paying customer just because we distracted his boss a little? Like 30 gold for 2 jobs seems like pretty damn good business, considering legendary items are sold for about half of that.
Well, I have a theory about that. Do you boys remember my lore theory during the Darkspawn Chronicles episode?
Doing this shit.
Of an emissary,
I activate my Stand King Crimson. Yeah, sure thing, buddy.
All right, well, I will just retell it for you, Joe. So, in the Darkspawn Chronicles DLC, Heron becomes a pride demon to teleport himself, as well as Wade, out of Denerim. Now, the only way someone could become a demon is through being an abomination, or being a demon themselves. Now, the abomination theory doesn't make sense unless Heron is a secret mage, since even if we see non-mage abominations, those are always created by a mage themselves. I think instead Heron might already be a desire demon, but one that isn't inherently malevolent like so many other demons.
I guess it wouldn't be the first time a demon decides to handle something mundane like running a business. I mean, just look at anime like Konosuba.
Well, it is a bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but I like to think that is what their strange relationship is all about. Because I don't see another reason Heron doesn't just quit if he dislikes Wade's style and obsession with perfection so much.
Speaking of style, we got the dragon bone plate armor, so let's go slap it on Sten, and then let's check on your boyfriend Barack.
It's so weird to see him still in the party during the Landsmeet. I'm still half expecting him to pull out the murder knife and attack us.
Does that squash some of your beef with Zevran Joe?
No, he's still F tier. He flirted with Leliana.
Well, at least he is consistent. Just tell the final lore drop on your boy Barack. I know you've been waiting half the series for this one,
Right, thank you, Donald. So, just like Isabella's story about her ex-husband's death, the story Zevran tells here has two slightly different versions. The facts that remain the same is that back in the Crows, Zevran was part of a three-man squad consisting of him, Taliesin, and Rinna. This squad each had their own roles that complemented the other, and this formed a deep bond that eventually led to a three-way romantic relationship. For Taliesin, it may have just been sexual, but Zevran really did love Rinna.
So wait, you killed Zevran's ex last episode?
Pretty much that's why Zevran has a high chance of betraying you for Taliesin.
Based.
Now here's where the story differs. During Zevran's last mission before trying to kill us, Zevran tells us that Taliesin believes Rinna was selling information about their plan to their target, and that they had to put her down for the betrayal. Of course, they found out from their master that this was a lie, meant to teach both of them a lesson that they are expendable, especially Zevran, since their master hated elves and Zevran's overconfidence. However, this was not the real reason Rinna was killed. Rinna was actually a bastard heir to Antivan Throne who was given to House Arani in order to avoid political scandal, similar to why Alistair was given to Aemon, so that there wouldn't be conflict over Kalian's rule. Rinna eventually joined a rebellion that wanted to put her on the throne, and a contract was put on her head by the Crows so that the current prince would rule instead. This contract was carried out by House Arenai's master so that he would be promoted to Grand Master by the Crows. Now the question up in the air is, did the master tell Taliesin the real reason Rinna had to be put down, or did he simply make up the story himself as theirs? No way Zevran would have agreed to kill Rinna for political reason, but we don't know about Taliesin.
I think Taliesin knew about the whole scheme, bro. Seems ruthless enough to not care, plus he seemed like a bit of a meathead.
I think this was all manipulated by the master and the Crows' leadership, since they don't seem to have any respect for their subordinates.
Well, we will never truly know how many people knew about the real reason. But the one thing that is constant is losing the first woman Zevran ever loved after his already tragic childhood made him fall into despair. And he was hoping that ambushing us would lead him to a glorious and dramatic death.
If that was the case, why get all the other assassins involved in the suicide mission? Why not just fling himself at us in the 1v4?
Pride, most likely he wanted it to be a dramatic and grand spectacle that fits his character.
I would respect his style, but I doubt all those other assassins and Red Jenny members knew this was a suicide mission.
Fuck them, they want to fight us. That's their fault.
Whatever the reason, though, I'm glad he wasn't too intent on dying and still asked to come along with us. Now he is fully free on the Crows, and instead of hating himself, he is going to channel that hate on the Crows and end up killing all their guys.
A man with a plan, that's what I like to see.
See you in Dragon Age 2, big dog.
Mission, shall we? Suddenly, I do not feel like standing about.
Well, let's give my beloved wife the mirror finally. I have been saving it for the right moment, and my final episode seems like the perfect time.
You're welcome for that, by the way.
Kind of crazy, the last time we even talked to Morrigan was episode 14, and that was her flat out rejecting you, Donald. She is certainly going to become far more relevant towards the endgame, though.
Hopefully with this gift, she will want to return the favor with an even greater reward in due time, boys. Some might say the greatest gift a gamer could ever receive.
I think it's important to note that this scene really shows how differently Morrigan was raised compared to everyone else. This is genuinely one of the first times Morrigan has ever received a meaningful gift, and Claudia Black really sells how confusing this really is for her.
Claudia Black is a real goated voice actor. She's right up there with Tim Kaine and Simon Templeman in terms of talent.
See, this is what I like to see, boys. The entire segment dedicated to glazing up my lovely wife. Here's hoping the Witch Hunt special episode will be just as glorious. Anyway, let's finally check on Aemon now that the prep work is done.
Orlesian and a brunette elf. This is like the perfect mix of Leliana and Meryl. If she can carry a tune with me, I think I'm in love.
Don't whip out your guitar again, you weirdo.
Oh, I'm going to whip it out, all right?
Heavy pause.
Joe, you say that shit again, and I will wholly smite your ass into the curb.
Fine, whatever. I can go back to her on my own playthrough, since y'all don't want to hear my feelings. Also, I know it's on brand for me and Donald to shit on Loghain, but even I can't imagine he would want Honora dead. He does really love Honora, and I believe he has every intention of letting her have the throne while he leads the armies.
Now, I can see Loghain doing that. The dude is almost as far gone as Branka or an NFT investor.
I have to agree with Joe here. I think this was a clear act of desperation by Hal. Either he convinces Honora to fall in line with him and let Loghain continue his bid to rule, or he was going to kill her and pin her death on Aemon, or just use the old treason excuses like he did the Cowslands, then just appoint Loghain as king so he could be second to the throne. Hal was probably just winging it at this point. I can't imagine this was his original plan, just the plan that would let him keep his power.
Well, let's see how good he is at winging it when I rip his wings off anyways. Now, with all the setup done, we have important business to take care of in the city.
Oh, hell yeah, Donald. Now, this is a gamer moment. Oh, goddamn, boys, there's like 2 for each of us.
Donald, we still have so much to get done today. You're ruining the content.
Common Obama L. This is the exact content our viewers want to see.
Donald, we still have all of the Daenerys estate to finish, and a really important comment question to ask.
All right, of course, viewers, who is your favorite working girl in the Pearl? Personally, I'm partial to the girl in noble clothing. She has class.
Definitely the elf girl. She is the most vocal.
Jesus Christ, goodbye monetization editor. Skip ahead, please. And that is not a proper goddamn comment question, boys.
Only to you, Nerdbama, but fine. Since you want to go all PC on us, I will ask the far inferior comment question. Viewers, we are approaching an important election, and I'm not talking about electing me as Paragon of America for once. Next episode, we are going to appoint a ruler choice for the land's meat. And since we aren't playing my goated human noble, that leaves us with 3 choices. So let us know what ruler choice we should pick in this playthrough. Me personally, since Honora can't give our little guy the title of Prince Consort, I think it's the obvious choice to elect Alistair to rule alone. He has been our big bro this entire playthrough, and our warden and Aemon can set him on the right path to be the king with the best grind set Ferelden has ever seen. I say we leave Honora in the dirt. She's Loghain's daughter and a crooked politician like the rest of the Ferelden nobility. She's a damn opportunist who betrays us twice in this game, and we really don't have a reason to trust Loghain's daughter this late in the game. It would be one thing if our warden was taking the throne with her, since our warden is immovable and built different, but Alistair is far less competent and confident even when hardened when compared to her, and I want my big bro to shine on his own, and if he marries Honora, he would be taking a clear back seat.
Good points, Donald. I get that it's hard to trust Honora. She does betray you when confronted with Cawthron, and again, in the land's meat, if we don't promise to make her queen, so it's hard to like her. Personally, but it's easy to respect her. At least she has been leading the country for several years while married to Callion, and even was ruling after his death. She has the experience and passion for the job, while Alistair has the rightful claim and the love of the people as both a Theron and a Grey Warden. Honora is, for better or worse, a politician. She is well liked by her subjects, and she knows how to rule the country because she's been doing it for years. She and Alistair can balance each other, and while Honora may be dominant in the first few years of the marriage, I don't think that dynamic would stay that way long term. Eventually, Alistair would grow into his role, and they would be considered equals in their own right. The ending slides even say they usher in 2 very beloved monarchs in Ferelden. I think this compromise is the clear best choice for the people and the country.
All right, you both made good points, and I have my own take, and just like the Tevinder army choice, I ask that you both hear me out again. What if we made Honora rule alone and let Alistair stay in the Grey Wardens?
Joe, I think you have finally lost it. Why would we let Loghain's daughter rule completely unchecked and screw our boy over like that? Do you want Loghain to just lead our Blight army and plow your wife while you're at it?
Eat a dick, I said, hear me out, Donald. So, Barack made some good points about Honora. She is experienced, and as Aemon pointed out just a few minutes ago, she is beloved by the people of Ferelden, whereas Alistair is inexperienced. Also, we should note that even hardened Alistair doesn't really want the throne, whereas Honora does. I think the biggest appeal to me, however, is that if we don't appoint Alistair as king, then we get to see him as a Grey Warden in Dragon Age 2. And most importantly, we get to see him as the Grey Warden representative when we reach Inquisition, which means we not only get to work with Alistair again, but it would make the choice between Hawke and Alistair in Inquisition that much more difficult. Not to mention, I doubt every viewer has played through Inquisition with Alistair as a warden, and it would give a unique experience to those watching when we get there.
Tackling the question with the viewer's experience, devious work, Joe.
All right, as evil as it might be to have the viewers watch either Hawke or Alistair die in Inquisition, I still think we should have a big bro-only king arrangement to fully stick at Loghain and his family. But ultimately, this is up to our based viewers. So comment down below if you want Alistair or Honora to rule alone, or if you want a joint rulership. Our editor will respond to every comment as normal, and he's going to tally up everyone's vote to determine who Joe will elect in the Lands Meet next episode, as well as feature the comment that makes the best argument. Speaking of features, Joe mind showing us our featured comment from last episode?
Our featured comment comes from High Lord Laughter, who suggested that the Shazend and Ash Warriors could have been an interesting addition to our Blight army, which I agree, since those factions have huge lore potential and were relatively untouched in the story, but also untouched by the Blight, and would at the very least have been as powerful as, say, the Dalish elves in terms of manpower. Plus, that means more dogs, which I'm sure is a massive W for Donald. Thank you for your comment, and can't wait to see what your crown choice is.
Also, thank you very much, Tidy Gamer, for the super thanks. Once again, we are so grateful that you guys go the extra mile to support this channel. We decided we will always pin the first super thanks we see on our videos, just as an added show of gratitude for the support. So Donald, I noticed you're not trying the stealth route in the estate even after Erlina begged you 20 times to do it. You do know you have alternatives here?
Yes, Barack, despite what Joe yaps about, I can in fact read, but first of all, I'm not giving favors to this girl. She's Orlesian and works for Honora, which means, in a roundabout way, she works for Loghain, which makes her an enemy that the game won't let me kill. Secondly, my mission here isn't to rescue Honora, it's to kill Hao, and I'm getting revenge for the Cowslands with this one. Hao didn't leave anyone in the manor alive when he killed the human noble's family, and am returning the favor by wiping every single person he employed before curb stomping him so he can know what it feels like.
That's pretty psychotic, Donald, but on the plus side, this probably feels like waxing nostalgia for my girl Leliana.
Wait, why the hell would this be nostalgic for the basic bard? Does she actually have a positive character trait besides lockpicking by hating Hao?
Jesus Christ, he's such a noob.
Well, Donald, this probably feels nostalgic for Leliana because during the DLC Leliana's song, which goes over her origin, she breaks into the estate twice and wipes out the Arl's guards to plant and unsteal the Orlesian documents that incriminated Marjolaine. You would know that if you were here for Joe's special episode, that is a skill issue.
Well, I still regret nothing that looked like nothing but 45 minutes of Joe singing and creaming, but also, Jesus, how many times does this estate get broken into? You break into it twice during the basic bard story. You can break into it again during the city elf origin, and then the warden breaks into the estate a third time to kill Hao. The insurance premiums in this estate must be through the roof.
That was mine and Bill's summary too, Donald.
There's a lot of good loot in these side passages here. Also, if you took the bribe in the city elf origin, you can stash the gold in one of the containers in the estate and grab it when you come back here to kill Hao. I don't know why you would take the bribe, but there you go.
Well, good job grabbing the hidden codexes around the keep. Donald, that extra experience will be worth it.
I could care less about the crumbs of experience at this point.
What's going on here?
Are y'all leaving enough room for the Maker?
Sorry, bro, I would have let you finish if you weren't working for the wrong team.
This is normally where our stealth gets broken. But since we already killed everyone else, this guy is calling out to an empty room.
Do y'all think Hal replaced the former Arl's bed before moving in? Or is he just sleeping on a dead guy's mattress?
Joe, why does that matter?
It's just good hygiene I need to know. Plus, with everything Vaughn did here, it's pretty gross.
Oh, hey, it looks like we missed one.
It's okay, it's just one guy.
Damn you doing that Splinter Cell takedown.
Guess there is a monk class in Dragon Age after all, because Riordan definitely has these hands.
Well, everyone welcome Duncan 2.0 because, of course, this game needs one more plot twist before the end.
You're closer than you think actually. Duncan and Riordan both took the joining together, while Fiona Alistair's mom was the junior Grey Warden who oversaw their joining, just like Alistair did for us. He's a pretty good guy if you read in the toolkit. It actually says Riordan would have been the hero that saved the Blight if it wasn't for how base the hero of Ferelden already was, implying he would have gone out of his way to use the treaties the same as we did.
He is actually paramount in ending the Blight, but we will get to that later.
What are these documents I grabbed, Barak?
Well, they are not only all the Grey Wardens who died at Ostagar, but they are also instructions on how to induct new Grey Wardens through the joining, which means this is our setup for awakening. Also, I can't believe we talked about the joining resistance with Ruck, but forgot about this caveat. The resistance that sets Grey Wardens apart from a blighted ghoul is likely a mix of blood magic and archdemon blood. This also means that every Blight, the Grey Wardens, must somehow drain a shit ton of blood from an archdemon after it's killed.
How the hell do they do that without raising eyebrows from all the regular people?
Well, Grey Wardens are given plenty of praise and leeway after a Blight. They are at the height of their popularity. I'm sure that comes with some level of looking the other way when they collect the blood. I could believe that, realistically. But what I don't believe is, why did Loghain loot the stash of archdemon blood and destroy it? He would have no idea what it is we learned that by his surprise at the joining. And why would he even take time to destroy it with everything else going on with the Civil War and a Blight?
Yeah, that was probably just written so that we couldn't just recruit a ton of people into the Grey Wardens and we would only have 2 for dramatic purposes.
Well, I guess he's just going to wear the Dead Guard's clothes. Major protagonist energy right now. But let's get back to our featured program of killing all of Howe's dudes.
Donald, I should probably warn you, this basement section goes pretty hard if you're not careful.
Barak, the last 10 times you tried to warn me about something, it turned out fine. This basement will go just the same, if not better, because I have a mental amp against Howe going on right now. As long as I keep up the 1 million poisons I have on Leliana and the insane CC damage of Waking Nightmare, this will be easy goddamn money.
Goddamn, the room is ice cold already also. Donald, I think you forgot to change the tactic with the health potions. Our warden's using like 10 every fight, and we are almost out of them.
Okay, can both of you give me some respect here? I have carried us through the deep roads. I have carried us through the Flemeth fight, and I even carried us through that shitty damn elven ruin. Put some respect on the Don boys while he carries us through the Denerim estate. I'm just letting people go down to build some tension with the viewers. See, first fight is in the bag.
Well, can you change your tactics at least, so we aren't wasting all our health potions for the final fight?
I don't need them, and changing my tactics right now would be boring for the content. A true gamer will adapt past the skill issue. Joe, so figure it out next episode.
All right, I will definitely remember that.
You know, it's kind of crazy. We are just seeing Mabari pairing with guards. Towards the end of the game, you would think, with how integrated Mabaris are to Ferelden society, we would have seen more fights with Mabaris and soldiers, especially since it adds something different to the combat, adding mages, melee troops, and Mabaris that each have to be managed differently really adds to some difficulty in this final stretch, to help keep players locked in, rather than just fighting multiple of the same enemy. Variety is the spice of life for gamers after all.
Yeah, I think I saw a few people praise this dungeon as their favorite, and I can see why. You can tackle the first half in stealth or go in guns blazing, and between the traps, guards, mages, and Mabari, the combat is more difficult than some other dungeons.
I think most people just like this dungeon because they get to curb stomp that snake Howe. But I guess the mechanical reasons are pretty valid too, boys. Speaking of mechanics, watch my mechanics clap up the rest of these enemies in this so-called hard dungeon.
Donald, you probably didn't want to pull out all the enemies in that room. Our allies never healed. And this area is a death trap with all 3 of the enemies. We just talked about it.
No, just let him cook Barry. Trust me, it will be good for the viewers.
Thank you, Joe. I'm glad you can finally see my role as Dominant Donald in this group.
I always love seeing how these fights turn out. I'm sure you will get exactly what you deserve.
Man first the presidency, now Dragon Age, I am pure peak, boys.
Oh, you're going to reach the peak of something, all right?
Donald, how are you not noticing how vague Joe is being here? I think he's cooking something up here.
Oh, please, Joe gets one crushing prism call right 10 episodes ago, and suddenly I'm supposed to be scared. Get a grip, Barack. Joe is clearly just seeing that I'm the new leader of the Dragon Age squad.
Okay, new leader, you left Morrigan and Ogren in the fire trap that you triggered.
Morrigan, my love, no, I thought she could have tanked it.
Why would you think our mage could tank a fire trap? Anyways, Leliana is about to get clapped up too.
No, it's totally fine, Barry. A true gamer will adapt past the skill issue and totally heal before being killed. Also, they would totally not get their last character overwhelmed by a dog, so they can't do anything.
God damn it, Joe. Stop using your lame-ass stand to screw with me. This game is rigged. Rigged, I say.
Skill issue. See, Donald 4 deaths trump if you pull out half the enemies before taking out the other half. It's actually a halfway manageable fight.
Fine, whatever, it's a good idea. Now don't invent new name for me. I'm still Dominant Donald. I just hit a rough patch.
All right, sure thing. Donald Deathstacker, now don't go bashing your head into another mage and fire trap just to get an odd number of deaths again.
God damn it, how the hell does this fire trap just one-shot our whole team?
Can you stop killing all the waifus like you're in The Walking Dead or some shit bozo? We cannot be in this basement all day. We still have a lot of the land's meat to cover.
Relax, you goddamn nerd. The mage is killed and I just have one guy left and we are good. See, easy money.
Having to do a whole fight twice is not easy goddamn money, Donald. But now, we can finally get to a few of the side quests in this dungeon, so we are making some progress at least.
This kid is extra important to rescue since he is one of the 3 arguments you need to make in the lands meet in order to win without Anora's help. I'm not sure what Hal's plan was here except to just torture the kid to keep his dad in the dark. The kid here doesn't seem to have some big secret on Hal or anything. He didn't even know a lands meet was going on. So was Hal just doing this because he had beef with Dragon's Peak?
Knowing how, he probably just wanted to extort the kid for more power. The guy is a Sunday cartoon villain, cranked up to 11.
I mean, either that, or that's how he gets his rocks off. I mean, Hal is a masochist. Also, there's like 2 other important people we need to rescue from this dungeon. One for a Chantry side quest, and another for the Elven alienage.
All right, the second worst origin story companion after Joan. The coward Saurus is here too. How could I forget? I guess I can rescue him just to not let Hal get one over on anyone, but I won't be happy about it.
Donald, how is Saurus the second worst origin companion? Are you forgetting Lesky too? He literally betrays our warden.
Well, Lesky is voiced by Varric, and at least he stands on business. I have to respect it. Even if it's treachery, he is still on that grind.
All right, well, that's a dumb argument. Saurus might be lacking backbone. But that makes sense when you realize the conditions the elves and the alienages face.
You know, something I just realized is Saurus is here, but the city elf warden isn't here. In the Carta hideout, we can see the dead body of the dwarf commoner, but here we don't see the body of city elf. What do you think happened to them?
Actually, isn't Vaughn always alive if you don't play city elf yourself? So does that mean the evil route where the city elf warden takes the bribe is the canon one?
So it's really hard to say. We have a few theories to work off here. The first is the worst option, that the city elf warden was a snake and took the money Vaughn gave him to keep the elven women, and the city elf simply fled town, with the money immediately abandoning everyone, including Saurus, who was left to be arrested. The second option is he took the money, but died being arrested instead of going quietly, like Saurus likely did when the guards came. The third option is the events of the city elf origin are the only ones that never actually took place. The same way the origin does, maybe the city elf warden never existed and Saurus was arrested during his own marriage and conflict with Vaughn, or maybe the female city elf is canon, and without Duncan lending swords to the city elves to fight Vaughn, Saurus was captured trying to rescue them, and the city elf warden died after being, with Vaughn, or a soldier. Let us know what you think, viewers.
What's also crazy is Hal didn't even know someone was down here. Vaughn was the one who put Saurus here, and Hal was just like, hey, whatever, keep him here.
Well, now we can be welcomed into the alienage ever so slightly more by freeing Saurus.
Speaking of let's go, finally kill the snake, shall we? We have all the side shit in this dungeon done. All we have now is our prey.
I wish I had more than gratitude to offer.
Well, here's the moment. Human noble mains everywhere wait for this fight, has the same strategy as the Colgrim fight as last episode. But the difference is, The two mages are shape changers who are way tankier, and Hao is a dual-wield rogue, which is way more damaging, so it's almost like they min-maxed this encounter to be more efficient.
My stand is going crazy. At the death possibilities, Donald, there's only a few ways a win condition is going to be met here.
If I don't clutch up this fight against my sworn enemy, I will drop out of this election faster than Joe did, boys. The mental amp I have from my seething rage has fired every gamer synapse I have available. Translation, this bitch is going down. First things first, I want to pull all my damage dealers out of this room and funnel the fodder one by one while our warden takes out the actual threat of the mages.
Oh shit. Some actual strategy from Donald, you love to see it. Well, if you're going to play like this, then this should be easy money for you and I can sit back and watch. Well, we won't get many opportunities to talk about Hao after this, so I might as well dispense some lore on our least favorite shithead. I know Kausland lore is normally your territory, Donald, but do you mind if I take this one?
Sure thing, I'm way too focused on killing this bitch right now.
Fair enough. So the Howes have a habit of being on the wrong sides of civil war. Rendon Howes, Father Tarleton Howe, sided with the Orlesian occupation being too old to openly oppose the Orlesians, and sided with them so that he could keep the area of Harper's Ford. Tarleton fought against the Kuzlans before eventually being overtaken and hanged in Harper's Ford, the land of Amaranthine, then was inherited to his brother Byron, who was Rendon's uncle. Byron also sided with the Orlesian occupation until Merrick convinced him to join the rebellion. Rendon, on the other hand, was always on the side of the Kauslands and fought with them throughout the war, eventually claiming the lands of Amaranthine from his uncle Byron, who died in the final years of the Ferelden Rebellion. Howe was always treated with suspicion by the people of Amaranthine, however, not only because of his piss-poor attitude, but also because his father and uncle were noted Orlesian sympathizers, and his father even died being one. This is likely what led to contention between Rendon and Bryce Kausland, who was as beloved and influential as Arl Eamon. The tipping point seems to have been that Bryce was trying to build positive relations with Orlais, which is what he mentions to a human noble, as the reason why he did what he did to his family. Considering Howe was unpopular being associated with Orlais by his father, it likely infuriated him that a popular noble like Bryce was able to directly visit Orlais while still being loved by his people. Howe says that he suspected the Kauslands of treason, but that just seems like cope that he spews to get on Loghain's good side because of his paranoia.
Make us spit on you. I deserved more.
You're right, Howe. You deserve so much more. You deserved a much more slower, embarrassing, and painful death. I hope Bryce and the human noble are ready in the fade to tag team your bitch ass for all eternity.
Speaking of people who deserve more pain, tell me we don't need this coward's vote, Barry.
Nope. We already have the anti-Van Crow vote. This bug is just redundant.
Even if we needed him, I would have just ignored that because I'd rather lose the land's meat than spare the second most hated character in this game.
Same.
Hey, Vaughan, I'll tell you what, if anyone in the Brazilian Dalish defends you, I will let you go right now.
Donald, there are no more Brazilian Dalish. You wiped them out, remember?
Oh, damn, that sounds like a personal problem for Vaughan then, doesn't it?
And nothing of value was lost.
True, there is no reason for anyone to spare Vaughan unless you're playing a racist warden or if your warden really needs that vote. This does pose a huge problem for Denerim, though, since without Howe or Vaughan, who becomes the new Arl of Denerim? I know if we played the City Elf origin, we can make a new holding for the alienage to become equal in the Landsmeet, and the warden or Shiani can become a ban. This could eventually lead to them taking over the Arling of Denerim too. But without that being an option, I'm surprised they don't elect a new Arl of Denerim immediately after the Blight, considering it's the capital and largest city of Ferelden.
Maybe the crown just takes it over?
That sounds like you would be giving the crown even more power, which would be pretty unpopular for a country against the Orlesian style of ruling.
Well, maybe the viewers can spitball some ideas. They are pros at that. Also, this dude really fumbled to kill Joe on. What a goddamn joke. I wish there was an option to take him out for his incompetence.
Well, I'm glad you can't do that, since this guy is the second argument we need to use in the Landsmeet, and the most important overall because we can use his testimony to get Loghain to be scolded by the Grand Cleric, which gives almost as many points as Honora's support, which shows how important the Maker still is in Ferelden politics.
I just noticed it's pretty much a 50-50 toss-up in House Prison, if you will be given clothes or not. Vaughn and Soros, they got prison clothes. But the Templar, Ostagar soldier, and Arl's son, nah, they were naked.
Nobody wants to see Vaughn naked, and Soros probably just came in here looking like that. Anyway, I'll let the F-tier Templar wait in carpool for his big sister to pick him up later.
There is an imposter among us.
Incoming Star Wars reference, boys.
To be fair, she has a point. We are way too short to make that joke ourselves.
I'll be killed. And my people will insist on escorting me back to the palace, where my father may also have me killed.
Oh no, it's Loghain's little cheerleader. I'm so scared, courteous of her to bring that sword. I can still shove it up Hal's ass when I'm done here.
Donald, that's a literal god wielding a two-hander. I would be more focused up here if I was you.
Donald, we are low on potions here, and we do have options. Since this is an optional fight, we can either fight her normally and take our chances with our resources, or we can let her arrest us.
Wait, arrest? Like prison?
Yeah, like we can do the Fort Draken section of the game and...
No, I'm never going back to prison. You won't take me alive.
Barry, I think this is Donald's version of a crash out right now.
Donald, I'm going to need you to take a deep breath and tell me your plan. Here you are fighting the hardest bosses in the game, right now, on Nightmare, with almost no potions and no spirit healer.
Death before prison, you can't have me yet.
Bro is officially having a D1 crash out. He's just going berserk.
I mean, I can see the rough draft of a plan here. He has every single bomb and poison we have ever made on Leliana, and he dropped Waking Nightmare on one half of the guards. For crashing out and going the direct route, this isn't a bad idea. But honestly, our team is not mind-maxed enough for this strategy to work. Ogren's already down. And while sure, we have plenty of resources to take a lot of them with us, we don't have a clear answer to the rabid pit bull on coke. That is the two-hander god Cothrine.
I was framed, damn it, I don't belong here.
Okay, I'm stopping this 1 second. Hey, Donald, check out these Morgan feet pictures.
Oh, sorry, Mommy. Wait, where am I? What was I doing? Am I fighting a boss or something?
Donald, you're fighting Cothrine, and you went through a crash out. Ogren's already down, and Morgan is hanging on by a thread. Now what I need you to do is disengage everyone and flee into the bedrooms of the estate so we can take out the boss, then deal with the rest of the fodder after the girl with more attack damage. Then the archdemon and high dragon is taken out.
Why would I retreat, though it looks like I'm winning? I still have Morrigan and plenty of bombs, and the one mage is about to be taken out. I've seen YouTube videos of people soloing this fight with one warden. I will be fine.
Yeah, they soloed it with a dual spec, arcane warrior and blood mage, or they soloed with a min-max dual wield rogue, but we are not any of those things. So we should really be using our frontal lobe and pulling out. All those archers we have been fighting are literally nailed to the floor. They cannot move. So if we take Cothrine away from them, we can focus on just her without being stunned.
I have 5 kids I don't know how to pull out. I am killing every single guard that tried to take me to jail and walking out this estate, just how I will walk into the White House in January, a free man.
Yeah, and there goes Morrigan. I don't even need my stand to determine the outcome of this one.
Yep, she got hit with like 3 different things at once, just like I said. Donald, this was impressive, but we really used all our resources without much to show for it. Cothrine has like no damage on her.
Oh, come on, Barack, you of all people should know that with just a few more bombs you can solve anything.
Damn, the Walking Dead guy got you there, Barry.
Fuck you both. You know what, fine, Donald, I will let you handle this your way, since you think you got it like that.
Donald, you could have kept my girl running. Why did you stop and let her die?
To prove a point to both of you that we need to believe in our warden here. Just like my Deep Roads fight, our dwarf will clutch up the 1v1 with the boss and win the day.
Yeah, except that boss wasn't an elite boss that does 100 damage per hit, Donald. Also, we had more health potions back then too. Now we have 5 to our name.
Well, it's fine. Even if I use them all, I can still,
You just did the math and realized it's Joe over, huh?
God damn it! Please tell me that still counts as a boss counter.
No, but on the bright side, you have an odd number of deaths, now sitting at 5, and we get some unique dialogue with Morrigan, since we have the ring still. If we didn't have Morrigan's ring, the party would have to guess that we are at Fort Draken.
Thank God my wife is still my #1.
Phrases you wouldn't hear Donald say IRL.
Is quite something else.
Well, this is ironic.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Even the game wanted to lock Donald up. This is the best day ever.
This game is clearly run by corrupt liberals and mage supporters that want to see me fail.
Oh, come on, Donald. Look at the bright side. Consider this good practice for what's to come in the future.
Barack, are you in your sassy man era or some shit?
I don't know, Donald. Are you in your skill issue era?
I think that answers your question, Donald.
Yeah, whatever. Well, the game designers did get one thing right. People in prison are this friendly. Everyone I personally met also hated Howe and said I don't belong here anymore. Then they do. It's no big deal, though. My wife will bail me out of prison.
Again, phrases Donald would never say IRL, but Donald bring Leliana too.
Oh, you would, Sleepy.
Actually, as ironic as it is, both your waifus are ideal for busting Donald out of prison. Leliana is one of the three characters that can pass all three guard checkpoints, the other two being Zevran and Sten. And if we bring Morrigan with Leliana, we get a unique setup here.
Fine, whatever gets me out of here the fastest.
I know you're pouting right now, Double D, but on the plus side, this is probably one of the most diverse quests in the game. You can send any two combination of companions that like you to bust you out, including Bo. And depending on the combination of companions, they can have different dialogue and setups. You want to list them all, Barry?
Sure thing, Joe. So as we can see, if we pick Leliana, Morrigan, and Wynn, they will pretend to be Chantry sisters. If we pick Sten, Zevran, and Oghren, they will pretend to be circus performers. If we pick anyone with Bo, they will pretend to be delivering a new dog to the kennels. Same situation if we pair anyone with Shale, and if we don't have any of these combinations, they will default to pretend to be couriers. We can also try to break ourselves out of prison, and if we had Alistair in the party with us during the Daenerys estate, he will be there too. Breaking out yourself is not as interesting, but it is easier if you have max coercion, since you can find yourself just walking out the door.
So I literally just have Leliana speak to everyone while Morrigan sits there and looks pretty?
Pretty much, Donald.
Base, this is easy money, and we have our two damage dealers for when things get rough.
I wouldn't call your ass getting clapped up by Cawthorine in a dramatic crash out easy money bozo, but you are right about betting it all on my girl Leliana. She is going to carry us here without breaking a sweat.
Joe, if you were the one fighting Cawthorine, you would have fought each member of her squad one at a time with 4 bows, and the boss fight would have taken like 10 minutes. My base crash out was way better for the content.
Yeah. But if I was the one fighting her, I would have killed her and gotten another boss counter to my name. Get the job done at any cost, isn't that right, Mr. Renegade?
He got you there, Donald?
Yeah, well, use your Renegade interrupt to lick my lightly salted nuts, Joe.
Okay, then. Well, how about we focus on the two waifus working together when they used to be on opposing sides?
My girl is a god-tier gaslighter. I wish she would come into my office and trick me like that.
Joe, please stop trying to get willingly seduced. As the president, your ass is not Bill. And I doubt you can gaslight nearly as well as Leliana when you get caught.
I only got a few months left. Just let me do what I want here, Barry.
My girl Morrigan isn't going to let anyone steal her man. Let's clap these Logan simps up.
I'm sure wiping out a large portion of Fort Draken's defense force won't have any negative consequences, boys. Despite that, though, this is a pretty thematic prison break. The two waifus, you guys, are constantly bickering over who's better teaming up and working together to free our warden. I call this a step towards character development.
Yeah, Donald's finally seeing the appeal of my clutch queen, Leliana.
Yeah, for once she has 2 things useful about her instead of 1. She can actually speech check people to make this easier for us. Don't get ahead of yourself. She is still multiple tiers below Morrigan.
All Morrigan has to do is throw a few spells. Leliana is the one putting in work.
Oh, screw you, Sleepy. Don't talk about my wife like that.
Well, I was hoping for peace for the rest of the episode, but I guess I will take 10 seconds.
That's what she said?
All right, I will take that moment of unity as character development. One more fight until we are a free warden again.
Yeah, and that last fight with these guards are easy goddamn money. I'm actually going to check to see if we are still on Nightmare for once, because these guys didn't even put up any sort of fight in here.
Come quickly, Warden, though I doubt you are inclined to linger.
There you are. Follow me, the Arl is waiting for us.
Damn, we were in prison, even less time than Donald was. I guess the system doesn't work in any setting.
Not even Fort Draken can stop my grind set, boys. Now aim and point me towards the low-gain cheerleader. I left my food unfinished.
Where's that? Never mind, I'm not going to say it. I already did it twice.
Well, she's hiding in the palace right now, Donald. Actually, given the time we have reached, I think we are going to have to pass that boss fight to Joe next episode.
God damn it, I seriously ended my last boss fight on a loss?
Them's the breaks, Double D.
Oh, whatever, Joe. I still gotta kill Hao, and I'm up to 17 bosses killed while you only have 12. And since we already agreed with the viewers that Loghain doesn't count at most, you will get 2 or 3 bosses your episode, so congrats on 3rd place, just like your game choice.
Well, I have a game plan for next episode, especially concerning some of the side quests, so I guess you'll just have to see, won't you, bozo?
Well, here's where Honora reveals that we can work with her instead of Alistair, though she mostly does it the politician way of smearing her opponent rather than praising her own accomplishments.
Normally I would respect that game is game, however, when you are my enemy's daughter and you're bashing my big bro, I will respectfully ask you to shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah, even if it's Zevran, I'm not going to let some damn politician bash our squad, only we get to do that.
Well, I can see she doesn't struggle with modesty, at least. Although her argument here isn't too strong, electing her just because she is neutral doesn't really matter. The Landsmeet is determined by votes of nobility, making it aristocratic in nature, which means personal bias is the very name of the game. Her argument later, if you talk to her one-on-one, is better, since she offers to bribe you with a boon instead.
Which again doesn't really matter, since Alistair also gives us a boon.
She's still the best person for the job, boys.
Well, that's for the viewers to decide, Sleepy, anyways. Looks like you get to tackle the elven alienage section before we get to the good stuff.
Thank God. I would be worried if you were tackling the alienage, Donald. You would probably unlock the secret genocide ending to that quest somehow.
Joe, I know your old ass already forgot about what you said you wanted to do to the elves and the Tevinter slavers, but I sure as hell didn't.
Sure, I know exactly what you mean, Donald.
Joe, why did you answer that? Like you have no clue what he's talking about.
Because I really have no clue what he is talking about, but I do know he is definitely wrong.
Jesus Christ, well, we already have almost everything we need to no-diff Loghain in the Landsmeet. We just have to turn everything in at the tavern. But Donald, go ahead and talk to Riordan first, since there is one last key gift we need to grab before we wrap things up.
Oh, right, the Grey Warden cache. Kinda crazy it takes us this long to have access in it, but there's some really good loot. They're including an easy-to-miss gift for our big bro.
Kinda confusing that this cache Riordan mentions has been here for centuries in the defense of Denerim, but the Grey Wardens just got out of exile 20 years ago. Only way that makes sense is this cache was untouched for the 200 years during their exile in Ferelden.
That is just how goated the Grey Wardens are anyways. I know there's a top-tier helmet in the cache that we can pair with a two-hander. We get from siding with Zatharin in the Dalish quest line. If you have both of them equipped at the same time, the Warden is immune to backstab damage, a pretty cool reward for warrior players.
Donald, did you just dispense game knowledge?
When it's about the goated warrior class, my knowledge is infinite.
Also, Riordan, I don't think you want to get close to Theme, bro's gonna cook you. And I don't mean physically.
Joe, I'm sure he will be fine. Let's just wrap up the side quest we got at Howe's Manor. The last important argument we need to make during the Landsmeet is to convince Arl Wolf here that we are here to end the Blight, not Loghain. We can learn here by talking to him that his land has been almost completely destroyed by the Blight, and he even lost 2 sons to the Blight. He is really only here because he feels he has a duty to uphold. He doesn't feel strongly about Loghain or the Wardens themselves. He just wants to support whoever will end this Blight. And if we turn the tables on Loghain with a speech check, we can get Wolf's vote.
This guy also has a small side quest in Inquisition. If you side with the Templars, he apparently sides with the dirty Venatori in hopes of getting them to leave Ferelden alone in their war against the Inquisition. We can deal with him during a war table mission.
So long story short, remind everyone the Blight is bad, got it?
Now here's a band I can get behind. I feel the same seething hatred for Hao, and it'd be the first one to fund that army marching on Amaranthine, my guy.
Donald, we need that land intact. We are going to be responsible for managing it in a few months. Also, bringing his troops against Thomas is kind of pointless. He is likely already dead at the hands of the Blight.
That's future Donald's problem, not mine.
This dude is a pretty passionate speaker. I like how passionate he is during the Landsmeet section.
I'm surprised you didn't ask for money, Donald. He would have given us a good amount of gold and still supported us against Loghain.
I don't need money to stop whatever Hao was doing to people this one time. It's on the house. Last person on the checklist for today, I have to make sure that Templar's sister picks him up from the dungeon car pool.
Thank God she isn't more unhinged. Handing someone their missing brother's ring might have caused more of a crash out and caused people to swing first and ask questions later.
To be fair, Alfstana is not afraid to throw hands if we get her support, but still lose the Landsmeet and are forced to fight Loghain and the palace guards. She will square up with the guards and some of her troops alongside us. Also, her brother, the Templar, is the older sibling, meaning he would have inherited the title of Ban, but he renounced his title, believing his sister would be a far better ruler.
Can you imagine how easier our warden's life would have been if we had siblings like hers, instead of the backstabbing twats that are our two brothers?
I think you mean how boring our life would have been, Sleepy.
Well, one detour before we pass it off to you, Joe. Let's check out the ancient Grey Warden cache.
The main reason we are going here is Duncan's shield happens to also be in this storage cache, and our big bro always wanted something to remember Duncan by.
Good shit, Donald. And with Duncan's shield, Alistair's equipment set is just as thematic as our warden's. He has the armor of the king, aka his brother. He has his father Marek's sword, and his mentor, Duncan's shield. Not only are they all connected to Alistair, but two of them are victims of Ostagar, the moment that cuts Alistair the deepest.
Meanwhile, our warden has the shield of Eogican, his own ancestor, the Legion of the Dead Armor, the best fighting force of his people against the Darkspawn, and a group he almost had to join himself, all of which our guy personally gathered from the dead of his ancestors in the deep roads.
But I must have done something wrong.
All right, viewers, I slipped our editor $20, and Barry and Donald won't be back for another 10 minutes. So just sit back and enjoy. Okay, just going to put my dog collar on here, make sure I have plenty of baby oil. And we are good to go. Let me just tune my guitar, if you know what I mean.
Well, Donald, when you're right, you're right. The McDonald's by the Pentagon does have saltier fries. Hey, Joe, we got your double McFlurry. Why do you have your headset and mic on already?
Oh, just checking some presidential emails. No, don't look.
Joe, how the hell are you romancing Leliana right now? And is that a weird gender-bent version of... Oh, wait, hold on.
He's recording too. That's it, I'm putting a stop to... Donald, what are you doing? Let go of me.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Barack, but just this once let Joe cook here.
My God, that was everything I ever dreamed about. I can end Origins satisfied in more ways than one boy's.
Jesus Christ. Congrats on losing your virginity in this series, Joe. Now, please do an intro for God's sake.
Sure thing, Barry. Viewers, I got laid, the dragon slayed, and now it's time for the piper to be paid. We have 2 more careers to end before I pass it off to Barry to end this blight. First things first. Now that we have access to the alienage, we can finish some of the last quests for the Blackstone and Mages Collective.
I remember saying all the way back in episode 4 that this is the longest stretch of quests to complete, and here is the proof in the flesh. We have to pick up this quest in Loithering, but we can't finish it till the end of the Landsmeet when we can actually enter this goddamn alienage. I think the better fix is to just not have had the guild quests have important objectives in the alienage and keep the alienage in a vacuum like it already is. I still don't think anything could have saved the City Elf origin from having mid-interactions without a large revamp of content. Also, Joe, why did you give that beggar money now? They are going to come back in full force like that South Park episode.
He was a wounded veteran. Donald, I support our troops.
Joe, we know for a damn fact from the City Elf origin that elves can't serve in the army, but whatever. I don't know how to feel about locking the alienage up till the end of the game on one hand. This does make the reunion with the City Elf Warden and their family that much more impactful, since they will admit they had a funeral for you at Ostagar, and the delay on seeing the City Elf's family again after such a long time is one of the only things that give the City Elf some emotional impact for their origin. But on the other hand, it also leaves quests like the Blackstone Irregulars, and just the importance of the alienage overall feels small since you only spend a few moments here before the game ends.
Well, before we deal with whatever that huge crowd is dealing with, there's a decent side quest we can handle in the alienage involving this Templar here, who is a lot nicer than the obese Templar to my left.
Eat a dick.
Bro needs better fashion sense, though. What is he, blind or something?
Yeah, this guy should take a good hard look at himself in the mirror and ask if this is the career for him. This is probably who they send to capture the apostates given Ferelden's damn track record so far. Still, I will give a little respect to this guy even after being blinded. He still wants all the smoke with demons and mages.
Otto would have been a top-tier Templar if he didn't lose his eyesight. He comments on being able to feel the aura and disturbances in the area, as well as the ability to sense evil or impurity. This likely means just like Wynne and Reese. Otto may be spirit sensitive to some degree, which would make him the first non-mage to have this ability. I wish the writers expanded on spirit-sensitive people more.
I guess he has some daredevil vision going on, too.
What's this girl's deal? She seems not fully here.
Game recognizes game, Joe?
She's an orphan who survived a raid by the human soldiers, apparently during their routine raid where soldiers come into the alienage and beat the shit out of elves just because they can. Some soldiers decided it would be fun to go into the orphanage and do the same thing. We can do a secondary quest when we explore it to give her some closure.
Since there's no therapy or medication in the Dragon Age world, closure sounds like a good goddamn idea. Well, let's go take down some ghosts.
Joe, you should be the last goddamn person to be running through an orphanage. That has to be a violation of some parole agreement you made.
Oh, please, Donald. The orphanage is abandoned. Nothing to worry about, boys.
Joe, what was that?
I said I'm not a degenerate. I'll be fine, Barry, anyway. This place is pretty scary, isn't it, boys?
You know, even if it's not that scary, I like how each Dragon Age game has some side quest that involves a haunted house or some form of horror mystery to it.
True, I really love Varric's quest in Act 3, where you can see the house stacking things in front of you and even attacking you with inanimate objects.
Good point, Joe. The improved animations did a lot for the Dragon Age 2 quest, but the horror and despair in this quest is really top tier. It's too bad this is only available so late, as nice as it is to help this guy. It doesn't thematically make sense to do this at the moment, when we have the Lands Meet about to happen, and we know the Blight is right outside Denerim now.
I think that's another point towards making the alienage available earlier in the game.
At this point, we should let the viewers decide on if the alienage should have been available earlier or not. They know how to get to the bottom of the base takes.
Good point, Donald. And while we are on that subject, we should tackle today's comment question, since we have something good cooking up. Joe, mind explaining it to the viewers?
Right, so viewers, this is going to be our last comment question for Dragon Age Origins. With the amount of content Barry is going to go through next episode, and the fact Awakening is going to be a whole new entry in the series. But with that being said, we wanted a final opportunity to feature our viewers, new and old, who make this series possible. So while we are fighting our way to the Archdemon, we are going to feature several viewers' answers to this question.
Thanks for the opportunity, Joe. Now go ahead and ask the question already and stop edging the
Phrasing,
viewers.
please.
Right, so viewers, what is your favorite moment in our Dragon Age series? You have almost 20 hours of content to choose from. So we expect a good variety of answers here, but for me personally, I would have to give it to the Tower Ogre fight.
Fuck you! Get it up, get it up!
Joe, is that seriously your favorite moment in this series?
No, I just had to get one last lick in to trigger him. My favorite moment, without a doubt, was my duet with you, Barry. The song during Lelianas' song was a close second, but I think the teamwork with you and the importance of that scene with my main girl, Leliana, was absolutely perfect, and I will treasure it always.
You're a cringe lord, you sleepy fuck, and I hope you die.
Jesus. Okay, Donald is still triggered. I guess I will go next. Well, this might come out of left field, but my favorite moment was actually our debate against Loghain at Ostagar. Not so much for the experience in that moment, but more what it led to. I feel like that was the turning point in our series where our viewers started really debating some of the takes we made, and it led to our first featured comment, which started this trend that we are now ending with an absolute banger of a question.
Okay, I think I'm ready to address you both now. First off, Barack, you are a total shill, but on to my answer now. I have a far more base take. Everything in episode 8 where I played is an absolute banger editor. You know the drill. But if I had to lock down one moment, I would give it to our introduction to our guest cameos with my man Maury. He brought back a huge throwback with your choice all the way in episode 1, and it started a trend of getting more guests like Bill and George to show up more often. Plus it felt like we got to actually be on an episode of Maury, and that shit is just pure hype. Shout out to the president of TV right there.
I like how you called me a shill, but then You shouted out a whole episode where you played.
Because it's only cool when I do it, Barack.
All right, well, viewers, let us know your favorite moment in this series. You have a lot of moments to work with, even if it's just a moment that the game locked you in more. Then our commentary, there's no wrong answers. And like I said, our editor's going to do a bunch of these that we can shout out next episode and take a trip down memory lane to see how far we've come.
Well, with our final question asked, I guess we should get back to Presidents Play Goddamn Fatal Frame. Between fighting actual ghosts and now these camera angles, the developers did a really good job of capturing that horror game vibe.
Honestly, yeah. I wish the demons in this game were actually creepier, so that something actually scary would pop out during this scene, compared to how scary ghouls and broodmothers look. The actual haunted demons are kind of not scary at all.
I agree, though. I think Inquisition did a really good job of upping the horror of demons and magic, especially with the Champions of the Just and in Hushed Whispers quests. Those had some actual unsettling moments that I hadn't felt at all since the deep roads in this game. All that being said, I agree the demons could be scarier. Hopefully that's something the design team can try to improve. I mean, I know BioWare has the ability. Mass Effect has some genuinely creepy enemies too. They just have to be creative.
All this talk is making me want to play an actual horror game. Do you boys think we could get away with it?
I would be down only because I know you would have a total crash out and it would be hilarious, Joe.
Oh, please, I ain't afraid of no ghost. I cook your ass in left for dead infected kills all the time, bozo. And I bet I have a faster speed run of Luigi's Mansion 3 than you do.
Joe, those are not horror games. And the fact that you included them should not only be impeachable, but should exclude you from any opinion on this discussion.
I mean, I have a side passion for Dead Space lore. I could go blow for blow almost as hard as I do for Dragon Age. However, that being said, I feel like my yaps might ruin the actual horror aspect of the game, so I don't know. I also feel like between all of Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate 3, and the tier lists, I think we might be pushing our editor too hard now.
Nah, fuck him. He asked us to do this. He can be responsible for the consequences if the viewers want it.
All right, Rude, but anyways, Barry, you may have a point with the spirit sensitivity on this guy. He can apparently sense demons through walls and shit.
To be fair, a Templar warden can claim they also sense something is amiss in the orphanage. It must be something with the training or the effects of the lyrium use Templars experience.
Good lore drop on the Templars, Donald. Maybe you guys are more than just Unga Bunga Holy Smite.
I wouldn't go that far, Barry.
Silence Mageling also. How are there abominations here that just spawned randomly? Those aren't ghosts. Those are physical beings, right?
I guess some people here were mages, and I guess they have been surviving on bodies or rats maybe for food. If abominations need food, that is. Why they didn't just leave the orphanage is anyone's guess. Probably best not to think too hard, hear theirs. Not any lore in this quest besides elven alienages are treated horribly, and demons are assholes.
Demons are in fact assholes. There's no debate. I mean, just look at Redcliffe, the Circle Tower, and all of Dragon Age 2. However, this demon must be smoking that elven Pantheon pack because he is spewing the same shit. Solace will eventually spout an inquisition about the Maker not existing.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to roll with the plot hole punches. Barry, also, I don't think you needed to state that about the demons. I mean, did this fuck just throw a book? That could have taken an eye out.
Damn, he wouldn't have seen that one coming, Joe.
Come on, guys, you should have better foresight than to make jokes like that.
You're right. If blind people could hear this video, they would be super upset in the comments.
Also, the Rage Demon has some balls. I will give him that squaring up against 5 people at once. 2 of them being Templars, and 1 of them being a Frost Mage.
You know, now that I think about it, just killing the ghosts and demons probably isn't enough. If demons were able to get here, that means the veil is thin, like in Soldier's Peak. That means we need to do a ritual or something. Just killing the demons isn't enough.
Barack, didn't you just say to not think too hard about it? And here you are, thinking too hard about it.
Oh no, guys, he got Otto. I never saw it coming just like him.
He will never get to see his kids ever again.
Okay, boys, get the last of the jokes out. Now, during this fight, we can't milk this too hard.
Have you seen Sir Otto's wife, Barack?
No, I haven't, Donald.
Well, neither has he.
I don't have any more blind jokes, just like Otto with that pitchfork. I don't see the point.
Okay, glad we got the blind jokes out early, so now we can have a hype episode ending the Lands meet.
Yeah, we got a solid stream of content, but this boss fight is not one of them. I mostly just did this to add another boss counter to my list. Fun fact, this is another boss that can be one-shot by Mana Clash, if we were a mage.
Well, really, my girl Morrigan did a great job of one-shotting him as is with that 75% cold damage buff. My girl is rocking at this point. Even the demon gangbang isn't enough to take us down.
Kind of frustrating that this quest can be failed if you let Otto die, but the quest also ends with Otto dying, kind of confusing message there. Also, ironically, we get a Knight Commander shield not from Otto, but the chest in the orphanage. I'm not sure what the game designers were cooking here besides just a haunted house exploration.
Well, let's just give the crazy girl some closure with the amulet and move on, shall we, boys?
Joe, stop falling for the scam here.
Donald, this isn't a scam. These are hardworking folks. They are as honest as the voiceover Pete videos Hunter sends me, asking for my credit card and the 3 funky numbers on the back.
Oh, so that's how he keeps getting a hold of the guns and blow.
I don't know what you mean, Hunter said. All those charges were just GTA Online purchases, not actual bad stuff.
Jesus Christ.
You know, now that I think about it, maybe this whole orphanage quest should have had some tie-in to the city elf origin, or this crazy girl could have had some tie-in to the city elf, so there's more narrative payoff to this quest.
Base take Donald. Anything to give City Elf some more relevance to the story would have been hype. Well, let's go. Check in on Shiani's protest.
BioWare, try not to make a game with a plague storyline that hits harder in present-day challenge impossible.
That was a deep statement. Joe, the meds must be working their magic.
They're hitting harder than whatever snake oil cure the slavers are peddling. How are people buying this? They just trust the cure works despite no one coming back from the quarantine?
Well, the blight apparently infected the alienage. Since wounded survivors from Ostagar came back to Denerim, and it spread to poorer areas of Denerim like the alienage, so some people were sick and desperate for a cure. Still, I'm not sure if they are healing some people and taking others or what the scheme here is, but you would think someone would be more wary of trusting people from a T-Vinter circle. I know there's not much education in the alienage, but the elders are at least somewhat knowledgeable and worldly enough to be hesitant about the literal slaver society.
Who the fuck opens up a conversation with a racist-ass statement like that? I don't need to help you guys, you know.
Unexpectedly renegade from you, Joe. How about we let our boys, the werewolves, loose on this town and go no Russian on their asses?
Donald, we really have to not make a trend of you exterminating the local elf and mage population every time you enter a new area. We have to celebrate our differences or some shit.
Oh, I will celebrate our differences, all right? Just wait for Dragon Age 2, Obama.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it, Joe. Just focus up on how you're going to break COVID restrictions. That's something someone your age should know how to do.
All right, I will take that as a compliment, I suppose. But viewers, there's 3 ways to proceed here. Either we can heckle this guy hard enough to get him to attack us. We can slip in the back guarded by one dude, or we skip all this nonsense and go to the alley houses and do the next part of the quest if we have high enough lockpicking.
If we were an elf ourselves, we would also have the option to just walk up to the front door. And they would think we are just another city elf that they could capture and bring us right through the door. The plot fails once we are inside because the wanted posters Logain made for us actually come into play.
What's even crazier is they let your elf warden in with all your weapons and armor. Like they don't even think to remove that stuff first. I think they must have gotten a lobotomy to not think about just bringing a heavily armed elf into the middle of their base.
Speaking of lobotomy, are you really going to bribe this Skyrim-ass sounding elf instead of just killing him for it?
That would be Michael Goff, who voices Alvor from Skyrim and half the Nord population from Skyrim as well. He also voices the starved veteran in the alienage, and he is one of the elf warden voices along with Mark Meir.
I would have thought you would respect his grind more, Donald. He is just trying to chase that bag. I can't blame him considering how bad the alienage is.
Well, I would respect his grind more if he wasn't working with goddamn blood mage slavers. That's the same logic as chasing the bag by helping the Mages Guild or Caesar's Legion.
One of those things is not like the other, Donald.
You're right, the Mages Guild is far worse.
Jesus Christ, Donald, also. I remember when I first played this game and got the saw swords off these guys, I was hyped. They looked way stronger than what my dual wielder already had. And they were an awesome design. This was before Soldier's Peak came out with the objectively best sword in the game.
The saw swords at the highest tier are actually pretty decent if you don't know how to get some of the god tier weapons. and before the DLC weapons became available, they have high crit chance. But now I can barely consider these things top 20 now that I know where to look.
I feel like Joe got the far easier Landsmeet portion. There's not nearly as much variety in the Tevinter soldiers compared to House guards, and half their army is mages, which we cut like butter.
I mean, it is easier, but a large part of that is you could have done the stealth segment through some of those fights, and another large part is our build counters mages. So that's just how things worked out.
Hold up. Why are there city elves squaring up with us and siding with the mages? Are these guys getting paid too or something?
They are actually third-partying this fight. If you notice, the mages and soldiers attack the elves along with us. So I think they are just random bystanders that want all the smoke.
I guess they are poors with no food, clean water, or amenities. They must make their own entertainment by squaring up.
I guess that's why the Tevinter mage used the walking bomb spell. I think that is the first and only time I have seen an enemy mage use that ability.
It's the only time that spell realistically works from the enemy perspective, since its main use is on the death of a party member, and our party is almost never frail enough to be dropped by that spell. It could be an interesting point if companions were more prevalent in Dragon Age, however. I suppose some of the fights where there are multiple allies like Redcliffe or the final Denerim battle could have made good use of the spell too.
Well, let's go check in on Shiani one last time because believe it or not, viewers, we are already at the halfway point in this quest. Also, goddamn Joe, stop falling for these scams. We are not made of money.
Donald, first of all, at this late stage, we are quite literally made of money. We already have more than we can use since you ate all our potions up and we have no infinite elf root. And secondly, these guys are all starving. War orphans.
Joe, there is literally a rich guy in a Gucci shirt who said there was free money here. How can you not see this as a scam? I am definitely not letting you handle the Blight Orphans quest line either at this rate.
Well, whatever, because I don't even know what that quest line is. And secondly, people have it rough right now. Whatever happened to the golden rule?
You are so goddamn wasteful, Joseph, but whatever, let's just move on to the back rooms.
Quick little side quest you can complete in the warehouse. Just grab the sextant in the chest here and turn it back into the chanter in the markets.
Ha! Bro said sex.
Joe, your final episode isn't even half done. You can't devolve into 4-year-old humor this early. Also, can these elves stop telling our little guy to stay in the markets where he belongs? Next elf, who racially profiles me, is not only getting the Dalish elf treatment, but is getting the K slur too.
Donald, that's unnecessary.
It's okay, my big bro Alistair gave me the pass.
Damn, remind me to ask Meryl for the pass in Dragon Age 2.
Not how that works. Also, you two are idiots.
Hello, fellow Tevinters. I am here to do blood magic and slavery. Can you point me where we usually do that stuff?
Great natural one on the deception roll, Joe.
Finally, someone gives some respect to how terrifying the Warden is. I think that's the first time someone gave us a panic attack that is worthy of the Warden.
Fax viewers get pumped for that series, but that's in the future. For now, we have had a pretty easy time with the Tevinter bums, but the final warehouse can be difficult, depending on how you play this. So I need you to focus up here, Joe.
Don't worry, Barry, I won't get clapped up by blood mages. Who do I look like, Donald? I'm the mage expert in this group. I'm gonna be just fine here.
Ain't no way you're finishing your Origins run deathless sleepy. That's just poor script writing.
Wait, what?
Don't mind him, Joe. He is just speaking in skill issue. Just focus up here. None of these fights are incredibly difficult, but they are still late game fights. Things can go wrong if you're not careful here.
That's fair. We do have sort of a sequel to the mage hideout coming up. Albeit, the traps in this hideout are way easier. And we are also way higher level. I'm not going to shit on you too hard, Donald.
This girl really said I am a proud Tevinter citizen, like they wouldn't put her first in the blood sacrifice line.
Ironically, she can be a blood sacrifice in a later fight. So, good call, Donald. We have a few options here. We can intimidate her to leave, or we can even persuade her to bring us straight to the final encounter if we wanted to speed things along.
Don't be a goddamn simp for once, Joe. No mercy for blood mages and their side hoes.
Now, unlike that guard earlier, this girl chose to be a Tevinter slaver. Plus, even though she's hot, my girl Leliana wants that bow she has on her.
Weird note on the golden bow she has. The bow originates in Orlais and is prominent in the Andraste Chantry, despite Devera being from the Imperial Chantry in Tevinter, which is a different branch of the Chantry that has not been stomped out by Orlays, but is illegal to practice outside of Tevinter.
Does this bitch have Misty Step or some shit? How the hell did she teleport all the way over there on the other side of the room?
A Spellblade rogue-like class would be really hype in this series, but no, she just did some no-clip hack somehow. Also, she placed a few traps along the room, one of the few enemies to use an ounce of strategy in this game.
Imagine an NPC having to try so hard only for a major unit like our warden to shrug it all off. Time for the RKO through the table, bitch.
God damn, it's like that, huh, Donald? Our warden isn't getting clapped up, but our party sure was struggling to the firing squad. I should have used more bombs.
In your defense, Joe, you literally do not have any potions, so I can't really blame you for going down a few times here. It's a good thing you have 2 mages, because our potions are on life support right now.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Donald. You left us with only like 5, thanks to your estate fight.
Eat a dick, I got the job done, didn't I?
Skill issue. Anyways, one thing I realized is that the Denerim alienage has a whole leadership base to it with Valendrian as the Heron, but the alienage in Dragon Age 2 doesn't have anything like that.
I mean, not to bash your favorite game, Joe, but that's probably because the alienage has like 4 houses in total. The designers didn't really put any work into the alienage. In Kirkwall, they really just needed a logical place to put Meryl's house. There is no other important NPC in the alienage besides like Fenariel's mother and that psycho blood mage in Act 3.
Maybe if they put more money into the game than the cost of a Big Mac, the Kirkwall alienage could have been great.
Maybe you should make that your new campaign slogan, Donald, make alienages great again, 2024.
Joe, if I take campaign advice from the dude who gave up, I might as well bend over faster than if my name was Barack.
What the fuck? I didn't even say anything.
Yeah, true, but you're still a bitch?
Hell yeah, I ate up his hot assistant time to do it to him next.
Heavy pause.
Oh, look, it's Logain Zesty Tevinter, brother. And just like his brother, he is ass at trade deals. Who in their right mind ever bargains with these pricks?
For those confused at the joke, this guy is also voiced by Simon Templeman, just like Logain.
Thanks, Nerdbama. But I agree, Donald. Even if you are playing the biggest villain warden, he doesn't offer you anything that you can't just take off him. And the best deal you get is to just skip the fight for free. The fight isn't even that hard. Come on, do better, BioWare.
Man, this gives me a throwback to our episode 3 discussion about the loithering toll, where there is no reason, good or evil, to not deal with these guys, since there's no unique reward for doing so. It would have been far more beneficial if they gave us power for our Blight Army, or personal power like the Desire Demon. That being said, the writers did a lot of work on the negotiation aspect of this encounter. Regardless, first of all, there's no amount of speech that will make them agree to releasing the slaves, since that's the whole reason they came here. Secondly, if you convince Devera to bring you straight to the leader without fighting her, it becomes impossible to pass the speech check to get the documents for free, since Caldrius will think his chances of winning are higher with Devera there. Also, every party member disagrees with sparing the slavers, except for Morrigan and Sten. Ironic that Sten approves of sparing Tevinter slavers, considering he is a Kunari. They kind of have constant beef with all of Tevinter. You think he would want to square up and disapprove if we didn't.
Common Sten L.
Sten is mission above all else. Maybe he makes the Tevinter beef take a back seat to the objective. Wait, hang on. What's Morrigan's excuse?
My beloved goth mommy's grind set is beyond your sleepy liberal understanding, Joe.
All right then. Well, on the positive side, this is the best mage boss fight in Origins easily. Not only does this dude have high-level spells like Blizzard, Chain Lightning, and Crushing Prism, but he also has blood magic and actively sacrifices the foot soldiers to heal himself, and also he can cast Blood Wound, one of the strongest spells in the game. This also makes him one of the 4 bosses in this game that can heal, which makes him a good Curse of Mortality victim if you wanted that high IQ gameplay.
Fuck the high IQ gameplay, Joe. The Templar specialization is all we needed to clap this dude up.
Yeah, for real, he is already down for the count. Not that I would ever accept the deal, by the way, but just out of curiosity for the viewers, Barry, how much of a buff does this deal give?
1 constitution point.
What? 1 point? Are you sure you didn't forget to add a 0 or maybe 2 zeros there, Barack?
Nope, I have no idea what the game designers were thinking with the evil decision rewards for this quest. The first decision, if done perfectly, just skips a fight and doesn't reward any extra gold or loot. The second decision gives you 1 con point and nothing else.
I guess one thing of interest is this quest completes the trend of letting you be an absolute villain when playing a city elf warden. First, you can sell your betrothed and cousin to be SA'd by Vaughn in exchange for a bag. Then you can either let your own father be sold into slavery by Tevinter or sacrifice him for a small boost in power. Doing all that, plus several of the other renegade decisions, makes the city elf warden a bigger menace than even Loghain was.
That kind of run makes the Dark Urge look like a Sunday cartoon villain in comparison.
Yeah, I guess there is something to be said about being evil for the sake of evil. I mean, look at Fable, but personally, I think adding high-tier rewards behind evil decisions is much more morally interesting. Also, speaking of the city elf origin, there is really only one major distinction when playing the city elf origin versus playing any other origin during this section. As Donald mentions, instead of meeting the elder here, we would encounter our father, who was also captured. In this scenario, the elder was already sold before we arrived. Our father would then give us a unique dagger that belonged to our mother Adiah, a much better reward than what the elder gives us. Also, it's implied in our scenario that the city elf warden's father is taken away instead of the elder in our current universe.
Adiah also makes a small cameo in Leliana's song that we forgot to include. She can be rescued from the Arl's dungeon, while Leliana is also breaking out of said dungeon, my bad boys.
Common Joel, so much for being a man of the people.
Eat a dick, Donald, you weren't even there.
Well, let's move on to the last bit of side content, shall we, Joe?
Good point, Barry. I know we haven't directly mentioned them for like half the series. But while I was in the Alienage, I finished the last quests for the Blackstone Irregulars and the Mages Collective now. We have the final quest for each, where we get to make a small moral choice. Neither of these have much impact on the game, they just affect role-playing, but what do we think about these choices, boys?
They're mid as hell. This should have bolstered our armies or something, but they literally don't matter, and I forget to do them half the time.
I'm torn here, but I agree they both could have been way better by having some impact on the ending. Like I said earlier, I appreciate the build-up both guilds had. Blackstone made it clear. Early with the Deserters quest, there were 2 leaders, and one of the leaders wasn't exactly telling us the full story. The Mages Collective has the same situation, showing that there are 2 knight commanders impacting the Mages Collective. One is strict and traditional, and the other is bribable and lax. They had a strong setup to tell a compelling guild story, like what the Elder Scrolls does, but instead we got a simple choice of who to side with for roleplay reasons. In fact, the rewards for each are the exact same payment.
So all that yapping just to reveal that they are mid-quests?
Yeah, pretty much, but I want the experience, and the Blackstone quest at least counts as a boss counter. Plus, it's possible some people haven't seen these quests, so let's get it.
Whatever, even with 3 bosses, you're still in 3rd place, Sleepy.
Well, actually, Donald, unlike you, I get to kill Cawthorine at the Land's Meet, don't forget.
Oh, eat a dick that still leaves you in 3rd place.
Well, we will just have to see, won't we?
I know we just said there's not much of a choice here, but sparing Rallinor just feels right.
Who cares? Just hurry and wipe one of these piss ants out so we can get to the good shit.
Well, hold on, Donald. Say what you will about Rallinor, but he is a pretty decent guy and a clear choice for who you should side with in this quest. He modeled Blackstone after the Grey Wardens when he took over the guild from his father, wanting to bring honor and glory to the guild and assist Ferelden in times of the war like the Blight. Ralnor's father and Ralnor's son want to go back to being hired muscle, willing to take on any job available focused on pure profit and nothing more.
So you 2 liberals are choosing the option that makes the business less profitable. Unsurprising, you 2 are practically allergic to making money. Won't someone think of the struggling shareholders?
Think, Mark. Having mercenaries who are profits before ethics is the exact problem we have been facing all game in Denerim with Howe and his corrupt guards. Tauren would have had no problems accepting a contract with Howe to kill us if the bag was big enough. And Howe certainly won't be the last corrupt noble who tries to kill good people.
Well, that's easy. Just don't work for Howe and we have no problem. And to quote Zevran, some people just need assassinating.
Donald, I'm choosing the option that will make sure these guys would never work for someone like Howe, since the gold payout is the same anyway.
It doesn't really make sense to leave Denerim with the Landsmeet about to start, but if we don't do this quest now, we are locked out of it. after we finish the Lands meet. Also, Anders has certainly fallen from grace being a simple merc for hire. I noticed his original voice actor voices like half of the guild, NPCs for this quest, which always feels jarring, seeing his voice actor in minor roles, when he plays major roles in Awakening and Inquisition.
Jesus Christ, I just realized that every single henchman this dude has is a Barak main with the dual-wield rogue builds. Despite this being a mercenary band, there isn't a damn warrior for miles in his gang.
Ironically, if you noticed his dad's gang earlier, they were all rogues as well. So we would have had an annoying fight regardless. I wonder though if you could have pulled some of the guards like Sergeant Kylon to help in the fight, since we are in Denerim after all.
Maybe we should have done that since Joe is fucking up this encounter hard. You got Win and my wife killed, you piece of shit.
Eat a Dick Rogues clap up mages, and we start out this fight, surrounded on all angles. It doesn't really matter. Our warden is immune to backstab, and Leliana is the clutch queen, so this fight is going to end. Eventually, it will just be a bit slower since we are low on damage.
You know, just once I would like Vessel of Spirit to pop up for us. I think it was used once off screen in a Brazilian forest fight when we were exploring. And other than that, it hasn't been used since the fixed encounter where it auto-activates.
Well, if it didn't in this fight, I don't think we will see it activate again this playthrough. Since there ain't no way you aren't bringing Alistair and my wife to the final fight, and as much as it pains me to say it, bring the Bard too, that's the most thematic team we can end on. They were the original 4, not including Bo. Which means all that yapping you did on the Vessel of Spirit was pointless.
I'm down for that team too, though. Maybe we should save that conversation for the final episode. Anyways, we clutched up the boss. So time to get to the most narratively perfect moments in this series.
Truer words were never spoken. The former hero of Ferelden squares up with the new hero of Ferelden in a battle of wits and strength, both fighting for their land's future. Also, before we head to the Lands meet, are you going to talk to Anora? We actually skipped her last episode.
I'ma be real, she's still my ruler choice, but there's not much reason to talk to her. She just takes us to Yap City over topics we have already pretty extensively covered already. She talks about how her father is power mad, but was a good person. We covered that multiple times. She then tries to say she would be a better ruler. Then, Alistair and I already covered that. Finally, she tries to bribe us, but the boon is offered to us regardless of who's king, so we can cover those choices next episode. Honestly, unless I'm playing a male human noble, I never really talk to her. Also, I'm going to bring Bo with us for 2 unique interactions, the first being right here in the market. I feel like some people forget to bring the Mabari along, so maybe they haven't seen either of these interactions.
Ooh, good call, Joe. Looks like Bo sensed some good vibes deeper into the market.
POV, you're an introvert at someone else's house, and they have a pet.
Sorry, boy, but we can't adopt a kid. It didn't work out too well in Baldur's Gate 3, and it won't end well here either.
Good thing we didn't name him Commander. That kid would have been a chew toy.
Eat a dick, Commander's a good boy too.
Well, I guess it's time for round 2 with Logain's side hoe.
No, I can't go back a third time.
Jesus Christ. Donald, chill out. She just insulted our big bro, Alistair. Here, we must stay strong and put our foot down. What happened to Dominant Donald?
Sorry, you're right. It's just this game hits all my triggers sometimes. I'm glad we can be on the same side for once. Let's introduce her ass to the curb.
Well, I'm impressed that you guys are able to be united for once. Good character development. But you guys do know that Cawthorine is technically optional. We could just intimidate her or persuade her to surrender and let us pass.
Screw that no mercy for arresting the future president.
Okay, let's not get crazy now, Donald. I'm just trying to get us united for the end. You still aren't getting my house. That being said, I'm killing this girl for 2 main reasons. 1, I want that increase in boss counter. And 2, I don't think it's a good idea to keep someone stronger than the Archdemon loose without being strictly loyal to us.
You meant to add the fact she arrested me to the list, right, Joe?
No, that was hilarious. If I wanted to add that to the list, I would have. Anyway, she really is Logain's cheerleader. She is completely aware of the bad shit he's done, but is still here glazing him up anyway.
Well, Cawthorine rescued a man being chased by bandits. Even though she was only a preteen, she still fought them off successfully.
Why do we care about this?
The man being chased was Logain, who taught her how to be a soldier. And through Logain's connection and her own hard work, She became the second to his armies.
Yeah, that's cool, good for her, but I'm not gonna just ignore the fact that Loghain was running away from some mid-tier bandits. That's just one reason why he is gonna get absolutely destroyed.
Speaking of getting absolutely destroyed, let's avoid a repeat of the Cawthorine fight, shall we, Joe?
Don't worry, I'm going to flex some blood mage strength off the bat while Alistair and Bo tanks the demigod. Once again, I have to stress, Blood Mage was a good pick on our damage dealer since Blood Wound is easy goddamn money to clear a whole fight with no friendly fire damage.
20 episodes later and you finally admit that Mage is a brain-dead easy class? Today is really my day?
The class itself isn't brain dead. Donald just really strong, but those two specializations combined is insane, and I don't recommend using it unless you really just want to easy clear everything in sight. Blood Wound can CC almost everything but undead, and bosses and combat magic lets you equip heavy armor and avoid all damage.
True, and plus it's much more fun to experiment with spells in this game anyway, rather than using the most OP strategy or min-maxing everything.
I'm surprised, Barack. I thought you were the king of min-maxing in this game.
Not at all. I haven't really min-maxed anyone. I could have gone way harder with the squad if I wanted to. Sure, I built our warden optimally, but that's because warriors need an optimal build if they are going to do more than just tank in this game.
So this wasn't you try-harding?
No, if I was going to do that, I would have went my max dex dual-wield solo nightmare rogue build, and you would see every poison, bomb, and potion on my spell tray.
Damn, I just got some chills when he said that.
Well, while you're at it, chill this dick on your lips, bozo, because I just schooled you on how to beat Cawthorine.
That fight had a third of the damn troops I had to face, and mine was rigged in a supposed-to-lose fight, while this one you're supposed to win. Don't stroke your shit too hard with Cope, Joe.
Well, if you two are done with your couples therapy, it's time to finally cook Loghain.
Yeah, true. We flung open that door so hard, all of Denerim heard it.
Well, we got the battle of two voice-acting legends, McTavish versus Templeman. Wish we got more than the last bit of that conversation.
They are both great, but Templeman edges out for the victory here between Kyne and Jacob Danik. It's hard to top his performance.
Wow, some actual positivity about Loghain, Donald. I am impressed.
Don't get your hopes up. He is still a cowardly bitch. Just look at him, sassily slow clapping. I just like the voice actor.
Fair enough. It was worth a shot. Also, Loghain has a good poker face. If we are here, that means his second in command is either dead or given up on him. Either way, that's a bleak future for him.
Here we have the puppeteer.
Oh, you want to see a puppeteer? How about I shove my fist up your ass so you can see what a real puppet looks like?
Have you paused?
Don't let him talk to us like that. Joe clapped back at him.
Oh, you think the Blight's bad? That's funny. I know that Chevrolet is bad, but he is only taxing Darkspawn 8%. If we got that up to 24 or 25%, one of those numbers, we could do a lot.
Joe, what in the actual fuck are you saying right now?
Oh, shit. It's the crowds. He is getting stage fright again. Joe just picked the third option.
Obama, this is actually Joe Verbro is just rambling nonsense like he is in a debate with me. There's no goddamn way we can get through 2 more dialogue checks.
Just have some faith here, Donald. I have a backup if this gets worse. Also, the name of the game with the lands meet is evidence. If you use 2 arguments without evidence, you will auto-lose the lands meet. For example, if you start with Alistair's claim, then follow up by accusing Loghain of his Ostagar treason, you automatically lose the debate.
Well, it's funny he talks about the border of Ferelden is great. But if you don't vote for me, you ain't Ferelden.
That's it. Where's my gun?
All right, it's time for Plan Scorched Earth. Joe Loghain plans on deporting Leliana and selling Merrill to the Teventer slavers.
Now, what the fuck did your balding British ass just say to me? That's why you and Hal make snuff films in his basement while you make passionate love on Aor Legion flag. And before you try to deny it, why don't you take a look at the receipts, bozo?
Oh shit, Sleepy is finally going Dark Brandon mode.
Also funny you talk about honor. How honorable is it to partner with Uldred, who not only tried to overthrow the Circle, but also would convince young teenage mages to do blood magic, and even gave up one of those mages to you to poison Aemon, causing a massacre in Redcliffe.
Holy shit, he's actually backed into a corner here. You're actually winning.
Also important to note that the Joan argument with proof from the Templar in Hal's dungeon is the strongest argument you can make, as it results in 2 points instead of 1. This is because the Grand Cleric publicly scolds Loghain, showing how important the Andrastian faith is in Ferelden politics.
Well, it's time to get betrayed by Loghain's daughter. Too bad we are just built different and it's not going to matter.
Some guys probably are into the whole betrayal gaslighting thing she has going on, to be fair.
That is definitely TMI, Joe, but good to have you back at least.
You know, it's pretty crazy she outright admits that she offered a chance to ally with us, despite saying that we are trying to defame Loghain and put an imposter on the throne. Like, is that not a clear conflict of interest?
Yeah, no, she's dumb as hell to admit that. And secondly, we haven't even gotten to that election part of this Landsmeet. We are still discussing why Loghain should not be regent.
Oh, when she turned on us. What a shock. She seemed like such a nice despot.
How cutthroat. Mother would adore her.
Nobles have the attention span of goldfish. I guess Loghain has a good career in politics, after all.
Again, Loghain is an amazing orator. Here and directly after he loses are without a doubt two of the best speeches in this game. However, the substance of what he says never holds much weight. Sure, Ferelden has to be united, but Loghain, you are uniting against the wrong damn threat, and you don't even have the full picture
that
here.
He may have royal blood. For 5 years, Anora has been queen and proven herself worthy of the Theron name. She can lead our people through this crisis.
So every vote in this Landsmeet besides this one, Joe-looking fuck, are going to be on our side. But the votes are only part of the point process. The other factors are if you had Anora's support, if you got the Grand Cleric scolding, and if you made any arguments without evidence, the final dude will always announce who wins.
You need 5 points in total, and Anora gives 3 points on her own if you have her support, which is why we decided against her support in the Landsmeet, to challenge ourselves. Also, the slaver documents we worked half the episode to get are not even good evidence to use. They don't even give a point, which again shows how Ferelden nobility really doesn't care about elves.
That just feels like more fuel for my idea that they should have cranked the evil options in the alienage up to 11 by letting you side with Tevinter to bolster your armies.
Joe, stop trying to enslave the elves.
Donald, stop trying to genocide the elves.
Ha! You lose, bitch.
Get absolutely bodied, Loghain. Imagine losing any debate to Sleepy Joe. Couldn't be me.
Peak speech incoming, which also shows how far gone Loghain is at this point.
When his troops flattened your fields and raped your wives. You fought with us once, Eamon. You cared about this land once. Before you got too old and fat and content to even see what you risk. None of you deserve a say in what happens here. None of you have spilled blood for this land the way I have.
The one cope is real.
A noble speech, but it's time to bite the curb.
If we didn't win the debate, we would have a battle royal first before the duel happens, which means, I guess, winning isn't as impactful as it should be, but winning is definitely more thematic.
Well, it would have been funny to get the #1 victory royale. I agree, defeating him with a debate was far more satisfying.
I would never consider someone Sleepy Joe defeated in a debate an enemy, but I'll respect the wishes of a dying man, and you can take the compliment in considering yourself my enemy.
The tradition Alfstana mentions refers to Calenhad Theron beating the piss out of Simeon the Terran of Denerim in a duel during the Exalted Age 4 centuries ago to establish the Theron dynasty. Makes for a thematic moment if we have the descendant Theron Alistair beat the piss out of Terran Loghain, if you think about it.
Oh, I got the perfect champion in mind. Bite this fraud bow.
Warden, no. I'm afraid we can't leave the fate of all Ferelden up to you.
Oh, hell no. Eamon, it's on site. I know you didn't just say our dog is unloyal.
Massive Eamon elbow could have been great. I guess we have to do the job ourselves, boys. At least it will be a warrior-on-warrior duel, which means we are not only on even terms with Loghain, but it's also thematic as hell.
Hell yeah, this fight is just the right amount of tension. The side NPCs do their job well at standing and gasping at every little thing we do too.
Yeah, rogues and mages can absolutely cheese this duel and make it so Loghain can't even land a hit. You also have a point on the thematic aspect, Donald. We haven't talked about it yet, but even though your player character can be any class, narratively there's certain classes that make sense for certain games. Warrior always felt like what fits the hero of Ferelden the best, and similarly, the Inquisitor always made the most sense as a mage, given the anchor they wield is already magical in nature. Hawk has always been the most flexible in terms of classes compared to the other two. Obviously, people have their own preferences regardless, but there's still some main characters that fit the role of a class thematically.
Writing that down for a future comment question, Barry, but time to out-tank this war criminal, boys.
It's actually dead even, which is crazy considering how much health and armor we have. Logain has a little fight in him.
Well, he had some fight in him. It's all Jover now.
If Alistair duels him, he insta-kills him, but when our warden does or someone else does, he will yield, and we get the option to spare him and initiate him in the wardens, which is actually what a lot of viewers wanted us to do.
Well, the viewers can go watch episode 8 at 18 minutes and 8 seconds to see what I think about their opinions on sparing their daddy war criminal Logain. Now, Joe, we got him right where we want him. Time to take him out.
Well, about that.
Nah, editor, roll the tape. You agreed with any decision we made?
With that acknowledgement, I think I can happily agree to whatever fate you cook up with Joe for Logain when we get to the lands meet. Oh, I know I did, but what about him?
What's good, Barry? Where's that general you promised me to take the fight to Orleans?
George, why the hell do you even care about sparing Logain?
Well, I got you, editor. Roll the clip. Boys, I have officially decided that Marjeline and everyone else from Fantasy France have oil and need some freedom. My fellow Americans, who is with me?
Probably like half the player base, George, most people hate Orlesians.
I can loan you a good general for that crusade later on in this playthrough, depending on what happens, George.
Jesus Christ, this is all for some companion that gets less than an hour of screen time?
Yes, and talk about him like that again, and I will put you over my knee, Donny boy.
Bring it, bitch. Also, you are a guest cameo. You don't get voting power in our game, and Barack, you already agreed to concede to me and Joe. So this was a valiant effort, but me and Joe are still on the same page, right, Joe? It's all right, Joseph. Just go ahead and push the kill Logain button.
Okay, hear me out, boys.
God damn it, you sleepy brain-dead fuck. Can you, for once in your 500-year-old life, stick to a goddamn choice, you puppet prick?
Look, I don't know if it's the clarity of dropping out of the presidency or the post-nut clarity of banging Leliana, but I feel much less burdened and vengeful. And I think if we can't give Honora the crown and make Alistair a warden, we should make Logain the warden rep instead.
I hate all of you so damn much. Way to screw over our big bro for a lying snake.
Look, only Barry and me have to talk, or have him around Donald. By the time it's your next episode, we will start awakening, and you won't have him in the party.
Yes, but he will still be alive. Whatever, just reveal our featured comment from last episode and the graph Sleepy.
Cope-harder Big Dog. That's for switching my meds. So once again, our editor did make a graph, and it is a landslide victory for joint leadership. Our featured comment from last episode comes from Visaya Pupkin, 1489, who not only made a crazy good point electing my girl as Lands Meat Champion to disrespect Logain, which I agree sounds really satisfying to let my girl cook, but also gave great thematic reasons for joint rulership, as well as some moral reasons for joint rulership and sparing Logain. Thank you for your comment, and we can't wait to hear about your favorite moment in today's question.
You all are a bunch of simps, especially you, Joe.
Cheer up, Donald. Alistair's still king, and we have a more interesting Inquisition choice, probably one you have never seen.
Yes, but I still have to deal with Honora's piss-poor speech skill and Logain's coward juices leaking everywhere in our story.
Cope-harder.
You are called upon to submit yourself to the Taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden.
I understand.
If this dude dies from the joining juice, I will pay all my owed taxes from the last decade.
Nope. Like you said, Logain is a great warrior. He's not getting clapped that easily.
Welcome to the Darkspawn consensus, Big Dog.
So it's done.
Hell yeah, glad I could be of service in getting our general to drink the chug jug. Let me know when that Orlesian invasion is happening, boys. Peace out.
I had to give Honora a little shit for betraying us in the lands meet. But compared to Balin, literally killing our brother and gaslighting everyone to think it's our fault, Honora's betrayal was just a minor inconvenience. We didn't even lose anything.
Honora would be chewed up and spit out by the Orzammar Assembly, let's be real.
On that, we can agree this girl doesn't have the backbone to back up her deceit. She would have been decapitated on the first sign of betrayal.
Well, let's have one last conversation with our big bro.
Alistair, I'm so sorry. The Democrats rigged another vote. It wasn't my call, big bro. I just hope you keep the grind set I taught you and rule as the goated king you are.
So after all that thematic talk about Alistair's gear, he is walking off with it. We did grab Merrick's sword and Alistair's rings to put on Loghain, though.
Wait, so he's just walking off with the king's gear we just got?
Yeah, thematically he deserves to keep it as much as it sucks to lose it optimally. Them's the breaks.
Honestly, it's what you two deserve for betraying Alistair.
Just like Alistair, you'll get over it anyways. Let's go check on Loghain at camp, shall we? He has some unique dialogue to explore.
Sense of humor, it seems. I suppose you think I'm some sort of monster. More so since I survived your ritual. You keep striking at me, and I just refuse to die.
Absolutely, besides sparing him so the Grey Wardens have more numbers in Ferelden, since Alistair was going to leave to be king anyway, we can learn a mountain of information about his character that we otherwise would not have. Whether you like him or hate him, our character can only have 3 conversations with Loghain before he dies. If we don't recruit him into the Grey Wardens, that's hardly enough time to really learn about his character. While he has more insight into Ferelden politics than probably any other character we meet in this game, the main character traits he gives is passive-aggressive depression at being kept alive and a huge martyr complex to avoid facing his failures and instead go out trying to save the world.
All right, I may hate this guy and your nerdy obsession with dialogue barracks, but I'm going to take small comfort in showing him a big fat "I told you so" when he finds out the Blight literally can't end without Grey Wardens.
Indeed, I'd almost forgotten.
And how ill-prepared he was for this Blight when our Warden ends it with low diff.
See, now you're getting in the spirit, Donald. Also, Loghain seems to have the same inferiority complex that Oghren has, not wanting others to speak his failures, and instead speaking them himself first. It's just Loghain is more of a pragmatic soldier when he does it, while Oghren is a drunken goofball.
Okay, what Psychology Today article did you grab that from, Joe? There's no way your ass came up with that on your own.
Unexpectedly insightful Joe. Good shit. I never noticed that they didn't have the same writer, but I can still see the parallel. Loghain's inferiority complex is mostly overshadowed by the martyr complex, though since, like you said, he is a soldier at the end of the day.
Damn, that was a huge amount of approval from one conversation. This dude's easier than a worker at the Blooming Rose.
Well, he kind of has to be theirs. Only a brief window of time you can talk to him before the endgame starts.
So apparently, Honora lied to her servant about being in mortal danger because Loghain is pretty straightforward in saying he wouldn't have killed her, and she was being dramatic.
That's easy to say in hindsight also. He is leaving out the fact that Hal was the one that captured Honora, not him. And he can't speak for Hal's chaotic, stupid actions. In fact, Loghain has been nothing but blind to his actions, all game.
Kind of crazy, out of all the dialogue options we get for Loghain, we don't get one that confronts his alliance with Hal, like why he sided with him and allowed him to commit crimes unchecked. We can get special dialogue confronting him as a city elf for his alliance with the Tevinter slavers, but no special dialogue as a human noble to confront him.
Honestly, that's probably for the best. There is no explanation good enough for working with Hal, and we can all guess it primarily was because of their common hatred of Orlais.
I do like the humanization of Merrick and Honora that Loghain offers, though, even if the former is not important to the story of origins, and the latter is just as corrupt and sly of a politician as Bellin, but without the progressive beliefs Bellin has.
If that's how you feel, why did you want her to rule alone then, Sleepy, or did you already forget?
Well, I don't think she would have made a bad ruler. She's not as evil as Balin. She's just manipulative, like him. Plus, I really just wanted to see Alistair as a Grey Warden. Still, I think the viewers would have enjoyed the cameos.
Nah, that's still pretty lame. Our big bro deserved the throne, end of story.
On that, we agree, Donald? Well, on to the last few pieces of lore we can get out of Loghain, boys. There's a lot we can get out of Merrick, but like Joe said, it's not painfully relevant to our story. One thing I will say about Loghain's beef with Alistair is he claims that Alistair was given up by Merrick to Aemon, so that Rowan wouldn't have resented Alistair by having a constant reminder of Merrick's affair. But Merrick didn't have an affair. In the book, The Calling, Merrick is grieving over Rowan's death, and that's when he meets Fiona and conceives Alistair. So seems like there was a small retcon here because Merrick grieving over Rowan is pretty important to the story in The Calling.
In that case, Loghain's beef with Alistair is mostly just because he was a threat to Honora's rule, and that he is a puppet to Aemon. Logain's views on Aemon are pretty interesting. They are the first arguments we see towards Aemon not being the stand-up, honorable guy, and instead someone being stuck to tradition at the cost of everything else, which is the same critique people give Harrowmont.
First off, Joe Base, that you're finally siding against Harrowmont. And secondly, I'm not sure we should be taking criticism about Aemon from the guy who literally ordered his assassination. Logain is hardly unbiased.
He might be biased, but some of what he says still adds up. For example, it would make sense Aemon knew something about Connor's condition, unless he was completely detached from his son. Those signs of magic Joan mentions would have been pretty obvious. And Joan being hired as a tutor for Connor on Aemon's dime seems out of place since Joan is way too young to be a scholar. I guess we will never know, but I think Aemon just wanted to keep appearances in front of Joan and us so he wouldn't get any blowback.
Connor's gift. Aemon knew, and he allowed it to be hushed up so the boy could remain heir. Better that than allow the Arling to
Your war criminal boyfriend just mentioned your fan service boyfriend Tegan Barak. Do you need a moment to clean yourself off?
Eat a Dick Donald. I maintain myself, unlike some people.
Kind of crazy that Logain's prediction about Redcliffe falling to Tegan is on point. That's exactly what happens in the epilogue and in Inquisition.
Logain might not be a great politician himself, but he certainly has tremendous insight into Ferelden politics.
Too bad he didn't use that knowledge to see what a snake how is.
Well, one final bit of lore out of Logain. We can see why he has such deep-rooted paranoia of Orlais and why he yapped about it all. Landsmeet.
As we covered earlier, Logain almost certainly made the right call not allowing Orlesian chevaliers to aid the kingdom, but he should have let in the politically neutral Grey Wardens and not tried to rally the Landsmeet behind blind fear-mongering when the Blight was at the city's walls. Keep the shitty treatment of the common folk during the occupation in mind. It will come up later.
I made a tactical error.
Well, shit, Logain actually owned up to a mistake. He did it in a passive way, but I will take it, eat shit, dickhead.
Well, that's about as positive as Donald will be about this. So let's move on to one more character interaction. We never found out Bodon's origin story in all the time we have been at camp. Might as well do it now, it's pretty interesting. And we are going to see plenty of these two down the line.
All hail our Lord Sandel, may the enchantments be with you, and may a force rune be shoved firmly in Logain's ass.
You know, it's crazy. I actually forgot to talk to them all series. We should hear their origin now, since I don't think we get a chance in 2 to hear their story. And at the very least, I think Sandel will have some relevance in Veilguard.
If the Lord Enchanter deems the Veilguard worthy of his aid, that is.
Damn, Donald, you're doing tricks on it. Also, holy shit, Bodon actually has unique banter with the Dwarven noble. It feels like it's been forever since we have had any special interactions with characters.
It quite literally has been that way since we left Orzammar, which is halfway through the series. We've just been getting the same Dwarven reactions from NPCs since then. But Dwarf Noble still has far more interactions than most other origins.
Yeah, that's all well and good, boys, but Bodon needs to watch his damn mouth. The dwarves' glory is definitely not lost. And with Balin and our dwarf warden around Orzammar's future has never been more up.
You might be coping a little too hard. Sure, Orzammar is looking more positive than when we left, but they still have terrible decline from the Blight and the Darkspawn at the gates.
We are going to pull through. We are built different.
Maybe one day they will show that, but for now we just have to guess. Bodon is a little morally dubious in this game, but it's not like our warden has any room to talk concerning this. Bodon's business in Orzammar functioned by Bodon, hiring castless to loot through the deep roads for artifacts, and then resell those ancient artifacts. He was arrested when an item he was selling was off a recently dead noble who passed in the deep roads. He was exiled to the surface, but he still kept up the same business, now scavenging things in our travels that people left fleeing the Blight, which are the items he sells to us.
I mean, it sounds bad the way he puts it, but we scavenge shit off the dead all the time. It's really hard to judge him for it.
Well, he never mentioned his son, or AKA God, as Donald puts it, so let's find out what that's about.
He is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end.
Calm down, Liam Neeson. Sandel's origins are far more elaborate than how Bodon tells the story he was found below the Aegican Teg in a chamber with a detailed lyrium mural depicting paragons, elves, dragons, and unknown beings that were in hindsight likely the Titans. When Bodon asked Sandel what he was doing here, Sandel simply said, "They are coming." And not a few seconds later, Darkspawn attacked. Bodan carried Sandal out of the deep roads and adopted him as his son. On the surface, Sandal is just a clear case of savant syndrome favoring enchantment and lyrium manipulation over social interaction. But many, like Donald here, think there is something far more powerful going on, given the running gag of him taking out squadrons of Darkspawn and demons off-screen. Hopefully we can see his return in Veilguard in October.
Praise be the young Lord, let us go and carry out his will.
True enough, we have stayed in camp long enough.
Well, let's go see how well Redcliffe is thriving after we saved it, boys.
I'm sure everyone's small business has started back up, including Trump Taverns, and the local economy is flourishing because of it.
Jesus Christ, what democratic protest took place here?
Looks like it was a riot for Darkspawn civil rights or affordable Darkspawn camps.
Well, get to work, Joe. We have to evict these spawn out of our village.
Don't worry, Donald. I'm not going to let the spawn destroy the village you spent all episode protecting.
I could give less of a shit about protecting the village. But Trump Taverns is important enough that I'm willing to have our warden and you two die trying to defend it. Just think of that alliteration. It's hard to find such sheer marketing power.
I mean, not exactly the call to action fitting of our warden story, but I guess that is a good point.
Hey boys, couldn't help but overhear you all were Redcliffe again. I forgot to share a hidden Easter egg last time you all were here. Do you want me to show you boys how to unlock the hidden threesome in Redcliffe? Wait, why the hell is everything on fire?
What's good, Bill? I'm doing the second round of defending Redcliffe before I pass it off to Barry for our final episode in Origins with the Battle for Daenerys.
Oh shit, you boys are close to the end then. I never thought I would see the day I thought at our editors and Barack's pace this series was going to take you a whole ass year, every game.
To be fair, it almost did. Wait a minute. Can you go back to what you were saying a minute ago when you came in, Bill? Where is the hidden sex scene?
No, we absolutely do not need to go back to that. But anyway, Bill, while we have you here, you're a classic Dragon Age fan like the rest of us. I'm sure you had time to watch the new Veilguard trailer last week. What were your thoughts about it? It's been a while since any of us talked about Veilguard.
Yeah, honestly, it looked hype as shit, and the new graphics really make some baddies stand out to me. It looks like they are cranking magical abilities to a 12 out of 10, which on one hand could offer some unique gameplay experiences like the Anchor and Inquisition, but it also poses some lore problems like why Harding has those Titan powers from the Descent DLC.
Yeah, I can only guess the Titans are acting up because of Solus fucking up the Veil, but I'm down for the lore breaks if it gives us some hype moments. You two are ignoring the most important highlight in that trailer. My mommy Morrigan is back and is embracing her inner Flemeth with her new design. I've drained a whole bottle of lotion to that trailer yesterday alone.
Same, Donald, same.
I could have gone my whole life without knowing that.
Based, but it makes perfect sense. Morrigan is back. Not only is there a Witch of the Wilds hole to fill, since Flemeth got ate by Solus, but Morrigan was one of the two options that serves Mythal, which likely means by extension Solus. So it's possible Morrigan is even allied with Solus now.
Oh shit, that's a conundrum for Donald. Do you continue your Solus hate or join Morrigan?
That clever egg-shaped bastard, he found the one way I would ever side with him by having Goth Mommy serve as his proxy. Guess the veil needs to be torn down after all, boys.
Donald would legit serve everything he hates in the world just to keep having Morrigan step on him.
I mean, that's pretty valid. Goth girl stepping on you is a physiological need like food and water.
Hell yes, Bill. I knew there's a reason we keep you around.
Well, on the topic of Morrigan, there's an even bigger elephant in the room. Kieran is 9 or 10 in Inquisition, and Veilguard is 10 years after Inquisition, which means Kieran, the possible love child of the Warden, and Morrigan is the adult, and the same average age that his dad was when he ended the Blight. That's a massive potential force in the world. They will have to address, even without the old god soul, he still has crazy potential.
Honestly, with all that potential, it's a wonder Kieran isn't a possible companion. He definitely needs his own game or something. It could be an easy way to continue the Warden's story. You could carry some of your Warden's strength into Kieran and make him a mage hybrid or something. Only problem with that is there is a slim possibility Kieran doesn't exist in some people's worlds.
Yeah, all like 5 people that didn't do the dark ritual. I agree, Kieran should definitely be like a super strong war asset or something in Veilguard.
Also, did you all see that the elven gods have some kind of awakened form? like a zoned fruit in one piece. The anime is strong with the elves. 2 of them can become blighted archdemons, and Solus becomes a blighted wolf.
Again, that kind of shit is super hype, but has the chance to be incredibly lore-breaking too. Also, you boys going to get that deluxe edition or the collector's pack in the BioWare store?
I would get that pack for that dope lyrium knife alone, but all my money is tied into the campaign and legal fees at the moment.
I am waiting for Michelle to give me some allowance from her book money so I can grab it. I saw George pull some more oil money to get the pack just for the dice it has. Like he doesn't care about the lore knife or the art, he just wants more special D20 dice for D&D.
I'm not going to grab it, but our editor used all the YouTube money he has earned since we started this series to get the deluxe edition of Veilguard and the collector's pack, minus our cut, of course.
Cool, then I can just steal his lyrium knife and stab you 2 fucks in the back like you stabbed me in the back this episode.
Co-parter. You know, maybe this would have been too similar to the first Redcliffe defense mission, but I think if you saved the village the first time around, the Redcliffe militia dwindled, and the knights should have been fighting in the village to add more bodies to the fight as an extra reward for defending the village. As it is, it feels like even though we saved the village, it doesn't really matter because it gets wiped by the Darkspawn anyway.
Goddamn Bill, you're cooking a damn 5-star meal today. That sounds like a perfect way to reward our choices in Redcliffe. Even if it doesn't even make the battle easier, it would give the impression that the battle was different and easier because of our choices.
Wait, hold up, there's a boss at the end of the Redcliffe section, God damn it. How the hell did you even remember that Sleepy? And why the hell is there a boss when you do Redcliffe, but when I defend Redcliffe, I get jack shit?
Figured I would end my last fight in Origins with an ogre fight and kill animation boys just to come full circle from where I started.
I think this makes your first episode with 5 bosses killed. Joe, welcome to the club, good shit.
Wait, if Joe has 5 this episode, what is his total boss counter?
That would make you and Joe tied at 17 and I have 15, but I'm going to tackle the ending, so we will get a final count of our Origins counter next episode.
I hate you both. This is a rigged competition, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't end at Origins. We still have all of Awakening and my special episode.
Don't forget my special episode too, Donald.
Literally no one cares about your special episode, Barack.
Well, I'm down to see it, Barack. Let me know. When y'all are doing those, I will clear up my schedule. It is pretty big, but I will make it fit.
Phrasing, please.
Speaking of making things fit, Loghain fits right in with the rest of the Sundaries in our squad. Also looks like we have one more big plot reveal for us. Time to learn how we can take out Themi for good. Also, Riordan, you can listen in on him too. Did he call you a bitch? Because that's normally what he calls me.
Joe, I doubt he called Riordan that. I think he's paraphrasing here since Alistair tells us even the most senior Grey Wardens can only understand a little bit of the Archdemon.
No, it's very much real. I can have whole conversations with Themi Berry.
That's because you're a special guy with a special mind, which is why you always get a special short bus to take you to the White House, Sleepy.
Eat a dick.
Wait, hold on, boys. I think I'm missing some context here. Is Joe like hardcore role-playing right now? Or has the early Alzheimer's finally kicked in?
No, Bill, it's more complicated than that. But to give you the spark notes, Joe used Area 51 resources to make a VR Dragon Age game that includes realistic effects and damage, including a Grey Warden joining, which means Joe is actually connected to the Archdemon in game, and we have to kill it next episode before the Archdemon gains too much sentience and reads Joe's emails or something. I'm not really sure.
Okay, well, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Couldn't agree more, Bill.
Your concern for my health is heartwarming, boys. Thank you.
So wait a minute. I have literally never spared this asshole even when my warden married Honora. Where the hell is Alistair if he is ruling jointly because the game is treating it like it's just Honora ruling? Does that mean he is in the palace when Daenerys gets raided?
Yeah, no, Alistair isn't at risk of dying during the initial invasion. There's a cut line of dialogue from Aemon that reveals Alistair is out recruiting the local bands for additional troops and signaling the Orlesian Grey Wardens for assistance. He is also believed to be fighting with Tegan during the Daenerys battle, but it is just as possible that he does just wait in the sidelines because of how pissed he is over Loghain being alive.
That's really good that our big bro is safe and still doing his part. But I'm surprised this doesn't impact his rulership, since I think it's stated somewhere that him fighting with the Grey Wardens during the final battle is why he becomes such a beloved ruler of the people.
Well, Joe, I guess we can close out here with a few familiar faces in Redcliffe Castle. We got some dwarven politics to our left, and to our right we have...
Mommy. Sorry, Mommy.
Expecting something else was just a skill issue on my part.
Well, damn, y'all sided with the werewolves. Incredibly based, I once asked Monica to cosplay the Lady of the Forest for me, and let me tell you, I did, in fact, have sexual relations with that spirit.
Valid.
Each one of you needs to find God. There's no way. All of you had time to be presidents when you were this down bad.
Believe me, I found God, and just like Ariana said, she is a woman. And her name is Lady of the Forest, who gave her only batty daughter Morrigan to gamers to lust after.
Don't forget about her prophet Leliana.
Amen.
Jesus Christ. Well, thankfully, this is the last time we will see the Lady of the Forest in this game, since from what we learn in Dragon Age 2, she begins to suffer negative effects from the curse that she cannot protect herself or the werewolves from likely an impact of Zathrin no longer being alive. Hawk can find a cure for her, but we are not sure if this is a temporary cure or not.
Gone but never forgotten, Mommy. Next time I put my Minecraft bed next to Morrigan, I will think of you.
Well, let's just call it here, boys. I think I'm finally worn out from the triple threat of degeneracy tonight. Besides, we should save the Reardon conversation for the last episode, so the stakes are fresh in our viewers' minds.
Looks like you boys are at the end of your adventure. I'm going to hit up the president's group chat and cook up a surprise of my own with the editor. Might as well give it our all.
An ending to our enigmatic explorer echoes to eager eyes. Welcome to our endgame viewers.
What a way to end, boys. We have banged several waifus, made bank, killed Hao, and of course banged waifus. Compared to those peaks, killing an old god is going to seem like busy work.
We truly have collected a sensational amount of sniffs in our journey, but I, for one, will be very thankful to get the voices of the Darkspawn collective out of my head when we kill Themi.
Not exactly how that works, Joe, but hey, at the very least you can have Themi calm down on the insults while you nap. Viewers, if you're confused about what we're talking about, you might have missed a chapter in the manga, so check in on episode 11 so you're fully caught up in the lore before you watch the final episode.
Kind of crazy to think about the fact we made a whole damn series together, boys. And now it's about to come to an end too. Damn, who is cutting onions in the White House?
Wipe your tears, Donald. We still have plenty more to get through before it's over. Also, I think we should address this lore point here. It's pretty important.
For once you're right, Joe. Also, I said it once, I will say it again. The Dragon Age Railroad needed one more plot twist. Right at the story's end, that being said, it's a pretty damn good one. Choosing between Alistair and our warden living is a damn difficult choice. On the surface, the obvious choice is our warden, since Alistair is likely the king in your playthrough, but that's still your player character, and it's hard to see them die. However, this isn't a choice we have to make, since these two chose the war criminal over our goated big bro. But whatever, I guess this is a point towards sicking Loghain on the Archdemon, but I would rather have Alistair watch our back 11 out of 10 times. And the fact that he is still not here will only fuel my vengeance in the future games.
Well, despite that ominous threat and the intense cope, you made some good points, Donald. One thing I never understood is why Alistair didn't know about how a Grey Warden kills an Archdemon. I mean, in our case, it is forgivable. We were made Grey Wardens like 10 minutes before the battle started. Duncan might have just plain forgot to tell us, but Alistair talks about the Grey Wardens like he had been a member of the Order a few weeks at least. Having meals with them and everything, so why did Duncan never tell him? Did Bro just procrastinate all this time, or did he really not think it was important? For a guy as experienced and cautious as Duncan, you would think he would make it a point to let everyone know after joining.
Say it with me, everyone. Welcome to the Railroad Choo-Choo. Duncan didn't tell Alistair because we needed some final crunch time stakes to this journey.
You know, unless we grab a random ghoul to last hit the Archdemon, I'm still with you, Barry. I think it's possible.
Thank you, Joe, but honestly, the more I go back and forth about it, the more I start to think it was just a bad lore theory on my part.
Yeah, I honestly can't blame you. We have been doing this shit for 7 months. Talk about something enough, and you're bound to miss a few times. Except me, though, I never miss with the lore drops.
You literally call Alluvians Morgan mirrors.
Yes, because that is exactly what they are.
Hey, Riordan, that's a really nice offer to sacrifice yourself, but this is like the 3rd time. you've ever even been on screen. I think even the unnamed scout and Ivio guy from episode 1 had more lines of dialogue. Then you did something tells me you aren't long for this world.
Yeah, did anyone ever think this dude was going to have a chance to kill the archdemon? The way this game goes, this kind of shit never has a simple ending. Not that I won't give Riordan his praise, as we will see in just a minute. He was imperative towards us defeating the archdemon.
Even my wife doesn't believe Riordan can do this shit. She's already in my room devising an infinitely better plan.
Well, before we hear what she has to say, let's check in on how Loghain feels about this news.
God damn it, Barak, you are such a complete virgin. The viewers are at the edge of their seat to talk to Morrigan, and you are cock-blocking all of them by talking to your war criminal boyfriend. Let's get to the actual waifu.
Oh, I'm sure they are edging already, Donald. We have quite a few Morrigan stands in the comment section.
That we do, but if I could turn our attention to Loghain for just a moment, boys.
Oh, you would?
Yes, I would, because, as always, I appreciate the cold calculus of war Loghain has going on here. He thinks like a soldier. At the end of the day, one life to end a war is something every soldier or general could see as a victory. It's hard for people to wrap their head around, but it is reality, and I like that bit of realism from Loghain. Well, truthfully, as much as going out a hero would be a dramatic end to our tale, if Loghain had to go out to save our warden and Alistair, he is the clear choice.
It is only I.
Pretty based proclaim, Barak, but let's finally see. My wife, please look, she's been here the whole time waiting for her Don.
Did you just give yourself a pet name for a 3D waifu, Donald?
Oh, Morrigan, I was actually hoping to find the loop in your hole, mommy.
I think that answers your question, Joe. Morrigan is being cryptic as hell with this ritual, but I guess that's just to add more tension to this railroad.
God, I love her tension so much. Tense me harder, mommy.
Jesus Christ. So just like with Alistair, there's no reason Morrigan should not have told us about the archdemon sacrifice earlier. But that line there implies she just had a hunch from Flemeth's teachings, and eavesdropping on Riordan is what confirmed it.
Yeah, she says something later about how she wasn't sure if we would have believed her if it came out of her mouth, but we have played this entire game trusting almost everything out of her mouth. I mean, we killed her mother simply on her word alone. I think our trust is unconditional. It makes more sense if she wasn't sure until now about the sacrifice. The ritual also was partially explained in Flemeth's Grimoire, which is why that quest is so important to the main story. But I'm going to let Claudia Black yap, uninterrupted here. There's plenty of peak moments that we need to showcase today.
What I propose is this. Lay with me, here tonight, and from our joining, a child will be conceived. The child will bear the taint, and when the archdemon
So we can prevent our little guy from dying just by pounding Morrigan so hard she gets pregnant? Besides child support, what is the goddamn downside to this decision? This is a more obvious choice than choosing to kill Howe or Vaughn.
Well, truthfully, in the base game, there is no downside to this decision, besides, I guess it's blood magic? Or if you really don't trust Morrigan, things get more morally dubious if you're asking Alistair and Loghain to sleep with her instead, though.
Wait, hold on. Alistair actually has that dog in him. In Darkspawn Chronicles, he bangs Leliana, and he has the possibility in the Prime Universe to bang Morrigan, which means he is just banging all our girls. Donald.
Please don't make me sit in the cuck chair, Joe.
Okay, you degenerates, if I could get back to what I was saying. While there's no impact in Origins, with what we know in Inquisition, this does get more morally gray. Kieran does struggle with the voices he hears in the old god soul, so he's not exactly a normal kid, and he is relieved when the soul is taken by Flemeth, which leads us to the bigger impact of this choice. Doing this means Solace not only has Flemeth's power, but he has the old god soul too, which means Solace gets a massive buff from this decision.
Barak, I literally don't care if this decision made him immortal and invincible. I would give Solace the damn presidency if I could bang Morrigan so hard I'd give her a kid.
Donald, your ass is pushing 80. What are you, Al Pacino?
Shut up, 270-year-old Senator Joe Biden. I will be dead in the ground before I let your decrepit ass call me old.
With all that being said, with how we have been playing just like the Flemeth choice, there is no reason for our warden to say no to this deal. We have been in a romance with Morrigan. Sure, it is distressing she is going to leave, but she leaves if we refuse anyway. And I know Donald would never live it down if we didn't have Morrigan for the final fight.
I would snap this computer in half and then delete all records of this series.
I mean, go off, I guess, Queen, but we don't have to worry about that.
As you
This
wish.
is the least debatable choice in our series so far. I think even Joe is on board with this.
Yeah, I already said Morrigan is a baddie, and honestly, I would prefer our little guy stays alive for Awakening and Witch Hunt. My only objection is, why does Morrigan leave after this ritual is done, though?
Well, Flemeth gave Morrigan
I do not wish to
the
tell
ritual, and apparently this was her plan all along. So I imagine Morrigan doesn't want to be found by Flemeth, and traveling with the new hero of Ferelden means that she could be found rather easily. Add on to the fact that she doesn't want to get too attached, and it makes perfect sense she would leave.
My girl's just feeling a little shy is all. That point is moot anyway, since I'm going to track her sexy ass down by the end of the series.
You never will.
You can't hide from true love, boys.
Crazy to think about how far we have come and how far we have left to go, boys, but let's get it started.
Well, I guess it's time for one more goon session with Donald Strap-In and Strap-On viewers.
What did you say, Joe? I already have my earplugs in.
Thoughts of the ritual aside, and let us make this last night together one to remember.
Oh God, I feel it coming over me now, boys.
I can't even clown Donald here. Leliana has me busting, not only IRL, but in song, too.
Well, that's a lot better than reciting the Bible in Swedish, so I will take it as progress.
God, I have never felt more drained. Don't worry, though, my mind is now clear and focused on this pure peak scene.
Glad to have you back, Donald. It's time to highlight all the progress we have made in the last 21 episodes. Our Peak Blight army is ready to go.
God, I wish I was a werewolf right now. Imagine following that view in front of you for miles.
Never been more jealous of a dog in my life.
As quickly as we can.
Well, there's the big back of our army, the dwarves. Not going to lie, as dumb of the idea as it is to spare the anvil, the scene with the golems marching with the little guys is really badass.
Eat a dick, Donald.
Not to look down on the mages, but how did we even get that many considering most of the tower got wiped out?
I like how we didn't have anything to say about the human army. They are just kind of there, too.
That it will be enough.
Oh God, not the speech with Honora. What did we do to deserve this?
Okay, viewers, as you can see, a Norris voice actor flubbed this shit. So time to reveal, it's Jover Requiem gonna alter the world state for just a moment.
The man you see beside me is a dwarf. Raised to the ranks of the Grey Wardens, this is not his home. And yet still, he fights with honor and passion.
Joe, I don't know how you did it, but thank you.
Despite the odds. And without him, none of us would be here. Today, we save Denerim. Today, we avenge the death of my brother, King Kaelan. But most of all, today, we show the Grey Wardens that we remember and honor their sacrifice. For Ferelden! For the
Grey Wardens!
Go get them, human army. Your average as hell stats and all-around basicness will certainly overcome the Darkspawn.
You know, I am all about the kill count and psychological warfare, but I definitely think the Darkspawn took way too long to kill the soldiers here because they were torturing them. They completely fucked up the one advantage they had, which was attacking ahead of our army.
Total skill issue on Themy's part. These guys are supposed to be expert ambushers and trap setters, and here they are unprepared in a defensive fight.
You know, this battle scene isn't as amazing as Ostagar, and that's a bit of a missed opportunity.
Are you seriously criticizing this peak moment, Barack?
Wait, hang on, let him cook, Donald.
Well, hear me out, boys. The march to Denerim and the speech are incredibly epic. And it's always rewarding to see the army you have built all game march to your lead. That's what makes the final battle so impactful after all. But I feel like this scene should have had all the armies fighting together, like throwing in some werewolves, dwarves, and mages in this fight in our case. Even if that would have taken more time since they would have had to make a few different scenes, it would have been rewarding as hell.
Okay, that's kind of valid, but here we go right back to peak, boys. We got to clear the gates of Spawn, and we have everyone in the squad here to help us for once.
This can kind of go one of two ways depending on your play style. If you have taken care to build up every squad made up with gear and levels, you can sit back and relax while you watch your goated squad clap up this army on their own. On the other hand, some people only play with the same 4 squad mates, and I've seen playthroughs where Sten is still fighting in his prison clothes with nothing but hands, and that's when this sequence can get way longer.
I still prefer to play with the same 4 or 5 squad mates. I mean, half the team is warriors after all. Only so much variety one warden can really have. But there's so many unique armors in this game that I make sure to stack everyone up with good gear and runes before we started this.
Morrigan, Shale, and Bow is really all you need. Then just grab the lock-picking bard too, I suppose. But you're right. Our squad being suited up is top tier, especially since most of these spawns are grunts that are part of the one-hit kill class.
Well, that kind of adds to the hype of this scene, even if I'm breaking some of the mystery here by revealing these guys die in one hit. It still feels like real growth for our warden, cutting through hundreds of spawn to reach the archdemon.
Good point it should be. Kill count above all else, boys. Let's just sit back and enjoy fucking these guys up after all the trouble they gave me in the deep roads and wild sections.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them and some ogres in the mix too, so let's cut ahead, shall we, boys?
God damn, we are all drenched in those ketchup stains, boys.
Did this Duncan clone really think we couldn't make our way to the gates?
Better than I hoped.
Does he not know that our warden is him?
I think he meant fighting through the gates without casualty. To be fair, this is already going better. Then Ostagar. Also, I like how Bo is sticking right in the corner of the screen. It's like he wants to be a part of the conversation too.
Okay, why the hell is Riordan talking like he has given the orders here? Last I checked, we were appointed to lead the armies, and we were the ones that gathered them. Riordan's just along for our ride, boys.
Yeah, I think Wynn forgot who was in charge for a moment. It's okay, it happens to people our age.
To be fair, Riordan is the senior Grey Warden here. He has more experience about blight prevention than we do, and his plan is a good idea. We need to disable his flight capabilities, and we need to use the advantage that the archdemon needs to kill us, since the archdemon is as aware as we are that we are the only ones who can kill him. Also, the generals are important to kill, since if you don't take them out, they will appear during the archdemon fight, making one boss fight into 3 boss fights.
The true gamer would adapt past the skill issue, Barack.
Donald, you have 5 damn deaths in this series. I know your Oompa Loompa looking ass isn't talking.
Oh yeah, Mr. Dropout. Well, let's see how many deaths you stack up when I yeet your pill bottle out the White House window with all the damn gas.
You promised to stop messing with my pills, Donald.
I said I would stop switching the pills, Joe. I'm just straight chucking them.
Well, time to pick our squad for the last time. First of all, Peep Logains, select Seam.
That is pretty ominous.
Yeah, very cool, but we already know how this goes. Barack gets his war criminal boyfriend. Joe gets his basic bard waifu, and I get my goth mommy wife.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Also, Sten, I'm putting you in charge of the B team time to gain some leadership skills for your future role as Arishok.
Hey, Riordan, don't ask why I'm mentioning this, but if you happen to face a life-ending plummet, you should aim for a haystack. Thank me later.
Mage Grandma, you're pretty goddamn annoying, but you apologize, so I guess good luck making amends with your son.
When you were the absolute goat, and we couldn't have made it without your heals because of Donald's wasteful ass choosing a tactic to pop a heal after every enemy was at 10% health and not our own health.
Happy I got to show everyone a guide to your complex ass story, big girl. Fight hard and get some well-deserved retirement.
The absolute peak unit that is Uncle Ogren. This isn't goodbye, my boy. This is just to see you later when we are both big sodding heroes. You are the exception to all my criticisms about two-handers.
You gave me a reason to fight.
I'm glad I got you hooked up, and you're the best depressed homie a guy could ask for. Donald's right, though, this isn't goodbye, since you're a member of the goated Awakening Squad, and we still have hundreds of more Darkspawn to kill as bros.
You have some of the best damn lines in the series. Thanks for being our ride-or-die dwarven brother. let's end off with your most goated line in the series.
Not one for facing the facts, are you? Aye, I'll play along. Let the stone turn red from the blood of heroes. Today, I will be the warrior you taught me to be.
So the archdemon is next.
The thickest girl, Shale, you are better than any support mage in the business, and I'm glad we got you a new purpose, big girl.
I learned how strong Stone Aura was and how goated Shale is. I'm glad we got you so early on in the story. Good shit, Donald.
Maybe we can see Shale return to dwarf form in Veilguard, since she mentions going to Minrit House, but until then, may you happily exterminate every bird in your path, and rest in peace to Geraldine Blecker, your amazing voice actor.
Do try not to get swallowed whole. If the beast were to fly about afterwards and poop it out, irony would dictate that it would land on me. I couldn't take it. Well then, I suppose this is it. Have fun storming the castle.
Bo, you are the bestest boy a guy could ask for. I left plenty of treats with Win, and we will be back in just a few minutes to give you a victory belly rub. I love you so much, and you are a good boy.
Sten, you are the hornless goat of the Barasad, and the best Arishok the Horn Boys could ask for.
Sten, you're one of my brothers. Use your sword to take out every last spawn and lead the B team well.
You are a mix of a big anxious bitch and based takes, that's all I can say.
You have carried us this far. Do not doubt that.
Oh my God, Leliana, my love, I have so much to say.
Here we fucking go.
Joe, please don't demonetize us.
No, fuck that. This is the last time I will see Leliana in I don't know how long I need to get all my feelings out. Leliana, you have been the clutch queen, the lock-picking master, the lore keeper, and the reason I wake up in the morning to do these videos. Thank you for giving an old man a new lease on life.
Wow, that was surprisingly wholesome, Joe.
Joe, you literally barked when you first met her. I'm amazed you kept that so clean.
I have come to a realization after romancing her last episode, boys. Leliana is a 10 out of 10, but Meryl is the hottest girl in all of Dragon Age, and I can't wait to return myself to the creators when I enter her Aravel.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, Zevran, you are the best romance in this game.
Wildly debatable.
And a 10 out of 10. And I'm so sorry I couldn't romance you in this game, but you are the underdog of this playthrough. Don't forget that.
Zevran, you're not as useful as the basic bard, but you are pretty based. Good luck in your one-man war against the crows.
You still suck, but whatever. Since we have to be positive, you have a nice jawline and a great backstory. Logain is a man of few words.
You fucking suck. Alistair should be here right now, you bitch. And oh my God, Mommy Morrigan. You have made me harder than any of my wives ever had. I can't wait to track you down and raise a family together. Oh God, just thinking about you is just... Och Gud sa det. Var det ljus, och det vart ljus. Och Gud såg att ljuset var gott, och Gud skilde ljuset från mörkret, och Gud kallade ljuset dag, och mörkret kallade han.
Okay, and muted we don't have all day. Morrigan, you have the best voice actor out of every companion, and you had some of the best character development in the whole series.
See you in Witch Hunt and Veilguard, Goth Mommy?
My love, now, let us see this finally done. The archdemon awaits.
Kill that archdemon bastard and make the archdemon watch this drive when you drive your sword in its neck.
Bend that old god over faster than a White House intern, boys. I believe in you.
In the case of one-year-old archdemon, you are the father. Now go show that dragon who's your daddy, boys.
Thank you, boys. Time to show this self-aware AI what 1,000 Steam hours really goddamn looks like.
Lame.
Yeah, I know that sounded a lot better in your head, Barry.
Joe, I can turn off this computer now and fire our editor. So this series will never end, and you live with the voices.
As funny as it would be to eternally edge the viewers, I would prefer the voices and screaming to stop when I try to sleep.
All right then, well here is without a doubt the biggest reason that makes the final battle of Denerim Peak. Here we have the army wheel where we can select every choice we have gathered since the start of this playthrough, and obviously this changes depending on who you selected in certain main quests. Each of the units, as we have alluded to, has different strengths and differences in AI. Might as well go over all of them, so you, the viewers, know when you should use what army. The Golems are the strongest army hands down. If you go through with sparing the Anvil of the Void, they have a mix of melee and ranged attacks and are incredibly durable. They almost make the final battle too easy, since besides the archdemon fight, there's never a reason to not use the golems. Right behind the golems are the dwarves, templars, and werewolves. They do incredible melee damage and can tank really well. Those are going to be my two go-to armies for the rest of this section. The elves and mages are great ranged fighters, but should be saved for the archdemon battle, since the archdemon flies all around the entire map. Finally, the Redcliffe soldiers are actually the weakest of the four armies. They are not as damaging as the other melee units, and not as durable either, and should be a last resort.
Granted, a big reason our Dwarven army is so strong is because we passed the speech check with Cardall to get Legion of the Dead members, which are just as tanky as normal dwarves, but far more powerful.
So after all that bitching you gave me when I said we had everything we need with the Dwarven army, you're here saying the dwarves are all we need in this final fight anyway?
Well, mechanically, dwarves are all we need for most encounters, but thematically, we still need everyone. The soldiers on the army wheel are only a fraction of the total forces after all.
Oh no, really? I thought the blood mages were brain dead enough to only send 12 guys to war.
Donald, you are a D1 hater. Anyways, Barry, looks like we are finally at your first boss for the episode. You have any suggestions for it?
Not much. Both the Darkspawn generals are jokes on their own. It's just important to kill them so they don't tag team you with the archdemon. Entropy skill stocks are the name of the game here. He is not immune to any of their effects. On their own, they might be kind of a threat, given how much damage this general does, but because we actually outnumber an enemy for once, this is easy. Goddamn money.
Barack, you just killed my wife. She is with child, man. How could you do that?
My bad, I was caught up in the yaps too hard. No big deal, though. Once the general's dead, the Dwarven squad can wipe out the rest of the bums. Another reason to kill both the generals is the gear they both drop. This general here drops the helmet corruption, which might be the best helmet in the game for warriors and archers. It gives 5 dexterity and 75% spirit resistance. This is the max resistance a character can have in Origins, which is perfect for this section of the game, since all the damage the archdemon does is spirit damage. Definitely going to slot this on low gain, so we have 2 peak tanks for the final fight. The other general doesn't have too much on him personally, but we can get a reward from Shiani for defeating the general, which is the Dawn Ring, which gives +4 strength. Again, another top tier upgrade for low gain.
That bum doesn't need any upgrades, but whatever. Even though it's late in the game, it's not that bad, since we can still use the helmet and ring in Awakening for Uncle Ogren.
Well, first general down onto the second. Let's go help out the elves boys.
Crazy that this is the second time all game we have even visited the alienage. Also unsurprising, Saurus isn't out here fighting. What a goddamn bum.
Okay, to be fair, Donald Saurus has been in a dungeon for months. Pretty sure he's recovering from that.
Oh, boo-hoo, the Inquisition companions in Leliana were in prison for a year with red lyrium shoved up their ass, and they still clapped up Tevinter cheeks. Don't make excuses.
Well, time to show these elves that there is no such thing as a free lunchtime to defend your homes. And I think we have the perfect army choice for this situation.
Having the werewolves defend the elves after they just committed genocide on a different elf clan is the definition of chaotic neutral. I'm here for it.
You know, I don't know what Logain was smoking when he said the elven alienage was indefensible. So far, the alienage was untouched and they have ramparts. Replace that wood fence with a nice granite wall and the border would be so secure. God, just thinking about it is enough to make a grown man bust.
It's been a while since Donald got to goon out over walls. He'll make sure to put an application for Alistair to build one for you, big dog.
This whole episode has just been a non-stop goon episode for Donald, being honest, Barry. But speaking of that, this fight here is a mage's wet dream. It's a bunch of low defense enemies clumped up together in one location. You can hit them with a storm spell, blood wound, paralysis explosion, and waking nightmare. A lot of good options here.
Good points, Joe. I'm going to go with D, all of the above here, waking nightmare, into blood wound, into blizzard. Then have our Templar Warden take out the Mage General. All the elves and werewolves have to do is pick off the stragglers.
You know, pardon the backseating, Barry, but I feel like you should have just picked off the General from a range low gain, and our little guy are slipping and sliding like a newborn fawn.
Yeah, that was a skill issue on my part. I honestly thought the boys could pass the resistance check.
Speaking of resistance, I noticed you went all out on the bombs and poisons on Leliana Barak. Are you finally try-harding?
Figured we had a lot to get through today, and decided to go all out on the fights ahead. Plus, most of those poisons are nature damage for the Archdemon, since that's the only element the Archdemon is not fully resistant to.
Hang on, future sight is going off.
God damn it, that bitch used Curse of Mortality on my wife. Why do these assholes always target her?
Don't worry, Donald, I got this.
Oh my God, Barack, I could actually kiss you right now. You not only saved my wife at the last second, but you used the goated Templar ability cleansing area to do it.
That might be the first time we got to use cleansing area in the game. Effectively, we are either always the one with the spell on us or we are out of stamina before we can use it. It's actually insane we got to use it at the end of the series.
My future sight is unmatched. Boys, I knew being a Templar would one day save my wife.
Well, our Templar stocks are certainly paying off in the end game, boys. Also, we are all tied up at 17 bosses killed. The competition is about to get more interesting, boys. Now we just have to deal with the rest of the fodder, and no ogres this time. So this fight is already over. One more blood wound spell should be enough to clean up these frauds.
So, what's going on with the werewolves? I noticed none of them are attacking the Darkspawn. They are kind of all just staring around at the bridge, being big backs.
Jesus Christ. What kind of short bus did the Lady of the Forest find these werewolves? Come on, boys, go and munch on some Darkspawn you are making. Daddy looked like a piece of shit for killing the elves for you.
I mean, you kind of already are for that, Donald.
Maybe these are some of the new werewolves that just recently got infected, and they are having a sort of self-realization moment.
Kind of like when you first wake up and disassociate in the mirror for 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, but you tend to disassociate. No mirror needed, Joe.
Eat a dick.
Boys, I'm starting to think maybe getting the werewolves wasn't exactly the right call. They really underperformed here. Let's just go, get our overpowered Dawn Ring, and move on.
Too bad Shiani doesn't appear in the future games. She's a pretty dope NPC. Even though she went through a lot with Vaughn, she still is incredibly outspoken and a fighter. Plus, she is related to the city elf warden.
Well, she has the possibility of becoming Ban, but given how that choice isn't in keep and is never mentioned again, it's fair to say this is the last time we are going to hear about Shiani, but thanks for the ring, big girl.
Well, if it isn't the presidential bitch boys. Hey, Oblama, I heard you like drone strikes, so I'm sure this will feel nostalgic for you.
Hey, Thammy, you know only I can hear you, right?
What's that? I can't hear you over my load being all over your face, President Dropout.
Oh, you're just mad we killed your generals, big dog?
Bro 4L had a major crash out because we are killing all their guys. Let's press on, boys.
Well, before that, we got to see how the gates are going. Presidential B team, go.
All right, boys, Barack, put us in charge of defending the gates. Who wants to take the driver's seat here?
Oh, don't worry, I got you. Let me just whip out my dice tray for the initiative roll.
Absolutely the fuck not, Maury. What about you?
Well, I don't know. Does anyone here need a paternity test or have a partner that's cheating on them?
No, not at all.
Well, I don't know why the fuck I am here then.
Jesus Christ, fine, boys. Don't worry. I helped write for this game. Just hand me the keys. Barack really left us with a goddamn mess. Every single squad mate needed to level up. Anyway, looks like we are starting off right with a boss boy's time to cook.
Why the hell would they send out the boss first? Don't they know in chess the pawns go first?
Okay, calm down, Magneto.
That's a good point, Georgie boy. But these are blighted orcs, so strategy isn't exactly their strong suit. Plus, the ogres serve as battering rams for the city walls, so it does make sense.
Holy shit, that old lady with the mage's armor has the earthquake TM. That shit is like the best move in the game. This is a massive W.
George, we did a whole goddamn episode together of this game. How the hell do you mix this game up with Pokemon? There's no goddamn TMs. This is just a spell.
Hey boys, I might not know much about this goddamn game, but it looks like that earthquake is fucking up our own guys more than the enemy.
Get fucked, Billy Boy. Good job ignoring the friendly fire.
Well, good luck ignoring the friendly fire. When I plow your wife, Georgie, it's not my fault. I'm getting clapped up here. The boys totally screwed our companion selection.
Wait, they did? How so?
They took all the waifus with them, boys. How are we supposed to win with no eye candy to boost our morale?
Stop being a goddamn gooner, Billy Boy, and get back to fiddling with your sword since that's all you're good at.
Phrasing, please.
Oh, damn, George, you know just how to play rough the way I like it.
In the case of this battle, boys, we are getting beyond sus right now.
You know, this combat seems pretty goddamn basic compared to what I've seen from this game. It's just a huge horde of grunts now funneling in to die because they all rolled a natural one on the initiative roll.
Well, that's largely because this scene deals with the B team, and the game designers knew that a lot of these companions You may not have used all games, so they made it far easier.
Now, I think it's easy because we have the goated dwarves on our side. We are getting our get back for our brother Tug with this one.
Wait, who is Tug? Am I not caught up on the manga?
No, don't worry about it, Mari. That's a whole separate issue we don't have time for.
Oh, all right, dope. You know, if I can recall something former President Barack Obama said, these dwarves are really into paternity and ancestors. Sounds like a golden opportunity for a sequel to my show, if I ever get bored, boys.
Oh, hell yeah, Poe, I can co-host and be one of those camera dudes that chase after the dwarves when they run off stage.
Georgie, your old ass is not running anywhere.
Bill, you are literally 1 month younger than me.
Exactly, Georgie. Anyways, B team, we did it. We held the gate. Say it with me, boys.
Bland, simple financial gain. Hell yeah, and with a third quarter lead, let's pass it off to Barry.
These NPCs would be a good audience for a daytime show with their simple applause.
Damn, boys, I don't know what you meant about a B-team Barack, but I am getting some massive deja vu.
Yeah, that's because this scene is recycled blow for blow in Darkspawn Chronicles, and we had to skip over it for the viewers, but now we can finally show it.
Let's not talk about that DLC, boys, but Assassin's Creed!
What the hell is that on my back? It feels like a zit or a B-tier NPC trying to crawl on me. God, I can feel the irrelevance on my scales.
Girl, you're going to feel a little prick.
Oh, what the hell, that kind of hurt. Kind of like stepping on a Lego. Get your irrelevant low taper fade off my back.
Come on, Riordan, clutch up the win here, bro.
The cope is real.
Fine, if that's how you want to play, then we are about to get higher than Hunter Biden on a Wednesday.
Hey man, leave the kids out of it. Wednesdays are hard for Hunter.
Oh, what the shit did you just tear my wing? Not fucking cool. I don't climb on your back and start tearing up your shit.
Phrasing, please.
Wait, you can hear him, Barry.
No, I can't, but after playing this long with the two of you, it's kind of like a sixth sense for these things.
Hey, Riordan, do a flip.
Damn, bro, just missed the haystack by a few feet. That would have been the sickest clip of the year.
I know we're joking about it, but Riordan did put in some work here. If he didn't disable the dragon's wings, we might not have been able to strike the killing blow at the top of the tower.
Good point, he did his tasks. That's all we can ask, fly high, big guy. We can't expect bro to be goated enough to tank a fall like that, only I could do something that hard.
Donald, your ass would have just fallen straight through the floor.
Well, boys, as much as this throwback bickering is on brand, why don't we dive into some featured comments while we fight our way into Fort Draken?
Sure thing, I will go first, boys. Rebel Nuts and Mike Castafans both said their favorite moment was the Dalish elf incident where I sided with the werewolves. Not going to lie, I may have made a strategic error in hindsight with that choice, but it was still the road less traveled, and we showed our viewers a different path in that quest, and also showing the special interactions with the mommy of the forest.
That choice was certainly new for me, too. All right, next up we have some comments from Jerez Lude, Coloring Shadows, Lord of Laughter, and Vasaya, who says their favorite moment was my duet with Barry and Leliana. I'm glad we all have the same taste, and if you liked our song, I will be giving out signed albums in the White House office all week. Just someone remind me to let security know my fans will be coming over.
Joe, that sounds like a logistical nightmare, but good luck. Our next featured comment comes from Jennifer Dunlap. Another longtime viewer, her favorite moment was one that I actually pointed out a few episodes ago during the Fort Draken breakout. The two waifus, you two, bickered over, worked together to save our warden. And that is just a thematic end to the romance argument. This game, thank you for your comment.
Second shortest prison trip of my life. Here's a based comment from Jacob Roberts, who is a fellow human noble Maine. They said their favorite moment was the How fight, since just like me, there is nothing more satisfying than to kill that lying snake. Thank you for being cultured.
Well, hold on, Donald. Here's some featured comments on the other side. From Gearization and the Hermit, whose favorite part was you dying in the mage hideout 3 times, and you getting arrested and crashing out from Ser Cawthron, respectively.
Wow, clearly those comments were from your burner accounts, Joe and Barack. But those feet pictures you showed me were pretty amazing, though I will still respect the choice. Our next comment comes from, well, actually, I know someone else who should feature this one.
Our next featured comment comes from Slash, whose favorite moment was my D&D narration in the forest. We also have another one here from Aubrey Maturin, who enjoyed my confusion at why there is no initiative rolls in Dragon Age. I'm glad you all can see why I am the resident dungeon master of the group, and I would be happy to DM your local game if you become a president or for the low price of untapped oil.
Thank you for that, George. And here we have another featured comment from Private Penguin, who enjoyed the plot reveal in episode 11 about Joe's misuse of Area 51 funds to build a VR headset. Hope you are enjoying Joe's live mind commentary, since yes, he is being wasteful with the resources. Again, but thank you for enjoying our own lore we build. Our editor greatly appreciates it.
Yeah. Even if the voices interrupt my naps, I am glad I can entertain you, Penguin. Here's another featured comment from Daryl Walker, who says their favorite episode was my Lelianas song special. So take that, Donald, someone does care.
Okay, and apparently their favorite running gag is my PTSD about prison. While I'm not the biggest fan of you enjoying my suffering, thank you for your comment. Our next featured comment here is from Slinky J, who is another fan of my true renegade moments like slam dunking a mage baby in a trash can, or choosing our good boys, the werewolves, over the vegan elves. I truly am a renegade dark urge run, manifested.
That's not at all a good thing, but here we have a more wholesome featured comment from one of the OGs, George Gale, whose favorite moment was crowning Pellin, not only because it was an end to our longest arc in the series, but it also was the first of a long series of votes that really made the viewers part of this series. Thank you for your comment, and thank you to everyone who voted in the Orzammar King debate.
Here's another wholesome featured comment from another longtime viewer, Uber Sloth, whose favorite moment is when we had the reunion with our big bro Gorim all the way back in episode 4. He also points out that the Dwarven Noble and City Elf is one of the few origins that has a heartwarming reunion, which I mostly agree with, though I would throw in the reunion with your sister as a dwarf commoner is pretty sweet too, as long as you side with Pellin. Thank you for your comment, and since you liked Gorim's reunion, stay tuned, you might get a surprise later.
Finally here, we have another super thanks left from Desi542. We really appreciate the super as always. We never expect financial support, but it is always appreciated. Desi's favorite parts were actually super early on in episode 1 and 2, but their absolute favorite moment was when Biden made a sus joke at the start and completely ruined Duncan's intro. Nevertheless, I'm glad it gave you an idea of what kind of series this is, and thank you again for the super.
Goddamn, what happened in the fort here?
Oh, damn, I don't know. It's almost like we killed off all the guards in the fort, and now it's coming to bite us in the ass, Donald.
Almost like it's someone with their own gravitational pull.
Eat a dick. Brobama looks like we are going to get ambushed soon.
That's certainly the vibe it's giving Donald. But I do like how there's an ominous quiet at the start of each level of Fort Draken to kind of build some tension while you're going from room to room. It's pretty rare in this game when there's a dungeon that has this much set dressing, but no enemies right off the bat.
Yeah, Dragon Age 2 does something similar with the Gallows segment, but that feels more like a copy-paste situation with demons instead of Darkspawn. Probably our biggest criticism of the Darkspawn Chronicles is it completely ignores the Fort Draken dungeon when we could have had a cool flip of what we are doing right now. Instead of taking out Darkspawn, we could have been the one taking out Fort Draken's defenses that Alistair sets back up. Probably the biggest disappointment of that DLC.
Oh, God damn it, of course there's another goddamn random boss in this dungeon. Looks like Barack rigged this shit after all.
I gotta pop a swift salve for our warden to focus on him because he likes to teleport around fun fact with haste, swift salve, and bloodthirst all on at once. The game actually can't read that much of an increase in speed, and it defaults to normal speed despite all the speed buffs. Also, Donald, I didn't rig anything. Me and Joe are each about to play for a little under an hour and a half, and we all agreed on the turn order when we started. I don't know exactly how long everyone was going to play for. Also, we still have plenty to go, so there's plenty of content left to do. Fun fact about this map, or at the very least, a cool Easter egg. In Mass Effect 2, there is a Draken Trade Center on Ilium, where Draken is pronounced the same way as Draken is in Origins that had to be intentional.
Now don't try to distract everyone with your lore drops, Barack. You're still a rigging piece of shit. I bet your nerdy ass did some under-the-table math.
Cope harder. Big Dog, also not to sound like a broken record, but this fight just like a third of the bosses can be cheesed by using Monoclash. Unlike most fights, that is, in my opinion, the wrong call, because this fight actually has some interesting mechanics. The Conjurer can replace himself with a Shade when attacked in melee range and teleport around the map. He also likes to use hexes to debuff our party. Good shit, surviving the Shade Orgy Berry. My future sight is going off like crazy in the next room ahead, though.
Yeah, I just took a big hit of my gamer sups, and I am getting the same damn bad vibes from the next encounter, almost like a big mix of everything we have faced in this playthrough is combined behind that door.
Okay, boys, you're probably giving too much foreshadowing for this next fight, but I'm going to slide Topsider's honor on our Warden just in case, since I do know some of the enemies that appear in the next fight. Also going to send Leliana to the front since I know there is a trap up ahead.
See, viewers, Barry doesn't need future sight when his acoustic ass has memorized every single 1 and 0 in this entire game.
Well, the viewers can be thankful I have so much memorized, since my guides are a big reason we even got this far on Nightmare Boys. Plus, I know a lot of people want a guide for the more difficult sections of this game. I honestly think the first 2 fights in Fort Dracon are like the last skill check in this game before Awakening, since as we are about to see, the Archdemon is a breeze of a fight.
Yeah, I think we said something about Thamey not even being top 10, which is insane since he is the final boss, but I guess that is in large part because of the army wheel.
If I had to make a guess, I would say the army summons might not be feasible in the fort section since they would be far more clumped together, and that might cause crashing, since every map can only get so much time and memory to it. Whether it was a hardware limitation or practical implementation is anyone's guess.
I always assumed it was because the army couldn't be summoned indoors, since there's some kind of signal we are using to summon the army. And obviously they wouldn't hear that indoors. That's what that little horn sound we use is. Also, Barry, things are looking kind of dicey here.
Yeah, Barack Morrigan can barely do anything against all these undead. And the spawn mages are clapping up our guys more than Mommy Morrigan is clapping up the enemy.
Was Obama getting a death on anyone's bingo card? Because it looks like Biden's stocks are about to soar.
Well, don't sell just yet, assholes, because this might look dicey, but this is not over yet. The mage made a clear error here, since the fireball did way more damage to the rest of his guys than it did to our team, and we have enough stamina for a good old holy smite to finish this fight off.
Oh no, not the Doggos boys.
Those bastards, now they made it personal.
Only now, they literally killed all our Grey Warden brothers and mentor, and we are a dwarf. We probably know 100 people who they killed.
Yes, but we can excuse multiple genocides, but we draw the line at animal cruelty. Emotional amp incoming.
Well, before vengeance, we must pay our respects to the young Lord Sandel and witness 1% of his power.
He's rocking the Sandel Serious Punch.
Or perhaps even the Enchantment Domain expansion.
He's so goddamn powerful, no explanation is needed. We have witnessed the only true enlightened being let see Solace pop off like this.
Well, thankfully, the young lord had plenty of potions that we could stock up on. Between Sandel's stock and the cash we get in the side rooms, we should have a decent supply for Awakening now, not just the final fight.
Yeah, we get it. You two Democrats love your health care, but can we focus on the fact that me and Joe got screwed here? There is 6 goddamn bosses in the battle for Danerim Barak. Now you are going to have 21 damn bosses killed at the end of this episode. You were grinning ear to ear when you asked to take this mission, weren't you?
I mean, the boss counter was secondary on my mind, but I can't lie, it was a benefit. But actually, I will have 20 since I tossed one of the bosses to the B team. A 3-boss lead is still something you two can catch up to. Boys Awakening has a lot of bosses to offer. It wouldn't be competitive if I wasn't being fair, but also trying my hardest.
Now that's it. If we are going to have a goddamn wikibot for our playthrough, I am going to start pulling up the wiki myself.
Probably a good idea in your case, Donald, so you don't throw the fight the second a mage pops up. Also, goddamn, that fight was the shortest boss fight in the series. I'm surprised the Gunnar Darkspawn didn't put up more of a fight.
First off, eat a dick Joe, but secondly, their only strategy is really combat stealth, and with 2 goddamn champion warriors with Warcry, that is not goddamn happening. I would say that is a point towards having low gain, but Alistar had the same damn specialization combo, so you're still a prick.
You know, Donald, it was just business when I called you a old-ass whiner last week at the DNC. You don't have to actually prove me right, you know.
You know what you are right, Obama?
Wait, what?
I am sorry for my flagrant complaining. I am going to do better in the new series. In fact, to solidify my character growth. Why don't I order us some Wendy's, Barack? Do you like Wendy's?
Wendy's? I mean, it's not McDonald's, but sure, I could go for some Wendy's.
Well, that's excellent, because I was really wondering, Wendy's nuts can hit your mouth, bitch.
Damn, get absolutely bodied, Barry. Also, Logain is getting double-teamed by 2 ogres. That's really fitting, considering how Callian died.
I noticed a distinct lack of a phrasing there. I think the ligma broke him, Joe. But hopefully Callian is watching below with some popcorn over how it feels, bro. Was a smooth brain, but he didn't deserve to have his insides torn up like that.
Sure.
Oh, come on, Barry. I thought you didn't care about stuff like this. Don't take it personally now.
Oh, I'm not, don't worry. Just trying to think about some proper get back. In fact, now that the ogres are dead, I know just the thing. Hey, Donald, did you know Morrigan has some special dialogue during the Battle of Denerim? Would you like to talk to her?
Oh, of course, Barack. I am always excited to hear my wife's voice. After all, how nice of you. After I just got your ass too, Goth Mommy, you want to talk about how amazing last night was for you, I take it.
Donald, did you not pay attention at all to the first thing Barry said about Get Back? Do you just blank out when Morrigan is on screen?
Wait, entanglement? Yes. Mommy Morrigan, there is no way, after everything we have been through, all the gifts, the killing of gods, the trips to Venice, that you think this is just an entanglement?
Bro is hardcore role-playing right now. But damn, Barry, you didn't have to break his heart like that. She won't even talk to us now.
Revenge is a dish best served immediately, Joe. I thought I taught you that by now. Well, let's go clap up old god, shall we?
I will make you know true pain, Barack, but for now we stand united to create old god Kieran and Goth Mommy and make this dragon bite the curb.
Dodge this sweep chump, and when you're done, I got something else long that you can feel on your face.
These guys really fought a dragon with no heavy armor. Magical golems or ranged tactics, what bums.
Also nice Wilhelm scream. Bitch, time to make a guard bite the curb in 4K, and I'm fully charged, so taste my alt, cowards.
Hey, Themey, get the hell off my world and out of my head, you goddamn lizard.
I was hoping that you and the orange one would have heart attacks before you got here. But that's fine. Just call me the Casa Locust 2, with the way I'm about to kill 3 presidents.
All right, time to pump every poison on Leliana, and give everyone a spirit bomb to make his damage non-existent.
What the hell? Those items are literally cheating Obamba.
Sounds good, Barack. Also, Joe, don't forget, we don't know what he is saying. You're gonna have to translate.
Right. He is saying that using the bombs is a really solid strat, and people that don't use them are idiots.
What the hell? Obama put a cap in this lizard asshole?
With pleasure, but why did you say it like that, Donald?
You dementia-ridden asshole, I didn't say that at all. I am a god. How can you misquote a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
Okay, calm down, Dagother.
All right, boys, everything is equipped, and the mages deployed. Now it's time to cook. Bloodthirst would be a pretty terrible idea since this fight is going to be on the long side, which is why I saved a swift salve for later.
Using the mages I see, how pathetically paragon, the Templars would have been the far more prudent choice with harder defenses.
Hey, Donald, he said these mages are really strong, and we are so lucky we didn't pick the overweight Templars.
What the hell? I hate this guy. Kill him quicker, Barack.
I am trying, but he keeps disengaging the fight like that damn spider boss in the deep roads.
Nigerundayo, Joestar family secret technique Otroma.
That's a good plan, Themey, but you definitely don't have any main character-ass pulls to make it work.
Well, I will just have to see what I pull out of your ass when I burn you alive, dropout. Also, stop misquoting me, asshole.
Hey, that reminds me. Themey, I wrote a song just for this encounter. You want to hear it?
Absolutely the fuck not.
Hey, Joe, I love you, but we are at the climax here. Maybe later, okay? He's about to go to his second stage, which means we won't be able to hit him with melee attacks, and we need to use the ballista that needs device mastery to repair. So, you know what that means, Joe?
Oh my God, Barry. I love it when you talk dirty. Let my gorgeous bard cook. Finally, you're letting me goon out.
I would be far more annoyed at that statement, but Mommy Morrigan had me hitting high notes when I was hitting her.
Sure thing, Joe. Just stay with me first while we finish the fight, oh goddammit.
Massive skill issue. This is why women shouldn't operate heavy machinery.
Damn roasted, but you can't say that kind of stuff, Themey.
Blog about it, bitch.
That was my skill issue, boys. I forgot ballistas have friendly fire, but no worries, back to our regular schedule of Leliana soloing this guy, while our squad, allies and mages, handle the spawn.
Leliana is so basic, these attacks feel like tickles. I would have brought the pirate girl. Her and Morrigan are far superior.
Hey, Donald Themey said Morrigan and Isabella are low-tier trash waifus.
Oh, this scaly Darkspawn bitch is just trying to reach worse than How status now.
Does your senile ass need a teleprompter, or are you just trying to annoy me, Sleepy Joe? Because once I win here, the first place I will nuke will be your bum-ass house in Delaware.
Ha! Joke's on you, Hunter already sold that house for legal fees and, wait, what was that first part?
Jesus Christ, never mind. Nothing I could do to you is worse than whatever shit your son does.
Joe, that was the most hilarious thing you uttered since doing this series. I wish you were still in the race so I could show everyone that clip.
Oh shit, that's right. I am free to do and say whatever I want. I can finally say the gamer word.
Yeah, no, Joe, you absolutely cannot. I will mute your mic, all right? Just going to restock my potions and poison here, and let's finish the easiest dragon fight in the game.
Imagine being easier than that goddamn elven ruin dragon. He wasn't even the main boss of his dungeon.
I'm not easy, like the women your fat ass pays to sleep with. I quite literally am a god.
You kind of are, though. You have extremely predictable AI, and we have multiple armies to choose from to help us out.
Oh, don't forget to tell him he has a weakness to nature damage, which is the most common poison type damage to make. It's ironic because all Darkspawn have nature resistance, but since he isn't a Darkspawn, he has his own rules.
How much time does this nerd spend playing this god-forsaken game?
He has over 1,000 Steam hours alone.
Are you goddamn kidding me? I just gained consciousness 8 months ago, and his nerdy ass has spent the last decade playing this game.
All right, final kill animation of the run, boys. Let's not waste it here.
That's the plan, Donald. Just going to push everyone else back so we can finish strong.
Are these two goddamn ignoring me right now so they can set up on me? I will not be ignored like a IRS letter, fear me, god damn it.
Themey, I'm gonna hold your claw. When I say this, it's Jover. Just try to look cool in the death pose and get your last few lines out.
No, absolutely not. I refuse. I had so many plans. I have an army, and I want it all. I want this world, and the one beyond. I want to live.
See, that's it. Now you're getting in the spirit ended off with a one-piece reference, very cultured.
Glad you got to say your goodbyes to the voices in your head, Joe. Now, if I could just get all the squad mates far enough away from the dragon to pop the last hit.
Just trying to stay on brand, Barry. Even if he is a voice in my head, everyone deserves to go out in style.
Sleepy, shut up. It's time to wait.
Holy shit, no way.
Get this old-ass war criminal off my head. Who the fuck even uses this guy over Alistair?
Are you fucking serious? Not only did we allow this dude in our squad for the most important mission in the game ahead of our original big bro Alistair, but now he steals the last goddamn kill animation from us.
Well, Joe, just like 2009, I guess it's you and me together to finish him off.
Wait, hang on. Perhaps we should converse instead. I kind of like you two as presidents.
I'm not getting seduced by AI that's not Leliana or Meryl. Electric slide.
Beware, beware, the Dragonborn comes Euthemeril.
Any last words, old pal?
Harris Care will suck just as much as Obamacare and Biden care.
Okay, and now you die.
Oh my God, my beautiful, glorious King Tegan.
It had to come up with Barry at some point.
Barack being Suze has brought me back, boys. And it looks like, just like one of his creators, Potus, also has trouble pulling out.
Glad to have you back, Donald. We go together.
Okay, that's great, Joe, but can you stop holding my hand, please?
Hey, Leliana. And Logain, feel free to help me at any time. Or just let me explode. That's cool too, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Okay, enough of that ear rape.
George, that's not even your meme. You can't use that shit.
Oh, blow me, Donnie boy, it was my administration and it was funny. Peace out, boys. Good shit killing the Origin Dragon.
And then it was over.
Holy shit. Hey, Duncan, good to see you.
Bro got revived with the Edo Tensei.
Looks like Duncan's will to narrate is so strong he can even do it after death.
Back into the
Sounds like the same power my stand has.
They would
What?
remain a threat in
Wait,
the years
Barack,
to
I
come.
thought you said you didn't have a stand.
I don't have one I use, but I do have one. How could I not, boys? I call mine Rambling Man. It doesn't do anything when I'm here on camera, but if I'm not, or I expire, it activates allowing me to disperse lore knowledge at twice the rate.
Babe, wake up, new Obama Lord just dropped.
So then why did you never speak up when you saw our stands earlier?
I was being polite. Oh. Well, I'm glad we redeemed the Grey Wardens. I'm sure that was somewhere on our agenda, boys.
I'm sure the Grey Wardens won't do anything bad with their newfound fame.
No, you're being paranoid. They will be the best boys.
And a new age had begun.
Duncan, the cost was me putting one whole Trump baby in Morrigan. It was an excellent trade deal.
My friends, we are gathered to celebrate those responsible for our victory. Of those who stood against the Darkspawn siege of Denerim, there is one in particular who deserves commendation. The one who led the charge against the Archdemon and killed it remains with us still.
Boom, easy money.
Holy shit, boys, we did it. It's all Jover.
We have a title, the woman and riches. It is all Jover.
The goddamn hero of Ferelden, Blight Ender and Living Paragon. Also, if it's not obvious, the best choice to choose for the boon is always the one that is origin specific, since it offers the most impact in the world, despite only the mage origin being brought up in future games.
The alliance between Ferelden and Orzammar has got to be crazy impactful from a world standpoint. Allying with Orzammar might actually push Ferelden to play with the other big boys.
Once again, this aid is best used if we crown Thielen as king. Harrowmont, on the other side, doesn't utilize the aid effectively.
Common Harrowmont L, that's why the viewers made the right
in
decision.
reclaiming the parts of the deep roads it has lost. Let it also be known that the Arling of Amaranthine, once the land of Arlhow, is now granted to the Grey Wardens.
Amaranthine, huh? Sounds like some good DLC bait, boys.
What are your future plans for our little guy, Barack? Finding mommy, I hope?
Well, we know what his plans are 6 months from now, but that might be metagaming, so I like to think our warden would go to Orzammar and enjoy rebuilding his city with his brother and as a paragon for a few months before being called back into action with the Grey Wardens.
The timeline between Awakening and 2 is all over the place anyway, so we might as well make great roleplay reasons for what our little guy does.
True. Like the fact Awakening and Witch Hunt are only a few months apart, despite everything the epilogue says.
Great lore setup, boys, but oh my god, our big bro is here. I didn't think he would show up. You're looking good in the king gear, Alistair.
Looks like he's still pretty pissed about how things turned out.
Can't really blame him. I'm not sure how I would feel in his shoes either. On one hand, we ended the Blight and fulfilled what Duncan wanted. But on the other hand, he never got revenge for his father figure or the satisfaction of ending the Blight himself.
Ironically, Duncan would have approved of the renegade action of recruiting Loghain.
We deserve that passive-aggressive attitude, but it still makes me sad that we aren't on great terms.
And Duncan would have been happy the Blight is...
Alistair will still show up in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition, and while he will never fully get over Loghain being alive, he does seem far less beat up over the fact he is alive, and even comes around to forming a friendship with the Warden again.
Don't worry, Donald, he will come around, see? He even says we can talk more later. Well, let's talk to Honora for the first time. All game.
Normally, I would be annoyed at you talking to the NPCs, but she is a baddie and it's the end of the game, so I'm in a good mood.
This is probably the most pleasant we ever see Honora. I would be amazed if she wasn't pleasant, though she got everything she wanted. Her father alive, the crown, and the love of the people.
Yeah, this is Honora's ideal universe, honestly, I guess. Maybe she would have preferred not to share the crown, but she doesn't even look that mad at that, since hardened Alistair and Honora make an excellent combo.
Don't insult my big bro's jokes, though. It's what makes him special. Also, you definitely still owe us plenty of favors for sparing your father and saving your ass. The military support for Orzammar was just the start.
We probably could have milked Honora for more support. Had we talked to her beforehand, that was our bad boys. We know there was a few people who wanted to see us politically clap her up, but it still ended up with a massive victory for us in the end.
Well, let's get Loghain's talk out of the way. That way we can move on to the non-controversial squad.
Let me get out what I need to get out now, then.
Oh boy, here we go.
Loghain, I didn't want you here. I wanted to hate you and curb stomp you. However, you have earned my respect.
What the fuck?
Look, boys, all this game I've considered him a cowardly bitch, running from Ostagar, sending Howe and assassins to kill us since he is too pussy to do it himself, but he really walked up to the Archdemon and stole the damn kill from us on his own volition back there. Just like Sten fighting the Warden, I respect the balls it takes to do that. So can't wait to see you in Inquisition, you war criminal.
I am actually stunned. I don't even know what to say.
Well, now we get to show the viewers one last scene with Loghain. In Awakening, it's not anything major, but it's excellent foreshadowing for Inquisition.
Allow me to say,
and a pretty nice moment between our Warden and him.
I respect. Odd that I ended up here saying that. But there it is. Return to your celebration. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Oh, there's my beautiful thick girl, Shale. This is actually going to be the last time we talk to her in this series. I actually might cry here.
Shale, again, you were a top-tier tank. Thank you for carrying us in the mid-game, big girl.
Shale is one of several companions whose ending can differ depending on approval. Since she is friendly with us, she will travel with Wynn to Tevenor to try and become a dwarf again. This is the canon outcome, given the events of Dragon Age Asunder.
Even though her voice actor sadly passed away, it would be nice for a Shale return in Veilguard, considering she could be a dwarf now, and therefore have a different voice anyway.
We can only hope.
It's kind of crazy that, unlike myself, Shale has a very high opinion of Wynn, that we can see throughout the banter in this game. She constantly asks Wynn for advice and is appreciative when Wynn offers it. I suppose they see each other as kindred spirits since they are both old souls, but Shale is far more based.
That is an insanely in-depth analysis, Donald. Good shit.
Also, it's not anything major, but there's a common glitch during this scene with Shale, where if you reload it all, during the post-coronation, Shale will take on a steel golem shell like a damn cocoon.
That is a weird glitch. I'm glad it didn't randomly decide to appear for us. Also, we can hear from Shale briefly in Dragon Age 2 with a tavern rumor in the Hanged Man. When we do that series, we will be sure to showcase it.
I'm glad my big girl stays clapping up the birds.
You have been a fine friend.
Peek incoming.
There's my big bro. Goddamn, I think I am more excited to see our original big bro Gorham than when I see my own brother as a human noble warden. Gorham just feels like a far warmer greeting.
Well, Steve Bloom never misses with the warm greetings, as we will see in Awakening. But Garim also has crazy news for us, not only being reinstated into the Aegican house, but also being elected into Paragon status. So we get a second Aegican house. I thought Bellin already officially reinstated us to the house at the end of the Orzammar arc, though.
I think Bellin had to gaslight the Assembly enough first to get that to pass through. If I'm being honest, everything Gorham says only happens if we side with Bellin as king, which, as we can see, leads to a far more positive future for our warden in Orzammar, and for Orzammar as a whole, so we might as well go back with our big bro for old time's sake.
Honestly, I don't even know what our big bro Gorham is going to do in Orzammar since he revealed he can't really fight anymore. But considering he is the second of a new Paragon, I figure he can do some logistical stuff or just peddle his fine dwarven crafts.
You know, I just realized, is Gorham taking his wife back with him to Orzammar, or is this a bro-only trip?
Oh, hell no, we don't get our wife with us when we return to Orzammar. That means Gorham doesn't either. This is a bro trip.
I'll be glad to get back.
Well, here's Eamon. Normally, I would be happy to see him after all he's done for us, but he called our dog untrustworthy, so I have nothing but smoke to offer him at this point.
Eamon, you owe me a new Lambo for saving your village. You owe Joe some double chocolate chip for saving both your son and your wife. And you owe Barack most of all for going on a holy quest to get you some miracle ashes. So you should hook him up with a date with your brother. Just him in a castle alone.
Oh, God. Ma. Well, truthfully, as nice as that sounds, I will settle for the lore accuracy of Tegan ruling Redcliffe, while Eamon becomes the Chancellor of Denerim for Alistair's sake. Also, even if you make the deal for the demon to leave, Eamon will still remark about Connor being quiet, which is a bit ominous, but we know by Inquisition that this doesn't pan out to anything bad. Well enough, nobles, now let's get into the meat of our squad, shall we?
Oh, my gorgeous Leliana, you look so damn radiant. A true 12 out of 10. Hopefully our paths will cross again, but for now, can I get one more sniff for old time's sake?
Jesus, whatever. Thanks for being our resident lockpicker bard. Good luck on your lyrium ashes journey.
Leliana's ending is entirely determined by whether she is hardened or not. If she is hardened, she will lead a scouting trip into the deep roads to find broodmothers. And if she is unhardened, as we see, she will join the chantry to clear the way for the urn of sacred ashes. If Marjeline is not dead, though she will always leave for Orlais to finish her off, and no matter what path she chooses, if she's in a romance, we can join her on her journey.
I understand we must part ways, but please take good care of Schmooples, my dear. I will write to you.
Yeah, you absolutely won't be doing that. Your ass will forget as soon as you pick up a pen.
You should get back to the celebration. We can speak another time.
Well, here's our underdog of the series, Zevran. I'm surprised Bro hasn't tried to make the moves on someone yet. This is a celebration after all.
Looks like he is too busy being paranoid to get his willy wet. I won't be too negative since this is the ending. So I will just say that Donald could have used someone like Zevran watching his back to protect his big-ass ears.
You could have used someone like Zevran to save your ass from Stairs Sleepy Joe, but looks like Barack is getting everything he wants. He is ahead in bosses, and he gets to travel to Orzammar with his boyfriend, while his war criminal boyfriend waits for him.
Honestly, Zevran and Gorham sound like a perfect Orzammar travel group. Zev would fit in well with the Dwarven Assembly.
Zevran probably took up a small practice of assassinations and Darkspawn killing in the deep roads before a switch flipped and decided to bring the smoke to the anti-Van Crows.
I like that theory, Joe, and just like Shale and Leliana, we can see Zevran briefly in Dragon Age 2, and he has a good case for appearing in Veilguard, considering the relevance of the anti-Van Crows.
We can speak after you have been sufficiently paraded in front of the populace. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you and make sure no one gets a clear shot. Not
chasing a bag to the end, Zevran, that's why I like you, but not in that way.
Well, we already know what Grandma Wynn is doing, though. Her timeline is a little off since, I guess, before she helps Shale, she has the Circle Conference in Cumberland to go to prevent mages from leaving the chantry.
Oh, God damn it, I forgot this isn't the last time we see Mage Grandma. Well, whatever, I will just have Joe take care of that nonsense.
It's super important, Donald, but it is mage business, so I can't expect you to care more than that. Wynn seems to be more or less done with living in the Circle, however, and will even leave for Tevinter, or stay in the court in Ferelden if Shale doesn't wish to be a dwarf again. But for now, enjoy your rest, big girl. You certainly got your task done in this series.
It sucks Wynn doesn't have her armor with her out of all the characters. It felt like the Juggernaut armor on her was super iconic.
Now, there's no way in hell she was going to keep that after leaving. I can accept maybe the Bard Morrigan and Alistair keeping their gear, but this grandma better give up my hard search for armor.
Well, considering she is hoping to retire soon and is afraid of how long she has to live, I don't think she will argue with you there, Donald.
Granted, for someone in retirement, she certainly does have more feats than half of the squad before she croaks before Inquisition. I think only Leliana and Alistair was more busy than her.
Well, enough about that. It's time for the Goat Ogren's goodbye. Honestly, this scene is nowhere near as passionate as his goodbye at the gates, but I can't be mad about it since we are going to see him soon in Awakening anyway. We are going to complete your arc soon, my boy. For now, enjoy baby-making time with your girl.
So between Marty Rika and now Felsi, this just proves that dwarves give birth super fast, like probably less than 3 months. So I guess our Warden and Ogren are actually built differently.
The Dwarven trio is going to make moves in Awakening Can't Lie. I think when we get to Cal Herol, I have something fun planned, but for now, Ogren, stay your depressed-based self. We love you as you are. Big dog.
It's too bad Ogren doesn't want to join our bro trip to Orzammar 3 Dwarves, and an elf sounds like a great party for a bro trip.
Yeah, Ogren took a L for that one, but I just realized that we will be trading one character voiced by Steve Blum for another, which means we have found an infinite hack of characters voiced by Steve Blum in our game.
Peak Ogren versus Peak Gorham would be a sight to behold, but let's leave Ogren off with another peak line and move on.
Yes. I don't come by friends very often. I'm glad to call you one, Warden.
Well, now we just have to give Bo a victory belly rub and check on the goat Sten one last time.
Oh, who's a good boy? Well, one other thing I should mention. If you notice, there's this little gray dog next to Sten. This dog is the same model Morrigan transforms into if the ritual is refused, and the dog only appears here if the dark ritual was accepted, which means this dog is likely Morrigan.
Donald put down the laptop.
Morrigan! I'm here, my love! Give me the damn dog, boys. I have to make love to my wife again.
Okay, that was my bad, boys. I apologize, but on to Sten. He is the only companion who never changes his plans at the end of the game. He always returns to his people. It's just a matter of if we returned his sword or not. Because if we didn't return his sword, then it's likely he will be killed upon arrival for being soulless. But if he returns with his sword, then he will be praised by his people on a successful mission and become Arishok.
Just like everything else with Sten, his goodbye is short, sweet, and to the point glad we could be Battle Brothers big guy.
You know, Sten really is the biggest tsundere in the party. He acts super nonchalant about our accomplishments and indifference to our party. But then in the same breath, he says it will be hard for him to travel alone after spending so much time with companions.
We could have accompanied him since we are friends, but that's not exactly in the cards for us, considering we are dead set on a road trip to Orzammar now. Too bad Shale doesn't have any option.
It must be said.
Where she accompanies him, that would have been such a cute fan fiction moment.
Well, since you said you owe me a great debt, how about I cash that in? Sten, I will give you and your people a small loan of 1,000,000 gold if you catch that gray dog for me right now.
Okay, while Donald tries to bribe Sten, let's explain how we are going to do the epilogue, viewers. Each of us is going to read the epilogue that we were responsible for, or at least the most likely responsible for.
Before that peak portal reference.
Where is the cake? I was told there would be cake. The cake is a lie.
Thank you, Donald. But back to what I was saying, we will read out the epilogue that each of us is responsible for. That way we can reflect on what we've done and our possible victories or sins.
Sounds good. Let's get it, boys. In the months that followed their wedding, Alistair and Honora proved themselves a surprisingly effective pair. Alistair spent a great deal of time at court, showing a willingness to learn the art of governing from Honora, and often deferring to her judgment. And no one was more surprised by this than Honora herself. The two of them made numerous outings into Denerim and the other settlements in Ferelden, supervising the reconstruction process and greeting their subjects personally, much to the commoners' enthusiastic approval. Many said the chaos of the Civil War and Landsmeet were worth it for delivering such beloved monarchs.
News that the urn of sacred ashes had been found in Ferelden did not spread outside the Chantry until Brother Genitivi made an announcement several months after the defeat of the Darkspawn. The manuscript detailing his research and his experience with Andrasti's cult drew huge interest among scholars throughout Thedas. Some years later, the Chantry announced that the resting place of Andrasti's ashes had indeed been found. A ripple of excitement spread among the pious people of Thedas, with many undertaking pilgrimages to see the ashes or partake of their healing powers. Following months of effort, the Tower of the Circle of Magi was finally cleansed of the last spirits to slip through the veil. No further abominations were created, and First Enchanter Irving was pleased to declare the circle safe. All that could be saved were saved.
With the slavers shut down in the alienage, the lot of the city-born elves improved for a time. The new king even named the local elder to his personal court, a scandal amongst the humans, but a sign of new hope to the elves. Shiani continued to be an outspoken member of the alienage community, and in time became the new elder. That outspokenness earned her frequent trouble, but served her people well.
Arl Aemon remained in Denerim for some time, acting as the Chancellor and Chief Advisor to King Alistair. Ban Tegan ruled over Redcliffe in his stead, and was surprised to find himself well loved by the villagers, who were still grateful for the nights he spent defending their lives. In time, Aemon abdicated in favor of his brother, an event the locals greeted with approval and enthusiasm.
Connor was sent off to study at the Circle, and considering his earlier experiences, he excelled in his training and easily passed the harrowing to become a full mage. At his father's urging, Connor accepted a position in Tevinter to undertake formal study of the Fade.
Bevan, Caitlyn's young brother, eventually grew to become a famous adventurer in his own right. One of his favorite stories to tell companions was how, as a young lad, he met Potus, who used his father's blade to save Redcliffe and then passed it back. Bella, the hot tavern wench, made it to Denerim safely. With the money she was given, she opened a brewery of her own. In the Brazilian forest, the werewolves thrived for a time, living in the remains of the Dalish camp and enjoying recognition for their bravery at the siege of Denerim. Even that goodwill was only to last so long, however. Try though she might, the Lady of the Forest could not entirely suppress the werewolves' animalistic nature, nor her own, and eventually the curse spread into nearby human settlements. The werewolf population swelled, until finally the army of Ferelden was called in to deal with the threat permanently. Many a werewolf died, but when the soldiers arrived at the old Dalish camp, they found it abandoned. The Lady of the Forest was gone, as were her followers, who were not seen again.
In Orzammar, King Bellin quickly proved himself a reformer. Trade with the surface lands increased, and caste restrictions were loosened. The casteless were permitted to take arms against the Darkspawn in exchange for new freedoms. For the first time in generations, the line in the deep roads was pushed back, and a few taigs were reclaimed.
Belin's reforms quickly found him enemies within the warrior and noble castes, however, and after several assassination attempts, the inefficient assembly was dissolved. The king then ruled alone. Haters said as a tyrant. True patriots, however, said as a visionary determined to drag Orzammar into the modern world.
When the first human armies arrived from Ferelden, King Bellin welcomed them with open arms. Within months, the Darkspawn were driven back as far as the Dead Trenches, and the first dwarven warrior to return with a relic retaken from the gates of Bonamar was greeted by cheering, jubilant crowds. The assembly unanimously declared Potus a living paragon, following months of deliberation. A new statue was erected in the Commons, and a new house founded in the paragon's name, quickly drawing a great number of followers from every caste. The dwarven mage, Dagna, ultimately completed her studies at the rebuilt Circle Tower on the surface. Eventually, she published a comprehensive theory of how lyrium vapors relate to the supply of magic. It gained a great deal of attention. This inspired mages from other parts of Thedas to establish a new circle of magi in Orzammar itself, one that had ready access to dwarven lyrium and lies outside the Chantry's power completely. The willingness of Orzammar to harbor apostates sparked outrage that began whispers that the divine was contemplating a new exalted march.
Although the Anvil of the Void was destroyed, rumors about its location crept into Orzammar. Years later, thanks to the defeat of the Darkspawn on the surface, a few determined smiths managed to locate the Anvil's remains. They examined the ruins of the Anvil, and upon returning to Orzammar with their findings, convinced the Shaperate to attempt to recreate Caridin's research. A new golem was created, bound with a spirit taken from the Fade. The golem immediately went insane, killing several Shapers before it was destroyed. The research was branded excessively dangerous and sealed away. Whispers of its existence circulated throughout Orzammar, however, and demand among the Smith caste to reopen Caridin's research refused to abate.
Oh God, Mommy Morrigan, okay, I'm ready. As good as her word, Morrigan disappeared once the archdemon was slain. Someone of Morrigan's description was seen traveling alone months later, heading west through the Frostback Mountains, and she may even have been with child Fuck. The ring that Morrigan gave Potus remained in his possession. She had once claimed that it formed a connection between the two, and there came a night when he was sure that she was thinking of him somewhere. She felt regret and sorrow, but the ring told no more. There was no word of her after that. With Flemeth dead, or at least gone, the chances of tracking her down were slim indeed. One cannot help but wonder, however, what became of the child? What were Morrigan's plans? These questions must remain a mystery for now. Both Potus and the companions who helped defeat the Blight eventually scattered to the four winds, drawn either by personal duty or the call to further adventure. Circumstance dictated that they would not see each other again, at least for a time.
As the blighted lands began to heal, and the Grey Wardens slowly rebuilt the Order in Amaranthine, they discovered that the fight against the Darkspawn was not yet complete. Although the Horde was routed and had dissolved upon the Archdemon's death, many of the more powerful Darkspawn survived to organize roving war bands that preyed both upon the land and upon each other.
These war bands spread havoc, and some even journeyed west into Orlais or crossed the shining sea by the deep roads. They proved incredibly difficult to wipe out. But these are tales yet to be told. This tale ended when Potus sank his blade in the Archdemon's head and destroyed it forever. It was not the last that Ferelden would hear of him, however. Well, there it is, boys. We did it. We finished BioWare's magnum opus. That is Dragon Age Origins.
I'm not gonna lie, boys. Even though we did this and we did it right, I'm pretty damn sad that we won't see our complete squad again. I mean, we will see some of them through cameos, but not the same squad. But while we lost one squad, we are bringing with us a new squad in our viewers, so it's not all bad.
That was beautiful, Donald, but why are we talking like the video's over? There is only one true way to end this.
What do you mean Joe Origins is finished?
Let's get it, boys. And a 1 and a 2 and 2 and a 2, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, here we fucking go.
I do believe in the light. Raise your hands into the sky. Fight is done. War is won. Lift your hands toward the sun.
Toward the sun.
Toward the sun.
Fine, fuck it, let's harmonize.
Toward the sun. A brave new world.
Absolutely beautiful, boys. Well, viewers, here we are, back where we began months ago. Thank you all for watching our Origins series. Whether you were here from the very start, just curious halfway through, or just binging the movie, we couldn't have done it without you, and we can't wait to continue this series and Potus's journey in Dragon Age Awakening. But for now, like the video to thumb Joe's ass, subscribe if you haven't already, and join our Discord in the description for video previews and Dragon Age discussions. But for now, stay safe. Obama out.
Biden out.
Trump out.